Chapter 1. Crossing the gorge in pursuit of the tiger. Pull harder. Exert yourselves. Don't go that way. All of you pull this way. A group of individuals disembarked from their vessel, straining against the tumultuous winds and rains by the banks of the Yellow River. One particularly robust man frequently shouted commands. Not far off, a port lay in sight, where the station guards observed the scene, but remained indifferent, some even sipping water while pointing and laughing at the commotion. These treacherous officials, witnessing our plight, yet offering no assistance. When we return, I shall surely report their dereliction to the Lord. An elderly man clad in a blue robe glared resentfully at the guards. Pay them no heed. Remain calm, they are but a pack of rabble. Who knows how many of them will still be alive when we return next time? A languid voice emerged from within the boat, startling the old man and igniting the ire of those hauling the vessel. It infuriates me. Here I am, braving the rain to pull this boat, and he is resting. One man exclaimed, albeit in a hushed tone, muttering to those beside him. He's just a newcomer. Had it not been for the young master saving your life, you would have drowned in these waters just now. Do you dare speak ill of him? Indeed. Let us not dwell on that youth. All this cargo has been lost to the fish, not just us. Even the eldest son cannot report back to the Lord without repercussions. The eldest son shows sympathy for us, claiming he will dismiss us before returning to Dongwu City to spare us from severe punishment. Alas, what benevolence! Indeed, one wonders how the Lord will reprimand the eldest son. He has been frail and sickly since childhood. Thus he has never aspired to the position of family head. Yet, because of this, no one in the family pays him any mind. This journey with the caravan was intended to broaden his horizons, to prepare him for managing family affairs and ensure his own survival. Alas, first he nearly perished from a fall before boarding at Gaodang port, and now the tempest has led to the loss of much cargo. Life will be difficult for the eldest son henceforth. Enough. Let us first get the boat ashore. The elderly man on the vessel was indeed the steward of the eldest son. Hearing the latter's words, he hurried into the cabin and admonished, "Young master, tread carefully with your words. Thankfully we are aboard. The storm rages outside. If a malicious ear were to overhear and report to the authorities, your words could cost you your head, especially at this time, with the higher-ups selling official positions and the lower ranks oppressing the common folk. If not for the reputation of our Chui family in the north, just look at the Ren family in the southern part of the city. Their entire clan was exterminated. Young master, I implore you, be cautious." The old man pleaded earnestly, yet the eldest son suddenly chuckled. "What brings you to laughter, young master?" The steward, inspecting his attire for any impropriety, felt a twinge of unease. The young master had previously heeded his advice, but ever since that near-fatal incident at Gaodang port, the young man's gaze had become increasingly inscrutable, and many of his words seemed quite eccentric, to say the least. Thankfully, those around him were trustworthy, with the exception of the young man they had just rescued, whose origins remained a mystery. "I'm not laughing at all. I am simply elated at the prospect of returning from this journey laden with goods." The speaker was none other than the eldest son himself, a tall figure with thick eyebrows, bright eyes resembling stars, a prominent nose, and lips devoid of facial hair, clad in a flowing white robe with a sword at his waist, exuding an air of gallantry. His name was Chui Ba, the eldest son of the prestigious Chui family of Qinga County in Dongwu City. Yet within him resided Chui Jin, a soldier from the 21st century. Chui Jin had a penchant for studying history, particularly the illustrious heroes of the late Han and Three Kingdoms period. However, during a mission, he accidentally fell from a cliff, expecting to meet his demise, consumed by regret for not completing his task and not being able to visit his elderly mother. Suddenly, he felt a softness beneath him, and upon opening his eyes, he found himself in an ancient room. After half a day of helplessness and confusion, Chui Jin accepted his new reality as Chui Ba. What other choice did he have? After all, it was akin to being granted a second chance at life. His instincts told him that his arrival in this tumultuous era was significant, perhaps a calling. Regardless, as a soldier, his duty was to protect his homeland and ensure its strength, a responsibility that transcended time and place. "All right, Uncle Lian, the boat has reached the shore. Let us disembark." You are familiar with this area, so please lead Eru to the nearby villages to procure some horses and find an inn. The rest of us shall wait here by the shore and handle matters with those guards to prevent too much trouble. Off you go. Understood, young master. When it came to business, the steward straightened his posture, bowed to Chui Ba, and disembarked with 3 attendants in tow, heading southeast. You two have worked hard, having just had a drink and now helping me with the boat. Go rest on board. Consider it your watch over the vessel, while I speak with those soldiers. Chui Ba said to the young man who had been grumbling earlier, then turned away towards the port without a backward glance. You are hardly older than I am. Why act like an elder? Though displeased, the young man complied and went aboard to warm himself, while the others began unloading the remaining cargo and setting up tents to shield them from the rain. Who are you people? Arriving at the military camp at Guandu without prior notice? A military officer, initially prepared to chastise the commoners, hesitated upon noticing Chui Ba's attire, fearful that he might be some noble young master. Thus, he moderated his tone. Before his attendant could speak, Chui Ba approached the 2 soldiers, performing a slight bow and stating, I am Chui Ba of Qinga County, transporting a shipment of tea from Dongwu City to Wanqing. However, the storm has been fierce, and much of our cargo has fallen into the river, and the bottom of the boat is damaged, preventing us from docking at Guandu port. I hope the esteemed soldiers will not take offense. Glancing back at his attendant, Chui Ba gestured, and the young man quickly produced 2 strings of coins, discreetly handing them to the 2 soldiers. Upon realizing they were in the presence of the eldest son of the Chui family, the soldiers immediately treated him with deference. While the Chui family was not a wealthy clan, they were among the more renowned gentry in the north. After accepting the coins, one of them smiled broadly and said, Ah, it is Master Chui. Everything can be arranged. You merely need to register before entering Qinlu County. Since you have suffered losses due to the storm, do you require any assistance from us? Thank you, but there is no need for that. I have already sent someone to purchase horses and vehicles. They will arrive shortly. I will have Xiao Lu handle the registration. This rain comes swiftly and departs just as quickly. It should cease shortly. I see the lush greenery of the forest. Not far off, it appears quite beautiful. I wonder if it poses any danger. I would like to take a look. Chui Ba gazed at the distant mountains and woods, not truly intending to do anything, merely indulging a small desire to explore the scenery after his military service. Master Chui, there are no ferocious beasts in those woods. You may explore at your leisure, and perhaps hunt some game for a taste, the officer who had previously spoken chimed in. Thank you. With that, Chui Ba returned to summon a few capable individuals to accompany him into the mountains. Wait, I am familiar with this area, as well I shall join you. Hunting some game would serve as a token of gratitude for saving my life. The young man who had earlier rested in the cabin announced as he disembarked, a large bough slung across his back. As the clouds parted and sunlight streamed down, Chui Ba observed the young man's figure and could not help but marvel at his imposing presence. After all this time, I have yet to inquire your name. How rude of me. I am Chui Ba of Qinghe. May I ask your name? I am Chao Xing from Henei. What? You are Chao Xing? Upon hearing the name, Chui Ba's mouth dropped open in astonishment. Have you heard of me, young master? Chao Xing responded, his expression one of disbelief. It was his first journey outside Henei, and being of common birth, he assumed few would recognize him. I have a long-lost friend by the same name, and upon hearing yours, I was merely taken aback. Please forgive my surprise. Chui Ba inwardly berated himself for his foolishness. He had always prided himself on his mental fortitude. How could he be so indiscreet upon encountering a historical figure? As they traversed the path, laughter and conversation filled the air. Unbeknownst to them, they had already entered the forest, where they casually hunted a few wild rabbits and pheasants. However, just as they were joking, both Chui Ba and Chao Xing suddenly sensed a menacing aura approaching them. They swiftly concealed themselves among the trees by the roadside, peering into the distance. Uru! A roar echoed from not far away, sending a jolt of fear through Chui Ba. This was a sound he knew all too well. During his military service, he frequently visited a nearby zoo, and this was the roar of the king of beasts, the tiger. The tigers in the zoo, raised by keepers, had long since lost their ferocity, but a wild tiger was a wholly different and fearsome creature. This is bad, it's a tiger. Stay alert. Chui Ba broke out in a cold sweat, having lived 2 lives. He understood the value of life. After awakening that day, though he felt an influx of power within him, he was still reluctant to attempt to subdue a wild tiger, even with his military training. Be cautious. Once I release my arrow, you must all attack together without giving this beast a moment's respite. Although beads of sweat trickled down his temples, Chao Xing remained relatively composed, prompting Chui Ba to silently admire his steadiness. In a mere moment, the group was taken aback by the sight before them. A tiger sprinting away, pursued by a colossal man who bellowed, "You beast, where do you think you're running? Clear the way ahead." Faced with the current situation, Chui Ba's mind was consumed by a single thought: to pursue the tiger across the ravine. "Watch me slay this beast," Chao Xing exclaimed as he drew his bow and nocked an arrow. With a mere glance, he released it with a swift whoosh. Chui Ba, realizing the imminent danger, instinctively shouted, "Don't shoot." Yet, he quickly recognized the inappropriateness of his outburst and could not help but chuckle. "How dare you?" Suddenly, with a resounding clang, Chao Xing's arrow was deflected by a swiftly approaching object. As the crowd took a few steps forward, they gasped in astonishment. "What was that?" It accurately struck the arrow down. "I saw it. That man pulled something from his waist and threw it. How remarkably precise. Who is this formidable giant? Truly impressive." In the midst of their astonishment, Chao Xing's mouth fell agape. He had considerable confidence in his archery skills and intended to showcase them before the crowd, only to be disrupted by the imposing figure before him, causing his frustration to rise. However, he was also self-aware upon noticing the man's towering stature and his earlier display of skill in chasing the tiger. He recognized he was no match for him. Thus, he could only grit his teeth in silence, glaring at the man with a desire to unleash a few punches. Chui Ba observed Chao Xing throwing a few punches in the air and remarked with a smile, "I see this man possesses remarkable agility, clearly having roamed the martial world for many years. His earlier actions indicate exceptional vision, and the fact that he managed to deflect your arrow while pursuing the tiger speaks volumes of his capability. Judging by his physique, he surely possesses the courage of 1,000 men. Why not befriend him, as it would be wise to have more allies to look out for one another?" Upon hearing this, Chao Xing's embarrassment began to ease, and he replied, "Very well. My earlier shot may have distracted him, and the tiger is now further away. I shall assist him in blocking the tiger, allowing him to deal the final blow as an apology." "Agreed. You few, those with nimble skills, accompany us to intercept the tiger, and let the warrior take it down." With that, Chui Ba charged forward, shouting, "Warrior, we shall block the tiger, you come forth to capture it." Seeing their lord charging ahead, the others quickly followed, weapons in hand, as they advanced along the tiger's path. The man, upon hearing Chui Ba's call, did not respond but quickened his pace, understanding the intent. The tiger was clearly near exhaustion, with obstacles ahead and intimidating pursuers behind. Even the king of beasts could not help but feel despair. However, sensing the weakness of the two flanking him, the tiger swiftly leapt to the left, causing the two subordinates to scream in panic and attempt to flee. "Run to either side!" Chui Ba exclaimed in alarm. Realizing the tiger's cunning intelligence, it dared not confront them directly, but opted for a clever tactic. Seeing his subordinates in peril, Chui Ba cast aside his hesitation and immediately hurled his sword. The pursuers, recognizing the dire situation, also drew their hidden weapons and hurled them at the tiger. Though the tiger appeared fatigued, it suddenly crouched low, narrowly evading the threats from both sides. In a swift motion, it turned and charged towards the unarmed Chui Ba. Although surprised, Chui Ba reacted swiftly, disregarding who was nearby, seizing a weapon and rushing forward. "Young master, no!" Both the accompanying subordinates and Chao Xing shouted in unison, desperate to intervene or knock their arrows. But it was too late to even turn their heads away, unable to bear witnessing what was to come. Meanwhile, the giant leapt into action, simultaneously releasing 3 hidden weapons. The tiger, intent on making a final assault, lunged towards Chui Ba, when suddenly, 3 thuds echoed as the tiger's body abruptly stiffened in midair before crashing down towards Chui Ba. In that moment, Chui Ba delivered a powerful kick, sending the tiger flying several yards with a resounding bang. Even the giant was taken aback, sidestepping to avoid the tiger's lifeless body, and turned to fix his gaze intently on Shui Ba. "Young master, you possess remarkable courage," the giant remarked as he approached, fist clenched in salute. "Your skills are truly commendable, warrior. I had no intention of slaying this tiger, but the situation was dire, and I had no choice. I hope you will not hold it against me," Shui Ba replied, bowing respectfully. "Oh dear, young master, such a sentiment is unwarranted. I am not one to quibble over matters of right and wrong." The giant, surprised by Shui Ba's courtesy, quickly restrained him. "Please, young master, wait." The man approached the fallen tiger, retrieving his hidden weapons from its body, and then searched the area where the tiger had passed, collecting the other two weapons before returning to the group. Upon closer inspection, the onlookers noted that the man stood over 8 feet tall, with an imposing physique, bronze skin, and 2 large halberds strapped to his back, as well as over a dozen smaller ones at his waist. Everyone was taken aback by his formidable appearance and speed. Shui Ba, recognizing the man's attire, felt a surge of excitement within, yet maintained an unruffled demeanor as he asked, "Your skills are indeed a rare sight. Fate has brought us together. We are all friends across the vast lands. I wish to befriend you. Esteemed warrior, may I inquire your name?" "Young master, there is no need for such formality. Since you are so generous, I gladly accept you as a friend. My surname is Dian, my given name Wei, from Chunlu. I have become an enemy of the Lu clan of Xiangyi and the Suiyang man Li Yong, who often bullied my village. In avenging the Lu clan and protecting my fellow villagers, I killed Li Yong and fled to the mountains. Yesterday, while hunting, I returned to find this tiger feasting on the deer I had caught. Enraged, I pursued it here, unaware of the surroundings, and I apologize for the intrusion." As he spoke, Dian Wei sheepishly scratched his head. Truly a righteous man. Upon hearing Dian Wei's story, the crowd was stirred with emotion. His actions ignited a fervor in them, many inspired to act on things they had long wished to do but dared not. Furthermore, his audacious feat of pursuing a tiger across a ravine only deepened their admiration. "Dian brother, you are indeed a foe of evil. Well done. This place is Guandu Port, and ahead lies a military camp. We cannot proceed further," Shui Ba promptly warned. "How did I stray so far? Ah well, there is little of value there. I am a wanted man and can make my home anywhere, but I cannot implicate you all. Today, meeting you all has brought me great joy. May I ask your name, young master? If there is an opportunity, I would love to share a drink with you all." Upon learning of the nearby military presence and having strayed so far, Dian Wei resolved to retreat into the mountains to seek refuge. "I am Shui Ba of Qinghe, also known as Chui Zi, and this is Chao Xing of Hunan. My family, the Chui clan, holds some influence if you trust me. Dian brother, I would be willing to assist you in navigating the court to spare you from further troubles. What do you think? Young master this." The others, aside from Chao Xing, were naturally reluctant for Shui Ba to stir up trouble. "Not to worry, Dian brother. What is your stance?" Shui Ba smiled lightly, raising his hand to silence the objections. "What do you desire, young master?" Dian Wei inquired, a hint of caution in his tone. "Nothing much. I was on my way to Wanqing to deliver a batch of tea. Recent heavy rains have caused me to lose many goods in the river, but I still have some tea left. This journey to Wanqing is long. I wonder if you could lend a hand?" After contemplating for a moment, Dian Wei looked into Shui Ba's eyes, finding them sincere and unwavering, leading him to believe that Shui Ba was not deceiving him. The events of the day were clearly coincidental, which made him trust Shui Ba's words. "Very well. Although I am not well versed in many characters, I understand the importance of gratitude. Since you genuinely wish to befriend me and have spared me from prison, I shall repay your kindness with all my heart," Dian Wei declared, ready to kneel in gratitude, but Shui Ba hurriedly supported his arm, saying, "Brother, no need for such formalities. Let us carry this tiger back and enjoy its meat with fine wine." Though Dian Wei heard Shui Ba's words, he was internally astonished. Author's note: I welcome everyone to provide suggestions, as this is my first attempt at writing. There will undoubtedly be many shortcomings. I will learn from you all and strive step by step toward success. Chapter 2: Encounter with Bandits. Dian Wei, having been helped to his feet by Cui Ba, was deeply astonished. He was well aware of his own strength, and in his sincere intention to express gratitude, he had intended to kneel, thus applying considerable force in doing so. Yet Cui Ba not only supported him, but did so effortlessly, which filled him with an increased sense of trust and gratitude towards Cui Ba. One could only imagine the strength of the other, even if not superior. It was unlikely to be far behind. Furthermore, with others around, the young man wielding the bow displayed commendable skill, making it clear that engaging them directly would not be easy. Additionally, being near a military camp, if they were not favorable, he would have likely been captured already. With these thoughts, Dian Wei felt even more relieved and grateful, exclaiming loudly, "Very well. Young Master Cui, please." Cui Ba, mindful that the soldiers at Guandu port might recognize Dian Wei and that carrying a dead tiger would attract attention, instructed his subordinates to skin the tiger on the spot. He sent one person back to retrieve a container to store the tiger meat, while the skin and bones were placed into sacks. He also asked Dian Wei to remove his weapons and place them in another sack, appreciating Cui Ba's thoughtfulness for these rough as they ventured out of the mountains. Cui Ba instructed 3 servants to carry the majority of the wild game they had hunted to the officials, diverting their attention. Upon returning to the boat, they found the steward Cui Lian and the guard heir, who had already procured horses, carts, and a wagon. Once everyone had loaded the goods, Cui Ba arranged for them to head back to the woods they had just left to roast tiger meat, ensuring they were well fed and refreshed before continuing their journey. During the roasting, Cui Ba skillfully prepared some herbs he had gathered prior to their departure, sprinkling them over the meat as it cooked. The tantalizing aroma of the meat mingled with the fragrant spices, truly captivating everyone. Although they were unaware of where Cui de Gongzi had acquired such culinary skills, they refrained from probing further, content to simply enjoy the delicious feast. Dian Wei and Chao Xing, in particular, indulged heartily, relishing the meal with great delight. After their fill of food and drink, they set off in their carts. In the carriage, Cui Ba asked Cui Lian, "Uncle Lian, seeing how swiftly you have returned, is the town nearby?" Cui Lian nodded slightly and replied, "Yes, young master, but it cannot truly be considered a town. Guandu Port is a harbor, teeming with fishermen. Ahead lies the region of Zhongmu County, and just beyond is the closest village to the port, aptly named Guandu Bridge Village. There is a fish market outside this village. Those disembarking from the port, whether heading to the capital, Chunlu, or Wancheng, must pass through here, making the fish market quite bustling on ordinary days. Consequently, many merchants have established inns and shops in this vicinity. It was here that Heir Hu and I acquired the horses and other goods. The day is growing late. Young master let us rest here for the night and set off for Wancheng tomorrow." "Indeed, young master, I am from Chunlu, and since we have emerged from the mountains, I am somewhat familiar with the surroundings. If we head southwest past Guandu Port Village, we will reach Zhongmu County. Continuing along the main road for quite some distance, there will be no larger villages or towns. Should you wish to arrive at Wancheng swiftly, it would be prudent to procure sufficient supplies in either Guandu Bridge Village or Zhongmu County," Dian Wei interjected. "Zhongmu County, you say? Brother Dian, is the county magistrate not Qinggong Tai?" The mention of Zhongmu County naturally led Cui Ba, a Three Kingdoms enthusiast, to recall the tale of Cao Cao's failed assassination of Dong Zhuo and his acquaintance with Qinggong there. He often lamented that, had Elbu heeded Qinggong's counsel, perhaps his fate at Baimin Tower would have been different. Before I fled into the mountains, while I did not know the magistrate of Zhongmu County personally, I was aware that he does not bear the surname Chun. As for now, I am uncertain. Do you know this official, young master?" Dian Wei pondered briefly before sharing what he knew. Not at all. I merely have a dear friend named Qinggong, who once resided near Zhongmu County and possesses considerable intellect and ambition, hence my inquiry. But let us not dwell on it. Let us not dwell on it." The group fell silent, while Chao Xing scratched his head, puzzled, as if he had heard such words before but could not recall where. As they chatted, they arrived at the fish market in Guandu Bridge Village, where Cui Lian led everyone to an inn for their stay. Cui Ba instructed Heir Hu to procure a straw hat for Dian Wei to wear while entering the inn and requested the innkeeper to deliver their dinner to their rooms. Though everyone felt it inappropriate to dine with the young master, given his esteemed status, Cui Ba, having traversed from the 21st century, preferred the lively camaraderie of shared meals. Heir Hu, as the evening is still young, I would like you to find two capable brothers to keep an eye on our goods tonight. While most of our cargo has unfortunately fed the fish, we must safeguard what remains and ensure it reaches Wanqing safely, Cui Ba said as he ate. Though he cared little for the potential consequences upon returning to the Cui family, he recognized the importance of completing the remaining tasks. Rest assured, young master, I have already arranged for myself and Xiao Lu to watch over the goods tonight, Heir Hu replied. Good. Your diligence puts my mind at ease. Now, let us eat. Only when we are well fed can we muster our strength. In the ensuing days, apart from a hearty meal in Zhongmu County, the group spent the remainder of their time traversing the official roads. One day, they arrived at the outskirts of Luoyang City in Nanyang Prefecture, where the proximity to Songshan Mountain meant a landscape rich with forests and greenery. It was summer, and the mountains appeared lush and vibrant from afar. Cui Ba, filled with enthusiasm, instructed Cui Lian to send the goods into Luoyang City and seek out an inn for their stay, while he, along with Dian Wei and Heir Hu, ventured into the mountains. After 2 hours of trekking, they suddenly heard terrifying screams and shouts ahead on the path. Cui Ba strained to listen, catching snippets of cries such as "May the thieves meet a gruesome end," and "Young master, flee quickly." Although the words were distant, the urgency was palpable. Young master, it seems there may be bandits ahead, engaged in robbery. It would be unwise to linger here. We should return to the city post-haste, Heir Hu suggested, having also heard the calls, prioritizing Cui Ba's safety. What do you think, brothers Dian and Chao? Cui Ba, not dismissing Heir Hu's counsel, turned to inquire of Chao Xing and Dian Wei. Young master, as the eldest son of the Cui family, your safety is paramount. I, a mere rustic, am fortunate to befriend someone as gallant as you and Brother Chao. The situation here is perilous. You must return swiftly while I investigate, Dian Wei stated, preparing to depart, only to be halted by someone grasping his garment. Brother Dian, while I may not claim to match your martial prowess, I am confident in my archery skills and do not shy away from danger. I have no ties at home, so I shall accompany you on this venture, Chao Xing declared, bowing to Cui Ba, who silently acknowledged the unspoken bond of gratitude between them. How commendable of you both! To rescue others is as urgent as extinguishing a fire. I am unaware of the bandits' numbers, yet I am willing to join you. We must act swiftly. Brother Chao, take 2 men to quietly assess the situation and report back to me. The rest of you will await his signal before I devise our next move. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, they wasted no time. The men accompanying Cui Ba were seasoned guards of the Cui family, not lacking in courage despite their informal status. Chao Xing and his team set off to scout the area, and soon a soldier returned with a report. Young master, there are approximately 50 bandits ahead, including 2 on horseback. The latter are only accompanied by 5 bandit soldiers, while the rest have encircled a group of travelers, who are using their belongings and carts as barricades. At least a dozen have been slain, and nearly 10 bandits have also fallen. Among the surrounded, there is an elderly man with white hair, supported by 2 middle-aged individuals and a valiant figure in a blue robe, fiercely defending against the bandits, though the situation is dire. Understood. Return and inform Brother Chao to remain cautious, keeping a close watch on the 2 mounted figures, for they must be the leaders of the bandits. Go now. Yes, young master. Dian, take 3 men and move through the left woods, lying in ambush. When I call out a signal, rise and throw your javelin to strike down the nearest bandit to the surrounded travelers. Once they charge out, you will pursue the remaining mounted bandits. Xiao Lu, accompany Dian and gather some branches to tie to your horse's tail. As Dian throws his javelin, run through the woods to create a diversion. Once they are all out, rush into the circle. The other 2 will follow Dian to join the fray, informing them of reinforcements and ensuring some remain to guard the rear, while the rest pursue the bandit leaders. Off you go. Yes. Without further ado, Dian Wei and the others swiftly took action. Heir Hu, you will lead 3 men through the right woods, lying in wait. Once you see Dian charge out, swiftly head towards the robed warrior fighting off the bandits, flanking them. Zhao Shan, you will follow Xiao Liu's example to create a diversion. When heir who charges out, ride straight into the circle to protect the elder. The remaining two will stay with me. Understood? Though the others were puzzled, they were inspired by Chui Ba's commanding presence and quickly took their positions without delay. Old man, look around you, many have already perished. Your group contains both the elderly and the young. Our blades do not hesitate, surrender swiftly and leave behind anything of value. And perhaps I will show mercy and allow you to depart. A burly man with a dark face sneered from his horse, greed evident in his eyes as he surveyed the group. Thieves, do not harbor such delusions. I, Exine, will never bow before you. The old man, despite his frail appearance, spoke with a resonant and defiant voice. Humph, have you had enough of living? Brother, let me charge in and slay them without further ado. Why waste words? Another bandit, resembling a monkey, leered at the women within the circle, saliva pooling at the corners of his mouth. Brother, this is a matter of courtesy before violence. This is our first battle for dominance, and it must be executed with finesse. Moreover, our numbers are not yet sufficient to risk everything here. Ah, how wise you are, brother. As the two jested, a sudden sound of applause echoed from behind them, causing the already tense atmosphere to heighten. When the bandit leader turned to see three figures on horseback approaching slowly, he narrowed his eyes. Who dares to intrude? Have you grown weary of life? You shall not leave here alive. The big brother fixated on Chui Ba, recognizing his noble demeanor and thinking himself fortunate to encounter wealthy individuals on his first foray into robbery. He could not help but mutter, truly, it is heaven's design. Ah, could it be that you've lost your mind? Chui Ba gazed at the person opposite him, whose intense stare lingered on him, causing a shiver to run down his spine. He inwardly mused, could this individual perhaps have an affinity for men? Brother, what does lost one's mind mean? Grandfather has no time for such nonsense. Everyone here today must die. I shall seize all their valuable possessions. Rally your brothers and swiftly eliminate those wretches. Bring me 10 men, and let us charge forth. Wait! Chui Ba suddenly bellowed, unexpectedly startling the horses, causing them to rear up. The two thieves clung to the horses' necks, terrified of being thrown off. Chui Ba had intended to draw the opponent's attention further before proceeding with the plan, but the unforeseen outcome of his shout startled even him. With a quick shift in thought, he cried out, "Release!" Dian Wei, though equally astonished, quickly regained composure. Renowned as the unmatched warrior of the three kingdoms, he leapt from the trees, his small halberd whistling through the air, each strike finding its mark, bringing death to the unsuspecting passers-by. Xiao Lu galloped through the woods, and upon hearing the cries of kill amidst the swirling dust, the thieves, mistaking it for an ambush of soldiers, hastily fled to the right. Kill! Chui Ba shouted, and Eru also thrust his spear forward. The scene mirrored the left side, causing chaos among the thieves, who, not bothering to ascertain the number of attackers, hastily retreated toward Chui Ba. Chao Xing, having received no further orders, assumed that Chui Ba intended for him to adapt to the situation. Thus, alongside others, he drew his bow and shot at the thieves, even managing to hit their leader. The leader, having just calmed his horse, was about to charge at Chui Ba when he lifted his head and saw a dark figure racing towards him. Before he could react, pain shot through his throat and he collapsed from his mount lifeless. Seeing the leader slain, Dian Wei charged towards the second. However, upon witnessing his elder brother's demise, the second attempted to flee but found himself face to face with a towering figure wielding a massive halberd. He could only brace himself with his spear. Dian Wei, endowed with immense strength, wielded his heavy halberd, weighing 80 pounds, far beyond what a mere brigand could withstand. With a resounding crack and a squelch, the thief's spear shattered, and he was cleaved in two from shoulder to waist, his innards spilling onto the ground, warm blood splattering across Dian Wei's face, rendering him a terrifying visage, akin to a reaper emerging from the depths of hell. At this juncture, Chui Ba and his men surged forward, and those encircled began to break free, mistakenly believing they were under siege from all sides. as they huddled together in search of their leaders. Upon discovering both had been slain and uncertain of how many more awaited them in the grass, the morale of the entire group plummeted to an all-time low. In the ensuing chaos, the brigands found themselves at the mercy of their attackers, with many retreating in a desperate bid for escape. Though Chui Ba was still adjusting to fighting on horseback, he dismounted and plunged into the fray with his sword. While accustomed to combat during missions, he had never wielded a sword in a crowd. Making it difficult to adapt, he narrowly avoided several strikes from his adversaries, grateful for Chao Xing's vigilant assistance from afar with his arrows. After a fierce battle, the two factions finally converged. An elderly man, recognizing Chui Ba as the leader, bowed respectfully and said, "I am Exin Yun from Yangzhai and Yingchuan. I am grateful for your life-saving intervention. Young master, we shall forever remember your kindness. Zhongji, Zhuoji, come forth and express your gratitude. Thank you for saving our lives. May I inquire your esteemed name so that my brothers and I may forever remember it?" For everyone present, this was a perfectly ordinary expression of gratitude. However, after bowing their heads, the young master remained silent for an uncomfortable length of time, causing an awkward atmosphere to envelop the gathering. Chao Xing glanced at Chui Ba and nudged him, prompting him to react. He hastily helped the elder to his feet and inquired, "Are you not from the Exine family of Yingchuan?" "Indeed," the elder replied without hesitation, deducing that Chui Ba's astonishment must stem from the Exine family's reputation. "I am Chui Ba from Qinghe. Although this encounter was unforeseen, it is indeed an honor to meet you, Elder Exine," Chui Ba stated, maintaining a respectful demeanor. "Oh, so you are from the Chui family of Qinghe. I had always believed the Chui family to be scholars, knowing of Chui Yan's illustrious reputation. I did not expect you, young Master Chui Ba, to possess such valor. What relation do you bear to Chui Mi?" The elder spoke without revealing any emotion. "Chui Mi is my father, and Chui Yan is my younger brother." "Ah, so you are the eldest son of the Chui family. What a pleasure to meet you." After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Chui Ba steered the conversation back on course. Others may not have known, but as someone with experience, Chui Ba was quite familiar with Zhuoji, particularly because Exine Pai and Exine Zhuoji had a remarkably esteemed daughter, Exine Xianying. Not only was she the daughter of Exine Pai, but she was also the aunt of the renowned General Yang Hu of the Jin dynasty during the late Three Kingdoms period. Exine Xianying was known for her intelligence and discernment, having advised her brother Exine Chong on loyalty, enabling him to preserve himself during the chaos following the Jayapingaling incident when Sima Yi executed Chao Shuang. She had also evaluated Zhong Hui before his campaign against Shu, predicting his eventual rebellion. Furthermore, Exine Xianying had lived through the tumultuous times of the end of the Han dynasty, witnessing the Three Kingdoms' evolution into a unified Jin. Living from 191 AD to 269 AD, she had indeed enjoyed a long life, and Chui Ba held her in high esteem. Thus, he had a fair understanding of Exine Pai, knowing him to be from Yangzhai and Yingchuan, who later served Yuan Shao in Hebei and returned to Chao Wei after the Yuan family's division, passing away in 235 AD, also a figure of considerable longevity. "May I ask, Elder Exine, with such a large entourage, are you departing from Yingchuan?" Chui Ba inquired, observing the numerous carts and families among their ranks, noting the strategic position of their route leading from Yingchuan to Hebei. "Indeed," Exine Pai replied. "My brother and I have observed that nearly every household now bears the symbols or banners of the yellow turbans. And with the leader Zhang Ju actively recruiting followers, it seems that 6 or 7 out of every 10 commoners have joined this cult, particularly in the regions of Qing, Yin, and Yu. Moreover, the government's taxes have become increasingly burdensome, compounded by relentless natural disasters. Therefore, we surmise that the yellow turbans are far from benign. They are likely to rise in rebellion once they gain sufficient strength, and the surrounding provinces will undoubtedly suffer. Thus, we plan to relocate our families north of the Yellow River in search of safety." Upon hearing this, Chui Ba felt a jolt of alarm within him, contemplating that those who left their mark in the annals of history amidst the tumult of the late Han dynasty were indeed remarkable individuals. Merely by observing and deducing, he could foresee the impending Yellow Turban Rebellion. Moreover, this year marked the 5th year of Guanghe, coinciding with Zhuge Liang's full year of life. Cui Ba, biting his arm in introspection, wondered why he suddenly recalled the minister Zhuge. With the Yellow Turban uprising looming just 2 years away in history, time was of the essence. Cui Ba knew he must hasten preparations, for if he could not withstand the turmoil of the Yellow Turbans, how could he aspire to seize the realm? With this thought, Cui Ba clenched his fist within his sleeve and sighed. In recent years, countless natural disasters have plagued the land, leaving the populace in despair, while court eunuchs and powerful clans dominate the throne, leading to widespread discontent among the people. What fault lies with the common folk? Throughout history, regardless of a nation's rise or fall, it is always the commoners who endure suffering. Yet how many truly grasp the saying that the ruler is like a boat, and the people are like water? Water can carry a boat, but can also capsize it. Water can carry a boat, but can also capsize it. Your words resonate profoundly, young master. Indeed, it is a wise observation. However, we are not in the court and should refrain from making unfounded remarks. Time is fleeting, and we must continue our journey. We cannot predict whether we will escape the ravages of war. Xian Pai lamented. If you would trust me, I would suggest that you consider heading to Yi City in Jizhou. The reasoning, I believe, is clear to you all, and I shall not elaborate further. We shall take our leave first. Farewell. The group exchanged respectful farewells, and with that, Cui Ba mounted his horse and rode towards Liang City. This young man has not made a name for himself in the Cui family, yet today he appears to be both cultured and martial. Should he possess genuine talent, yet choose to conceal it, there would be no need for such lengthy discourse after revealing his prowess today. It is truly perplexing that he seems to be an unremarkable person who does not even wish to inherit the family leadership. Xian Ping mused briefly, but failed to discern Cui Ba's true nature. He must have ulterior motives. Let us proceed to Yi City, the elder murmured, closing his eyes and falling silent, prompting the others to acknowledge with a murmured agreement as they continued their journey northward. Chapter 3. Locking in the target. Old Xian, a gentleman from Jizhou, frequently visited Yi City. This time, by chance, Jiang decided to accompany old Xian's family to Yi City, allowing for mutual support. After the group commenced their journey, the warrior who had previously protected the entire Xian family during battle spoke to Xian Yun, saying, "The valiant Jiang has safeguarded us this time, and I shall forever be grateful. Once we are safely settled in Yi City, I will surely reward you handsomely." Xian Yun's eyes sparkled with insight, as years of experience had taught him that this man was undoubtedly a hidden hero, not only fierce in combat, but also well-versed in military strategy. If he were to encounter a wise leader, he would surely achieve greatness, and no need for such formalities, Jiang replied, clenching his fist in salute, then rode off with the group as Cui Ba traveled towards Luyang. His mind kept returning to the recent scene of the battlefield. When he had met the valiant Jiang, his heart was filled with excitement, for the warrior was none other than Jiang Qi. A renowned general under Yuan Shao in history, Jiang Yiziu, though scarcely recorded in historical texts or later accounts, was merely depicted in games as a third-rate general responsible for logistics. However, Cui Ba understood that despite the scant historical references, they effectively showcased Jiang Yiziu's capabilities. History recounts that during the Battle of Guandu, Yuan Shao dispatched Chun Yuqiong to guard supplies at Wuchao, while strategist Zhu Shou advised Yuan to send Jiang Qi for support to prevent Cao Cao from launching a surprise attack. Yet, Yuan Shao did not heed this counsel. Who was Zhu Shou? He was a strategist of equal renown to Tian Feng under Yuan Shao, and Cao Cao, recognizing his talents, surely would not have chosen a commander of inferior caliber. Later, Yuan Shao assigned Jiang Qi to defend Liyang, the southern gateway to Yuan Shao's stronghold in Yi City. Should the forces at Guandu falter, Liyang would serve as a bastion against Chao's army, a critical position that Yuan Shao would not entrust to an insignificant commander. The extent of Jiang Qi's abilities was further evidenced by Yuan Shao's plan to make Jiang the leader of the army after the defeat at Guandu, demonstrating Yuan's recognition of Jiang's capabilities. Yet, Jiang, grateful for Yuan Shao's patronage but wary of Yuan's incompetent sons, declined the offer, instead gathering the remaining troops to restore morale. This further illustrated Jiang Qi's esteemed leadership. Regrettably, neither official nor unofficial histories recount Jiang Qi's fate. Whenever Cui Ba pondered this, he felt a profound sense of loss. Had Yuan Shao effectively utilized a warrior like Jiang Qi, perhaps the Yuan clan would not have met such a tragic end. Fortunately, he had now forged a connection with such a capable general, and upon returning to Qinghe, he vowed to nurture this alliance. Upon entering Luoyang City, Cui Lian had already arranged for someone to wait at the north gate. And the group soon arrived at their lodging and as they chatted in their room, Chao Xing animatedly recounted the recent battle, his excitement palpable. That moment, he could barely contain the exhilaration of having participated in a battle involving nearly 100 men for the first time. In stark contrast, Cui Lian and the others listened with trepidation, particularly as Cui Lian had watched Cui Ba grow up and could not help but worry for his safety. Hearing Chao Xing's account of perilous moments nearly caused his heart to stop, and he gasped for breath to steady himself. After Chao Xing finished, Cui Lian, in a fit of emotion, knelt before Cui Ba, leaving everyone in astonishment. "Uncle Lian, what troubles you?" Cui Ba exclaimed, rushing to assist him. Though Cui Ba had come to this world in the body of Cui Ba and had not spent much time with Cui Lian, he could clearly feel the man's unwavering loyalty. The ancients placed great importance on loyalty, and for Cui Ba, who found himself alone in the late Han Dynasty, Cui Lian's concern deeply touched him. He suspected that Cui Lian's sudden kneeling was due to his own reckless behavior. "My lord, you are the eldest son of the Cui family. Our expedition has already incurred significant losses, and upon our return, the master will undoubtedly blame you. The entire Cui family holds little hope for you. You tread upon thin ice. Having followed you for many years, I can only wish for your safe passage through life. Now that I see you in such robust health, my heart is filled with joy. Yet your reckless actions today could lead to calamity. If something were to happen to you, how would I ever face the world again, let alone repay the Cui family's great kindness? If you do not promise me that you will not act so recklessly in the future, I would rather die here on my knees than rise." Cui Lian wept, his nose running and tears streaming down his face. The others in the room regarded Cui Lian with newfound respect. And Cui Ba felt profoundly moved. All right, Uncle Lian. I promise you that I will exercise caution in the future and will ensure that I plan thoroughly before acting. You can rest easy now. See, I am perfectly fine. I still intend to witness Cui Ding marry and start a family, as we agreed. Cui Ba reassured him, for Cui Ding was indeed Cui Lian's child. Throughout their journey, Cui Ba had learned much about Cui Lian's family and had promised to act as a matchmaker for Cui Ding and his childhood sweetheart, Wanner. Only then did Cui Lian rise with the help of those around him, circling Cui Ba once more to confirm his well-being before settling down to rest. To the west lies the capital, Luoyang. Tomorrow, discuss with Uncle Lian about sending a few astute individuals to contact acquaintances and assist Dian with his warrant removal, then return to Zhongmu to await our arrival, Cui Ba instructed, aware that Luoyang was not far from Luoyang and wished to ensure that Dian Wei would no longer have to evade other scrutiny. The next morning, the group set off early towards Wancheng. Exiting through the west gate of Luoyang, 3 individuals headed west towards Luoyang, while Cui Ba led the team southwest. Following the canal from Luoyang southwest through Jixian, crossing Xia, they would reach the administrative center of Nanyang, Wancheng. Cui Ba felt a mix of excitement and anticipation as he contemplated this city, which had endured much turmoil during the late Han and Three Kingdoms periods. He knew well that Nanyang was home to many hidden talents, including Wen Pin, who had defended Jiangxia against both Sun Quan and Guan Yu, and Deng Ai, who had vanquished the enemy general from Jiyang. There were also renowned generals such as Huang Zhong, Li Yin, Wei Yin, Su Yu, Zhong Yu, and Deng Ji. While he could not recall the precise ages of many of these warriors, 2 stood out as his primary targets, Wen Pin, also known as Wen Zhongye, and Huang Zhong, or Huang Hanxing.at this time. Huang Zhong was likely in his 30s or 40s, in his prime. Should he succeed in recruiting the formidable Huang Zhong, he might just witness the long-anticipated clash between Elbu and Huang Zhong. The administrative center of Nanyang was Wancheng, named for its geographical features, situated in the heart of the Nanyang Basin. Its strategic location allowed for extensive transportation routes. To the west, one could enter Chang'an through Wuguan. To the southwest, access to Shangyong County. To the south, one could pass through Xinya County, over Huyang Port and Zhonglu Port into Xiangyang. And to the east, a mere 200 kilometers would lead into the territory of Yuzhou. Xuchang Cui Ba gazed at Wancheng from a distance. He felt a pang of nostalgia, for Nanyang had recently suffered a devastating outbreak of typhus, which had even spread to the Central Plains, claiming countless lives and leaving families in mourning. Many households were left desolate, and entire families perished. This calamity ultimately served as the spark for the Yellow Turban Rebellion and the fall of the Eastern Han Dynasty. Cui Ba surmised that this outbreak left a lasting impact on Huang Zhong's son, Huang Su, leading to his premature demise. Thus, upon entering Wanqing, Cui Ba arranged for Cui Lian and 3 attendants to seek out Zhang Ji, known as Zhang Zhongjing, in nearby Niyang, while dispatching heir Hu to gather intelligence on Huang Zhong and Wen Pin. Meanwhile, he would accompany Dian Wei, Chao Xing, and others to the Qinghe shop in Wanqing to oversee the delivery of goods. "My lord, who exactly is this Huang Zhong that you hold in such high regard?" Chao Xing inquired hurriedly after assisting Cui Ba with the transaction. He had noticed that from the moment they approached Wanqing, Cui Ba had been focused on this Huang Zhong, leaving Chao Xing puzzled as to whether this man was a foe or a friend. "You shall see for yourself, if we truly manage to find him. I believe both you and Dian will be overjoyed," Cui Ba replied, stroking his chin and striking a self-assured pose, casting a mysterious smile towards the sky. The two exchanged glances before departing to practice their martial skills in the courtyard. Not looking back, feeling somewhat dejected, Cui Ba sat in the hall, savoring fragrant tea while contemplating how to win over Wen Pin and Huang Zhong. Having read many time travel novels, he felt emboldened by his recent recruitment of the formidable Dian Wei and grew increasingly confident that as long as he showcased his protagonist aura and charismatic presence, talented strategists and fierce generals would flock to him. Lost in this thought, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Whoosh, pft, ouch, my backside. Suddenly, amidst Cui Ba's sinister laughter, Dian Wei remained focused, unaffected. However, Chao Xing was not so fortunate. Startled, he inadvertently loosed an arrow that struck a nearby attendant squarely in the rear. That evening, Cui Lian sent a messenger on horseback to deliver news from Niyang regarding Zhang Ji. Cui Ba examined the cotton cloth, noting that the characters were predominantly written in clerical script, typical of Han, Li, and Tang styles. Faced with the multitude of complex characters, he felt overwhelmed and decided to have heir Hu, who, though serving as a deputy commander of the Cui family's private army, was literate, read the message aloud. Hearing from Cui Lian, it was precisely due to this that Cui Ba decided to keep heir Hu by his side. In his correspondence, Cui Lian explicitly stated that Zhang Ji, style Zhongjing, hailed from a prominent family in Yeyang. However, in recent years, a series of typhoid epidemics had drastically reduced their household from over 200 members to merely 20 or 30. Zhang Ji, endowed with remarkable intelligence from a young age, was regarded by the neighbors as a prodigy. The widespread epidemic compelled him to resolutely dedicate himself to an in-depth study of typhoid treatment. Through discreet observation and inquiries, it has come to light that Zhang Ji frequently tends to the ailments of his neighbors and has begun to make notable progress in his understanding of typhoid, particularly with patients suffering from lingering effects. A remarkable 70 to 80% of them have since recovered. Naturally, he is not yet capable of curing everyone, but this level of success instills great confidence in Cui Ba. Cui Ba instructed heir Hu to convey a message back, requesting that Cui Lian continue his observations in Yeyang and await further updates. The others gazed at Cui Ba in bewilderment, uncertain of his intentions in seeking Huang Zhong and Zhang Ji. Especially heir Hu, who had not previously heard of any significant interactions between the young master and the residents of Nanyang. "Heir Hu, you have worked hard today. Please sit down and share what news you have gathered," Cui Ba said, his fervent gaze fixed upon heir Hu. Though merely a servant, heir Hu was a man of integrity, and the intensity of Cui Ba's scrutiny sent shivers down his spine, causing him to instinctively shift back. Striving to create distance between himself and his master, I have, along with a few brothers, gathered information within the city, and we have now uncovered news regarding Wen Pin. However, I still have yet to ascertain anything significant regarding Huang Zhong. There are 2 villages named Huangjia around Wanqing, nearly every household bearing the Huang surname. Additionally, near the northwest pathway leading to Jinping, there is a village called Fuyuan, which also has a considerable number of Huang surnames. Thus, I have decided to send more people to these 3 locations tomorrow for further inquiries. Very well, I trust you with this task. After 2 days of investigation in these areas, return to me. Cui Ba replied, "Your clarity in your work is commendable. Should I have further needs in this regard, I shall entrust them to you. I hope you won't find it bothersome." With that, Cui Ba exchanged a fist bump with heir Hu. Heir Hu, taken aback by the unexpected trust shown by Cui Ba, felt deeply moved. Though merely a servant, he recognized Cui Ba as his master, and such trust was astonishing and humbling. He quickly stepped aside and knelt, expressing, "The Chui family has granted my brother a life-saving grace. Even if I were to toil like an ox or horse, I could hardly repay it. Your trust in me will compel me to serve you with utmost dedication." "Enough of that. Let us discuss the news regarding Wen Pin," Chui Ba urged, helping Hu to his feet, eager to hear more. "Certainly. Wen Pin resides 5 li south of Wanqing in Wanjia village. It is said he has practiced martial arts since childhood and has delved deeply into military texts in recent years, making him a well-rounded individual. Furthermore, he possesses a steady and resolute character, treating others with great respect and living a notably simple life, earning him widespread admiration. Today, Wen Pin came to the city to procure farming tools and returned to his village before sunset. May I ask, Master, do you intend to visit Wanjia village tomorrow?" "Indeed. I shall go to Wanjia village tomorrow with Dian and Chao," Chui Ba affirmed. "Hu, have someone prepare some gifts for tomorrow morning, and we shall set out. The proximity of Wen Pin fills me with immense joy. I can hardly contain my eagerness to reach Wanjia village at once. Master, such a sudden visit may not be prudent, especially since we are unaware of Wen Pin's whereabouts for tomorrow. Perhaps it would be better for you to send your subordinates to Wanjia village to negotiate some business, thereby creating an opportunity to get closer to Wen Pin," Hu suggested thoughtfully, preventing Chui Ba from acting impulsively. Hu speaks wisely. I have indeed been rash. Tomorrow, we shall proceed to Wanjia village for business, Chui Ba conceded. I did not anticipate your sharp wit. If I falter in the future, please feel free to point it out promptly, both you and Uncle Ian. Master, you flatter me. This is merely a habit I acquired during my wandering days, nothing worth mentioning. It is natural for you, having seldom ventured out, to be unaware of such matters. Yet, I believe your intelligence will soon allow you to grasp these concepts, Hu replied, modestly acknowledging the compliment. Let us hope so. Chui Ba chuckled, clearly pleased with the exchange. Now, everyone should rest early. Tomorrow, we shall embark on our separate tasks, he concluded. As Chui Ba contemplated the closeness of Zhang Ji, Wen Pin, and Huang Zhong, anticipation swelled within him. Restless, he tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep, prompting him to rise and don his attire to enjoy some fresh air in the courtyard. Upon reaching the courtyard, he found himself drawn to the weapons rack on the west side. Among the array of weapons, his gaze ultimately settled on the crescent moon spear. In the late Han and early Three Kingdoms period, few generals employed the spear as their weapon of choice. Chui Ba could only recall figures like Elbu, Gan Ning, Yi Huan, and Dian Wei. The prevalent weapons of the time were spears, swords, and wolf-toothed clubs. However, Chui Ba held a particular affection for the spear due to its versatility for thrusting and cleaving, allowing for a multitude of agile maneuvers. Unconsciously, he grasped the crescent moon spear and began to wield it, though he had never used such a long, cold weapon in either of his lives. He felt remarkably at ease, swinging it with vigor and exhilaration. After a spirited display, Chui Ba set the weapon down, only to be taken aback. Earlier, he had noticed that the doors to Dian Wei and Chao Xing's rooms were tightly shut and devoid of any presence. Yet now, upon glancing around, he spotted Dian Wei's dual iron spears crossed and situated not far from the door, glinting ominously in the moonlight. Approaching the spears, Chui Ba was about to knock on Dian Wei's door for clarification when he suddenly reconsidered. Upon closer inspection of the spears, he had an epiphany. Lowering himself, he reached for the dual spears. The moment his hand brushed against the spear's handle, a chilling sensation coursed through him. Truly, these were Dian Wei's formidable weapons, remarkably exceptional and powerfully imposing. Without further ado, Chui Ba seized the dual spears and began to twirl them effortlessly in the courtyard. Dian Wei stood by the window, slightly ajar, peering at Chui Ba through a narrow opening. Master Chui appears to be an unassuming scholar, yet possesses such formidable strength. Observing his movements with the dual spears, he seems to wield them with greater ease than I do. He mused, if Master Chui is both learned and martial, why does his family dismiss him so? What is his intent in concealing his abilities? Although we share a mutual understanding, he has extended considerable assistance to me, a mere outsider, upon our first meeting. Is he seeking to recruit me as his retainer, or is there another motive at play? I am at a loss as to my next course of action. Yet, following Master Chui seems promising. I could repay his kindness through my modest capabilities and perhaps find an opportunity to spar with him. After all, I am but a simple villager, having taken lives in the past in such a dark political climate. Rising above the fray will undoubtedly be an arduous endeavor. As these thoughts swirled, Dian found himself increasingly inclined to align himself with Cui Ba. Reflecting on recent events, he felt a mix of gratitude and exhilaration, appreciating the camaraderie he found among those around him. With that, Dian turned away from watching Cui Ba and returned to his bed, sinking into slumber. After a vigorous display, Cui Ba placed the dual spears crossed near Dian's door and retired to his room for rest. The author has a note. Will Cui Ba successfully meet Wen Pin and Huangzhong? Can he leverage his protagonist's aura to successfully recruit them? Chapter 4. An unexpected encounter. The following morning, Cui Ba arose early to practice. Both Chao Xing and Dian watched in astonishment at Cui Ba's unusual morning exercises, having never witnessed such peculiar training methods. Just as they completed their morning routine, Chao and Dian were about to return indoors for breakfast when they were suddenly greeted by an unfamiliar yet captivating song echoing from behind them. Smoke rises, gazing northward at the land. The dragon stirs, the horses neigh, the sword's aura is as cold as frost. My heart flows like the yellow river, vast and boundless. Who can stand against it, in furious hatred, with blade in hand? How many loyal souls lie buried in foreign lands? What is 100 deaths to repay one's country? I suppress my sighs, left with no words, tears mingling with blood. Hooves travel south, while men gaze north, the grass turns yellow, dust swirling. I vow to defend our land and expand our borders. Let the mighty Han make its presence known, and let all come to celebrate. Cui Ba, a fervent lover of song in his previous life, sang with fervor and power, especially after his time in the military. His rendition of this adapted patriotic song resonated deeply, captivating all within the courtyard, who found themselves involuntarily tapping their feet in rhythm, thoroughly enchanted. As the song concluded, Cui Ba closed his eyes, relishing the euphoric feeling of singing modern melodies. Lost in delightful reverie, Chao Xing, observing his self-indulgent expression, contemplated giving him a reprimanding slap but could not resist inquiring, "Master." "Wait, listen," Cui Ba interrupted, eyes still shut, addressing the group, while Dian, upon hearing this, immediately became vigilant. Scanning their surroundings, "Master, what are we listening to?" Chao Xing asked, his expression revealing his disbelief. "Did you not hear? The melodies from earlier linger in the air, leaving me utterly entranced." Cui Ba exclaimed, You are truly shameless." Chao Xing retorted, fuming. Had it not been for Cui Ba's status, he would have unleashed even harsher words, pondering how this man could possess such audacity. Dian, however, pondered less and simply asked, "Master, the song you just sang, its melody, rhythm, and lyrics are unlike anything I have ever encountered, yet it has deeply moved me. Where did you hear this piece? It invigorates my spirit and makes me yearn to venture beyond the frontier to defend our homeland." "Ha ha, there is no need to concern ourselves with such trifles. If you wish to learn, I am more than willing to impart my knowledge whenever time permits." Cui Ba harbors no sense of guilt for appropriating the works of others and has assured all who hear his song within the courtyard. "Come, young master, let us hasten to dine. Do we not have business in Wanjia village today?" Chao Xing remarked, curling his lips. "Indeed, matters of importance take precedence. Let us attend to them first." After the group had finished breakfast, Cui Ba instructed Chao Xing to remain behind and await news from the other two parties, and then, accompanied by Dian, the shopkeeper, and 2 servants bearing some cloth, he set forth to Wanjia village to conduct business. Cui Ba's visit to Wanjia village was motivated by 2 objectives. The first, to court Wen Pin, and the second, to procure grain. He was acutely aware that in the coming year, Zhang Jiao would lead his followers in rebellion, igniting the infamous Yellow Turban Uprising. Though the uprising would be swiftly suppressed by the court, its impact on the Han dynasty would be profound. The era of chaos was on the horizon, and this was a crucial time for stockpiling provisions. With wealth and grain, one could arm oneself and gain renown. Time was of the essence, and Cui Ba needed to rapidly accumulate resources across various fronts within the span of less than a year. As Cui Ba contemplated the development of the coming years, he was suddenly startled by a commotion ahead. Just as he was about to lead his party to circumvent the disturbance, a grating voice bellowed, "You insolent peasants, truly lacking in vision. You have frightened my horse. If anything happens to me, will you bear the consequences? You dogs." Chui Ba frowned slightly. Such words were indeed rather overbearing. Upon closer inspection, he saw a robust man holding a child in the middle of the road, confronting 3 riders, among whom were 2 soldiers, while the man in the center, clad in black, appeared to be around 30, exuding an air of authority, likely a government official. At that moment, an increasing number of common folk had gathered around. For the common people of ancient times, lacking access to phones or computers to satisfy their curiosities, their daily struggles for survival left them with little else to discuss than the various happenings around them. A timeless trait of onlookers, the official's derogatory term for the commoners immediately incited the displeasure of those nearby. Had they not perceived the imposing presence of the 3 men, they would surely have risen against him. If looks could kill, that official would have been met with 1,000 deaths. Historically, the common folk have always been the most straightforward, especially during the late Han and 3 Kingdoms period, where most were content if they could merely fill their stomachs, harboring little in the way of extravagant desires. Moreover, the loyal and honest Han people would support whoever treated them well. To win the hearts of the people is to win the world. Only by truly grasping this wisdom can one hope to emerge victorious amidst the clamor of rival warlords. Nevertheless, Chui Ba was determined to ascertain the situation, at the very least to discern which side held the moral high ground. Who are you, gallivanting through the city on horseback without permission? Your actions violate the laws of the Han. I am merely passing by with my child, on my way to seek a doctor. If I do not intervene, this old man and child will surely be trampled by your horses. The robust man spoke with conviction, neither servile nor arrogant. I am In Kue, the chief clerk of Runan. The official retorted, You audacious peasant, not only did you nearly injure my beloved horse, but you also dare to confront a government official in the street. Were it not for pressing matters in my clan, you would already be facing a death sentence. I shall deal with you later. Be gone. The official was indeed In Kue of the Yin family from Nanyang. Though Chui Ba was unfamiliar with the Yin family of Nanyang, he understood that the common people would inevitably suffer if they clashed with those in power. Despite having never met the robust man, Chui Ba admired his fearless spirit in standing up to authority. Thus, upon hearing In Kue's words, he immediately stepped forward. In Kue noticed a figure emerging from the crowd. Although not strikingly handsome, he possessed an air of refinement, dressed in a dark long robe and accompanied by a formidable-looking man. In Kue presumed the latter to be the former's bodyguard, leading him to speculate that this man held some status. Despite his expression remaining stern, his demeanor softened considerably. In Kue regarded Chui Ba without speaking, simultaneously gesturing for the soldiers behind him to refrain from action. Chui Ba approached In Kue's horse, slightly bowing and clasping his fists in salute. Esteemed clerk, I am Chui Ba from Qinghe. I have come to Wan City to deliver a shipment and, coincidentally, to visit my benefactor. I arrived in Wan City just last night and was on my way to pay my respects when I unexpectedly found my benefactor in conflict with you. As the saying goes, a drop of kindness should be returned with a fountain of gratitude. Previously, in Shenlu, my benefactor assisted me in repelling a band of mountain bandits, and today I wish to repay that kindness. I implore you to show mercy and not hold this incident against us. With that, Chui Ba bowed deeply to In Kue. Seeing a stranger plead on his behalf, the robust man felt a surge of gratitude. Though he sensed some embellishment in Chui Ba's words, just as he was about to inquire further, he was suddenly seized by a powerful force from behind, rendering him unable to move, yet he felt no hostility. Turning around, he saw a dark-faced man quietly blocking his path, shaking his head slightly. In Kue looked down at Chui Ba, contemplating briefly before asking, You would not be from the Chui family of Qinghe, would you? Indeed, I am the son of Chui Mi, Chui Ba replied. Since you are the benefactor of Chui Xian, I shall not pursue this matter further. The Chui family is a prominent clan in Qinghe. I ought to extend my hospitality to you. However, I must attend to urgent matters within my family, and I must depart immediately. Another day, I shall ensure to show you the sights of Nanyang. In Kue recalled that the Yin and Chui families had been business partners for many years. Though he had never met Chui Ba, he recognized that his father, Chui Mi, frequently corresponded with his family, thus choosing to extend a favor to Chui Ba. After observing In Kue and his party hastily depart, the robust man approached Chui Ba, bowing deeply. I am grateful for your assistance, young master. I am but a simple man. How could you bend so low on my account? Truly, you humble me. At this moment, Cui Ba took the opportunity to scrutinize the robust man more closely. He stood over 8 feet tall, with a square face and bright, fierce eyes, though his expression bore signs of exhaustion and anxiety. Likely around 40 years of age in his arms, he cradled a young boy, whose face bore an unusual flush, occasionally coughing softly. There is no need for such formalities. I merely overheard the remarks of the man earlier and understood your conflict arose from your desire to protect. I greatly admire your courage and spirit in the face of authority. May I inquire your name, brave sir? Cui Ba said, laughing heartily while his gaze brimmed with anticipation. For this middle-aged man displayed a profound care for the child, suggesting that he sought medical attention. With the man's brave demeanor, Cui Ba sensed that the person he was searching for might be right before him. Could it truly be so fortuitous? If he were indeed the one, then I am truly blessed with the protagonist's fortune. Cui Ba's heart swelled with hope. My surname is Huang, given name Zhong, courtesy name Hansheng. I am a local of Nanyang. This is my son, Huang Su. Previously, there was a plague in Wanqing, and my son unfortunately fell ill. Although he has survived the ordeal, he has been left with lingering ailments, often coughing uncontrollably and in a state of extreme weakness. At such times, I take him to the southern part of the city to see a physician. This morning, he not only coughed incessantly but even coughed up blood. I am filled with anxiety. I shall repay your kindness one day, young master. I must take Su to see the doctor now. Since you are of the Cui family from Qinghe, you must surely be lodging at the Qinghe merchant's establishment. I will make sure to visit and express my gratitude another day. With that, Huang Zhong began to head towards the southern gate with Huang Su in his arms. Wait, brave Huang! Cui Ba, having confirmed that the man before him was indeed Huang Zhong, called out eagerly. What further instructions do you have? Young master? Huang Zhong asked, bewildered. We are also headed to the southern gate. Let us go together. Given your son's frail condition, it would be better for you to travel in a carriage. Although it carries some goods, there is ample space for you, the brave man and the child. Saving a life is of utmost urgency, so do not decline my offer. Very well, thank you, young master. Huang Zhong, perceiving no ill intent from Cui Ba, accepted the offer, recognizing the kindness shown, especially given the condition of his child. Once they were settled in the carriage, Huang Zhong clasped his fists once more. Your benevolence, young master, shall be etched in my heart forever. There is no need for such formalities. The man earlier claimed to be from the Yin family of Nanyang. I have long resided in Qinghe, and though our families frequently engage in business, I am not well acquainted with Nanyang. I would appreciate it if Brother Huang could enlighten me, Cui Ba replied, as he was unfamiliar with the Yin family, recalling only a discerning figure, Yin Xiu. During the Qin and Han periods, the aristocracy had grown increasingly powerful. Cui Ba thought it wise to learn more about prominent families, for one never knows when such knowledge might prove beneficial. Huang Zhong pondered briefly before responding. I am but a simple rural man. If you do not mind, you may call me Hansheng. The Yin family holds considerable influence in the Han dynasty, being one of the foremost noble families. The esteemed Emperor Guangwu, who rejuvenated the Han, took his beloved wife, Yin Lihua, from the Yin family. Yin Xing and Yin Shi were both prominent figures in the capital during their time. Nanyang is the birthplace of Emperor Guangwu, home to many families of founding merit. The Yin family has risen to prominence among them, showcasing their formidable strength. The man you encountered, Yin Kuei, is the eldest son of the Yin family, recognized for his filial piety, currently serving as the chief clerk of Renan. Given the proximity to his hometown of Nanyang, his career path is undoubtedly smooth. Moreover, his cousin Yin Xiu stands as a paragon for the Yin family and even for the entire Nanyang region. He is currently the prefect of Yingchuan. From a young age, he exhibited remarkable talents and garnered the favor of numerous eminent scholars and high-ranking officials without utilizing any connections within the court, indicating a bright future ahead. As it turns out, I have indeed heard that Yin Xiu possesses a keen ability to discern talent. Cui Ba chuckled, having drawn from his memories of a past life. He recognized that Yin Xiu's skill in recognizing talent rivals that of Cao Cao and Liu Bei, and he may even surpass them. Historically, during his tenure as prefect of Yingchuan, Yin Xiu promoted and appointed many extraordinary individuals, among whom the most renowned include Zhong Yao, Sun Yu, and Guo Tu, each of whom later shone brightly during the era of warlords. Yet, Yin Xiu met with an unfortunate end. During the coalition against Dongzhuo, he remained loyal to the imperial edict and, when attempting to persuade the allied forces alongside Wu Xiao and Han Rong. Only Han Rong escaped due to his greater notoriety, while the others were executed by Yuan Shu. This incident significantly contributed to the later disregard of Yuan Shu's commands by the Yin family during his rule over Nanyang. Presently, the most illustrious member of the Yin family is Yin Yu, who married the beloved daughter of Sun Shuang, one of the 8 dragons of the Sun clan, and is now the head of the Yin family. Although Yin Yu has aged, it is said that he remains spirited, articulate, and sharp of hearing and sight, which is indeed commendable. Huang Zhong remarked, "Thank you for your explanation, Han Sheng. We are nearing the south gate. It is truly fate that I have encountered you today. I have heard of someone capable of treating the young master's ailments. After seeking medical assistance, Han Sheng may take my token to the Qinghe shop and await my return. I wish to discuss matters further with you then. I will send a servant with you shortly. I shall cover the cost of the medicinal materials today, as I genuinely wish to befriend you. I hope you won't decline." After speaking, Cui Ba removed his jade pendant and placed it in Huang Zhong's hand, effortlessly lifting Huang Shui from the carriage. At that moment, tears welled in Huang Zhong's fierce eyes. As the saying goes, a man's tears are not easily shed, for he felt Cui Ba's sincerity. Deeply moved within, "Very well, it is better to comply than to refuse. We shall speak later. Thank you, young master." Huang Zhong bowed deeply. Cui Ba did not object. For a general of Huang Zhong's caliber, his gratitude and loyalty were undeniable and should not be thwarted. Lest it breed resentment, "Zhaoan, take good care of Shui. Stay here to assist Han Sheng." "Off you go." Cui Ba instructed a servant behind him, then clasped his fists in farewell and led the entourage out of the south gate, heading straight for Wanjia village. Author's note: today has been rather busy, so I have written less. I apologize. Once I finish my tasks in the next couple of days, I will certainly write more. Chapter 5. When Pin, after 2 hours of travel, Cui Ba and his companions finally caught sight of Wanjia village. The village is situated in an excellent location, nestled by the mountains and beside the water. From a distance, the entire village appeared lush and green, with farmers bustling about, exuding vitality and creating a sense of prosperity. Along the way, they encountered several farmers, each wearing a smile and nodding in greeting upon seeing the group. Witnessing this scene, Cui Ba was reminded of his hometown in a later life, feeling a blend of nostalgia and joy that he could scarcely articulate. "Uncle, I am from the Qinghe shop in Nanyang. May I inquire where the village chief resides? We wish to conduct some business with him." Throughout the journey, Cui Ba's courteous demeanor made a strong impression, and the people from Qinghe shop did not dare to overlook the villagers. At Cui Ba's prompting, the shopkeeper approached an elderly farmer nearby for assistance. "Oh, good sir. The village chief is indeed home today. You may enter from the village entrance and proceed straight ahead. The house in the center of the village is where the chief resides," the old man said, his eyes crinkling with delight at the thought of the visitors wanting to engage in trade. "Thank you, old sir. Farewell," the shopkeeper replied, returning to inform Cui Ba of the situation, and led the group directly into the village. "Dian, look at how everyone in Wanjia village, young and old alike, wears a smile. The farmers in the fields appear to be working with great fervor. A village chief capable of bringing such satisfaction and joy to the entire community must surely be a person of both talent and virtue," Cui Ba remarked. "Indeed, young master CUI in these troubled times. Many regions are beleaguered, burdened by heavy taxes and corrupt officials, yet Wanjia village seems isolated from such turmoil. Here, it is genuinely peaceful. How wonderful," Dian Wei, typically a man of few words, expressed his sentiments upon entering Wanjia village. Reflecting on Dian Wei's background, Cui Ba understood that having come from humble beginnings and having once fled to the mountains after committing violence, he, like many common folk, yearned for stability and peace. Thus, upon witnessing the harmony in Wanjia village, Dian Wei could not contain his joy and envy. With this in mind, Cui Ba also hoped to safeguard such tranquility. Observing the industrious people and hearing the sounds of laughter around him, he felt inspired. He hastened a few steps forward, paused to take in the surroundings, and proclaimed aloud, "The thatched eaves are low, the grass by the stream is lush. The melodies in the air are sweetly alluring. Whose white-haired elders are these? Children gather in the village, weaving chicken coops in their play. Most delightful are those who toil diligently, bending low in the fields to farm." In a moment of inspiration, Cui Ba borrowed lines from Xian Chiji's Qingping Yu. "Village dwelling, feeling no shame. but rather a sudden realization that poetry from later generations might serve as a sharp sword to navigate the chaos of the world. Marvelous, marvelous. Just as Cui Ba was immersed in his creativity, a sudden voice startled him. Turning to look, he saw a young scholar in his 20s emerge from a nearby house, followed by a tall, composed young man exuding an aura of restraint. Cui Ba approached and clasped his fists, saying, "I was inspired by the beauty of Wanjia village and did not mean to intrude upon you both. I sincerely apologize." Noticing the scholar's eyes narrowed and his prominent nose, Cui Ba sensed a certain distance despite the smile on his lips and thought that this person might not be amicable. It would be wise to greet him and depart quickly. "Ha, no matter. Your verses, with their alternating lengths and unique form, though differing from traditional poetry, are indeed delightful and vividly capture the essence of Wanjia village. May I ask what title you intend to give this poem? Though we are but strangers, I wish to share this exquisite piece throughout Wanqing. Such lines deserve to be celebrated together." Despite the scholar's aloof demeanor, he seemed well-versed in poetry and literature. Cui Ba was taken aback. While the man's expression was unfriendly, he unexpectedly had a passion for poetry. Cui Ba wondered whether he possessed true talent or merely sought fame. However, as the only one capable of crafting Tang poetry and song lyrics in the present, he felt no fear of future comparisons and found it somewhat advantageous to have free publicity. It was a spur-of-the-moment creation, and I have not yet settled on a title, but as it resonates with the village's ambience, I shall call it Village Dwelling. Village Dwelling? Quite fitting indeed. I am Su Yu, known as Su Ziyuan from Nanyang. May I ask for your esteemed name? I am Cui Ba from Qinghe, known as Cui Zietso. It is you, Ziyuan. I have long heard of your remarkable talents and keen insights. It is truly an honor to meet you today. Ha, you are too kind, Z. I have urgent matters to attend to today, so I must take my leave, Su Yu said, hastily departing. His mysterious demeanor left Cui Ba feeling uneasy. He hoped not to cross paths with him again. Dian sighed as he watched Su Yu's retreating figure. Perhaps it is best not to dwell on him, Cui Ba mused, chuckling at Dian words. Thinking that perhaps heroes do share a common perspective. Suddenly recalling the villagers who had accompanied Su Yu, Cui Ba was about to speak when one of them clasped his fists, asking, "Are you all from the Qinghe shop?" "Indeed, we have come to discuss a business transaction with Wanjia village," the shopkeeper replied, sensing that there was no need for a formal introduction to the village chief. "A transaction. May I ask what business you intend to conduct with us?" "I know that aside from grain, we have little else to offer," the young man replied, a look of skepticism on his face as he instinctively guarded against these outsiders. That moment, many children and young adults in the village paused to observe Cui Ba and his companions. Whispering among themselves, for years, Wanjia village had only engaged in limited trade with certain merchants in Wanqing, and with numerous neighboring villages, the volume of trade had remained modest. Fortunately, the village chief managed affairs well, allowing the villagers to be self-sufficient and live in peace. Additionally, being backed by the mountains, they often presented small gifts to the officials of Wanqing, ensuring that despite the increasing taxes in recent years, Wanjia village had not faced undue hardship. "Brother, would it be possible for you to take us to meet the village chief? We have brought a small batch of goods for trade that we would like him to examine," Cui Ba expressed, eager to meet Wen Pin, as that was the main purpose of their visit. "Then please follow me," the young man replied, sensing Cui Ba's friendly demeanor and choosing not to refuse. He led the group directly to the village chief's residence. With a series of knocks, the young man rapped on the door, which creaked open to reveal an elderly gentleman with white hair. Despite his gray hair and beard, he appeared vigorous, walking steadily without any sign of frailty, which left Cui Ba quietly astonished. "Jiang Yi, who is this young man?" At this moment, the village chief was also scrutinizing the crowd. Upon noticing Cui Ba, he inquired of the young man about their identity. As Qinghe's youth began to speak, Cui Ba, recalling the village chief's earlier address, suddenly turned his gaze towards him, his eyes glinting with excitement. He joyfully exclaimed to the young man, "Zhongya? Wen Pin, is it truly you, my brother Wen?" Wen Pin, bewildered, stared at the seemingly mad Cui Ba, pondering how he could be so familiar when they had never met before. "Have you heard of me, young master? Indeed, seeing is believing. I never anticipated that you would be so close at hand." Observing Cui Ba's expression, the onlookers speculated that he harbored a peculiar fondness for men, particularly the proprietor of the Qinghe shop, who felt utterly embarrassed, thinking, even if this young master finds the man before him striking, he ought not to display such overt admiration. This truly brings disgrace to the Cui family. And if word spreads, our shop may struggle to thrive in Nanyang. With this in mind, he quickly tugged at Cui Ba's sleeve, urging him to temper his enthusiasm. However, no one comprehended the profound excitement within Cui Ba. For he held an immense admiration for the historical figure Wen Pin, surpassing even his reverence for the valiant Guan Yu. Historically, Wen Pin was a general under Liu Biao of Jingzhou. After Liu Biao's demise, his son Liu Cong surrendered to Cao Cao. Initially, Wen Pin did not present himself to Cao Cao until summoned, at which point he expressed his shame at being unable to protect his territory. Cao Cao, moved by this loyalty, praised him. Subsequently, Wen Pin defended Jiangxia, commanding northern troops and securing the Jing River. He repeatedly thwarted Guan Yu's advances, earning the title of Marquis of Yanshou and General against rebellion. Ultimately, he captured Guan Yu's supplies and incinerated his warships, becoming one of Cao Cao's trusted generals. Later, he continued to campaign, accumulating titles, including General of the Rear and Marquis of Xini. At the onset of Cao Rui's reign, Wen Pin successfully repelled Sun Quan's assault on Jiangxia. Historical records commend his decades-long vigilance in Jiangxia, where his reputation instilled fear in enemy states, earning him the posthumous title of Zhuang. Wen Pin's pinnacle battle in history was the defense against Sun Quan at Shiryang. In the 7th year of Huangchu, 226 AD, Sun Quan attacked Shiryang with 50,000 troops, surrounding Wen Pin. At that time, heavy rains had damaged Jiangxia's fortifications, and the populace was scattered across the fields. Unable to return to fortify their defenses, upon learning of Sun Quan's approach, Wen Pin initially felt uncertain. However, he concluded that the only viable strategy was to remain hidden to instill doubt in Sun Quan's forces. Thus, he commanded the townsfolk to conceal themselves and refrained from revealing his presence. Sun Quan, observing this, grew suspicious and remarked to his subordinates that the northern faction, Chao's group, deemed Wen Pin a loyal minister. Which is why they entrusted this region to him. Given the current situation, if Wen Pin remained inactive, it could only imply he had outside assistance. Consequently, he refrained from attacking and withdrew. This battle exemplified Wen Pin's military acumen. In the face of Sun Wu's forces, Wen Pin too found himself outnumbered, yet unlike Zhang Liao, who employed daring tactics to quell the enemy's morale, Wen Pin resorted to a strategy of deception, obscuring his intentions to diminish the enemy's resolve. In such perilous circumstances, adopting Wen Pin's strategy proved safer than Zhang Liao's daring approach. Thus the latter's achievements overshadowed the former's, garnering greater acclaim. Nevertheless, from a military perspective, Wen Pin's approach demonstrated his meticulous and prudent nature. As Sun Quan besieged Jiangxia, the court became aware of Wen Pin's steadfast defense. Ministers deliberated on dispatching troops for his aid. However, Emperor Wei Ming, Cao Rui, remarked, Sun Quan's confidence in launching a land attack stems from his desire to catch us off guard. His forces are currently engaged with Wen Pin, and the disparity in offensive and defensive strength is vast. Ultimately, Sun Quan will not dare to linger. This statement not only highlighted Cao Rui's astuteness, but also his profound trust in Wen Pin. Thus, it was evident that Wen Pin was the most reliable choice for a border general, capable of single-handedly safeguarding Jiangxia from the advances of Guan Yu and Sun Quan for many years. In Cui Ba's mind, the optimal candidates for such a position were limited to three: Wen Pin, Zhang Liao, and Wei Yin. Cui Ba never anticipated that, having stood together for so long, the individual beside him was the very Wen Zhongye he longed to meet. Yet, despite his surprise, he realized he must temper his behavior, for his exuberance might lead to misunderstandings. With this thought, Cui Ba promptly adjusted his attire, then, as if nothing had transpired, calmly clasped his hands in greeting, "Village Chief One, I am Cui Ba from Qinghe, here to discuss matters of mutual survival with you." The crowd was taken aback by his declaration, including Dian Wei and the shopkeeper. The elderly man mused that he had not wronged anyone, and Cui Ba's words seemed rather alarming. "Everyone, please come inside for a discussion. Wen Sheng, go chop some firewood outside. We have urgent matters to deliberate, and outsiders must not disturb us. Second, bring a pot of tea." The village chief, having seen much and served in the military and government in his youth, maintained a high perspective. Once he had arranged for his two sons, he led the group into the house. Cui Ba instructed a few attendants to guard the goods outside, firmly ordering them not to disturb the villagers, directing any inquiries to the woodcutter Wen Cheng. Once seated, Wen Pin spoke first, village chief. Just now Suyu sought me out, and upon leaving, I encountered young master Cui.at that moment. He recited a splendid poem, and after Suyu departed, he expressed his desire to engage in trade with our Wen family village. Hence I brought them to meet you. However, I was quite astonished by his earlier remarks. Although Wen Pin frowned slightly, he did not reveal any displeasure. Indeed, young master, feel free to speak, the village chief encouraged. Nodding at Cui Ba, village chief, may I inquire how well versed you are in the current state of our Han dynasty? Cui Ba, instead of stating his intentions, posed a question about the grand affairs of the world, surprising both Wen Pin and the village chief. Recently, a few individuals had posed similar inquiries, prompting the village chief to ponder briefly before responding. The current court is indeed troubling, with the conflicts between the imperial clan and eunuchs perpetually ongoing. While border skirmishes are frequent and rebellions arise constantly, our Han dynasty grows increasingly weary. In recent years, the nation has faced severe droughts, and plagues have erupted in various regions, yet the court not only fails to distribute provisions to alleviate suffering but has further increased taxes, leaving the populace in despair. Reports from some refugees indicate that in many places, instances of cannibalism have begun to surface, even to the extent of parents exchanging their children for sustenance. The nation is on the brink of collapse. The common people are now ensnared in a life of suffering, with many having lost faith in our Han dynasty. Countless individuals are displaced, devoid of any spiritual support. Zhang Jiao of Julu has combined his medical knowledge with the so-called teachings of the Taiping religion, which has surged in popularity over the past 2 years, capturing half the territory. Ostensibly, the Taiping religion genuinely practices benevolence, seeking no reward, thereby winning over the hearts of the people. This has elevated Zhang Jiao's standing among the impoverished masses. Perhaps he, as a healer, possesses a compassionate heart, yet the tumult lurking behind the Taiping religion may lead to great upheaval. Cui Ba continued, weaving together the village chief's insights with his own memories and understanding of the recent societal developments. However, the implications of his words were clear to all present. As Cui Ba finished, he discreetly observed the others while sipping tea. To his surprise, only Dian Wei and the shopkeeper displayed astonishment, while Wen Pin and the village chief merely exchanged fleeting glances of surprise before regaining their composure. Cui Ba mused, had they anticipated this? It seemed that those who left their mark in history were not easily intimidated. He must strive even harder. Your words resonate perfectly with Su Ziyuan's thoughts. Wen Pin remarked after a moment of contemplation, offering a respectful gesture to Cui Ba. The village chief added, so you passed through our Wen family village not long ago, arriving late at night and unable to return to Wanqing. Thus, he sought lodging for the night. The following day, as he prepared to leave, he fortuitously witnessed Zhongye leading the villagers in training, and he praised Zhongye's efforts. Perhaps to reciprocate our hospitality, he analyzed the Taiping religion for us, revealing that in less than 2 years, its leader, Zhang Jiao, would likely incite a rebellion, leading to chaos throughout the land. Although he scoffed at the Taiping religion, his subsequent analysis of the national situation left us all astounded. If I am not mistaken, he believes that the realm will descend into disorder, and the central authority will struggle to maintain control, resulting in the rise of numerous warlords vying for dominance in the Central Plains. As the village chief concluded, Cui Ba rose to speak, and this time, Wen Pin and the village chief were genuinely taken aback. Are you suggesting that chaos is indeed imminent? The village chief's grip tightened, and he instinctively plucked a few white hairs from his beard, disregarding the pain as he fixed his gaze intently on Cui Ba, seeking to glean something from his eyes. The two maintained eye contact for an extended moment before Cui Ba finally nodded in affirmation. I have indeed heard of Suyu. He possesses great insight and strategic foresight, and he is a prominent figure in Nanyang. Furthermore, he is well acquainted with the prominent families of Yuan and Chao. So his words cannot be dismissed lightly. It seems that his predictions may very well come to pass. Contemplating Su Yu's cunning strategies and strategic vision, Cui Ba could not help but feel admiration. Were it not for this individual's extreme selfishness, severe opportunism, and narrow political perspective, he would indeed wish to recruit him. Alas, one cannot foresee the extent to which this calamity might spread at this moment. The village chief's eyes were filled with confusion and anxiety, while Wen Pin could only stand by and pour tea for him. This was, in fact, one of the main reasons for my visit. I have several thoughts to share, which I hope everyone will consider. Observing the village chief's expression, Chui Ba felt a pang of sympathy, well aware that when village chief's sole desire was for the well-being of the villagers. What insights do you have to impart, young master? Please, do share, the village chief implored, immediately rising to bow deeply to Chui Ba upon hearing his words. Chui Ba quickly supported him, saying, there is no need for such formalities. For the essence of saving others is also a means of saving oneself. My intention is to ensure the safety of the Chui family. He had originally planned to purchase grain within the village. For in times of chaos, only by stockpiling sufficient food and wealth can one bolster their own strength. Furthermore, grain not only ensures that a family will not starve amidst turmoil, but also enables the gathering of enough local militia to protect their homeland, and allows for the brewing of liquor to enhance their revenue streams. It can be said that whether for fame or for quelling disturbances, grain is indispensable. Indeed, what you say holds true. If the Taiping sect dares to stir trouble and wreak havoc upon the world, Arwen village will undoubtedly rally local militia to eradicate the villains. Over the past year, the Taiping sect had visited countless times, yet no villager was willing to acknowledge them. Thankfully, they had not been allowed to enter our village. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unthinkable. As the village chief reflected on how they had successfully barred the Taiping sect from stepping foot in their territory for over a year, he felt a renewed sense of pride in his discernment. Just as he was reveling in his achievement, a statement from Chui Ba struck him like a thunderbolt. They have not entered. The inability to successfully impart the teachings of the Taiping sect will surely engender a profound hatred towards one village. Should any upheaval arise, the repercussions for one village would be grave. What counsel do you have for me, young master? Relocate the entire village, Chui Ba declared without hesitation, fixing his gaze upon the village chief. Those 4 short words landed with the weight of a thunderclap upon the chief's ears. Relocate the village? When Pin and the others looked at Chui Ba with bewilderment, such a drastic action was no trivial matter. Indeed. May I ask, Brother Zhongya, has Suyu revealed anything else to you? Chui Ba recalled that historically, Suyu would undertake a ridiculous venture during the year of the Yellow Turban Rebellion. Although he felt that it was unlikely Suyu had shared such details with Wen Pin, he nonetheless inquired. Nothing else was mentioned, but he did utter some seditious remarks. I suspect he was merely venting his frustrations, so I did not take it to heart, but I advised him to be cautious with his words. Wen Pin replied after a moment of reflection. Perhaps he spoke of the emperor's incompetence and foolishness. I observed that Su Ziyuan's demeanor is filled with disdain. He must think very highly of himself and surely looks down upon those inept individuals. Although I seldom venture out, I do correspond with friends in Nanyang. I have heard that Suyu possesses a modicum of talent and is quite renowned in Nanyang, yet he is exceedingly self-serving and audacious. This audacity manifests only when substantial benefits are at stake. Thus, his current endeavors undoubtedly aim at something grand. If I am not mistaken, he has likely not mentioned how to respond to the potential turmoil that may arise, indicating his ambitions are far greater. Perhaps, even within the imperial court, such aspirations may unfold. Chui Ba spoke with an air of authority, sipping his tea and closing his eyes to gather his thoughts. Relishing the moment, he understood that to garner support from others, he must effectively utilize the memories of the future. What he referred to was Su Yu's intention to detain Emperor Ling of Han and install the Marquis of Hefei as emperor. Historically, in the same year as the Yellow Turban Rebellion, Su Yu conspired with the inspector of Jizhou, Wang Fan, and the Duke of Pei, Zhou Jing, among others, to depose the emperor. They even extended an invitation to Cao Cao to participate. However, Cao Cao, being the astute individual he was, discerned that their lack of military strength would render their plans futile, and thus declined the offer. When their plot was eventually exposed, Wang Fan and his associates took their own lives in fear of punishment, while Su Yu, burdened with the crime of treason, fled in desperation, evading the court's pursuit until the chaos instigated by Dong Zhuo allowed him to re-emerge and align himself with Yuan Shao. Of course, Chui Ba could not openly discuss the matter of deposing the emperor, instead allowing others to speculate, for the event had yet to transpire, and he himself was unaware of the extent to which his arrival would alter the course of history. You truly possess the ability to discern the affairs of the world without leaving your abode. I am in awe, the village chief remarked. If his ambitions are indeed vast, Arwen village may also find itself entangled. On one hand, we may touch upon the imperial court, and on the other, we may offend the followers of the Taiping sect. This is indeed a precarious situation. Zhengya, starting tomorrow, should Suyu come again, do not acknowledge him. Instruct everyone to disregard him. Furthermore, you must dedicate yourself to training everyone in preparation for any unforeseen circumstances. After contemplating the matter, the village chief recalled Suyu's reputation and character. Lending some credence to Cui Ba's words, Old One, the followers of the Taiping sect are indeed widespread across the land. To speak of distant places, nearly every household in the vicinity of Wanqing displays yellow flags and affixes yellow talismans. If a significant incident were to occur, how could a single village withstand it? Cui Ba expressed skepticism regarding the village chief's plans. If circumstances become dire, I shall lead everyone to relocate for refuge. My intent is to reach a decision swiftly. If a rebellion were to occur, it would be too late. Should casualties arise, regret would come too late. I have a few suggestions for the village chief to consider. Firstly, the Sili region, being close to the capital, will undoubtedly have the tightest defenses, thus posing lesser dangers. However, being at the emperor's feet, given his current preferences, the taxes and corvée there may be quite burdensome. Seeing the others nod in agreement, Cui Ba continued, additionally, the village chief may lead the people south to Jingzhou. However, I have heard that banditry is rampant in northern Jingzhou. While they may not outnumber the followers of the Taiping sect, should the latter truly rise in rebellion, I anticipate that bandits from various regions will undoubtedly respond. Thus, the safest place in Jingzhou may be in the southern counties. The banditry in northern Jingzhou is akin to a festering sore. It is indeed troublesome. If we were to go to Jingzhou, we might either establish ourselves in northern Jingzhou and unite with the locals to resist the bandits, or traverse through northern Jingzhou to reach the southern counties. Yet, both options carry significant risks. Indeed, let alone heading towards Jiaozhou, ha. Furthermore, the village chief could also lead his kin to my Qinghe, for I am here. Tio speak frankly, during my journey to Nanyang, while crossing the Yellow River, I encountered torrential rain, causing many goods to be lost to the depths. Upon my return, my father will surely be furious. I am eager to establish my independence from the Cui family and act autonomously, so as to evade attention and reduce the constraints imposed upon me. If the village chief does not mind, we could venture north of the Yellow River, selecting another place to develop. Should the world undergo changes, we would be better prepared. Forgive my bluntness, but may I ask why you are so inclined? Until today, we have not been acquainted. While I anticipate that the Cui family members will not speak recklessly in the face of such significant matters, and your words are indeed most courteous, I still harbor doubts regarding a journey to Hebei. After all, Zhang Jiao, the leader of the Taiping sect, hails from Julu in Hebei. If a rebellion were to occur, would not Hebei become even more perilous? Indeed, I shall speak candidly. I share one similarity with Suyu. What similarity? When Pin inquired, his gaze intense. Cui Ba's earlier analysis had provided him with newfound clarity regarding the recent trends in the world. Now, seeing Cui Ba mention Suyu again, he felt an inexplicable urgency to uncover the answer. Audacity. Yet Suyu's audacity is one of recklessness, while I possess a more pragmatic outlook, with entirely different objectives. He aims to target the imperial court, whereas my purpose is to serve the common people. My aspiration is to advocate for the people, to eradicate treachery, and to establish peace for generations to come. The village chief and Cui Ba exchanged glances for a long moment, failing to discern any hesitation in Cui Ba's eyes. With a deep exhale, as if having made a resolute decision, the village chief personally guided Cui Ba to sit down and poured tea for him. Cui Ba had intended to remain standing, for in the realm of the Han dynasty, there were no tables or chairs. People typically knelt or sat upon mats. Still unaccustomed to this practice, he found kneeling to be quite exhausting, and thus often rose while speaking. Seeing the village chief urging him to sit once more, he inwardly lamented the situation. Those so-called aspirations of the learned seem rather diminished in the presence of the young master. To elevate the welfare of the masses to the forefront, I am truly impressed. Does the young master possess a more detailed plan that you could share with us? Naturally, I shall convey the truth. If one village trusts me, we can depart for Qinghe by the end of the month. As Elder One mentioned, Julu is indeed in Hebei, where there are numerous followers. Should the Taiping sect rise, they will swiftly sweep through Hebei. Moreover, the gentry in Hebei are plentiful. At that time, they will surely unite for their family interests, and their hidden strength is formidable. If they come together, they will easily defend the city. which is one advantage. Secondly, the Taiping sect has preached for many years and has now formed a siege around the capital. Although the Han dynasty is gravely ill, the brilliance of its 400 years, exemplified by the reigns of Wan and Jing, along with the might of Emperor Wu, has already penetrated the hearts of the people. While the populace may be misled, no one desires to be branded as a bandit, for that would bring eternal disgrace. Thus, the people's hearts merely seek peace. If we can soothe their concerns, I believe the majority will return to their senses in a timely manner. This not only reduces bloodshed but also weakens the morale of the rebellious forces, laying a solid foundation for the swift suppression of the insurrection. Thirdly, in Hebei, there are numerous heroes of the Central Plains, benevolent individuals, and capable men who will inevitably rise amidst the chaos. The saying goes, circumstances create heroes. As long as there are capable individuals, they will exert their utmost efforts to realize their ambitions and talents. The court, in its haste to quell the rebellion and extinguish the brazen arrogance of the insurgents, will undoubtedly issue edicts to recruit troops from various regions to resist the rebels. Although this may fundamentally undermine the foundations of the Han dynasty, it will also provide us with an opportunity to establish our renown and strengthen ourselves. Upon hearing this, Wen Pin shook his head. However, Zhongyi, allow me to finish my words. At that time, we must achieve numerous military victories and offer gifts to the court and even to the eunuchs. This is because, with military achievements, we can further empower ourselves, and only by making ourselves known to the court can our contributions reach the ears of the heavens, preventing anyone from stabbing us in the back. As for this aspect, I have my own means of generating wealth. Once we achieve merit, regardless of our official ranks, we will have our own foundations, if we wish to better serve the court. This is the only way to gain opportunities and strength. In the future, I will ensure that those from the imperial clan and the eunuchs repay us manifold, and when the time is ripe, we can cleanse the court of treachery. This is precisely a step-by-step endeavor, to be pursued slowly. The rest will be analyzed based on specific circumstances. As for those present, I have arrangements as well. Of course, Zhongyi, you are the undeniable choice for training and leading everyone, and I will also provide you with military texts. From now on, safeguarding our homeland is a heavy responsibility for you. Cui Ba smiled at Wen Pin, and all of Wen Pin's confusion dissipated, replaced entirely by a fervent desire and anticipation for the future battles. Wang Kai, you have been in Wan County for many years, so you should have some understanding of the general's family. Is it possible for you to establish contact with the He family? Wang Kai is indeed the steward of the Qinghe shop in Wanqing. After hearing Cui Ba's analysis, he felt a tumult of emotions, questioning whether this was still the same young master he had known in Qinghe. Suddenly hearing Cui Ba's inquiry startled him, and he hurriedly stood up to respond. Young master, to ensure that the Cui family's business in Wanqing remains unaffected, I have adhered to the family head's orders these past few years, frequently sending gifts to the He family, who hold our Cui family in high regard. Since most of our finances have been directed towards the He family, the profits from Wanqing have not been substantial. I have concealed nothing, nor have I embezzled. Your father trusts you greatly. Otherwise, he would not have entrusted all the business in Wanqing to you alone these past years. Although Cui Jin had traversed into Cui Ba's body, the memories of the original owner had not vanished, thus giving Cui Ba basic understanding of the relevant personnel within the Cui family. Thank you for the trust, head He. After Wang Kai spoke, he bowed towards the north. I just heard the young master mention that there may be great turbulence in the world within the next 2 to 3 years. Should you give any orders, I will surely do my utmost to fulfill them. Nothing else for now. You shall remain in Wanqing. When I return to Qinghe, arrangements will be made. However, starting tomorrow, you must become closer to the He family. Additionally, if any opportunities arise, gradually relocate the shop to Hongnong, rather than waiting until chaos ensues to hurriedly depart. Otherwise, it will be too late for regrets. If war truly breaks out, you must proactively lead the He family to escape. Once you pass through Wuguan and enter the borders of Hongnong, you must directly arrange for personnel to escort the He family eastward to Hanga Pass and onward to Luoyang. Remember, the focus of the shop must be on Hongnong, and it must not be shifted to Luoyang, not even by the family head's command. I will bear the responsibility for this matter. Although those present did not understand Cui Ba's intentions, Cui Ba himself was clear that following the Yellow Turban Rebellion would lead to the chaos of Dong Zhuo, who ultimately retreated to Chang'an, setting fire to the eastern capital of Luoyang. The shop would become a crucial intelligence network in the future, and regions such as Hongnong and Pubei would play pivotal roles in his plans. Therefore, for the sake of security, he would not shift the focus of the shop to Luoyang. On the contrary, he would gradually relocate the shops in Luoyang as well. Hongnong Commandery was established during the reign of Emperor Wu, who relocated Hanggu Pass eastward and rebuilt it east of the Shaoshan Mountains, changing the Qin-era Hanggu Pass into Hongnong City. Hongnong is surrounded by mountains on three sides, with the Yellow River to the north acting as a natural barrier. Gazing across at the lands of Hudong, the Qinling Mountains extend from the southwest to the east, encompassing the Funyo and Xiong'er Mountains among others. To the west of Hongnong lies Mount Hua, with many cliffs and few inhabitants, protected by Tong Pass. To the east, there are the Shaoshan Mountains, with counties such as Donghua, Yiyang, Luhun, and Sinan, featuring relatively flat terrain, serving as the granary of Hongnong. Thus, in Cui Ba's mind, this place had already become the foundation for his future restoration of the Han dynasty. Although I cannot fully grasp the young master's thoughts, since he has made such arrangements, I, Wang, shall undoubtedly do my utmost to see them through. Wang Kai looked at the completely transformed young master, a voice in his heart telling him that following the young master would surely lead to great accomplishments. Relying on his intuition as a businessman, he suddenly felt an inexplicable trust in Cui Ba. Thank you, Steward Wang. But one thing. If matters become untenable, you must ensure your own safety. Remember, if life is lost, everything is truly lost. As long as one lives, everything can be restarted. Wang Kai, upon hearing Cui Ba's words, felt a surge of emotion. During the late Han period and for a long time thereafter, scholars, farmers, artisans, and merchants were considered beneath merchants in status. Regardless of wealth, like the Qian and Mi families of Shuzhou, they could only rank as second tier among the prominent clans. Many looked down upon merchants and artisans, deeming them part of the lower strata. Yet the Cui family was renowned as a gentry family in Qinghe, so seeing Cui Ba being so amiable and considerate moved Wang Kai deeply. Steward Wang, there is one more crucial matter. You must procure as much grain and iron as possible. Upon reaching Hongnong, you must also inquire about where iron mines are abundant, merely asking without making any overt moves. Understood, village chief. What are your thoughts on relocating to Hebei or Hongnong? After settling matters regarding the Wanqing shop, Cui Ba once again broached the subject of village relocation. He knew that if it did not succeed, he would gather the displaced. However, if it did succeed, it would yield a great general. As the saying goes, it is easy to find 1,000 troops, but hard to find a single general. I will begin gathering everyone to discuss this matter tonight. Within 3 days, there will surely be results at that time. I will immediately send Zhongyi to the Qinghe shop to inform the young master. How does that sound? The village chief rose, contemplating for a long time before not directly agreeing to Cui Ba. As this was indeed the most prudent approach. Very well, then I shall await good news in Wanqing. Steward Wang, leave the goods here. Let us return. Understood. This is too much. The village chief immediately stood up, wanting to decline. Relocating the village is no small matter. This suggestion originated from me. Once we set off, it will inevitably consume resources. Consider this a small token of appreciation. Elder one, do not refuse. It will ease my mind. Very well, I shall express the gratitude of the One Family Village on behalf of everyone. Currently, One Family Village is not large, with only about 110 residents. Due to the small population, managing the relocation will be easier. On the way back to the city, Cui Ba, Wang Kai, and Dian walked side by side. Steward Wang, if One Family Village decides to join us, we must prepare sufficient carriages for them and also send small gifts to the local magistrate to avoid any obstructions. The local magistrate, during the Qin and Han periods, was a rural official usually managing small villages of under 5,000 households, overseeing labor and taxation, as well as hearing disputes, primarily appointed by the county. Although One Family Village has a small population, it does not significantly impact local labor and taxation. However, it is still essential to maintain good relations at all levels to avoid being sabotaged, as it is better to have fewer troubles than more. Understood, young master. Your journey has been remarkably smooth. I admire your wisdom. Young master, will chaos truly descend upon this land? Indeed, the peaceful teachings in Hebei number in the hundreds of thousands, a truly terrifying figure. Once they rise, no county will remain tranquil, and it will ultimately lead to devastation. Historical records indicate that during the 3rd year of Yongshou, The national population was approximately 56 million, adding the internal populations of powerful landlords. Along with the migration of the Baiyue, Xiongnu, Chong, and Di peoples into Han territory, the total likely exceeded 65 million. However, after the turmoil of the late Han, natural disasters, and the Wars of the Three Kingdoms, only about 7.6 million remained. According to data from the Western Jin, by 280 AD, the national population was over 16 million, indicating a loss of several tens of millions. Cao Cao mentioned in his travels through Howli, white bones lie exposed in the fields. 1,000 miles without a crow's caw. 1 in 100 survives. Remembering this breaks one's heart. In the chaotic times of the late Han, lives were as disposable as grass. This aligns with the ancient saying, in times of prosperity, the common people suffer. In times of ruin, the common people suffer. Thinking of the population decline and the hardships faced during the late Han and the Three Kingdoms, which ultimately led to the chaos of the Five Barbarians, nearly extinguishing the Han people, Cui Ba clenched his fists, vowing that history must not repeat itself. Seeing the sorrowful expression on Cui Ba's face as he spoke of devastation, Dian Wei's resolve only grew stronger. From the moment he arrived in Wen family village until now on their return journey, Dian Wei had remained silent, listening and observing, gaining a more comprehensive understanding of Cui Ba. Young master, upon our return, I have something to discuss. Dian Wei, having concluded his words, fixed his gaze ahead without uttering a single word. During their interactions, Cui Ba gradually came to understand Dian Wei's character. It was rare for him to display such a serious expression. Thus he merely nodded in silence. By the time they returned to Wan City, dusk had already approached, and Cui Ba, recalling that Huang Zhong might be awaiting him at the shop, urged everyone to quicken their pace. Upon entering the main hall, Cui Ba had no time to savor the tea served by the attendants and directly inquired, "Has Huang the Brave been here? Where is he now?" In response to the young master, "Huang the Brave came by this afternoon with a child," replied a servant. "Upon hearing of your arrangements, Chao the Brave, noticing the child's frail condition, instructed him to rest in his own room and asked the boy to inform you of this matter, adding that you should not blame him for taking the initiative. Very well. It is fortunate that this lad possesses a sharp mind. Otherwise, I would surely feel regret," Cui Ba interjected, striding purposefully toward the courtyard without waiting for the servant to finish. The author wishes to express, "Thank you all for your support. I hope you will continue to accompany me through this splendid autumn. I shall strive even harder." Chapter 7. Chao Xing becomes a disciple. Clang. Clang! Before Cui Ba could reach the courtyard, he was met with the sounds of a fierce altercation, causing him to ponder who would dare to engage in combat within the premises. The patrons inside seemed to offer no resistance, but cheers of encouragement resounded. That moment, Dian Wei stealthily grasped his halberd and cautioned, "Young master, this intensity must belong to a skilled martial artist. Be cautious, and no harm done. There appears to be no one to intervene in our residence." "It is likely that someone is merely sparring," Cui Ba replied, maintaining a degree of composure despite his surprise. "Hi, yeah." Before Cui Ba could enter the courtyard, he heard Chao Xing's exclamations. The two hastened their steps into the yard and beheld Chao Xing engaged in a sparring match with a robust man. It was evident that Chao Xing was on the offensive while the man primarily assumed a defensive stance, yet he wielded his sword with one hand effortlessly against Chao Xing's attacks. "This is utterly intolerable, young master. Allow me to knock him to the ground and help my brother Chao avenge this grievance," Dian Wei exclaimed, witnessing the robust man effortlessly countering Chao Xing's strikes. Feeling that such a display was a grave insult to a martial artist. Having spent time with Chao Xing, Dian Wei had been influenced by his optimistic demeanor, leading to a close bond between them. With Chao Xing often addressing him as brother, Dian Wei, having lost all kin, wandered the martial world alone. In recent days, he had learned that Chao Xing's journey from He and Ei was ostensibly for adventure, but was, in truth, driven by familial duty. Just days before Chao Xing's departure, he had gone to a neighboring county to spar with friends while also intending to procure some game to present to his elderly mother. However, upon returning to his village, he learned from his neighbors that the local bully, Feng Shan, had taken advantage of his absence to demand money from his mother. When she refused, Feng Shan pushed her, causing her to fall and sustain a fatal head injury. Feng Shan then ransacked the Chao household, absconding with valuable possessions. The villagers, unable to bear witness to such injustice, crafted a coffin for Chao Xing's mother. Unaware that this trip would lead to a permanent separation, Chao Xing buried his mother and sought out cloth to depict Feng Shan's likeness in order to report him to the authorities. The Chao family had always lived in poverty, and the last remnants of their savings had been stolen by Feng Shan. Villagers pooled together some funds to assist Chao Xing in dealing with the officials. But the greedy subordinates of the magistrate drove them away before they could even see the county magistrate. Thus, Chao Xing vowed to avenge his mother's death, preparing to pursue the culprit relentlessly. The villagers entrusted Chao Xing with all the funds they could muster for his journey. When he reached Baima Port, he learned that Feng Shan had already boarded a ship bound for Qinlu County. With his funds running low and unable to afford passage across the Yellow River, despair engulfed him. Faced with the inability to avenge his mother and the shame of returning to his village, he tragically chose to end his life by drowning. At that moment, Cui Ba was en route from Gaotang Port and had stopped at Baima Port for a rest, primarily to visit this historically significant battlefield. Observing someone about to leap into the river, he called for assistance. Upon learning of Dian Wei's intervention, Chao Xing held him in high regard, and given Dian Wei's seniority, he began to refer to him as brother, further solidifying their bond. Unbeknownst to him, Dian Wei had already begun to regard Chao Xing as a family member akin to a younger brother. With Chao Xing's vengeance unfulfilled and witnessing his humiliation, Dian Wei was filled with righteous indignation, ready to step forth with his halberd. "Brother Dian, wait." Cui Ba quickly stepped forward to intercept him. "Young master." Dian Wei fixed his gaze upon Cui. "I understand your urgency, but observe Chao Xing's demeanor. Does he appear to have suffered an insult?" Dian Wei scrutinized the scene in the courtyard, focusing intently on Chao Xing for a long moment before finally breaking into a smile. "This lad, truly, how foolish of me to worry unnecessarily." Noting the intensity in Chao Xing's expression, he realized he was facing an adversary he could not easily defeat, seeking to hone his skills in the center of the courtyard. Although Chao Xing's attire was thoroughly soaked, his eyes shone with determination and excitement. It was only when the two opponents switched positions that Cui Ba and Dian Wei recognized that the one wielding the sword with one hand was none other than Huang Zhong. "Han Sheng is indeed a formidable martial artist, Brother Dian. Based on his presence, can you match him?" Cui Ba mused, standing before two legendary warriors from the Three Kingdoms period, yearning for a duel that would surely be awe-inspiring. Who can say? Only through competition can one truly know. "Brother Dian, do you wish to engage in a match?" Dian Wei lowered his head in contemplation for a moment before suddenly turning to face Cui Ba. "Young master, might I have a word in private?" Cui Ba was taken aback by Dian Wei's request, having expected a discussion about martial arts, yet now uncertain of what other matters Dian Wei wished to address. In Cui Ba's mind, Dian Wei should be eager to spar with a skilled opponent at this juncture. The two retreated to a side of the warehouse, and after dismissing the attendants, Cui Ba inquired, "What troubles you, Brother Dian, that you seem so mysterious? It leaves me quite perplexed. Is it true what you said about the impending chaos in the realm?" Dian Wei asked directly. Cui Ba gazed intently into Dian Wei's eyes for a prolonged moment before resolutely nodding. "Indeed, the Taiping sect will surely rise in rebellion within these years, perhaps even as early as next year. We shall both be swept into this storm. Is your suggestion regarding relocating the shop to Hongnong sincere?" Dian Wei queried, articulating a string of doubts. "I know you, Brother Dian, to be a man of great principle. Though you have lost faith in the court, your heart still yearns for loyalty and righteousness. Let me be candid. What I say today is not false. Each word springs from my heart. Regardless of what I may do in the future, my ultimate goal remains one: a strong Han." Understanding Dian Wei's character, Cui Ba cautiously revealed his ambitions. After a moment of contemplation, Dian Wei raised his gaze, locking eyes with Cui Ba for an extended duration. Suddenly, Dian Wei dropped to one knee, exclaiming, "Young master, you are benevolent. Though I, Dian Wei, am but a rough man, I too aspire to be a loyal individual. Upon learning of your noble aspirations, regardless of success or failure in the future, no, you shall undoubtedly succeed. I vow to clear the path for you, to protect you, and to seek peace for the common people. My lord, please accept my reverence." With that, Dian Wei bowed 3 times fervently, while Cui Ba stood there in astonishment. Unbeknownst to him, Dian Wei, hailing from a humble background, yearned for a world of peace, and in Cui Ba, he saw the potential for hope amid chaos. The prestige of the Cui family, Cui Ba's ambitions, his genuine character, cunning, strategies, and hidden martial prowess. All of these ignited a flicker of hope within him. Furthermore, if Cui Ba managed to resolve the bounty on his head, it would be akin to granting him a second chance at life. A gesture that moved him deeply. Aware of his own illiteracy and lack of military prowess, he realized that the only way he could repay Cui Ba was through his martial skill. Since Cui Ba had granted him a second chance at life, he was determined to dedicate himself to protecting Cui Ba. Brother Dian, rise quickly. What merit do I possess to receive your esteem? With your assistance, how could I possibly fail in my grand endeavors? From this day forth, my life and fortune shall be entrusted to you, Brother Dian. However, one thing. You must call me young master from now on. It sounds more endearing. Also, may I bestow a courtesy name upon you? Thank you, my lord. No, young master. Dian Wei scratched his head and chuckled. Coming from a humble background, he was well aware that few in his village were literate. And most households were self-sufficient. It was rare for anyone to have a courtesy name, with most simply referred to by common names like Wang Ergo, Li Go Dan, or Zhao Si. Hence, upon hearing that Cui Ba wished to give him a courtesy name, he could not help but feel elated. You are a man of great loyalty, steadfast as a mountain. Shall we call you Ishan? Ishan, Dian Wei, Dian Ishan? Splendid, splendid. Ha ha ha. The two exchanged hearty laughter, marking the beginning of a bond that would last for decades between lord and subject. As the saying goes, when a hidden dragon meets a divine tiger, a great revival is soon to follow. Upon returning to the courtyard, they found Chao Xing sprawled on the ground, panting heavily, exclaiming, I can't go on. I can't compete with you. It seems that I'll never reach your level of skill in this lifetime. Perhaps only my brother can match you. Such words are erroneous, young brother. My martial skills stem from an old master I encountered in my youth, who imparted a set of sword techniques to me, which can only be effectively employed on horseback. It was through this that I became a martial artist. You, on the other hand, have honed your abilities through your own efforts. While they may not be entirely cohesive, they certainly possess structure. With further training, you too shall achieve greatness. Do not be impatient. Huang Zhong addressed Chao Xing, saying, Since Han Shang has made such a proposition, why does Brother Chao not take Han Shang as his master? Ha ha ha. Upon hearing Huang Zhong's words, Cui Ba felt a flicker of surprise within him. Historically, his most profound memories of Chao Xing were twofold. One involving Elbu during the time in Shuzhou when Hao Ming betrayed them, and Chao Xing was then under Hao Ming's command. During the campaign against Hao Ming led by Elbu and Gao Shun, despite being wounded by Hao Ming, Chao Xing managed to sever one of Hao Ming's arms, after which Hao Ming was swiftly slain by the galloping Gao Shun. The other memory was of the incident where he shot out the eye of Cao Cao's fierce general, Xiahou Dun. Beyond these, he knew little else. Listening to Huang Zhong's words, it seemed that Chao Xing's swordsmanship had potential for development. If that were indeed the case, with training, Chao Xing might one day become a general as capable as Huang Zhong, which was certainly something to look forward to. Chao Xing's eyes twinkled mischievously, and he sprang to his feet with a swift motion, bowing deeply, Master, please accept your disciple's reverence. In truth, Chao Xing was quite astute. Since meeting Cui Ba, he had discerned Cui Ba's grand ambitions and his desire to recruit talented individuals. Now that they had arrived in Nanyang, Cui Ba had mentioned Zhang Ji and Wen Pin, though lesser known outside Nanyang. They were somewhat reputable within Wan County. Furthermore, Huang Zhong's martial prowess could rival that of Dian Wei, indicating Cui Ba's discernment in recognizing talent. Moreover, Cui Ba had saved his life and indirectly provided him with an opportunity for vengeance for his mother. Thus, after Cui Ba's remarks, Chao Xing saw an opportunity to strengthen the bond between Huang Zhong and Cui Ba by taking Huang Zhong as his master, thereby increasing Cui Ba's chances of successfully recruiting Huang Zhong. Simultaneously, if he could learn a technique or two from Huang Zhong, it would enhance his own prospects for revenge. After all, Feng Shan possessed considerable strength, and he did not wish to involve Cui Ba, Dian Wei, and others, thereby inviting trouble upon himself. The entire exchange transpired in the blink of an eye, catching Huang Zhong off guard. Knowing that Huang Zhong was not particularly eloquent, Cui Ba observed Chao Xing winking at him and understood that he had grasped the situation. Cui Ba discreetly gave Chao Xing a thumbs up, nodding with satisfaction. Han Shang, since Brother Chao possesses such intentions, I believe you need not decline. Having another person around can assist in caring for Sewer. Furthermore, he has some strength. He can farm or hunt. If nothing else, he could serve as a runner in my shop, earning some silver to honor you. In any case, It is a fortuitous arrangement. You really have no reason to refuse him. Chao Xing's eyelids twitched, and he looked at Cui Ba with eyes filled with fury. What is this comparison? I am helping you retain a person, yet you strike me down at every turn. Where is the justice in that? Were it not for your saving my life, I would surely shoot you with an arrow. Dian Wei, witnessing the exchange, felt he ought to say something, but after some thought, could only manage a non-committal. Yes, my lord speaks rightly, truly. He could not think of anything else to add. It is not that I am unwilling to teach the young brother martial skills. You all are aware of the circumstances. I fear that I may burden the young brother. At that moment, Chao Xing realized Huang Zhong had indeed taken a liking to him, but was struggling due to his family's situation. Once a disciple, forever a father. When taking a master, one does not consider the master's family circumstances. I am willing to serve my master. Huang Zhong, now nearing the age of reason, was aware that Chao Xing was only 16 or 17. Thus his words were not entirely inappropriate. Father! A tender yet frail voice rang out, causing all present to turn their gazes in its direction. From the side room where Chao Xing had previously stayed emerged a child of about 11 or 12 years. Sewer, why have you come out? Have I disturbed you? It is all my fault. It is chilly outside. Hurry back and rest, lest you catch a chill. Huang Zhong hurried to his son, kneeling down gently to embrace the child. Huang Zhong had but this one son. All other family members had perished in the plague 2 years prior, and with Huang Su's health waning, he was likely to pass soon, prompting Huang Zhong to dote on him excessively. Father, I have something to say. Please hear me out. Huang Su struggled slightly, and Huang Zhong loosened his embrace, gazing affectionately at him. The others were drawn in by his presence, and given Huang Su's frail condition, they all instinctively fell silent, creating a profound stillness in the courtyard. Father, I am aware that my body is gradually failing, and I may not be able to support you in your old age, which fills me with deep shame. I have heard that of the 3 forms of unfilial conduct, having no descendants is the gravest. If I were to fall ill and become bedridden, although I would be free from the torment of sickness, my heart would be filled with guilt. If today Brother Chao could become your disciple, then you would have someone by your side in the future. Even if I were to die, I could rest in peace. Thus, I implore you to accept Brother Chao as your disciple. With that, Huang Su deeply bowed to Huang Zhong. Weakened and frail, having not spoken so much in a long time, Huang Su's deep bow triggered a fit of coughing. Huang Zhong promptly lifted Huang Su into his arms and began walking toward the room, saying, "All right, I will abide by your wishes. You must rest well and cease speaking of such matters. I will surely find a physician to cure your ailment. Trust in me, Dian." Having said this, Huang Su smiled, closed his eyes, and fell into a deep slumber. At this moment, Chao Xing also rose to accompany Huang Zhong and his son into the house, and all could see the tears in his eyes. The onlookers were common folk from Wan County, who could empathize with the plight of Huang Zhong and his son. Huang Su's heartfelt words were truly moving. Come, quickly prepare tea for Han Shang and the others. To honor Brother Chao's acceptance of a master, Cui Ba immediately sent someone to brew tea, then entered the side room with Dian Wei, and Chao Xing. Silence enveloped the room as the servants brought in the tea. Cui Ba instructed Chao Xing to formally bow to Huang Zhong as a sign of respect for his master. As Cui Ba observed, he contemplated the profound impact this apprenticeship might have on Chao Xing's life, eagerly anticipating the unfolding events. Once the ceremonial rites were completed, Cui Ba was deeply touched by Huang Su's words. He had not expected such wisdom from a child of such tender years. Did Sewer not fear death? Of course, he feared it. He was still so young, suffering from years of illness. How could he not desire to see more of this world? Every individual possesses a will to live and a lingering attachment to all that exists. Yet, Sewer could also think of his father being left alone should he pass away. He must understand that Han Shang and his deceased mother had shared a profound love. Cui Ba knew this too. But as an outsider, he recognized that Huang Zhong had only this one child and had not remarried over the years, undoubtedly due to his deep love for his wife and son. Within the room, no one spoke much, all quietly listening to Cui Ba's words. True feelings exist in this world. How can one not feel discontent and sorrow in life? Upon hearing this sentiment, Huang Zhong and the others couldn't help but tremble. Reflecting on their own circumstances, Huang Zhong, Dian Wei, and Chao Xing, each one of them had faced their own disappointments. The essence of true feelings varied among them, encompassing familial love, romantic love, and more. At this moment, Huang Zhong discerned Cui Ba's intentions to recruit him. Perhaps it was due to his lack of fear toward authority, or perhaps it was his courage in saving others, or simply because of his martial prowess, prompting Cui Ba to wish to invite him to serve as a guardian. Regardless of the reason, while he appreciated the other's kindness, the pressing matter of healing his son remained paramount. Your lordship's great kindness and appreciation shall be forever etched in Han Shang's memory. Once I have found a physician for Sewer, regardless of the outcome, should your lordship not hold it against me, I shall certainly repay your lordship's kindness. There is no need for excessive words. Han Shang, today, witnessing your integrity and martial valor, I am genuinely fond of you and sincerely wish to befriend you. Sewer's ailment stems from a past bout of illness and is indeed difficult to cure. Therefore, today I have dispatched someone to seek out an individual who may assist in treating Sewer. You and Sewer should remain here for a few days. Regardless of whether a cure is found, at least hope and opportunity will have been afforded, so there is no need for undue anxiety or sorrow. Cui Ba understood Huang Zhong's sentiments and had long been prepared for this moment. Applying his prior remarks effectively, silently admiring his own foresight. Beside them, Dian Wei and Chao Xing exchanged glances, both astonished by what they had just heard. Chao Xing leaned in and whispered to Dian Wei, "Could it be that this lord possesses prophetic abilities? This is truly astonishing. Indeed. They say that Zhang Jiao can turn beings into soldiers and summon the winds and rains. Could it be that this lord possesses similar divine powers? At least able to predict the future?" Dian Wei echoed, equally perplexed. However, Huang Zhong was oblivious to the astonishment shared between Chao Xing and Dian Wei. Hearing Cui Ba's words, tears streamed down his rugged face, and he bent forward at a 90-degree angle, rendered speechless. Cui Ba helped Huang Zhong to his feet, patting his shoulder, and they walked out of the side room together, with Dian Wei and Chao Xing following closely behind. The author has a note. The groundwork laid in the preceding passages is crucial for the subsequent developments in the narrative, and I will gradually increase the pace of the story. Thank you all for reading Jin Xiu's novel. Chapter 8. The Gift of Kindness. The shadows of the trees danced gently as the moon ascended into the sky. The group arrived at Cui Ba's room, where servants had already brought food. Cui Ba then arranged for a maid to feed Huang Su, while also preparing medicine according to the physician's instructions. "Thank you, my lord. May I inquire who this person you mentioned is? I have lived in Wan County for many years and have not heard of him." Huang Zhong, preoccupied with Huang Su's illness, lacked appetite in the face of the sumptuous meal. Cui Ba, noticing this, offered comforting words. "First, success depends on human effort, while fate lies in the heavens. All one can do is to devote oneself wholeheartedly. Regardless of what the future holds, life must go on. Otherwise, one would not do justice to those who hold high expectations for them. Second, we are all weary today. How can we accomplish anything on an empty stomach? Thus, Han Shang, despite your lack of appetite, you must take care to eat well. Do not let Sewer worry, nor burden him further with guilt. This is how one truly shows love for Sewer. Come, let us converse as we dine." "You speak wisely, Master Huang. I have learned much." Although Cui Ba's words are quite blunt, it is precisely this candor and forthrightness that render him so approachable and trustworthy. "I instructed Uncle Ian to seek out Zhang Ji in Nanyang, and I believe Han Shang has heard of him. Zhang Zhongjingdao? I have indeed heard of Zhang Ji. He is a rare talent, diligent and eager to learn. Having read extensively by the age of 2, he could recount simple tales. By 3, he recognized over 100 characters, and by 5, he could recite passages from the Analects and the Book of Songs. At the age of 10, he became captivated by the stories of the divine physician Bien Ke, and resolved to study medicine to alleviate the suffering of the people, aspiring to emulate Bien Ke and heal the sick with his own hands. Upon hearing this, Chao Xing remarked, "Individuals from noble families are indeed remarkable. To be exposed to such knowledge from a young age is commendable. However, what is truly admirable about Zhang Ji is his humility and dedication to the welfare of the populace. Despite his limited renown, I genuinely admire him." Upon hearing Chao Xing's words, all present nodded in agreement. Huang Zhong slightly inclined his head and continued. When Zhang Ji was 12, his father passed away, and his mother found it difficult to continue his education. His uncle, Zhang Bozu, ran a clinic in Wanqing, so Zhang Ji requested to learn medicine from him, yet for reasons unknown, Zhang Bozu refused to allow him to pursue that path. When all avenues to study medicine were closed to him, he turned to self-study, delving into ancient medical texts such as the Nanjing, Ling Shu, and theories of yin and yang, as well as the Su one. It is said that his insights into healing stem from this period. Truly, he is a medical enthusiast. With such perseverance, he is destined to achieve greatness in adulthood. Dian Wei, being a martial enthusiast, felt a kinship with Zhang Ji, believing they belonged to the same category of individuals. Although Zhang Ji faced numerous obstacles in his medical studies, the esteemed scholar He Yong recognized his intellect and assured him that with continued diligence, he would become an exceptional physician, which greatly bolstered Zhang Ji's confidence. However, fate was unkind. At the age of 14, Wanqing was once again struck by a plague, and Zhang's mother contracted the illness. The situation worsened and the death toll rose daily. Zhang Ji journeyed to Funyo Mountain to procure a cartload of herbs, which he then prepared at home for his mother and the villagers. Miraculously, after several days, all the afflicted recovered. What miraculous remedy could he have employed to cure those suffering from the plague? This must be a divine act. Dian Wei and the others were astonished upon hearing this. Cui Ba was equally taken aback. During the Han Dynasty, plagues were notoriously difficult to manage, resulting in a high mortality rate. That Zhang Zhongjing could free an entire village from such affliction even before fully completing his studies speaks volumes of his future as the revered medical sage of our nation. Later, Zhang Ji was recognized for his filial piety and was recommended by the local officials to the capital. After that, I did not follow his progress closely. Does the master imply that he remains in Nanyang? Indeed. His commitment to studying medicine stems from the suffering of his hometown's elders. Thus, I surmise that after the recent plague, he must have returned to Nanyang to save lives. Today, I have sent inquiries to locate him, and once we find him, I shall invite him to examine sewer. I see. Your understanding of human nature is indeed extraordinary. Huang Zhong clasped his fists and sighed. In life, one always seeks something, whether for oneself, for the nation, or for the common people, or for fleeting fame and fortune. Zhang Ji, with his humility and concern for the populace, would not have continued to treat the sick even after entering officialdom. Hanshang, you should take this time to rest here peacefully and await Zhang Ji's arrival. With your permission, I shall express my gratitude to the master on behalf of Sewer. Haha, splendid. Let us raise our cups in celebration. During the banquet, Cui Ba also shared his preliminary plans and analysis of the situation in the world with Huang Zhong and Chao Xing, eliciting admiration and stirring their hearts. Which warrior does not yearn for fame? In these dark times of a muddled court and an inept emperor, it is exceedingly difficult for those of humble origins to rise. If what Cui Ba predicts is true, the future may indeed be a time for them to showcase their talents. As it stands, everything is still mere speculation. Thus, our next objective is to strengthen ourselves as much as possible to attract more talents to assist us. After a hearty meal, the group rose to retire. While Cui Ba retained Chao Xing for a private conversation. Does the master have further instructions? Please, take a seat. With that, Cui Ba closed the door behind him and poured a cup of tea for Chao Xing. Gesturing for him to sit, Brother Chao, I have learned of your situation from Dian Wei today. When do you plan to depart for Qinlu? Cui Ba slid the teacup towards Chao Xing without lifting his gaze, calmly sipping from his own cup while observing the floating tea leaves. Your brother is indeed concerned. This is a private matter of mine, and the master need not worry. On my way to Guandu Port, I shall head directly east to Qinlu. Once I have avenged my grievances, I shall retreat to the mountains. When the world changes, regardless of where the master may be, I will come to join you. Please, rest early. With that, he finished his tea and turned to leave. Wait. Cui Ba's unhurried voice caused Chao Xing to pause. Chao Xing, with his back to Cui Ba, inquired, does the master have further advice? I too intend to make a detour to Qinlu on my return journey, and I shall assist you in avenging this grievance. Master, I do not require your assistance. Chao Xing harbored a deep-seated hatred for Fengshan and was determined to deal with him himself. Thus, despite feeling grateful for Cui Ba's offer, he felt compelled to decline, fearing that he might embroil Cui Ba and others in his vengeance. Just as Chao Xing prepared to refuse firmly, Cui Ba's voice rang out once more. Chao Xing, allow me to finish speaking. You must temper your impulsive nature. It is wise to hear others out before making a decision. Should you carry this attitude onto the battlefield, I could devise 1,000 strategies to ensure your demise. Chao Xing was momentarily taken aback, but sat down awkwardly, fiddling with his teacup, awaiting Cui Ba's further words. You are already aware of my plans, and once implemented, we shall not afford to waste a moment. You are on my list of commanders and must participate in the training. Thus, it is imperative that we act together promptly. Therefore, I shall accompany you in your quest for vengeance, but the act itself you must undertake alone. I will, however, ensure your safe retreat, after which we shall swiftly return to Hebei without delay. Enough of this hesitation. We have made a pleasant decision, so go rest. Thank you, master. Very well, be on your way. Once Chao Xing departed, Cui Ba summoned a servant to clear the table, then lay upon his bed to rest for a while. However, after tossing and turning, he found sleep elusive, so he donned his outer garments and strolled into the courtyard. The early summer evening was growing increasingly warm, yet the occasional gentle breeze revitalized the spirit. Cui Ba gazed at the various weapons, his mind still calculating how to arrange matters upon his return to Hebei. Currently, the only map available in the store was that of Nanyang County. To ensure a more prudent arrangement, maps and intelligence are indispensable. However, as a newcomer, there is much to familiarize himself with, and establishing an intelligence network must start from scratch. The thought of this overwhelmed him. If only he could recruit a strategist Sun Tzuyu? No, he is too profit-driven and capricious for my liking. Li Ru, Jia Su, Guojia, Fa Zheng. If I could encounter even one of them, the burden would be much lighter. Pondering this, Cui Ba found himself at a loss and let out a long sigh. What troubles you, master? Just as Cui Ba was lost in thought, he heard Huang Zhong's voice behind him. Ah, Han Sheng, why are you not with Su'er? Concerned for the master, Su'er just drank her medicine and fell asleep. I was stirred by your words and felt a surge of emotion. Here I am, nearing 40, and though I consider myself somewhat valiant, I find myself still languishing in obscurity. I have failed to serve my country and vanquish foes, nor have I been able to relieve Su'er of her suffering. This regret has weighed heavily on my heart over the years. Today, your words have been like a refreshing balm, enlightening and awakening me. I brought Su'er out of Huang family village precisely because I could not trust the healing methods of the Taiping sect. Sensing there must be something amiss, Nanyang, being adjacent to the Sili region, serves as a crucial southern bastion for the capital. Should anything go awry, the consequences would be dire. I initially intended to take Su'er southward, but her condition has worsened of late, and I cannot subject her to the hardships of travel any longer. Master, I have made up my mind. Once you rise to prominence, I, Huang Zhong, shall dedicate myself wholeheartedly to you, pledging my life and loyalty to restore the Han dynasty. Excellent, excellent. It is indeed a privilege to have Han Sheng by my side. You are a general in the making, destined to command thousands and expand our Han territory, bringing glory to our people. Han Sheng, may the Han flourish. Ha ha ha. The two of them laughed heartily together. After Chao Xing exited Cui Ba's room, he did not return to his own quarters. After much contemplation, he ultimately found himself at Dian Wei's door. Rap, rap, rap. Chao Xing lightly knocked on the door and softly called out, "Brother, it is Chao Xing, are you resting?" With a creak, Dian Wei opened the door and ushered Chao Xing inside, saying, "You wish to discuss revealing the truth to the master, correct?" "Indeed, brother." The younger brother initially had no intention of involving you, yet upon hearing the words of the young master, it seems his ambitions are considerable. "What are your thoughts, elder brother?" As he spoke, Chao Xing poured himself tea, indulging in his own reflections. "I intend to protect our lord as long as I draw breath." Dian Wei, upon hearing this, did not hesitate to blurt out, "Pfft." The tea that Chao Xing had just sipped sprayed all over Dian Wei's face, his eyes widening in disbelief. "Lord, elder brother, these words are no trifling matter. Pledging allegiance is not a jest. Am I the sort to make light of such things?" "Well, not exactly, however. Your decision seems rather hasty. We do not yet fully understand the young master. Although he has shown us kindness, we ought to repay that kindness, but committing to allegiance warrants further observation. Take your time to observe, then I have a feeling that the young master's plans are not only far-sighted but also remarkably sound. I may lack knowledge in formations and military strategies, and I am completely ignorant of governance. Yet to fulfill the young master's aspirations and repay his grace of life, I shall undoubtedly remain by his side for a lifetime." Dian Wei's expression remained unchanged, his demeanor as calm as a still pond. Yet Chao Xing sensed the resolve in Dian Wei's heart. "Very well, elder brother. Each person has their own approach. Perhaps your intuition is correct. However, for now, I wish to observe further. If chaos truly descends upon Hebei, I shall then make a decision. The young master has declared that upon returning to Hebei, he will secretly train soldiers. In gratitude for the young master's gift of life and vengeance, I shall exert my utmost effort. Rest early, elder brother. I take my leave. Indeed, there is no need to dwell on these matters. Go and rest. Chao Xing entered the courtyard, where he happened upon Cui Ba and Huang Zhong engaged in conversation, and approached them. Young master, Chao Xing, there is no need for such formality. I am but a humble wanderer, a mere commoner, so there is no need for grand gestures. Yes, master. Han Sheng, it is not fitting to refer to Chao brother by name alone. How about calling him Little Chao or Little Xing? Cui Ba's words were light and breezy, yet Chao Xing found himself gritting his teeth at the unflattering monikers. They were altogether too ridiculous, as if he were the subject of a jest. Han Sheng, perhaps you should bestow a courtesy name upon Chao brother. Henceforth, he can be addressed by that name. Well, I am not well versed in such matters. It would be better for the young master to do so. Huang Zhong feared that a trite name would only serve to embarrass Chao Xing, particularly if one day they were to march into battle, leaving Chao Xing the laughingstock of thousands. Master, please, you should name me. I am unworthy of the title bestowed by the esteemed Cui Gongzi. As Chao Xing spoke, he glared at Cui Ba, vowing that should Cui Ba dare to utter such trivial names again, he would meet with a fierce reprimand. Cui Ba, seemingly oblivious, adjusted his attire and inclined his head towards Huang Zhong. Since it is Han Shang's request, I shall certainly bestow upon Chao brother a resonant courtesy name. You dare! Chao Xing opened his mouth, but could only mutter inwardly. Among those present, only Cui Ba was a man of letters. Who else could he turn to? Earlier, during their meal, he had heard his elder brother mention that Cui Gongzi had given him the courtesy name Yishan, which indeed suited him well, and it made Chao Xing envious. Cui Ba studied Chao Xing for a moment, then began to pace back and forth. After a cup of tea's worth of time had passed, Cui Ba turned to Chao Xing and spoke. Mengzi once said, at birth, man's nature is inherently good. Since ancient times, sages have always urged others to pursue goodness. Even in these trying times, we must not disappoint the sages of old. I surmise that your parents hoped you would become a person of benevolence. These words. Chao Xing's eyes glistened with moisture, recalling the past he shared with his parents and his mother's earnest teachings. He replied, indeed, my family has always been comprised of farmers, and my parents were honest folk, never stirring up trouble. My father often told me to avoid conflicts, and he once heard a sage say, at birth, man's nature is inherently good, which inspired him to choose a good name for me even before I was born, and my mother, though not eloquent, frequently urged me to treat others with kindness and never to bully the weak. Therefore, I encourage you, Chao brother, to prioritize goodness in your dealings with others. While it is necessary to establish a fearsome reputation against enemies, we must treat our kin and the common folk with kindness. Thus, the courtesy name I bestow upon you is Shanji. Shanji, a fine name indeed. Father, mother, I now have a courtesy name, Chao Xing exclaimed, laughter bubbling forth. Thank you, young master. Your disciple, Chao Xing, Shanji, pays his respects to you. With tears shimmering in his eyes, Chao Xing knelt before Huang Zhong, performing 3 respectful bows. For him, Dian was a brother, while Cui Ba felt more like a friend. However, Huang Zhong, now recognized as his master, emanated a sense of elder's affection in every word and gesture. Once a disciple, always a father, the ancients held deep reverence for ethical principles, and this was the minimal standard by which one's loyalty and righteousness could be measured. Huang Zhong felt a sense of relief. He had worried that if Huang Su ultimately faltered, his skills might go unpassed. Chao Xing possessed some foundational martial skills, though Huang Zhong wondered if he had any proficiency with the bow. Nevertheless, it mattered little, as he was still in his prime, and with Chao Xing still under 20, there was ample room for improvement. As Huang Zhong contemplated these matters, he felt increasingly at ease. Once Chao Xing had composed himself, he inquired, Shanji, do you know how to use a bow? Hearing this, Chao Xing smiled confidently and replied, I would stake my claim as the finest archer in the entire Henan Commandery, let alone the dozen or so villages surrounding my hometown. Cui Ba nodded slightly. While others might be unaware, he, as a time traveler, knew just how remarkable Chao Xing's archery skills were, having been dubbed a galactic archer by many online in the future. Yet, his rise to fame had been abruptly cut short due to Xiahou Dun's legendary feats, which had cost him his life. Had he been just a tad stronger, the tale of Xiahou Dun plucking an arrow from the air might never have been told. However, Huang Zhong was taken aback, realizing that although Chao Xing's close combat skills were average, his archery seemed to be extraordinary. Cui Ba instructed Chao Xing to return to his room and retrieve his longbow for Huang Zhong to examine. In the courtyard, Cui Ba had the servants close the large gate, forbidding anyone from entering or leaving. At that moment, Dian approached, quietly observing the scene. Huang Zhong produced a candle and stood beside a torch at the gate. The flames of the candle and the torch so close that it was difficult to distinguish between them from a distance. Shanji, stand at the young master's gate and extinguish the candle in my hand. Ah? Cui Ba was momentarily stunned. Given the indistinctness, it would be difficult to discern even with great skill. Chao Xing assessed the situation, drew the bowstring back, and let it down several times. Then, he closed his eyes to feel the wind direction. Once he opened his eyes, he drew the bowstring taut, and with a swift whoosh, the arrow flew out, embedding itself into the wall, the faint buzzing of the arrow's tail still audible. Not bad. Although you did not strike the wick. You hit the candle flame. Indeed impressive archery. Huang Zhong, observing closely, noted that the arrow had penetrated the wood by 3 inches, striking the candle flame squarely. Chao Xing shook his head, letting out a sigh. The disciple has grown arrogant. Shanji, you possess the right to be proud. I believe that in this vast world, few can match your accuracy. Upon hearing Huang Zhong's words, Chao Xing regained some confidence. Yet he felt curious about whether his master was also skilled in archery to set such a challenge. What insights do you have, master? Author's note. Today, I finally signed the contract. I am so excited. Thank you, the lonely master, and thank you to all my friends for their encouragement. Chapter 9. Remarkable skills. As the day drew to a close, Huang Zhong said, "It is getting late. You should return to rest. Rise at dawn tomorrow, draw the bow and knock an arrow, and focus on the hole you just shot. Only when I instruct you to release the arrow should you do so." Huang Zhong glanced at the feathered arrow embedded in the wall, pulled it out, and handed it to Chao Xing before cupping his fists to Cui Ba and heading towards his room. Chao Xing stared at the nearby candle and the arrow in his hand, lost in thought, while Cui Ba chose not to disturb him, retreating to his own quarters. Dian approached and clapped Chao Xing on the shoulder, saying, "Shanji, I observe that Brother Huang's fingers are calloused, indicating years of archery practice. Your archery skills are already quite advanced, yet Brother Huang still wishes to teach you, which suggests his proficiency is not inferior to yours. You have indeed found a good master. Moreover, his close combat style, particularly with the bow, suits you well. You must strive to learn from Brother Huang. Elder brother, I know you are unmatched with your small spear, and in melee combat, few can rival you. In that previous scenario, could you extinguish the candle flame? I am not versed in archery and have never shot an arrow. When facing distant foes, I rely on throwing my small spear. However, that spear is rather heavy, making it unsuitable for the situation you described. In your opinion, in a one-on-one encounter, who would prevail, you or the master? In terms of strength, I do not believe I would be inferior to Brother Huang. However, without having sparred, everything remains uncertain. If given the chance, I would greatly enjoy a friendly contest with Brother Huang. It would undoubtedly be exhilarating. I too look forward to witnessing such a thrilling duel. Thank you for your counsel, elder brother. Rest early." With that, the two returned to their respective rooms for the night. Niyang is only a little over 40 kilometers from Wancheng. A swift horse can reach it in less than half a day. Yesterday, upon encountering Huang Zhong, Cui Ba promptly dispatched messengers on swift horses to Nyeyang, instructing Cui Lian to invite Zhang Ji to Wancheng. He appealed to Zhang Ji's emotions, stating that Huang Su, being young and gravely ill, could scarcely endure the rigors of travel and was on the brink of death. Furthermore, he emphasized that Huang Zhong's family now consisted solely of this father and son. With Huang Zhong desperately seeking medical assistance, his family's savings completely depleted. In essence, he sought to play upon Zhang Ji's feelings, making it clear that he was Huang Zhong's last hope. Leveraging his memories from later times and the explanations of others, Cui Ba gained a comprehensive understanding of Zhang Ji's character. Although Zhang Ji had recently been recognized as a filial and upright man, his resolute decision to return to Wancheng to save lives demonstrated his deep concern for the populace. Zhang Ji harbored a profound hatred for plagues. Thus, if he learned of a child in Wancheng who was earnestly awaiting his arrival, especially given the relatively short distance between the two locations. He would undoubtedly come. The following morning, Ba received a reply from Lian, stating that upon hearing about Huang Su, Zhang Ji was exceedingly anxious and had already set off in a carriage with him. However, due to the rain that had fallen the previous day, the roads remained treacherous and muddy, and thus they might not arrive in Wancheng until evening. Very well, Ba exclaimed as he stepped outside, where he beheld Chao Xing, poised like a statue with bow drawn and arrow nocked, while Huang Zhong was not by his side. Good. If you are tired, take a moment to rest. Is Han Shang in the room? Although Chao Xing heard Ba's inquiry, his focus remained entirely on archery, and he did not respond, continuing to gaze ahead. Internally, Chao Xing gritted his teeth. He had always considered himself a master of martial arts and unparalleled in archery. Yet, upon arriving in Hunan, he first encountered Dian Wei and then Huang Zhong, both of whom were extraordinary warriors. He realized how ignorant he had been and how he had overestimated his abilities. Thus, having finally become Huang Zhong's disciple, he recognized the necessity of working even harder. Forget it. I shall go see for myself, Ba decided. Noticing the door was tightly shut, he gently knocked and asked, Han Shang, are you awake? I have important matters to discuss. The guest room door creaked open, revealing Huang Su at sewer. Why are you up so early? You should rest a little longer, Ba remarked, observing that Huang Su was already dressed and realized he had been awake for some time. Thank you, young master, for your concern. Since childhood, I have trained in martial arts with my father, thus I have developed the habit of rising early. If I feel unwell, I shall return to bed to rest. And what have you been doing since you got up? Ba asked, glancing at Huang Su's frail face. His heart lightened at the thought that a renowned physician would be examining him that night. Young master, I borrowed the analects from the household staff, wishing to understand the thoughts of the sages. Excellent. Continue your studies, and once you have mastered them, you must assist me in cleansing the world of troubles. Yes, young master, it is a promise. Ba surveyed the room but did not see Huang Zhong, prompting him to inquire of Huang Xu why father goes out for a run every day during the early hours and should be returning soon. Very well, then I shall wait here with sewer for Han Shang's return at sewer. What do you aspire to be when you grow up? With nothing else to occupy him, Ba initiated a conversation with Huang Su, hoping to comfort him and divert his thoughts from the sorrows of life and death. Huang Su nodded, responding, I originally wished to practice martial arts alongside my father, who often praised my talents, which brought me immense joy. Though he was reluctant to let me overexert myself and did not enforce strict training, I admired his bravery and strength, hence I practiced diligently to astonish him. However, a few years ago, a plague swept through, and I fell ill. Though I survived by a stroke of luck, my body has become frail and weak. Sometimes, when I hear relatives lament that my father's exceptional skills may go unpassed, it pains me deeply to shield me from external influences. My father sold our belongings and moved to Wancheng, not only to seek medical help for me but also to escape idle gossip. Since then, I have felt that I am no longer fated to pursue martial arts. Listening to this, Ba gently patted Huang Su's slender shoulder, squeezing his sickly, yet resolute face reminiscent of Huang Zhong. After seeking several physicians, they all declared that my time was short at that moment. I lost the desire to live but bore no resentment, wishing only to spend my remaining days in the company of my father. Young master, you mentioned yesterday that someone might be able to cure my illness. Regardless of the outcome, I am profoundly grateful to you. If this ailment can indeed be cured, I wish to study diligently and immerse myself in medicine, so that I may help more people escape suffering and prevent families from being torn apart. What noble aspirations! I wonder if this Zhang Zhongjing has any intention of taking on disciples. I shall lend you my support. Were it not for the youthful countenance before me, I would find it hard to believe such words could come from a 10-year-old child. Forgive me for keeping you waiting. Young master, I went to the apothecary to fetch some medicine, but the crowd was overwhelming, causing a delay. I beg your pardon. Han Shang, you speak too modestly. Someone, bring the medicine and prepare it for sewer. Ba instructed the servants to prepare medicine for Huang Su, then returned to the room, smiling as he informed Huang Zhong. This morning, Lian sent word that Zhang Shunyi will be arriving tonight. Ah, this is splendid news. Huang Zhong's joy was palpable, rekindling hope within his heart. Han Shang, step outside with me. Ba handed Huang Zhong the letter from Zhang Ji, still holding another missive. Huang Zhong, sensing the gravity of the situation, instructed Huang Su to focus on his studies before following Cui Ba into the courtyard. Good. Release the arrow. Upon stepping outside, Huang Zhong observed that Chao Xing had not altered his stance, which pleased him, and he instructed him to shoot an arrow. With a whoosh, the arrow embedded itself in the wall. Just a bit off. Bring me the bow. Chao Xing's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had been eager all morning to witness Huang Zhong's archery prowess to gauge his own skills against it. Upon hearing Huang Zhong's request for the bow, he promptly handed it over. Good. Retrieve the arrow and stand by. I kindly ask that no one else pass through this area for the time being. After saying this, Huang Zhong closed his eyes and stroked his beard, falling into silence. Master, all is ready. Once everything was in place, Huang Zhong opened his eyes at Chao Xing's words, drew an arrow from his quiver, knocked it, and released it in a seamless motion, all occurring in the blink of an eye. Before anyone could react, Huang Zhong had already lowered the bow. At that moment, all eyes were fixed on the wall, which bore no arrows, yet the onlookers were astounded. Chao Xing's breath quickened with excitement. Master's archery is truly unparalleled. In today's world, I doubt there is a rival. Observing the wall, it was evident that the previous 2 arrow holes had been completely penetrated. Master, I could have sworn I saw 3 arrows released. Did 2 pass through one hole while the other went through another? Is this the legendary technique of triple shot? Haha, Chao Xing, step outside and you'll see for yourself. Dian, who had been standing for quite some time, spoke to Chao Xing. He too had been thoroughly astonished. Though unfamiliar with archery, he was well aware of Chao Xing's abilities. However, Huang Zhong's archery not only exhibited a more graceful demeanor but also showcased a level of skill far beyond what Chao Xing could currently achieve. Chao Xing rushed out, and after a few breaths, he could be heard shouting from outside, 5 arrows. 5 stars in alignment. 5 stars in alignment. His eyes were filled with shock and joy. Even if he could master the triple shot, he would undoubtedly become a formidable general. At that moment, he had only just begun to utilize the meteor-like dual shot, a technique that many renowned archers in history could perform. Han Shang's archery is nothing short of miraculous. Young master, you flatter me? Ha. Huang Zhong felt an immense sense of pride. Yet, he could not help but wonder how he compared to the famed flying General Elbu of recent years in Bingzhou. Suddenly, amidst the praises, Cui Ba interjected, Elbu? I have resided in Haiyin for quite some time, neighboring Bingzhou, yet I have heard naught of such a figure. Chao Xing pondered deeply but could not recall having heard the name. It was revealed to me by a friend in Bingzhou. Elbu hails from Wuyuan County in Jiyuan, a tall and robust individual, proficient in both archery and horsemanship, a true young talent. He once single-handedly ventured into the encampment at Yinmen Pass to rescue the besieged Han army, emerging victorious in every confrontation. By the time his brothers arrived, Elbu had drawn his bow and shot arrows while galloping, hitting every target with precision. Ultimately, the Xiongnu, intimidated by Elbu's might, dared not approach, allowing our Han forces to retreat unscathed. Afterward, no one knew his whereabouts, and the Xiongnu even equated him with Han generals, dubbing him the Flying General. Cui Ba was uncertain whether Elbu and Ding Yuan were acquainted at this time. Yet he knew that prior to Dongzhuo's arrival in the capital, Elbu had been active in Bingzhou and was likely still quite young. Observing that no one else seemed to know, he attributed these tales to a non-existent friend from Bingzhou, as it was unlikely anyone would question it. However, the precise details remained uncertain, and whether they were exaggerated was debatable. Nonetheless, his martial prowess was indisputable. And should the opportunity arise, those with confidence could certainly test their mettle against him. For now, with no news of Elbu, Cui Ba skillfully steered the conversation away from that topic. All right, everyone, let us return indoors. Eru, go summon someone to bring the meal and guard the door. No one is to approach. Eru, having returned early that morning, understood that his master had found Wen Pin and Huang Zhong. Thus he remained there. Understood. As the 2 tigers turned and exited, they signaled the servants to bring in the prepared breakfast. Once the servants had departed, Cui Ba produced another letter from Cui Lian, inviting everyone to read it one by one. What? This is exceedingly brazen. Are they not afraid of the court's retribution? Dian, who was illiterate, and Chao Xing, who had limited reading skills, ultimately allowed Huang Zhong to read the contents aloud. Although the letter was brief, each matter addressed was of great significance. Firstly, Zhang Manqing from the Taiping Dao in Nanyang County proclaimed himself a divine envoy. Utilizing the doctrines of Taiping Dao, he had amassed nearly 40,000 followers throughout Nanyang County, predominantly surrounding the county seat of Wanqing. As Chuiba spoke, he arranged some dishes on an empty platter. This arrangement was quite remarkable. If we consider the platter as Nanyang County, the meat as Wanqing, and the other dishes as followers of the Taiping sect, observe the position of this piece of meat. Hiss, Wanqing is in peril. The crowd rose to examine, realizing that Wanqing was indeed encircled by the adherents of the Taiping sect. It appeared that the Taiping sect had ulterior motives. What was initially perceived as a mere gathering of priests spreading teachings had evidently been a well-conceived strategy all along. Huang Zhong, feeling a sense of urgency, was not driven by fear of the Taiping sect but rather by concern for the people of Nanyang. Should conflict erupt, the common folk would undoubtedly suffer the consequences. Indeed, Hu, go summon Manager Wang. Understood. It seemed the regional leaders of the Taiping sect were not mere buffoons. They were accumulating strength, preparing to achieve their ambitions in one fell swoop. Chuiba recalled that had the Taiping sect not been betrayed by Tang Zhou, leading to a hasty uprising, the repercussions on the entire Han dynasty could have been far more severe. At that moment, Manager Wang entered, momentarily stunned upon hearing Chuiba's words. Manager Wang, come and sit. I have important intelligence to share. Thank you, young master. What you just said about achieving one's ambitions in one fell swoop, from where did it originate? Although I hail from a merchant background, I have had the privilege of reading many books through the benevolence of my lord. Yet I have never heard such a phrase. It is indeed profoundly astute. Upon hearing this, Chuiba was taken aback, reflecting while eating, and eventually recalled that the phrase was a famous saying of the founding father, Sun Yat-sen, a significant temporal distance away. Just a phrase I chanced upon, a hymn. Let us set that aside. Manager Wang, Uncle Ian has gathered some news today. The dishes I have laid out represent the current situation between the Taiping sect and Wanqing. Having navigated the business world for decades, Wang was acutely aware of danger and understood the gravity of the situation immediately without further elaboration. Young master, it seems we can no longer afford to delay. Once the folks in Wanjia village make a decision, I shall commence preparations for the relocation, aiming to complete it within this year. Yes, the sooner, the better. The second matter was that Uncle Ian encountered an old acquaintance from the south in Niang, whose descendants are now conducting business in Nanyang, maintaining close ties with the authorities and earning their trust. 2/10 of the salt and iron tax revenue within Nanyang comes from his family. Uncle Ian learned from him that Zhang Manqing had been purchasing iron from him for 3 consecutive months. Although the quantity was not substantial, due to the authorities allowing private enterprises while still imposing strict regulations on iron circulation, I suspect this iron is being utilized to forge weapons for their elite, and over time, it could accumulate into a considerable stockpile. Alas, young master speaks truly. Based on your assertions, they are likely to instigate rebellion within 1 to 2 years. This period is ample for weapon forging, which would deliver a significant blow to the court. It is lamentable that the court is preoccupied with the power struggles of eunuchs and relatives, leaving such blatant matters unaddressed. Huang Zhong expressed his frustration toward the current court. If governance were just and harmonious, how could bandits seize such opportunities? The third piece of news was that Zhang Manqing seemed intent on converting the mountain and water bandits in Xinya and Jiangxia, aiming to have them join the Taiping sect in Nanyang. Although the veracity of this information remains uncertain, I believe the likelihood of its truth is quite high. Many followers of the Taiping Dao are farmers, and those who have truly tasted blood are few. If they wish to succeed, they must recruit a band of bloodthirsty individuals to boost the morale of their ranks. The mountain and water bandits in Xinya and Jiangxia have lingered for years, forming a certain climate. If Zhang Manqing believes he has ample time to incite rebellion, he will undoubtedly seek to gather such rogues. However, he fails to realize that once a rogue band establishes independence, they will not willingly remain subordinate. Since they are bandits, what loyalty can be expected? Manager Wang frowned, expressing his disdain. As a merchant, he understood that encountering bandits during trade often left no possibility for safe escape. Not so. After the righteous mountain commits murder, the authorities immediately label them as bandits. Can it be said that the righteous mountain is unjust? I have heard that since the beginning of spring this year, a young hero has emerged in the Basha region, merely 12 or 13 years old, capable of leading numerous scions of wealthy families to rob the rich and aid the poor, causing much distress to corrupt officials in Ba County. The spoils of their plunder are largely distributed to impoverished citizens. These Jin fan bandits can indeed be considered righteous thieves. Manager Wang, one must not generalize. I have been enlightened, but young master, the righteous mountain is one thing. Yet the Jin fan bandits, who gather to plunder, ultimately belong to the realm of rebellion. Such behavior cannot be tolerated by the court. Circumstances give rise to heroes, and chaos births champions. The world is on the verge of great change, and heroes will undoubtedly shine like stars in the sky. Well then, that is all the news from Uncle Yin. Manager Wang, you should personally visit Wanjia village shortly and convey all these matters. Hoping they reach a decision soon. Rest assured, young master Hu, from today onward, you shall remain in Wanqing, prioritizing the protection of Manager Wang, and assist him in swiftly establishing relations with the He family, facilitating an early relocation to Hongnong. If I stay, young master S safety. The righteous mountain has resolved to assist us in achieving great things. You may rest assured. After Chuiba spoke, Dian Wei exchanged a fist bump with Hu. If Brother Dian protects the young master, I too can rest easy. Brother Dian, I entrust the young master to you. Indeed, do not worry. Dian Wei refrained from saying more. Well, it is not a farewell of life and death. It is merely a temporary separation. Han Shang, Shan Ji, do not practice for too long today. Mr. Zhang is coming over this evening, and we must go greet him. By the way, Han Shang, I spoke with Su'er earlier. Su'er wishes to apprentice under Zhang Ji if feasible. Do not hesitate when the time comes. Dato? Su'er has such thoughts? Once he recovers, whatever he wishes to do, I will not obstruct. Yes, we shall discuss it after Mr. Zhang examines him. As evening approached, the skies over Wanqing suddenly darkened with ominous clouds. Before long, a thunderous roar echoed, reminiscent of a dragon's roar or a tiger's growl, followed by a torrential downpour. Within the inner city of the West Gate, Cui Ba, Dian Wei, and Huang Zhong exchanged glances, all hoping the rain would cease soon. Otherwise, they would truly be drenched like drowned rats. Young master, they have arrived. Just as Cui Ba was speaking to Huang Zhong, he immediately turned his gaze to the city gate, where a carriage was slowly approaching from the west. Finally here, Cui Ba and Huang Zhong could hardly contain their excitement. Zhang Ji was crucial for their forthcoming plans. The author has something to say. The early chapters indeed laid considerable groundwork, but in preparation for the Yellow Turban Rebellion a year hence, Cui Ba must make ample preparations. I will endeavor to expedite the pace. And thank you all for your support. Chapter 10. Huang Su studies medicine amid the torrential rain. Cui Ba and the others finally awaited the arrival of Cui Lian and his entourage. By the time they reached the storefront, darkness had enveloped the surroundings. Cui Ba instructed Hu to settle Zhang Ji and the others while he changed into a clean set of clothes alongside Dian Wei and Huang Zhong. After Zhang Ji had organized himself, he did not come to meet the shop owner, Cui Ba, but instead requested Cui Lian to take him immediately to see the patient, Huang Su. Upon entering Huang Zhong's room, Cui Ba saw Zhang Ji with his eyes closed, preparing a prescription for Huang Su. This prescription was used during my time in Niyang. Your son's symptoms resemble those of the patients I treated in Niyang. And after taking this prescription for half a month, we will observe whether there is any improvement. During my time in Niyang, all patients treated with this prescription recovered, so I anticipate no issues. For this half month, ensure your son avoids wind and chill, and refrain from any vigorous activities. He must rest well. However, I must clarify one point. Your son has been ill for many years and harbors a significant amount of cold energy within him. His body can no longer withstand a substantial intake of medicine, so he must avoid other medications. In summer, warmth dispels cold effectively. Each afternoon, allow your son to sit in the sunlight for a quarter of an hour. And before bed, soak his feet in warm water to help disperse the cold energy upwards. Very well, go fetch the medicine. Zhang Xiansheng, your life-saving grace will be remembered by my son and me forever. There is no need for thanks yet. Your son is one of my serious cases, hence he may require an extended recovery period. However, according to my prescription, he will surely recover within 1 to 3 years. Remember the aforementioned prohibitions. Take heed, I will certainly keep it in mind. Su'er, come and kneel to thank our benefactor. Thank you, Zhang Xiansheng. A drop of water must be repaid with a fountain of gratitude. With that, Huang Su bowed 3 times before Zhang Ji. Zhang Ji initially intended to evade but was discreetly pressed down by Cui Ba. Su'er had lost all confidence in his health, believing he would bring grief to his family due to their impoverished circumstances. Please accept this token of gratitude. It will bring some comfort to us. Cui Ba softly urged Zhang Ji. Indeed, Zhang Xianxing has traveled through rain and wind to treat the child without even pausing for a cup of tea. Let us show our appreciation as best we can. Hu, send someone to fetch medicine for Su and also prepare fine wine and dishes. We shall host a welcoming feast for Zhang Xianxing. Showing a bit of hospitality, please do not decline, Zhang Xianxing. Moreover, we have urgent matters to discuss with you, esteemed sir, matters of great significance. We humbly request your guidance, Master Zhang. Oh? Very well, then let our young Master Huang take his medicine and observe for a while before we convene with everyone. Han Sheng, Shanji, please keep the gentleman company here while I make some preparations. Master Zhang, I shall take my leave for now. Farewell. As Cui Ba stepped out of the room, the torrential rain had ceased, leaving only the sporadic sound of dripping eaves in the courtyard. Cui Ba was content to know that Huang Su's illness could be cured. That was sufficient. Having gained the loyalty of Huang Zhong, his small faction was taking shape. Although he had yet to recruit a strategist of notable caliber, he believed that with the likes of Dian Wei, Huang Zhong, and Chao Xing, dealing with the mere yellow turban bandits should pose no challenge. If Wen Pin could be persuaded to join them, then the defense of their main camp would be entirely secure. Calculating carefully, if all went as planned, by February of next year, Zhang Jiao would initiate the largest yellow turban uprising in Chinese history. With less than a year remaining, they had to act swiftly. Young master? Cui Ba pondered in the courtyard when he suddenly heard someone calling him. Oh, Ishan. What is it? The 3 principal members of Wen family village have arrived. Along with Wen Pin. They braved such heavy rain to come here. Elder Wen may catch a chill. Let us hasten and make arrangements for them. Upon reaching the front hall, Cui Ba found the members of the Wen family seated and waiting. Apart from Elder Wen and Wen Pin, the other 2 were around 40 years old, in the prime of their lives. Cui Ba instructed a servant to serve tea and then bowed to the assembly. Expressing his apologies, I was unaware of the esteemed elder's arrival and failed to greet you properly. I beg your forgiveness. Elder One, you ought to have informed me beforehand. It is a hardship for you to come in this rain. The 2 principal members exchanged glances and nodded slightly, then resumed savoring their fragrant tea. Young Master Cui, recalling your analysis of the situation in Nanyang with Suyu, we are indeed quite anxious. However, we still lack concrete evidence of the Taiping Dao's uprising. To speculate and cause the villagers to relocate would leave me at a loss for an explanation. Hence, we have decided to bring the other principals here to discuss matters with you. Not at all. I had intended to visit Elder One myself the day after tomorrow. Since you are here, let us convene together. Conveniently, Master Zhang Zhongjing is also present. Once he finishes attending to his patients, we can engage in discussions. The hour grows late. If you do not mind, might you stay here for the night? Seeing everyone nod in agreement, the village leader said, Thank you, young master, for your hospitality. Shall we? Please lead them to their rooms for rest and prepare some ginger soup. Once the banquet is ready, invite them to join us. Understood. Please follow me, my lord. I am honored to fulfill my duty. After everyone departed, Cui Lian entered from behind. During this trip to Nanyang, he had uncovered increasingly astonishing news, and regarding the search for Master Zhang Zhongjing, he never imagined it was for the sake of Huang Zhong's son. It was evident that the young master was already acquainted with Huang Zhong. Hence he had sent Cui Lian to seek him out early on. At this moment, Cui Lian's face brimmed with excitement. His gaze at Cui Ba filled with admiration. This time, I owe much to Uncle Lian. Once we resolve matters here, we shall depart immediately. As for our next plans, I made them clear in my letter yesterday. Upon returning to Hebei, it will depend on Uncle Lian. Rest assured, young master. Master Zhang, I have heard that you have been appointed as a filial and incorrupt official and recently served in the court. Yet I never expected you to return to Nanyang. Huang Zhuangshi, after my appointment, though I was in the imperial court, I was merely a lowly Ilong. The strife between court officials and eunuchs is well known. You have not entered the court, so you cannot fathom its perils. The court is like a bustling marketplace daily, with no one caring for the state or the common people, while calamities plague the land. They feast and revel without end. After dismissing court, I remain indoors, dedicating myself to the study of medicine. My intention in entering the court was to garner greater attention to the medical field among officials, thereby accelerating its advancement. I firmly believe that in time, diseases like typhoid and dysentery will cease to be threats. However, I have truly overestimated them. This outbreak of plague has been particularly severe, yet it has also awakened me to the realization that one must rely on oneself. External forces are ultimately unreliable. Reflecting on his experiences in the court over the past 2 years, Zhang Ji was filled with sentiment. Huang Zhong remarked, "Master Zhang, there is no need to lament. Though we are mere martial men and may not grasp lofty principles, we understand what the impoverished people truly need. Although the court is indeed disheartening, there are many wise individuals in the world. The Han dynasty's 400 years of glory still endures. Surely, someone will rise to restore order. You must not lose hope. Father speaks wisely. Esteemed benefactor, please do not let this discourage you. Young Master Chui once told me that one must have the courage to live. Do not lose faith and hope. After the storm, the sun will surely shine again. Thus, esteemed benefactor, continue to delve into the medical arts. When the opportunity arises, you will naturally be able to realize your ambitions." As they conversed, they suddenly heard Huang Su's voice. "Child, did I not instruct you to rest and recuperate? Why have you come out? Be obedient and return to rest so that you may recover swiftly." Upon hearing the child's words, Zhang Ji was somewhat astonished. He did not expect Huang Su, so young, to possess such calmness in the face of adversity. "Esteemed benefactor, I have heard that you aspired to study medicine from a young age. Your noble character, dedicated to the people, commands my utmost admiration. I wish to follow in your footsteps, learning the art of medicine to alleviate the suffering of others. If I truly recover, I humbly request that you take me as your disciple. I would be more than willing to serve you in any capacity." With that, Huang Su knelt before Zhang Ji. The turn of events was unexpected. No one could have foreseen that Huang Su, who had long suffered from illness, harbored such great aspirations. It appeared that if Zhang Ji were to refuse, Huang Su would not rise. Observing Huang Su's frail shoulders and slightly trembling form, Huang Zhong felt a pang of pity yet could not extinguish his fervor. Zhang Ji had heard from Chao Xing about Huang Su's recent actions and was deeply moved. Now, witnessing him kneeling before him in the face of pain ignited a spark within his previously stagnant heart. He had occasionally contemplated whether to take on a disciple so as not to let his research fade with him. However, as most deemed the pursuit of medicine a trivial endeavor, there were many who looked down upon it. And many impoverished individuals who wished to learn medicine were illiterate. Over time, Zhang Ji had ceased to consider taking on disciples. "Child, rise and speak. Your body cannot withstand such exertion. Quickly, get up." Zhang Ji wished to help Huang Su to his feet, but hesitated to exert too much force, fearing he might injure the child. "Huang Zhuangshi Suer, you must think carefully. The study of medicine is not only tedious but requires years of dedication, and the world does not hold it in high regard. Once you become a disciple, it will be a life of hardship." Huang Zhong could not bear to see his child suffer, yet ultimately, it was up to the child to decide. That moment, Huang Su lifted his head and asked with a smile, "Esteemed benefactor, is there anything more arduous than waiting for death?" Zhang Ji stared blankly at Huang Su, seeing only the determination in his eyes. "Very well, I have understood Suer's intentions. Huang Zhuangshi, after all, he is your flesh and blood. Do you consent?" Huang Zhong walked directly towards Huang Su at Suer. "Have you made up your mind?" "Yes, father. My resolve is firm." "Then follow the esteemed benefactor closely and contribute to the welfare of our Han people." "Yes, father. Thank you for your support." At this moment, Zhang Ji felt a surge of excitement, but considering Huang Su's health, he said, "Suer must prioritize rest for now. Once you are well, you may study with me. If you agree, let Suer accompany me. I shall look after him closely. I share the same sentiment." Huang Zhong felt reassured knowing that Zhang Ji would watch over his child. What joyous matter has unfolded here? Upon returning from the front hall, Chui Ba noticed the cheerful expressions and inquired, "Suer, why are you out here? Quickly, return and rest." "Young master, the esteemed benefactor has agreed to take me as his disciple." Huang Su, feeling a sense of familiarity with Chui Ba, rushed to his side, anxiously sharing the good news, fearful that someone else might preemptively reveal it. "I knew you could do it. From now on, work diligently in your studies, for I shall rely on you for my health in the future." Chui Ba's words instantly eased the atmosphere in the room. Subsequently, the group accompanied Chui Ba to the discussion hall in the backyard. Allowing Huang Su to rest properly, the previously quiet discussion hall now buzzed with activity. Chui Ba sat in the center, with Zhang Ji leading on the left, followed by the members of the One family. On the right, Cui Lian took the lead, with Huang Zhong, Chao Xing, Error, and the shopkeeper Wang Kai seated behind him. Dian, aware that his future actions would involve following Cui Ba, refrained from participating in the discussions and voluntarily stepped outside to guard the door, preventing others from approaching. Everyone greeted one another, familiar from Nanyang, and thus introductions were unnecessary. I initially intended to gather everyone for discussions tomorrow, but it seems Elder Wan and others have arrived today. The sooner we deliberate, the sooner we can prepare. Master Zhang, we have shared our analyses on the current state of affairs during our journey here. Given your years in the court, do you find any discrepancies or impracticalities in my assessments? Upon leaving Huang Zhong's room, Cui Ba sought to share the opinions of the assembly with him. Although Zhang Ji had once entered the court as an official, he remained deeply enamored with the art of medicine and was perpetually at a loss regarding the ways of governance, resulting in a rather diminished political acumen. Upon hearing Cui Ba's inquiry, Zhang Ji merely furrowed his brow in silence, unsure of how to respond. Cui Ba's insistence for Zhang Ji to speak was not intended to mock him. Among the assembly, only Zhang Ji held the title of filial and incorrupt official, while Cui Ba had only just turned 18 and would have to wait another year to be considered for the same honor. Thus, in terms of status, Zhang Ji was the highest. Gaining Zhang Ji's endorsement would be crucial for the forthcoming decisions concerning One Family Village. It seems that Lord Zhang also perceives the Taiping sect as no benign entity. However, I implore you all to heed my words. The uprising initiated by the Taiping sect must be of an immense scale, yet the majority of the populace are merely pawns, easily swayed. If the court were to maintain integrity and the government were to be harmonious, who would willingly take up arms against their own? Thus, the common people are the most innocent. Therefore, when confronting the rebel forces, we ought to treat them with discernment. We should rescue the innocent if we can, but should show no mercy to the ringleaders if they are obstinate. Upon hearing Cui Ba's words, a middle-aged man beside Wen Lao abruptly interjected, "It seems, from your words, that you do not regard these rebel bandits with much seriousness. Are you so confident that you will emerge victorious in the end? The ranks of the Taiping sect number in the hundreds of thousands. Once they rise, their momentum will be unstoppable. As the ancient said, know thyself and know thy enemy, and you will not be imperiled in 100 battles. Are you perhaps underestimating them?" As Wen Pin had introduced earlier, this man was Wen Chong, an official from One Family Village. Although the Taiping sect boasts a vast number of followers, the primary iron mines of our Han dynasty remain firmly under government control. Should the common people rise in rebellion, where would they procure armor, steeds, or weaponry? Even if the masses were numerous and unarmed, they would be no match for a regular army armed with real swords and spears. The advantage is unmistakable. Furthermore, to my knowledge, the majority among the Taiping sect consists of the elderly, the weak, and women and children, which would inevitably hamper the mobility of the rebel forces. There are also two crucial points to consider. At this juncture, Cui Ba gazed silently at his teacup. What else is there? The crowd inquired in unison. Firstly, the mighty spirit of the Han dynasty still endures. Just last year, the renowned General Gong Sun Zan quelled the rebellion led by Zhang Chun and Qiu Liju with merely 3,000 elite cavalry. It is said that his white horse Yidong was invincible in battle. This indicates that the Han court still harbors formidable talents, including Lu Ziguan, the mentor of Gong Sun Boague. Over the years, while rebel forces have risen, the imperial army has only grown stronger through repeated campaigns, in the hearts of officials, soldiers, and noble families alike. The Han dynasty remains powerful. Tio put it bluntly, even a centipede, when on the verge of death, does not perish easily. Although the Han dynasty may be waning, its residual might is still present. Moreover, when chaos ensues, heroes will emerge to restore the Han. Secondly, there are the influential clans across the regions. Should the common people rise in revolt, the first to be dealt with would be local officials and the elite gentry. The foundations of these noble families run deep. Once they recover, the major clans will unite. They can provide both strategists and capable generals, and their private armies and loyal retainers are beyond counting. In the face of such formidable forces, the peasant army is hardly a match. Indeed, before the government and the noble families, these rebels find it difficult to gain a foothold. The crowd nodded in agreement upon hearing this. At this moment, when Chang finally relaxed his brow and saluted Cui Ba, saying, "I did not expect that. Despite your youth, Master Cui possesses such insight. I support the notion of relocating One Family Village. As far as I know, the villagers of several neighboring villages have already become adherents of the Taiping sect. Our position is indeed perilous. Earlier, you suggested that we accompany you to Hebei. Although over 100 people may seem few, it would not be advisable in the eyes of the government, and numerous formalities would likely pose a challenge. Fear not, for both I and Master Wang can assist you in this matter, Cui Lan said with a smile, stroking his beard. Then I am much obliged. Wen Lao, my initial suggestion for everyone to migrate to Hebei indeed overlooked the implications of relocating an entire village on the court. Therefore, let us divide the villagers into two groups. One shall accompany me to Hebei, while the other, led by Master Wang, will move to Wuguan, settling in Hongnong. In either case, we shall support one another. That sounds good. I shall attend to this matter tomorrow. My legs are not well, so I can only choose Hongnong. When Chang, you and Zhengya should take the other group with the young master to settle in Hebei. Understood. Very well, once everyone has settled this matter, I shall host a banquet at Chuanfeng Tower at the south gate. We shall not return until we are intoxicated. Not return until intoxicated. This evening, let us rest here. Shortly, I shall prepare some humble wine for all to enjoy in this courtyard. Just command it, young master. Master Zhongjing, please stay. As the crowd began to disperse, Cui Ba called out to Zhang Ji, your thoughts are clear, and your vision is far-reaching. I admire you, Zhang Ji remarked. Your praise is unwarranted. May I ask, how would you respond to avoid calamity? Haha, at this point, you have already revealed so much to me. Could I be unaware of your intentions? Upon returning, I shall express my desire to relocate to Hongnong, and those willing to accompany me shall journey together. This way, we may also join forces with the one family. However, I fear that Su'er may have to part ways with Huang Zhuangshi. It may be a year at least, or even 10, before we meet again. Do not worry. You may bring Su'er along to Hongnong. We shall reunite within 10 years. How can you be so certain? Once war engulfs the nation, it may take years to resolve. You shall understand when the time comes. Now, let us go see Su'er. Author's note. As we prepare to return to Hebei to confront the impending Yellow Turban Rebellion, Cui Ba must seize the moment. I shall gradually quicken the pace. Chapter 11. Pursuing the murderer in Chenlu City serves as the seat of Chenlu Commandery during the spring and autumn period. Within the central plains of the state of Zhang, there existed a place named Liuyi. This later came under the dominion of the state of Chen. Thus the name Chenlu emerged. Due to its strategic geographical significance in the central plains, Chenlu was elevated to a commandery during the reign of Emperor Wu of Han.By the Eastern Han period. With the capital established in Luoyang, Chenlu Commandery became the eastern gateway to the Eastern Han court. For the imperial court, maintaining control over Chenlu allowed for oversight of Shandong and the Zhanghuai commanderies, while also utilizing the strategic advantage of Hulao to protect the capital, Luoyang. Consequently, Chenlu Commandery has emerged as one of the most prominent commanderies within the Han Empire, boasting economic prosperity and a large population, and has produced many notable figures. At this moment, during the hour of Shun, the lights of Chenlu City began to illuminate, casting shadows of bustling figures across the streets. Even from the city gate, one could hear the lively shouts of street vendors, creating a vibrant atmosphere. At the western gate of Chenlu, numerous taverns and inns abound, among which Wangjing Tower is the most renowned. Towering as the highest establishment in Chenlu, its rooftop is enclosed on 3 sides by walls, with only the western side open, providing an unobstructed view of the scenery within the western city gates. This design allows one to gaze westward and behold the capital from the tower. Wangjing Tower, at any time before curfew, is perpetually the liveliest tavern. However, not everyone can ascend to the top floor, as peering into the imperial capital is deemed highly disrespectful. Thus, only officials or members of noble families may access the uppermost level. At that moment, there were few patrons on the rooftop, with only one table set for a banquet where 2 individuals sat facing each other, one pale-faced and beardless, the other with a round face, large ears, and a stubbled visage. The portly man spoke. I never imagined that after so many years, I would reunite with my esteemed brother here in Chenlu City. To be honest, when I traveled through Qinghe with my father, I failed to remember the mountains and rivers, the customs and culture there. The only memory that remains is of you, Cui Zi. All the sights I experienced were guided by you. My dear brother, haha, let us raise a toast to this unexpected reunion. Thank you, elder brother. Cheers, responded the pale-faced man, who was none other than Cui Ba. a few days prior, after arranging affairs in Nanyang, Cui Ba, along with Dian Wei, Cui Lan, Huang Zhong, Wen Chong, Wen Pin, and Chao Xing, led over 40 individuals from Wen family village northward, while Wang Kai, Er Hu, Wen Lao, and the remaining 60 proceeded to Nanyang, subsequently joining Zhang Ji and several others who wished to accompany him into Wuguan. Heading towards Hongnong, as Cui Ba's party passed through Chenlu City, he instructed Wen Pin and Cui Lan to proceed to Guandu Bridge Village to await their arrival, while he, along with Dian Wei, Chao Xing, and Lu Zi, made their way to Chenlu. Upon entering the city, they coincidentally encountered the return of the prefect of Chenlu, Wen Mu, who immediately recognized Cui Ba among the crowd and later invited him to Wangjing Tower for an evening of reminiscence. Was your journey to Nanyang fruitful, Zi? It is rare for you to come to Chenlu Commandery. You must stay for a while longer so that I may extend my hospitality as a host. This trip has had its gains and losses, but overall, it has been quite rewarding. However, I cannot afford to delay my return for too long. I feel quite guilty for not being able to spend more time with you. Elder brother. What has you in such a hurry? You dare not linger for a few days. If you lack a good reason, I shall insist on tying you up to explore the sights of Chenlu. Thank you for your kindness, elder brother. Allow me to raise another toast to you. Setting down his cup, Cui Ba let out a slight sigh. My dear brother, do you harbor any unspoken troubles? Feel free to speak your mind. I was just about to speak, but Cui Ba glanced around cautiously. When Mu observed Cui Ba for a moment, seemingly attempting to discern something from his expression, but ultimately saw only sincerity in his eyes. Ziyu, I wish to converse with my brother, so let them wait outside for a while. Should anything arise, I shall call for you. Understood. The young scholar known as Ziyu turned to leave, but was stopped by Cui Ba. Brother, I have heard that there exists a dragon among the learned, namely Hua Xian, Guanning, and Bing Yuan, with Hua Xian being styled Ziyu. However, I am not well acquainted with them. Thus I wonder if this Yu brother is indeed the esteemed Hua Ziyu? Haha, he is still quite young and lacks the profound knowledge of such individuals. He is merely my brother's scribe, surnamed Liang, given the name Shi, and styled Ziyu. The character in his name refers to the noble Yu Ji, not the fish in a pond. Today, he accompanies me to inspect the farmlands outside the city. Oh, so you are Liang Ziyu. I beg your pardon, brother. I observe that Ziyu possesses remarkable talents. I feel an immediate kinship upon meeting him. Why not engage in conversation together? Very well. Since my esteemed younger brother has such an intention, Ziyu, come and sit with us. Wen Mu beckoned Liang Shi to join them. Though Wen Mu was unfamiliar with Liang Shi, Cui Ba, well-versed in the Three Kingdoms, recognized him as an extraordinary figure. Liang Shi hailed from Jiaqing in Chunjun, a prominent minister of the Chao Wei. He was summoned by Cao Cao during his tenure as Minister of Works and subsequently rose through the ranks due to his contributions. Having served as the Minister of Works, Governor of Bingzhou, and ultimately attaining the position of Grand Minister of Agriculture, Liang Shi's governance of Bingzhou was marked by exceptional achievements that were often regarded as exemplary across the realm. He also had notable military accomplishments, having led troops to defeat Yu Yin and Lu Shi, and dealt a significant blow to the Xianbei chieftain Kebening. Such a well-rounded individual, excelling in both civil and military affairs, was precisely what Cui Ba urgently needed. However, he was acutely aware of his own lack of power and influence, thus he chose to bide his time, knowing that displaying any semblance of authority would not guarantee immediate allegiance from Liang Shi. Brother Ziyu, please. Liang Shi was taken aback by the warmth of this literary governor's friend. Having recently begun his tenure at the governor's mansion, he had found few willing to engage with him. Due to a recent illness affecting his superior, he had been tasked with duties typically belonging to the scribe, thus he had not been afforded significant responsibilities. Sensing Cui Ba's amiability, he quickly returned a polite gesture and took a small sip from his cup. Wen Mu, observing the cordial exchange, hastily inquired, Ziyu, pray tell, what matters have you encountered? Alas, my brother, I was en route to Guandu port when a tempest beset us, resulting in the loss of a substantial shipment. The repercussions will surely bring my father's ire upon me upon my return to Qinghe. Such circumstances are beyond your control. It is fate's decree, and one cannot blame you for it. I believe your father will not be excessively harsh. Perhaps. The second matter is that I have made many acquaintances, among them Wen Pin from Wenjiakan in Nanyang. He wishes to bring some of his kin with him to the north, which would undoubtedly be a boon for our family. Indeed, that is true. If the gentry wishes to grow, it must continually expand, a thriving population is of utmost importance. Although Wenjiakan is not of our clan, since we share the same surname, do not hesitate to seek my assistance in the future. I shall not refuse with that. Wenmu downed his cup of wine in one go. Brother, allow me to finish. There are more pressing matters I wish to discuss. Chueba poured more wine for Wenmu, who, upon hearing this, ceased his discourse, grasping his cup and awaiting further elaboration. During my days in Nanyang, aside from managing the shop and tallying the accounts, I sought to expand our business's reach, which led to an unexpected discovery. With that, Chueba produced a map. Unfurling it for Wenmu and Liang, she too examined this a topographical map of the surrounding area of Wanqing. Both men's brows knitted in concern as they observed the map, which depicted the current developments of the Taiping sect in relation to the local geography, with Wanqing at its center and surrounding villages and counties marked in red circles. Brother, Ziyu, Wanqing is now encircled by the Taiping sect. I trust you both understand the implications of this trend? At that moment, Wenmu, despite his modest political achievements, discerned the gravity of the situation through years of administrative experience. Every province and county in the Central Plains is now home to Taiping sect followers. Forgive my bluntness, but our situation in Qianlu resembles that of Wanqing. We are effectively besieged. I suspect this is true for all counties. Liang Shi stroked his chin, analyzing the situation. Besieged? What do you mean? Wenmu, already suspecting the answer, found it difficult to believe and thus pressed Chueba for clarification. Ziyu is correct. Surely you can deduce the rest as well. Brother One, I advise the governor to promptly dispatch a missive to the capital, outlining the pros and cons, in hopes that the court can prepare accordingly. If these sectarians remain peaceful, it is indeed a cause for celebration. However, should they exhibit hostility, our Qianlu County serves as the bulwark for the capital. And we must not be careless. This is merely conjecture. To ascertain whether they will rebel, we require evidence. The Taiping sect involves hundreds of thousands of common people. Any misstep could lead to widespread upheaval. If handled poorly, I would be blamed for inciting rebellion among the populace. Let us observe the situation for now and send out more men to gather intelligence. Currently, the common folk harbor deep resentment towards us officials. For we are near the capital, and the burdens of labor and taxation have rendered their lives unbearable. Governor, the number of refugees is on the rise, and most have turned to the Taiping sect. You must exercise caution. If Qianlu suffers a mishap, the foundation of our Han dynasty could be shaken. Enough of this nonsense. They are nothing but a rabble. How could they pose any real threat? What if there are many? Our city is fortified with troops, provisions, and weaponry. Why should we fear? You, a mere scribe, dare to speak on national affairs? Begone. Do not let me see you again. Wenmu, initially reassured by the thought that once Qianlu was in peril, reinforcements from Luoyang would swiftly arrive, felt a surge of indignation at Liang Shi's words, which implied he was incapable of overcoming mere commoners. His pride had been severely wounded, and thus he was filled with fury. Liang Shi, drenched in the wine Wenmu had splashed upon him, felt a surge of indignation but could only silently endure. Aware that his previous words had been poorly chosen in the heat of the moment, he retreated downstairs in disappointment. Brother One, Ziyu is simply too young and lacks the gravitas in his words. Do not take offense. I happen to have a matter to discuss with you. Indeed. What is it that you seek? My esteemed younger brother? Today's emperor, in pursuit of greater wealth, has exacerbated the phenomenon of selling offices and titles. Next month, I intend to present myself for the position of Xiaoyan, hoping to hone my skills while also safeguarding the Cui family. Thus, I wish to secretly engage in this purchasing of offices. Rather than allowing those with ulterior motives to acquire these positions, it would be better for us to obtain them, enabling us to genuinely serve the people. I will undoubtedly require assistance during this endeavor. If it pleases you, might you accompany me? It would be advantageous to have your support in managing some of the affairs. The act of purchasing offices is ultimately disreputable. As the eldest son of the Cui family, why must you resort to such means? If one seeks to ascend to the heavens, one must rely on those eunuchs and relatives, would they not? Chueba whispered into Wenmu's ear, startling him and making him suspect that Chueba harbored greater ambitions. How you choose to proceed is beyond my concern. If you wish to take that young scion with you, do so. All it requires is a formal document from me. Additionally, I wish to mention that recently, I was besieged by a band of thieves while traveling to Wanqing. Fortunately, I was rescued by two valiant men. Yet both have their own troubles. As I am not a man of the court, I am unable to assist them in many matters. Today, having encountered you, I wish to ask for your help on behalf of my saviors. Such a thing happened. Which bandits dared to be so bold? I am relieved to hear you are unscathed. I must show my gratitude to your benefactors. What troubles do these two men face? Speak swiftly, Z. Indeed, they are closely connected to Chenlu. The first hero is Dian from Jiwu in Chenlu. You can find his details in the records. He avenged a friend by vanquishing a treacherous villain, thus ridding the world of a scourge. He did not shy away from danger to assist us, demonstrating his noble character. I hold great admiration for such a chivalrous individual and wish to invite him to protect us on our return to Hebei. I hope you can assist me in this matter. I have indeed heard of him and am familiar with his prowess. I even wish to recruit him for the military. Since you have already made his acquaintance, I will gladly oblige and prepare the necessary documents for passage while also rescinding any bounties against him. However, I cannot assist with matters beyond our county. That is acceptable. I am grateful for your assistance. And what of the second individual? The second man is from Henei, named Chao Xing. He grew up in poverty as a hunter, having lost his father early on, leaving him to care for his elderly mother. Recently, a local tyrant took advantage of Chao Xing's absence to murder his mother and abscond with their wealth, fleeing thereafter. Initially, Chao Xing sought justice through the authorities, but was turned away due to lack of funds. He then sketched the face of the perpetrator and pursued him from Henei all the way to Bema, learning that the villain had boarded a ship bound for Chenlu. Upon arriving at Guandu, he found himself destitute, fortuitously encountering Dian. The two then forged a bond in the mountains. It was these two who came to our aid when we were ensnared by the bandits. Allowing me to escape perilously, I intended to assist Brother Chao in tracking down the true culprit, but encountering you today, I wonder if you might aid in this search. When Mu contemplated for a moment before asking, if we locate him, how do you intend to handle the situation? Chao Xing yearned to slay the villain, seeking solace for his mother's spirit in the afterlife. This was an act of filial piety. Regardless of whether it was to repay a debt of gratitude or to uphold the virtue of filial duty, I was willing to lend him a hand. Very well, proceed with your plan. I shall instruct my subordinates to cooperate with you. How audacious it is for such a nefarious scoundrel to tread upon Chenlu County, truly tarnishing its verdant landscapes. Thank you, elder brother. Cui Ba initially felt considerable displeasure upon hearing when Mu referred to the common folk as base people. Scoffing at his short-sightedness, however, he was taken aback by the man's unexpected enthusiasm towards him. Despite delving into the memories of the original owner, he remained baffled as to why this person treated Cui Ba with such kindness. Yet, considering his warm disposition, Cui Ba was inclined to forge a heartfelt friendship. Do you truly believe that the base people of the Taiping sect could wreak havoc upon the world? I find it hard to believe that a mere band of incompetent fools could possess such audacity. Perhaps the common folk themselves do not harbor intentions of rebellion, yet one fears the clandestine instigation of others. In these times of calamity and suffering, with the populace displaced and starving, many have lost faith in the court. And the emergence of the Taiping sect has provided them with a new belief. In their quest for a stable life, they may be swayed to take reckless risks. Between us, there is no need for pretense. To speak candidly, the current situation is indeed not the fault of the common people. With that, Cui Ba gestured towards the heavens, shaking his head in resignation. Let us conclude our discourse for today. Tomorrow, you must act swiftly and return promptly, steering clear of trouble. I shall handle the aftermath. Upon exiting Wangjing Tower, Chao Xing hastened forward, saying, My lord, I have gathered information as you anticipated. This individual, upon his arrival in Chenlu, lodged at an inn in the northern part of the city. The innkeeper recalls his appearance and mentioned that he ventured to the marketplace the following day, returning late at night, reeking of alcohol and bearing the distinct odor of a butcher. He checked out the next day, likely having worked as an assistant in some meat stall at the market. Your method of finding people is indeed remarkable. I shall head to the marketplace tomorrow. Absolutely not. Cui Ba swiftly rejected Chao Xing's suggestion. That man is from your hometown. He will undoubtedly recognize you. Are you quite foolish? A gentleman may be slain, but cannot be humiliated. Cui Ba disregarded Chao Xing's furious glare and instead turned to Dian. Ishan, you shall wait for me at the inn tomorrow. Do not go anywhere. Once the task is accomplished, I will return with Shanji to find you. Your only task is to prepare your belongings with Lu Zi and wait for us a mile outside the west gate with the horses. Upon our arrival, we shall depart immediately. Rest assured, the governor has promised to assist me. I will not be in peril. Understood. Shanji, tomorrow you shall lie in ambush in the woods outside the west gate. Remember to secure our horses, or it will create complications. After I locate him, I will seek an opportunity to provoke a duel outside the west gate. At that point, your actions will be determined by your own judgment. Thank you, my lord, I shall take note. Please be cautious. This man is exceedingly ruthless, and one cannot be certain he won't resort to underhanded tactics along the way, though not worry. I will have several soldiers disguise themselves as ruffians to observe the spectacle. My lord's foresight is indeed comprehensive. Should Chao Xing achieve vengeance, he would willingly toil like an ox or horse. Enough. Just moments ago, you proclaimed that humiliation is intolerable. Now you speak otherwise, and I find it hard to believe. As the hour approached the end of the night, 6 constables entered Cui Ba's chamber, scattering shortly thereafter. These 6 were precisely the officers Wen Mu had selected for Cui Ba, who were entirely obedient to his directives. Once all arrangements were finalized, Cui Ba extinguished the lamp and reclined for rest. Meanwhile, within the governor's mansion, when Mu had regained his sobriety, his gaze fixated upon the map of Chenlu County displayed in the hall. His brow furrowed, he picked up his brush several times, attempting to inscribe something, yet ultimately laid it down in frustration. The Taiping sect. May nothing go awry. Authoress note. We are soon returning to Qinghe to address the Yellow Turban Rebellion. Chapter 12. Vengeance achieved. Come one, come all, behold exquisite silks and authentic shoe brocade. This morning, freshly delivered carp from the banks of the Yellow River, fat and tender. The broth is delightful, high-quality leather and sweet fruits. Hurry and buy to savor. Chenlu boasts a prime geographical location, bustling with trade and commerce, with countless merchants traversing its pathways. Before entering the marketplace, one can already hear a cacophony of vendors hawking their wares. Although it lacks the flamboyance of later dynasties, for Cui Ba, who had traversed through time, these simple calls were immensely comforting. His hometown was merely a small county in Jilin province, where the marketplace was far from lively, rendering the unpretentious cries of vendors all the more endearing to him. Though the late Han period saw numerous rebellions, the era of the Three Kingdoms was not perpetually plagued by war, allowing towns and prefectures, particularly administrative centers, to maintain regular marketplace activities almost daily. With the rapid advancement of agriculture and handicrafts, commerce flourished, leading to the comprehensive development of marketplaces. A distinctive trait of commerce during the Han Dynasty was the effective integration of trade and handicrafts. Today, Cui Ba donned a coarse hemp garment, a few strands of dark hair cascading over his forehead. His gaze, once steady and profound, now held a hint of reckless abandon, presenting him as a quintessential rogue of the marketplace. Accompanying him were 5 or 6 other ruffians, meandering through the market. Cui Ba surveyed the array of aquatic products, leather, fabrics, silks, and fruits, even observing vendors at the fringes selling livestock such as cattle, sheep, and horses. He felt a surge of emotion. This bustling, slightly chaotic life would soon be shattered, and among the throngs of common folk, he pondered how many would remain in Chenlu in the future. To avoid arousing suspicion, Cui Ba reminded himself to fully embrace the role of a ruffian leader, yet he also instructed the officers to compensate the merchants adequately once the ordeal concluded. He seized a cluster of grapes nearby, biting into them while exclaiming their deliciousness, beckoning his companions to indulge as well. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a small venture. I have yet to weigh these grapes. Get lost. I'm merely tasting a few grapes. What else with the shouting? It's not as if I'm not paying you. Once the autumn harvest arrives, I'll sell my grain and surely compensate you. Don't obstruct our enjoyment. Everyone, please spare my stall. I have an elderly parent and young children at home, relying on these fruits for sustenance. Alas, the ruffian brazenly demanding a free meal shoved the fruit vendor aside, causing him to tumble into a nearby sack of rice. A bystander helped him up, preventing him from approaching again, for inciting the wrath of these ruffians could lead to dire consequences. The current government. The lives of common people were as insignificant as blades of grass. Without substantial reward, few would care for their well-being. Fortunately, the ruffians did not consume much, smacking their lips as they ventured deeper into the marketplace. Oh dear, my fruits are scattered everywhere, hardly a single one intact. How am I to sell this? What misfortune has befallen me today? Truly, where did these rascals come from? Who will be the next unfortunate vendor? As the ruffians departed, the onlookers dispersed, each attending to their own stalls. Boss, how much did you lose today? A young scholar emerged from the crowd, approaching the vendor to speak softly. Observant eyes might have caught the surprise in the vendor's gaze. As he nodded repeatedly after a while, Cui Ba and his companions continued onward, observing the various sights around them, one of the ruffians occasionally reaching out to grope passing women, eliciting gasps of shock. Suddenly, Cui Ba spotted a butcher shop ahead, where a vendor energetically hawked his meat. Fixating on the sign that read Zheng's butcher shop, he was reminded of the renowned butcher Zhang at Zhengguanqi, and he chuckled to himself, realizing that today he would play the role of Lu Ti. As he approached, the vendor appeared portly, with a thick stubble and a mouth full of yellowed teeth. His smile quite unsightly. Most striking was his unbroken brow, forming a single line above his eyes. This man was none other than Feng Shan. I used to frequent this butcher shop. How is it that after a fortnight, there is a new face? Indeed, young sir, I just arrived in Qinlu recently, and my funds are quite limited. The innkeeper, seeing my strength, allowed me to stay on and assist in selling meat. You certainly appear robust. Though I wonder about your wits and skills. Have you been informed of the new rules? What rules? I am unaware. Newcomer, it seems you are utterly ignorant of the ways here. Our elder brother speaks kindly, yet you dare to challenge him? Are you seeking death? The ruffians encircled him, glaring menacingly. Everyone. What seems to be the trouble? If my shop has erred in any way, I beseech your forgiveness. This is a newcomer, unaware of the customs. I hope you can show mercy. The shopkeeper, having conducted business here for years, though unfamiliar with the individual before him, wished to avoid trouble, knowing that sometimes it was better to part with a little money than to suffer greater losses. As the shopkeeper approached the group, he discreetly handed over some coins to Cui Ba. However, Cui Ba did not even lift his head, merely toying with the grapes in his hand. Rules are rules. They must not be carelessly broken, irrespective of whether one is a newcomer or an old hand. Wouldn't you agree? Cui Ba remained steadfastly downcast, which caused the atmosphere on site to plummet to freezing levels. Young master, do not go too far. Without waiting for the boss to finish speaking, two men from the Zheng clan stepped forward to restrain him. Old man, spare us your words, one of them growled, shoving him while discreetly showing the token in his hand to the boss. Seeing that the other party had taken action, the attendant shouted, What do you intend to do? With such behavior, do you still acknowledge the law? Are you planning to rebel? At that moment, a crowd had gathered around the butcher shop, including many who had witnessed these men bullying other vendors, inciting their outrage as they hurled insults at the ruffians. Seizing the opportunity, Cui Ba decided there was no need to emulate the overbearing Lu Tihua and declared, I initially intended to let you suffer a little, but my brothers have pressing matters. Since you possess such spirit, we shall settle this according to the ways of the Jianghu. Come, let us engage in a duel. If you win, I shall forgive you, and your affronts against me will be erased. Otherwise, prepare to feel the lash. Feng Shan, observing that Cui Ba was neither tall nor particularly imposing, pondered that this young man might not be his match and inquired, How shall we fight? One-on-one. This arrangement suited Feng Shan perfectly, and he readily agreed. Then let us proceed. We must head towards the western gate, so we shall spar just outside it. Who fears whom? Feng Shan glanced back at the boss, only to find him staring vacantly, as if bewitched, and chose to disregard him. The crowd exited through the west gate of Qinlu, but due to the numerous guards stationed atop the city walls, none dared to make a move in front of the officials. Feng Shan followed the leader directly into the woods to the northwest, and the others did not hinder him, merely trailing closely behind. How did you, at such a young age, become their leader? To ascend in these times, one must grasp wealth, power, and influence, and, well, this, Cui Ba said, pointing to his own head with a smirk. Feng Shan noted that this person maintained a remarkably calm demeanor. It was only now, after some contemplation, that he realized this individual felt increasingly less like a thug, especially after they had exited the city, as if his entire aura had undergone a sudden transformation. Looking around at the surrounding woods, with their tall trees and lush foliage, it became apparent that the sunlight was almost entirely obscured. We have arrived. It is time to set forth, Cui Ba's voice echoed softly. Despite the sweltering summer heat, Feng Shan felt a chill run down his spine, unable to articulate why. Suddenly turning around, he discovered that the others had vanished. It dawned on him that he had been lured out deliberately. Although he had never encountered them before, he could no longer afford to delve into the details. Consequently, Feng Shan bolted in a panic, fleeing without a clear path. With a swift whoosh, an arrow abruptly shot out from behind Cui Ba, followed by Feng Shan's anguished scream. Chao Xing emerged from the woods, locking eyes with Cui Ba, who nodded subtly in acknowledgement. Hatred filled Chao Xing's gaze, tinged with a hint of bloodlust. Chao Xing advanced step by step towards Feng Shan, who, with his back turned, had just been struck by the arrow that pierced his leg, and was now cautiously attempting to extract it. "Oh, you wish to pull it out? Dream on," Chao Xing bellowed, then shot 2 arrows. One aimed at each of Feng Shan's shoulders. Though Feng Shan winced in pain, his shock was compounded by the voice he recognized all too well, one he had often heard back home in Hei. "It's you. I thought you were without means or connections, destined never to find me. Who is your newfound supporter?" Feng Shan gasped. "You, who have killed my mother and seized my wealth, do not deserve to know my master's name. Nor do you merit his schemes. Today, this is not even a tactic. Dealing with you requires but a few words from my lord. I swear to avenge myself." With that, Chao Xing secured his bow, unsheathed the long knife from his back, and drew his sword from his waist. Positioning himself behind Feng Shan, who was grimacing in pain and unable to turn, Chao Xing wasted no time, thrusting his sword into Feng Shan's back. After a chilling scream, Feng Shan collapsed to the ground, convulsing before falling still. Chao Xing then sheathed his sword, gripped the long knife tightly in his right hand, seized Feng Shan by the hair with his left, and with a swift motion, severed his head, casting it aside. Having avenged his grievances, Chao Xing displayed no sign of sorrow or joy. Taking a deep breath, he knelt facing northwest, bowing repeatedly while murmuring to himself. The group of men masquerading as ruffians approached, now clad in the attire of officials, and brought forth a prepared water bucket. "Brave warrior, once you have changed and cleaned yourself, please depart swiftly when Liang Shuzhua arrives. We shall handle the rest." Chao Xing bowed deeply, expressing his gratitude. "I am deeply indebted to you all, fool. Do you not feel embarrassed to utter such words? Why express gratitude to them now?" Cui Ba's remark broke the somber atmosphere, prompting Chao Xing to hold his tongue, recognizing his assistance in avenging him. Moreover, he was still perplexed by Cui Ba's use of the term fool. Without looking at him, Cui Ba addressed the crowd. "Please, wait a moment. Ishan." Dian swiftly approached the group, presenting a pouch of money to the leader before bowing and stepping back. "Must you be so heavy-handed in the market? The compensation we owe to the market today has surely pained Governor Wen's heart. You few shall return and face deductions from your salaries." At that moment, a young man who had been conversing with a fruit vendor in the market approached. He was none other than Liang Shi, the clerk from Chanlu, who had been brought in by Cui Ba. Ziyu, do not concern yourself with such trivialities. Now that everyone is present, once Shanji has changed, we shall set forth by the way. I have also sent someone to invite your family to join us. So you need not worry about not being able to serve the elder. "Thank you, young master," Liang Shi replied. His hometown was in Zhe County, south of Chinlu, a fair distance away. Thus Cui Ba decided they would first meet up with the main force at Guandu Bridge Village, and then arrange for the first batch of people to cross the river, while he, along with Dian and Liang Shi, would manage the second batch and await Liang Shi's family die in the 6th year of Hongguang. In July, Cui Ba and his entourage of over 50 people entered Hebei like a mighty tide, passing through Xiajin, crossing Xinxiang, and directly reaching Dongwu City via the South Canal. Hearing from Cui Lian, who had returned earlier, about the significant loss of goods en route to Wanqing, Cui Mi's anger boiled, and he gritted his teeth. However, when he learned that Cui Ba had persuaded the entire village of Wan to migrate and ally with the Cui family, though the number was not large, Cui Lian had not disclosed the division of the village, it was nonetheless extremely beneficial for enhancing the Cui family's reputation. Thus, for the sake of reputation, some lost goods were inconsequential. Although Cui Mi had never been fond of his frail eldest son, he was still his biological child, and the future of the Cui family would eventually rest in the hands of Cui Ba and Cui Yin. While Cui Yin had gained fame for his scholarly talent since childhood, he was still only 13 years old, and with Chui Mi's health declining, he had to allow Chui Ba to take on more family responsibilities. Little did he expect that this time Chui Ba would achieve such significant gains, which was why he decided to personally welcome him. "Father, I wonder how my elder brother is faring. He has always been weak. And this journey not only is long but also involves crossing mountains and rivers. I am truly worried." A youthful voice interrupted Chui Mi's thoughts. "Yinner, you need not fret about such matters. Your father and brothers are capable. Focus on studying the classics, so that one day you may stand in the court and let the name of the Qinghe Chui family resonate through the world." Yinner understood, but once he came of age, he too wished to travel the world and behold the vastness of our Han territory, to admire our splendid landscapes. Haha, excellent ambition. Did you hear that? This is the son I, Chui Mi, am most proud of. Everyone around nodded in agreement. "Master, look, the eldest son has returned." Chui Lian had been gazing southwest, and upon spotting familiar figures, he called out loudly, drawing everyone's attention. As the crowd beheld the young man riding at the forefront, they rubbed their eyes in disbelief, and Chui Mi was particularly astonished. Although scholars among the gentlemen were required to be adept at horsemanship, the sight of Chui Ba, clad in a brocade robe and astride a horse, left everyone agape. This was no longer the sickly Chui of the Chui family. How could Chui Ba appear so imposing? "Haha, father, how magnificent my elder brother looks. I want to go greet him and have him take me for a ride." Chui Yin attempted to run forward but found himself unable to break free from his father's grip. "Do not act foolishly. There are important matters today in due time. I shall arrange for someone to teach you how to ride." Chui Ba had received a letter from Chui Lian the previous night, knowing that his father, Chui Mi, would come to welcome him personally. Spotting the crowd at the city gate, although he could not see them clearly, he recognized Chui Lian among them. Therefore, Chui Ba urged his horse faster, swiftly reaching the crowd and dismounting. "Father, I have returned. Z, you have worked hard. Let us return home and discuss matters further. Indeed, brother, I have heard that on your journey to Nanyang County, you will pass through Chunlu County. Given its proximity to the capital, would it not be more prosperous than our own region?" Looking at the young man before him, he recognized him as the future head of the Chui family. Chui Yin, a prominent minister of Chao Wei. Although merely in his teenage years, he was destined to leave a mark in history. Chui Ba suddenly recalled a leader saying about the importance of nurturing education from a young age, and he resolved to cultivate Chui Yin from an early age, aiming to make him his most reliable aide in the future. Chui Ba patted Chui Yin on the shoulder and remarked, "The difference is indeed substantial. Like our Qinghe County, Chunlu County is also near a port, with numerous routes connecting it. However, Chunlu County's title as the eastern gateway to the capital ensures a greater influx of people." "What do you mean by influx of people?" Chui Yin looked up at Chui Ba, puzzled. "Simply put, it refers to the total number of people traveling to and from Chunlu County over a period of time." Chui Ba, lacking experience as a teacher, attempted to explain in terms understandable to the people of this era. The greater the influx, the more profits various trades generate in Chunlu County. Both commoners and nobles alike can amass greater wealth compared to our Qinghe County, making it overall far more affluent. When you grow older, Yinner, you will have the opportunity to experience the culture and customs of Chunlu and Nanyang counties firsthand. No amount of my words can compare to your own observations. Understood. By the way, brother, your galloping on horseback just now was truly impressive. Upon your return, could you persuade father to allow me to learn to ride sooner? Every day with Master Zhang is filled with his teachings, and I long to ride and enjoy the scenery. Listening to Chui Yan's earnest plea, Chui Ba felt a sense of helplessness. Their father had never been particularly fond of him, so how could he expect him to heed his words? "Very well, I will do my utmost to persuade him." Author's note. At last, we have arrived home. Let us commence our endeavors. Chapter 13. Chui Yin, Chui Lin. The Chui family had begun to decline over the past decade. Although Chui Mi aspired to revitalize the family upon becoming its head, his connections and resources paled in comparison to the past. Until the birth of Chui Ba, Chui Mi had intended to wait for him to mature and share the burden of family affairs. But unexpectedly, Chui Ba fell ill with a strange ailment at the age of 2, leaving him frail and sickly. Though he could read, his health hindered his studies significantly. Over the years, as Chui Mi endeavored to manage the family, he increasingly felt overwhelmed, while other branches of the family eyed the position of head with envy, eagerly waiting to witness his downfall. Despite the clear delineation of roles among scholars, farmers, artisans, and merchants in the eyes of prominent families. Chui had recently begun to expand their commercial ventures vigorously, yielding commendable results. Moreover, the current emperor, Lu Hong, had a keen interest in commerce. Though he was a sovereign, he possessed an innate talent for business. Within the palace, he established a small marketplace, where goods were plentiful, and palace maids and eunuchs would masquerade as vendors, allowing Lu Hong to buy and sell to his heart's content, relishing the experience. Thus, he often encouraged major families to engage more in commerce, secretly desiring to enrich himself through their profits. The esteemed families generally scoffed at this notion, while the lesser families failed to capture the emperor's attention. Although the Chui family had seen better days, they remained a significant family in Qinghe County. Since Chui began to engage in commerce as a gentleman, their income had steadily increased, provoking discontent and ridicule among the gentry of Hebei. However, the emperor, upon hearing of this, expressed considerable interest. Consequently, last winter, he issued a decree summoning Chui to share insights into the Chui family's business practices. Chui was reluctant to disclose his methods. Even to the emperor. At that time, due to the ongoing military conflicts in the northwest, the emperor did not require immediate attendance from Chui yet. With the cessation of hostilities, he decided to send Chui Ba to accumulate experience and familiarize himself with business processes before presenting himself before the emperor. Should the emperor discover that the Chui family merely leveraged their name to expand their business ventures without anything remarkable, he might be sorely disappointed and cease his interest. Historically, accompanying a ruler is akin to courting danger. It would be prudent for the Chui family to maintain a distance from the emperor. Chui's initial plan was straightforward. First, to enrich the family through commerce, and once Chui Yin had achieved recognition for his filial piety and talents at court, the Chui family could then bask in glory. Since the onset of summer, Chui Ba's health had surprisingly improved, revealing his determination to share the burden of family affairs. Thus, Chui decided to send Chui Ba to Wanqing to deliver goods. To understand the entire process and learn from Wang Kai about business models, preparing him for the eventual audience with the emperor. Upon Chui Lian's return, Chui was taken aback to learn that they had suffered losses shortly after their departure, with the lost goods holding significant value, causing him considerable distress. However, when Chui Lian reported that Chui Ba had successfully persuaded the villagers of one family village in Nanyang to pledge their allegiance, Chui was greatly elated. An increase in population would enhance agricultural productivity and raise yields, along with bolstering their private military forces. Although they did not share the Chui surname, they were still flesh and blood individuals. And a thriving population boded well for the future. This achievement would draw the attention of other families. How many noble families could sway an entire village of contented villagers to join their cause merely through eloquence? Thus, in the surprise of many, Chui insisted on personally welcoming Chui Ba, aiming to showcase the strong capabilities of the 3 generations of father and son, deterring any aspirations for the position of head of the family. Consequently, he wore a beaming smile throughout the journey back. Upon their return home, Chui instructed everyone to reconvene in the main hall for a discussion, allowing Chui Ba some time to refresh himself before reporting. After exiting the grand hall, Chui Ba first ensured that Dian and the others were settled, then directed Lu Zizi to assist in arranging accommodations for the visitors from one family village. Before following Chui Lian back to his quarters, as they entered the room, a wooden tub had already been prepared for bathing. Steam rising from the surface of the water. 2 maidservants were ready to assist Chui Ba in undressing. But he raised his hand to stop them. "I'll manage this myself. You may leave for now." Although he had always envied the ancient gentlemen who were attended to by maidservants during bathing and resting, when faced with the moment, he felt a twinge of embarrassment. Despite having lived 2 lives, he had yet to marry or have children, nor had he ever been intimate with a woman in his previous life. He intended to wait until after his military service to secure a favorable arrangement based on his accomplishments, allowing him to pursue a romantic relationship afterward. However, this reincarnation had thwarted his plans, and he could no longer provide for his mother. Reflecting on this, he sighed deeply, his gaze fixed on the northeastern horizon, murmuring, "I wonder how mother is doing that I am unfilial." Just as Chui Lian returned after escorting the maidservants out, he heard Chui Ba's murmurs, causing his heart to tighten as he looked at Chui Ba with sympathy. "Young master, are you thinking of madam again?" "Yes, I am thinking of mother." Chui Ba's mother had passed away from illness when he was still young. In searching through the original owner's memories, he found little useful information about her. As the majority of his time had been spent studying or recovering, he only recalled that whenever he saw his mother, she would embrace him tightly, clearly filled with concern. Alas, the madam left us too soon. Those who knew her fondly remember her. She never looked down upon us for our status. Instead, even when we erred, she would not scold us and would extend help when we faced difficulties. It is truly unfortunate. Let us not dwell on the past. Lian uncle, please summon Ishan to come over. After I have bathed, I would like you and Ishan to accompany me to the meeting. Understood. Once Cui Lian left, Cui Ba disrobed and entered the tub, the water temperature just right, and he felt an overwhelming urge to exclaim in delight. Although he had not conversed much with Cui Mi during the journey, based on the original owner's memories, Cui Mi's ability to break free from traditional constraints and expand their commercial endeavors demonstrated that he was not merely an antiquated figure. Despite the lack of paternal affection, it was likely due to the pressures of being the head of the family that he had to devote more attention to family affairs and the potential talents of his younger brother, which was a common plight among noble families. Cui Ba did not hold any grievances against him. Firstly, there was no true father-son bond between him and Cui Mi. Rather, there existed a respect for an enlightened elder. Secondly, it seemed that in any era, parents tended to favor children with better aptitude and obedience, especially when the child in question was the youngest darling of the family, with a discerning eye. Their father could see that his younger brother was destined for greatness. With some effort, the path ahead would be relatively smooth. Reflecting on Cui Yin, a historically significant figure with relatively low political acumen, Cui Ba could not help but side eye in history. Cui Yin studied under the eminent scholar Zheng Xian during the late Han period, and even the powerful Yuan Shao held him in high regard during his youth. When Cui Yin entered Yuan Shao's service, he became a leader among the scholars of Jizhou. At the time when Yuan Shao held sway over Hebei, several of his sons vied for Cui Yin's favor. For possessing Cui Yin's assistance would garner immense support from the scholarly community of Jizhou. Later, when Cao Cao decisively defeated Yuan Shao, Cui Yin also became one of Cao Cao's subordinates, having just acquired the vast province of Jizhou. Along with countless horses, weapons, and lands, Cao Cao was exceedingly pleased. At this moment, the recently surrendered Cui Yin boldly petitioned, stating that the common folk eagerly anticipated the arrival of the illustrious lord, hoping to find a ruler of benevolence and righteousness. However, should they perceive the illustrious lord to be akin to a rural landlord, hastily counting his amassed wealth, they would undoubtedly be met with profound disappointment. All those who had just surrendered fell silent, fearful of incurring the wrath that could lead to their demise. Yet, Cao Cao, intent on his campaigns across the land, remained open to wise counsel and readily acknowledged his missteps, for he understood that Cui Yin was acting in his best interest. Consequently, Cao Cao treated him with great respect, appointing him as an official in charge of the eastern and western departments, overseeing the appointments of officials of 2,000 stones, as well as those in the chancellor's office, thereby promoting a multitude of talents over the years. Furthermore, Cao Cao entrusted Cui Yin with the education of Cao Pai, recognizing the high esteem in which he held Cui Yan's virtues. However, due to Cui Yan's unwavering integrity, even after more than a decade in court, he audaciously chose to side with Cao Pai when Cao Cao had yet to decide on a successor. Despite his niece's marriage to Cao Ji, Cui Yin remained steadfast in his adherence to propriety, forcing Cao Cao into a corner. Which sovereign would desire subjects to openly declare their allegiances? Such overly united subjects are the most challenging to govern. Thus, Cao Cao not only promoted Cui Yin to a nominally higher position as Grand Commandant, but soon after condemned the wife of Cao Ji, Cui Yan's kin, to death, ultimately leading to Cui Yan's own demise, following his elevation to the position of King of Wei. Reflecting on this, Cui Ba clenched his fists. Now that Cui Yin was his own brother, he would ensure that the Cui family would not suffer such a tragic fate after his arrival. Having completed his preparations, Cui Ba meticulously arranged his appearance before stepping out, satisfied with his image and demeanor, and proceeded to the conference hall accompanied by Cui Lian and Dian Wei. "Brother, are you going to the meeting? Can we come along?" Cui Ba paused, turning to regard the 4 or 5-year-old child tugging at Cui Yin's sleeve, bewildered by the child's presence in the inner court. "Second brother, who is this?" "Brother, your memory truly fails you. You once held Linner in your arms, Linner?" "Cui Lin? Yes, it is I. I met you after my birth, but you have been reclusive for so long that we have not crossed paths since. I have heard from second brother that when I was born, due to our family's poverty, No one came to visit, except for you and second brother, who came to see me and even held me. Hee. Liner has always cherished that memory. Chui Lin, style Daru, was a late-blooming statesman of the Chao Wei dynasty. In his youth, he faced disdain from his clan due to their impoverishment, save for his cousin, Chui Yin, who recognized his potential. Later, through his virtuous conduct, he rose to prominence in Wei, and the death of Chui Yin did not tarnish his reputation. However, Chui Ba valued Chui Lin's lineage above all, for it was this lineage that ultimately elevated the Qinghe Chui family to prominence during the Wei, Dian, and northern and southern dynasties. So it is Liner. When did you arrive? Chui Ba approached and lifted Chui Lin into his arms, planting a kiss on his cheek. Brother, your beard is so prickly. I am 4 years old now, not a child anymore. Please set me down. Chui Lin adopted a serious expression, attempting to act grown-up. Chui Ba, understanding that Chui Lin had long been overlooked by their clan, felt a surge of compassion for the child's pretense of maturity. You are already 21, while you are merely 4, even in front of your 13-year-old second brother. You are still a child. I shall not release you. Henceforth, if you encounter any troubles, you may confide in us. Your brothers will support you. Chui Lin lowered his head, tears nearly spilling from his eyes. Though he was young, he could sense the disdain and derision in the gazes and words of those around him. In recent years, with Chui Ba bedridden and Chui Yin studying abroad, apart from their unappreciated parents, no one had spoken to him. After 4 years of separation, today, Chui Ba disregarded his somewhat disheveled appearance and embraced him, uttering words that warmed his heart. Brother, I do not wish for any support. I want to strive to become a man of substance. Chui Lin lifted his head once more, his gaze filled with determination. Children of the impoverished mature swiftly, and while Chui Ba anticipated Chui Lin's precociousness, he was taken aback by the depth of his maturity at such a tender age. Of course, he should aspire to be a man, but he must first address the challenges before him. There were many things he could not yet do. Therefore, his second brother and he would assist him. Moreover, though he was not their blood brother, they were all family, and among family, there should be no pretense. He added with a smile, when you achieve greatness, do remember to treat us to a fine meal, brother. Despite being merely a 4-year-old child, Chui Lin could no longer contain his tears upon hearing Chui Ba's kind words. Liner, do not cry. Your brother must attend to matters with father and the others. You are not yet of age for such discussions. Remain here with your second brother while I take you out for a stroll shortly. All right, Chui Ba set Chui Lin down, instructing Chui Yin to take him back to their quarters to learn his letters. Once the two figures disappeared, Chui Ba motioned for Chui Yin and Dian Wei to continue onward. Though Zi had made amends for his past mistakes, Chui Ba remained puzzled as to how he had persuaded the farmers of Wenjia village, especially since these individuals, while capable of cultivating wasteland and planting crops, would not yield results for a year or two. The losses incurred by Zi were not something that could be easily compensated for with a single harvest. If there were no severe repercussions, how could they secure the trust of the people? Patriarch, while he is your son, you must not shield him. We all know his capabilities. You must handle this matter justly. Upon reaching the entrance, Chui Ba heard a voice reminiscent of a eunuch, sharp enough to send shivers down his spine. The tone not only belittled his own capabilities, but also hinted at mockery. Thus, he signaled to the household servants, Chui Lian and Dian Wei, to remain silent, standing by to listen attentively. Indeed, Patriarch, had I been dispatched back then, how could the goods have been fed to the fish? Perhaps Wenjia village sought to ally with the strength of our Chui family. Otherwise, Zi had never ventured far and lacked such experience. How could he easily persuade the villagers? At that moment, another voice, deep and commanding, resonated, causing Chui Ba to frown as he discreetly inquired of Dian Wei. Ishan, this individual possesses a robust voice. What do you think of his strength? Is he a martial artist? My lord, this man is likely a martial artist, though he still lacks a certain refinement in his strength. Dian Wei replied dismissively. Chui Lian remarked, my lord, from the sound of it, I deduce that these two individuals are the sons of the previous patriarch. The first speaker is the elder brother, Chui Ning, and the latter is his younger brother, Chui Hu has indeed practiced martial arts since childhood, and no one in the family can rival him. So it is them. The previous patriarch, Chui Cheng, was the brother of Chui Mi, and the two had never harbored any animosity. Chui Cheng recognized Chui Mi's ambition, allowing him to stand out. Had their father not insisted on establishing the elder over the younger, Cui Mi would likely have become the patriarch long ago. Later, when Cui Cheng fell ill, he passed the position to his brother, Cui Mi, in hopes that Cui Mi would enhance the family's stature. However, this decision left his two sons exceedingly displeased and filled with animosity towards Cui Mi. Are there any other opinions? Speak freely, Cui Mi's voice echoed, devoid of any discernible emotion. My father was indeed a master at nurturing anger, Cui Ba remarked with a smile directed at Dian Wei. My lord, I have served the Cui family for decades. While I cannot claim to have met countless individuals, I am well acquainted with the inner workings of the family, including the previous patriarch. Yet, to this day, there are two individuals I find utterly inscrutable. Oh, who might they be? They are the patriarch and the eldest son. Particularly the eldest son. Despite having watched you grow, I believed I understood your temperament and character. However, since the incident at Gaoting Port, your actions have been increasingly unexpected, and I find myself unable to fathom your intentions. Cui Lian stroked his graying beard, smiling sheepishly. Cui Ba awkwardly scratched his nose. Chuckling softly, choosing not to respond, he could hardly confess that he had traversed from the year 2021 and was thus familiar with many matters and individuals. Revealing such a secret would surely lead others to deem him deranged. Do you all concur with the views of Cui Ning and Cui Hu? Cui Mi's voice resonated once more, still as tranquil as a still pond. A palpable silence enveloped the hall, but Cui Ba surmised that everyone was nodding in agreement. Just as Cui Ba was about to step inside, he suddenly heard a feeble voice. Cough, cough, patriarch, I must disagree. A frail voice unexpectedly broke the silence, startling Cui Ba in his ineffectual state within the Cui family. Who else could possibly speak on his behalf? My lord, this individual is Cui Lin's father, Cui Yin, though he belongs to a more distantly related branch. Unless there are significant matters within the clan, he lacks the qualification to attend meetings. Recently, I returned ahead of schedule, and the patriarch arranged for various officials to convene. Oh, I understand. Cui Hu's voice rang out once more. Uncle, why not focus on recuperating instead of attending the meeting? Just relax while you're here. No one will say anything. Why interfere with such important matters? Silence. Cheng Da is your elder. When did our Cui family become so ignorant of propriety? Quickly apologize to your uncle. Cui Mi's tone bore evident irritation, indicating his regard for Cui Yin. Child, your words are disrespectful. I beg your pardon, uncle, Cui Hu begrudgingly uttered, falling silent thereafter. I too am perplexed. The patriarch and Cui Yin have minimal connection. Yet he consistently treats him with great respect. I truly cannot comprehend this. Upon hearing the words of Cui Lian, Cui Ba could not help but feel a surge of curiosity. The author remarks, every family has its own difficult scriptures to recite. For the sake of the narrative, I have made slight alterations to the ages of certain characters, diverging somewhat from historical accounts. Chapter 14. A Gathering of Talents. Chengda. What are your objections? If they cannot withstand scrutiny, I shall not entertain them. Cui Mi resumed his demeanor of calm indifference. Cui Yin rose and bowed, stating, although Zi suffered a significant loss of goods, it was not due to his own fault. For the heavens do not always grant our wishes. Such matters are beyond human control. Is this not a simple truth that all present can comprehend? By your reasoning, if a military expedition suffers the loss of supplies due to inclement weather, why must the culpability still rest within the confines of our Han military code? Moreover, we were not present at the scene that day. Can we truly ascertain that the loss was indeed due to weather? Cui Ning, do you dare to question Cui Lian's loyalty to our family? Cui Yin cast a sideways glance at Cui Ning, his tone laced with ire. Although Cui Lian currently serves as the steward in Cui Ba's household, he was once the chief steward of the entire Cui family, having watched over the likes of Cui Mi and Cui Yin as they grew. Now, in his advanced years, even Cui Mi affectionately refers to him as Old Lian. My uncle, the vicissitudes of life are indeed unpredictable. Furthermore, my nephew has not claimed that he is disloyal to the Cui family. Uncle Lian has cared for Zi over these past few years. It is only natural that he would harbor some protective sentiments. Perhaps Zi truly misplaced the goods, and Uncle Lian, wishing to shield him, crafted some justifiable reasoning. Indeed, elder brother speaks with reason. Uncle Lian has been unwaveringly loyal to the Cui family for many years. Who would dare assert his disloyalty? I, Cui Hu, shall be the first to oppose such a notion. Yes, yes. The discussion hall became somewhat lively as everyone began to praise Chui Lian. This is not without merit. For the goods have been lost, and we are unable to retrieve them from the Yellow River. Chengda, this alone does not sufficiently demonstrate that the loss of goods is unrelated to Zi. Chuimi initially closed his eyes to listen, then opened them to address Chuiyin. Seeing no immediate breakthrough regarding the goods, Chuiyin continued. Regardless of whether Wanjia village is a large or small village, it ultimately lies within the jurisdiction of Wan County. Moreover, it is close to Yingchuan Prefecture, where many prominent families reside. We are merely leveraging commerce to alert those in our vicinity. They might simply be drawn to the strength of the Chui family and choose to ally with us. Though our Chui family is not yet a prestigious clan, we rank among the top 10 gentry families in Hebei. Uncle, why must you bolster others' aspirations while diminishing our own prestige? Master, I believe that the village chief must possess discernment to recognize the commercial potential of our family. Furthermore, last year, the emperor praised our Chui family. Who does not know of it? Surely, even the humble villagers would wish to bask in the emperor's grace and thus align themselves with us. Elder brother, your words seem rather fanciful. Chui, who, in the midst of his grandiloquence, was abruptly interrupted. Turning around, he found it was the frail Chui Ba, and thus quickly directed his gaze elsewhere, showing utmost disdain for Chui Ba. While the emperor's grace is indeed vast, his majesty is merely intrigued by our Chui family's profitable endeavors. Moreover, the common folk surrounding the capital are increasingly burdened by heavy taxes and corps labor, making it difficult for them to sustain their livelihoods, leading to a growing number of displaced persons. If you were among these commoners, would you choose to follow me into commerce simply because of the emperor's current favor? Humph, such a spurious argument. What could you, a man confined to bed due to illness and lacking experience of life's tempests, possibly say to sway them? Ah, I see now. This must be the handiwork of Uncle Yin. He has perhaps bestowed the credit upon you to enhance your standing at home, has he not? Chui Ning's caustic voice rang out again, causing Chui Ba to frown in dismay. It was simply intolerable. Not at all. The migration of Wanjia village was facilitated by Governor Wen Tai of Chenlu, who provided assistance to my younger brother. Otherwise, relying solely on myself, achieving such results would indeed be challenging. Wen Tai? Wen Mu? Chui Mi, having maintained a connection with the Wen family, was well aware that Wen Mu currently served as the governor of Chenlu. Indeed, it is brother Wen. All well with you? After Wen Mu and his son departed from Qinghe County, Chui Mi had only had sporadic correspondence, having not developed a close relationship. Although he knew Wen Mu had become the governor of Chenlu, he had not utilized any connections. All is well done, my elder brother mentioned. Though Wanjia village is not of our direct lineage, we share the same surname, and given our proximity, many of the common folk are struggling to make ends meet. I cannot bear to see them suffer. Therefore, if my younger brother is inclined, he may persuade them to move to Qinghe. I will provide all necessary arrangements along the way, and once everything is settled, you may return to Chenlu. This is my elder brother's handwritten note. Please review it. Chui Ba presented Wen Mu's edict and letter to Chui Mi, who, after reading, burst into laughter. Though Brother Wen was generous during his time in Qinghe, he was overly arrogant. I did not expect that after not seeing him for several years, he would have become so astute since his appointment as governor. Since Brother Wen values your friendship so highly, Zi, you must engage with him frequently. I shall remember this. Everyone, Governor Wen has mentioned in his letter that the villagers of Wanjia village are finding it increasingly difficult to sustain themselves due to rising taxes in Nanyang. Consequently, he has entrusted Zi with the task of helping them settle in Hebei. Thus, Wanjia village is not a tenant of our Chui family. Matters concerning land will be handled by the authorities. But upon reflection, we, the Chui family, have rendered great service to the Wen family, and it is likely that we will become close allies in the future. Brother Wen has also stated that the men of Wanjia village have trained in martial arts since childhood, and should they encounter bandits, they would possess a fighting chance. This will undoubtedly serve as a significant boost to our family's future endeavors in Qinghe County. Zi, you shall be credited for this great achievement. To serve the family and alleviate my father's burdens is simply my duty. Indeed. Everyone, Governor Wen has also noted that a significant portion of the goods Zi was transporting has fallen into the river, as witnessed by the soldiers stationed at Guandu port. Therefore, this cannot be fabricated. However, Zi, you must consider how to compensate for this loss to the family within the next 6 months. Do you understand? Yes, father. Chui Ba had initially expected Chui Mi to be quite angry over this matter, but to his surprise, his expression was filled with joy. This reprimand, rather than being punitive, seemed more a declaration to the assembly, signaling that Chui Ba was to begin engaging with the family's affairs. Once Chui Ba assumed responsibility for family matters, it was inevitable that certain interests of the clansmen would be affected. Yet, who would truly care about the gains and losses of the collateral branches? Humph. One wonders how the master intends for Chui Ba to compensate for the losses. Chui Ning was the first to question Chui Mi, fully aware that the two brothers posed the greatest threat to Chui Mi's position as head of the family. If Chui Mi intended to take action, he would undoubtedly start with his own brothers. This matter can wait. I shall discuss it with Zi in due course. Zi, do you know where Liang Shuzhua is at present? Shuzhua is a trusted aide of Governor Wan. We must not lose decorum. It was remiss of you not to introduce him to your father earlier. Although Shuzhua held a lowly position, he was still a member of the government office and, moreover, an aide of Wenmu, thus deserving of a warm reception. Father, it is not that I neglected the introduction. Rather, Liang Shuzhua has recently caught a chill. Although he is feeling somewhat better now, he is still not entirely well. I arranged for him to rest first and informed him that you would visit him after the meeting, which is why I did not introduce him earlier. I hope you can forgive me. You have arranged matters quite well. Very good. Everyone, you may retire for now. Chengda, you must take good care of yourself. Zi, come with me to visit Liang Shuzhua. Yes. Under Chui Ba's guidance, Chui Mi arrived at the courtyard of Liang Shi and his mother, which was a property belonging to the Chui family, designated for accommodating esteemed guests. According to Chui Ba, Liang Shi was effectively representing Wenmu, and thus was placed here. However, Chui Mi was puzzled as to why Liang Shi had brought his mother along, even if he needed to stay in Qinghe for an extended period. Approaching the courtyard entrance with curiosity, Chui Mi called out, Lord Liang, my apologies for not being able to greet you properly due to Zi's oversight. Please forgive me, Master Chui. Why have you come personally? If there is anything, you may simply send someone to find me. Please, come in. That I have heard from Zi that you have been unwell. I hope you have had a chance to rest. I have sent someone to summon the doctor, who should be arriving shortly. Do not mention Lord. As my elder, you may address me as Ziyu. Thank you for your concern, Master. I am now quite well. Excellent, Ziyu. I see that you and Zi are of similar age. Yet you have already become a member of the government office. Truly, you are a young talent. I hope you will spend more time with Zi and offer him guidance. You flatter me, Master, that I suspect I will be the one needing the assistance of the eldest son in the future. Liang Shi cast a sidelong glance at Chui Ba. What do you mean by that, Ziyu, Master? Do you not know? Eldest brother, have you not told the Master yet? Liang Shi suddenly fell silent, though not rush. We shall discuss it together later. Chui Mi, observing the cryptic exchange between the two, sensed that Chui Ba was likely concealing something from him, and thus his expression turned frosty as he inquired. Zi, what is the matter? Father, there were many people present earlier. Once I gather everyone together, I will certainly explain everything to you. However, I have one matter I wish to ask of you, so please do not be angered. Speak. Although Chui Mi sensed that Chui Ba bore no malice, he could not help but feel a surge of anger as it seemed that his own son was concealing significant matters from him. The head of the family. It appeared that Chui Ba was oblivious to Chui Mi's displeasure and inquired, Is Uncle Chengda a trusted confidant of father? What do you mean by that? Chui Mi thought to himself. Startled, a mere distant relative, whose status in the family was negligible, was nonetheless summoned by his father whenever critical matters were at hand. If he were not a trusted associate, Chui Mi surmised, his father would have no need to invite him. Chui Mi closed his eyes, seeking tranquility, and remained silent as he listened to Chui Ba's analysis. Perhaps father would argue that he was an elder with the right to inquire about significant family decisions, which indeed could not be disputed. Yet, there was something else that others might overlook, but which Chui Mi, due to his own experiences, found particularly sensitive. His father's affairs were so demanding that he had little time to spare for his son. Chui Mi bore no resentment. Rather, he was perplexed as to why, despite being unable to attend to his own offspring, his father frequently arranged for his younger brother to meet Lin Air when the family regarded uncle's household with disdain. Was it sympathy? Yet, Uncle Chengwen's family was even more destitute, and he had never seen father pay them a visit. Thus, Chui Mi dared to speculate that Uncle Chengda held a position of great importance in his father's heart. It seems that no one pays attention to you on a regular basis, and I never expected you to be so observant. Are you merely biding your time, or has this sudden awareness come upon you? My lord, the young master fell from his horse upon arriving at Gouting Port and lost consciousness, teetering on the brink of death, showing signs of imminent demise. I had intended to send someone to report. But everyone feared that you would punish them for inadequate protection, so they sought out renowned physicians instead. However, to our astonishment, the next day at dawn, the young master regained consciousness, with only bruises and contusions remaining on his body. Hearing this, Chui Mi's previously impassive face transformed into one of shock, and beads of cold sweat began to form on his back. He hastily grasped Chui Ba's hand, though no words were spoken. His anxiousness was palpable, and what else? Speak quickly. Moreover, not only has the young master recovered with remarkable vitality, but he has also gained considerable strength. While others struggle to carry heavy sacks, he can lift them effortlessly with one hand, showing no sign of exertion, but rather an ease that is quite remarkable. What? Chui Mi gazed incredulously at Chui Ba. Is all of this true? Indeed, father, it is all a fact, though I cannot fathom why this has occurred. Perhaps it is destiny that has turned calamity into safety, enabling me to assist father in strengthening our Chui family of Qingyi. In ancient times, most people held a firm belief in the supernatural. And Chui Mi found himself pondering, could this truly be the will of the heavens? Did the heavens see his years of toil for the Chui family and grant his eldest son a recovery that surpassed his former self? If this were indeed the case, coupled with the youthful renown of Chui Yin, Chui Mi felt an overwhelming urge to exclaim, "Heaven is on my side." During your journey south, it seems you must have other plans. Pray, share them with me, father. Do not be hasty. We are all quite famished from today's journey. Why not have dinner first and then discuss the matters in detail? I have been too impatient. Lao Lian, please arrange for the servants to prepare a family feast and summon all the guests Zi has brought. After dinner, we shall convene in the secret chamber to discuss our affairs. At this moment, Chui Mi's heart brimmed with joy. He cherished Chui Ba dearly, yet the pressures both within and outside the family had weighed heavily upon him, compelling him to devote more attention to Chui Yin. Hearing that Chui Ba had narrowly escaped death nearly shattered him. He already felt he owed his eldest son much affection and care. Had anything happened to Chui Ba, he would have faced the unbearable shame of meeting his deceased wife. Now that he knew Chui Ba was safe and invigorated, displaying a demeanor of composure and steadiness, he thought to himself that no matter the circumstances, this was indeed a boon for the Chui family. It seemed he could now rest assured, gradually allowing Chui Ba to take over the family business, for it had become exceedingly burdensome for him alone. Observing Chui Mi's graying hair, Chui Ba felt a profound admiration for the father who had single-handedly fortified the Chui family. When the guests arrived in the inner hall, both Chui Ba and Chui Mi changed into more casual attire. As Chui Ba suggested, there was no need for formality at a family feast, especially since the guests were all trustworthy individuals who would undoubtedly become significant assets to the Chui family in the future. After consulting with Chui Mi, Chui Ba arranged for everyone to take their seats, deliberately preparing a place for Chui Lian beside him. He also noticed that father had invited Chui Yin and his son, who was currently seated opposite Chui Ba, his face still bearing a sickly hue. Once everyone was seated, Chui Ba rose to bow to his father and uncle, then turned to introduce the guests. This is my father, the head of the Chui family. Greetings, family head. The guests, including Dian Wei, responded with vigor, causing Chui Mi's blood to surge with excitement. This gentleman is my uncle, Chui Yin, and beside him is my cousin, Chui Lin. The guests offered their respects to the father and son. And this is my younger brother, Chui Yin, who possesses rare talent and is currently studying under Lord Zheng of Beihai, destined to become the pillar of our Chui family. Greetings, second young master. The guests voiced their greetings in unison, while Chui Yin displayed no signs of shyness, rising to return their salutes. I need not introduce Uncle Yin, as everyone is already well acquainted. The guests nodded in agreement. Father, uncle, and esteemed guests, you are all remarkable individuals. The first among them is Liang Shuzhua. Although his current position is not high, he is exceptionally talented. In our conversations, he has displayed considerable insight into political and military affairs. The second is Wen Chong, the head of Wen family village, along with his nephew Wen Pin, also known as Wen Zhengya. The third is Huang Zhong of Nanyang, whose prowess with the blade is unparalleled, and his archery skills are nothing short of extraordinary, truly unrivaled under heaven. The fourth is Ji Wu-run, the man of Dian, whose strength is remarkable. He wields a small spear with incredible precision, making him unmatched in battle. Lastly, we have Chao Xing, whom I retrieved from the riverbed of Bema Port. He is now a favored disciple of Han Shang, known for his filial piety and his relentless pursuit of vengeance for his mother, a true man of valor. Cui Ba and Chao Xing seem to be natural adversaries, as Cui Ba often took pleasure in teasing him, evoking laughter from the crowd. Only Chao Xing, feeling somewhat disgruntled, clasped his fists and downed his cup in silence. Cui Mi exchanged glances with Cui Yin, both surprised by what they had heard. The individuals Cui Ba had gathered were predominantly skilled in martial arts, and even Liang Shuzhua appeared to possess considerable military acumen, while the exact intentions of Cui Ba remained unclear. The impending meeting in the secret chamber would likely shed light on his plans. Cui Ba surveyed the crowd once more, contemplating that he had indeed amassed a wealth of talent to contend with the forthcoming Yellow Turban Rebellion. The remaining tasks were to purchase positions and train these individuals. Once accomplished, the rest would naturally fall into place. After the guests had finished dining, Cui Mi and Cui Yin led everyone to the secret chamber in the back hall. Cui Ba instructed Dian to guard the entrance, prohibiting anyone from entering. Cui Mi observed this and suddenly frowned, realizing that Dian demeanor towards Cui Ba suggested he was no ordinary retainer. The Cui family's secret chamber was located underground at the back hall, with the hidden entrance concealed behind a bookshelf. This was Cui Ba's first visit to the chamber. Although it lay beneath the ground, the air circulated well, indicating there must be other exits. As they walked, Cui Yin remarked, "Cough, cough. This secret chamber has only this single entrance." Later, when my cousin became the head of the family, he secretly opened 4 exits. Located in his room, the rooms of the Z brothers, as well as in my residence. Although Cui Yin was a distant branch of the family, his courtyard was not far from the main residence. The connection of the secret chamber to Cui Yin's courtyard indicated a closer relationship than one might have imagined. Cui Mi opened the door to the secret chamber, and all present were taken aback. The author has something to say. The formal planning of action begins now. Chapter 15. Discussing matters in the secret chamber. The secret chamber was quite spacious, capable of accommodating nearly 50 individuals. It appeared to be regularly maintained, as the interior was spotless. As the guests surveyed the chamber, they noticed that every wall was adorned with weaponry in front of outsiders. Cui Mi had always projected an image of a cultured and competent scholar, but he had never anticipated that this underground chamber would be filled with an array of arms. "Father, what is this?" Cui Ba's eyes widened in astonishment as he turned to look at Cui Mi and Cui Yin. "There is no need for surprise, for this is an essential preparation for our Cui family, and I have individuals I trust come to clean the chamber daily, ensuring that outsiders remain unaware of its existence. Although our Cui family has recently regained some wealth through commerce, many families throughout Qinghe County and even Jizhou harbor desires for our fortune." As he spoke, Cui Mi glanced at Cui Ba and Cui Yin and said, "From the moment you were born, many families in Qinghe County have been stirring, and I have been embroiled in open and covert struggles with them for years, with both gains and losses. You should know that your mother did not perish from illness. She fell victim to this familial strife, poisoned by agents of the Wang family." "What?" Cui Ba and Cui Yin exclaimed in unison, with Cui Ba particularly shocked, realizing that the Cui family harbored such a hidden history. In his fury, Cui Mi had fallen ill and was unable to believe that their mother had suddenly succumbed to a strange illness. A perfectly healthy individual had rapidly deteriorated and passed away within 10 days of falling ill. Despite consulting a dozen esteemed physicians, no one could detect anything amiss. Indeed, both my cousin and I are skeptical that this was merely a simple death due to illness. My branch of the family has fallen into obscurity, and thus, during my cousin's convalescence, I discreetly undertook an investigation into several prominent families that had opposed us at every turn, managing to do so without arousing suspicion. At last, while probing into the affairs of the Cui family, I uncovered a clue. Just days before my sister-in-law fell ill, a newly arrived maidservant from the household was seen emerging from the back entrance of the Zhou residence. I, Chengda, followed this individual closely and discovered that after leaving the Zhou family, she proceeded to the Wang family. Upon her exit from the Wang household, she was inexplicably seen carrying a parcel. Instead of returning to the Cui family, she was escorted by a servant directly to the eastern city gate, where she boarded a carriage and departed swiftly. That same day, Chengda hurried back to report this matter to me, and I instructed him to take a contingent and pursue her with all haste. Alas, during our pursuit, we stumbled upon a trail of blood leading us into the Xiaofeng mountain, where we discovered the maidservant's lifeless body. Subsequently, a group of cloaked figures emerged, evidently assassins, who immediately launched an attack on us without uttering a word. It was during this encounter that I sustained an injury that later manifested as a lingering ailment. Nevertheless, I did glean some valuable information. During the skirmish, Chengda identified one of the attackers by a badge, which belonged to the Zhou family. Chengda, incapacitated and unable to continue fighting, advised our father to deploy the majority of our remaining assassins, resulting in a bloody retribution against the Zhou family that night. Leaving only 8 survivors, from that moment on, my cousin understood that to secure a foothold among the myriad of noble families, mere private soldiers and government support would not suffice. We must cultivate a larger cadre of assassins to ensure our survival in times of crisis. To achieve this, we must seek out trustworthy orphans and substantial financial resources, which is the primary reason I counseled my cousin to shift our family's focus toward commerce, i.e. the subsequent events. Under Chengda's strategic planning, our father absorbed the Zhou family as well as several lesser clans such as the Wang and Li families from Qinghe, significantly strengthening the Cui family's influence while avenging the murder of my wife. Now, with Yener poised for a promising future and Zi's capabilities truly astonishing our father, I firmly believe that as long as the 3 of us unite in purpose, we shall safeguard the Cui family's legacy. It was well known that Cui Ba could never be content with mediocrity, and with our family united, no substantial obstacles should arise internally. This is indeed the moment for Cui Ba to showcase his talents. As everyone gradually mustered their resolve, "Everyone, please be seated." After all had taken their places, Cui Mi inquired, "Zi, all present here are trustworthy allies of ours. Speak freely." "Certainly. This time, I shall recount the events in Nanyang and Chenlu in their entirety to Cui Mi and Cui Yin." The two listened, their brows furrowed in silence. When the discussion turned to the clandestine decision to gradually relocate the Wang family's shops from Wanqing to Hongnong, Cui Yin finally spoke, "Cousin, if what Zi suggests is true and the Taiping sect truly rises in rebellion, then the relocation of the Wanqing shops may not be unwarranted. The Taiping sect has spread across the Central Plains and Hebei, making the vicinity of the capital relatively secure in comparison." Cui Mi nodded in acknowledgement, turning to Cui Ba, "Zi, I do not oppose your journey to Hongnong, but what should be our course of action thereafter? Shall we expand towards the capital? Father, is there a map of the various provinces and counties here?" "Cousin, I recall there are maps for Hudong, Heshi, Qinghe, Chenlu, Shanyang, Weijun, and Nanyang. My family possesses a complete map of Guangzhou. The remaining provinces are not available here. Indeed, I have a complete map of Jizhou and parts of Yuzhou." "Zi, will these maps suffice? From the looks of it, they should be adequate. I would appreciate it if father and uncle could retrieve the maps. It seems that as a father, I am destined to be directed by you. If you cannot present a compelling rationale, I shall have to resort to familial discipline." With that, the 2 elder gentlemen departed with Chao Xing and Cui Lian to fetch the maps, while Cui Yin, evidently well acquainted with this secret chamber, swiftly located the maps for Qinghe and the others. "Elder brother, here are the maps for Qinghe, Nanyang, Shanyang, and Weijun. Please examine them while I retrieve the maps for Hudong and Heshi from my chamber." After a short interval, everyone reconvened, and there was Cui Ba, meticulously arranging each map on the stone table according to their geographical positions. "Behold, this is our Qinghe, while here lies Hongnong, beyond the Yellow River to the north. We enter Bingzhou, both Hudong and Heshi. This map of Bingzhou I acquired from a merchant connects it with Jizhou and Guangzhou, revealing its entirety. Bingzhou? Zi, do you intend to develop commerce in that desolate region?" Cui Mi's brow furrowed as he listened to Cui Ba's plans for Nanyang, Qinghe, and Hongnong, feeling somewhat disoriented, especially with the mention of the harsh conditions of Bingzhou. "We do not seek to establish commerce in Bingzhou. Rather, we shall use it as a springboard to amass strength and subsequently achieve great deeds. Father, uncle, as I have just analyzed, within 2 years, the Han dynasty is destined for upheaval. Although the Taiping sect is not a grave threat, it boasts a considerable following. Without our own armed forces, it will be exceedingly difficult to elevate the name of the Cui family amidst the ensuing turmoil. I foresee that following this insurrection, the world may descend into chaos, thus we must prepare in advance." Cui Ba was acutely aware of the geographical limitations of Bingzhou. In later history, much of the region was dominated by the coal-rich province of Shaanxi. Therefore, the geographic position of Bingzhou rendered it less than ideal as a base for development. While I am aware that Bingzhou is a harsh land, I still choose to commence from there for several reasons. Firstly, like Yuzhou and Liangzhou, it shares borders with foreign tribes. Yuzhou is home to the Wuhuan and Xianbei peoples, Liangzhou is adjacent to the Chang and Di tribes, while beyond Bingzhou lies the southern Xiongnu. Although the southern Xiongnu have submitted to the Han, rebellions are not uncommon. Furthermore, the proximity of the Xiongnu to the Xianbei creates a delicate balance among the Han, Xiongnu, and Xianbei, from which we can derive military achievements. Secondly, Bingzhou must constantly defend against foreign incursions. The saying goes, a region's soil nurtures its people. The martial spirit of Bingzhou is remarkably fierce, with most inhabitants boasting exceptional equestrian skills, and the border troops of Bingzhou are renowned as the bravest in the land. Thus, we can establish elite cavalry for the Han dynasty, significantly enhancing our strength, making it impossible for others to underestimate us. It is widely acknowledged that in the age of cold weapons, those who command cavalry often dominate the world. Throughout the history of the Three Kingdoms, renowned cavalry forces such as the Shiliang Iron Cavalry, the Bingzhou Wolf Cavalry, and the Yuzhou White Horse Brigade, to name a few, have made their mark, with the most famous being Chao Wei's Tiger and Leopard Cavalry. The people of Bingzhou are martial. Throughout the late Han and Three Kingdoms period, Bingzhou has never lacked fierce warriors. This includes figures such as El Bu from Jiuan County, Zhang Liao from Mai, Guan Yu from Jiexian, Su Huang from Yangxian, and Jia Kuei from Xiangling. If Cuiba can establish a foothold in Bingzhou and recruit even one or two fierce generals from Hudong, then repelling foreign threats will be well within our capabilities. Thirdly, Bingzhou is regarded as a harsh and cold land by the gentry, lacking in prominent families and resources. This very disadvantage renders the region overlooked, and thus, since Cuiba has chosen to buy official positions, it should be in a place that can develop steadily and securely without disturbance, allowing for a gradual accumulation of strength. Historically, due to its various disadvantages, many talented individuals from Bingzhou have sought opportunities elsewhere, joining the ranks of other warlords or establishing themselves in the Central Plains to await their chance. Thus, during my leisure in playing Three Kingdoms-themed games, I have observed that few can thrive and establish a stronghold from Bingzhou under normal circumstances. Cuiba currently lacks advisors who can oversee the broader picture and strategize, leaving him to contemplate many matters alone. He greatly admires the 9-character strategy proposed by Zhu Sheng for Zhu Yuanzhang, which is to build high walls, amass provisions, and delay claiming kingship. And so, the unassuming Bingzhou has become his chosen ground for resurgence. These words hold merit, yet have you considered that we, the Cui family, possess such vast assets in Qinghe? Are we to relinquish them so easily? Cuiba recalled that throughout the historical turmoil from the late Han to the tripartite division of the Three Kingdoms and ultimately to the Jin dynasty's consolidation, it was the presence of Cui Yin and Cui Lin that allowed the Cui family to endure and stand resilient through the ages. Cuiba closed his eyes tightly, turning his back to the assembly. Taking a deep breath, when he opened his eyes once more, they were filled with unwavering resolve. Father, my second brother is a disciple of Zheng Gong, which grants him a prestigious standing within the scholarly community. I believe that entrusting the next head of the Cui family to my second brother will undoubtedly bring glory to our ancestors. Moreover, with Linner's character, he will certainly become a valuable ally to my second brother as he matures. Hence, I believe the foundation of our family in Qinghe need not waver. Z, what do you mean by this? The assembly sensed that Cuiba might be indicating a reluctance to inherit the family headship in the future, hinting at a desire to distance himself from the Cui family. I am preparing a grand strategy. Regardless of the outcome, the Cui family shall ultimately stand at the forefront of the gentry. Despite my deep-seated resentment toward the influential aristocratic families that impact the nation's foundation, I must prioritize the interests and safety of the Cui family, for I am now one of them. Although Cuimi remained puzzled, he was invigorated by these words. Z, please proceed. Esteemed guests, it is now time for us to partake in a theatrical performance together. Having chosen the province of Bingzhou, we must select the most suitable location, one that is not as close to the capital as Hanoi, a region densely populated with aristocratic families, nor should it be in proximity to the administrative center of Bingzhou and Jinyang, where we would be subject to the constraints imposed by the provincial governor. Thus, I wish to establish our foothold in Hudong, as the land of Hushi is too sparsely populated and would require attracting a multitude of refugees after a great upheaval to gradually develop. Therefore, Hudong County is our primary choice, and within Hudong County, there exists a place of great fortitude. This very location. As he spoke, Chui Ba emphatically pointed to the map of Hudong County, prompting the group to gather closer and observe the two prominent characters. Pubin. Pubin was once the capital of Shun, one of the 5 emperors. During the Warring States period, Pubin fell under the jurisdiction of the state of Wei and became a contested territory between the Qin and Wei states. If the Qin sought to annihilate Wei, they must cross the Yellow River to seize Pubin. Even after the establishment of the Han dynasty, whether in the western or eastern Han, Pubin remained part of Hudong County. Chao Yin observed for a while before addressing the assembly. The terrain of Pubin is exceedingly perilous and has historically been a focal point of military contention. To the north of Pubin, the Yellow River surges forth from the Longmin Mountains. To the south lies the largest crossing of the Yellow River, Fengling Crossing. Further south, one encounters the renowned Tong Pass, known as the 102 Heavy Passes. The route from Pubin to Tong Pass not only serves as a crucial defensive line for the Guangzhou region against eastern incursions, but also acts as a bastion for offensive maneuvers from Guangzhou. Chao Yin paused to catch his breath before concluding. If Zi has the intent, he may launch military expeditions from this location, advancing to protect the throne or retreating towards Hushi and the Yinmen area. What you say is indeed valid, but there exists further utility in this place. Should one cross the Yellow River from Pubin, it becomes possible to march towards Fengyi, Jialing, and Weinan, circumventing Tong Pass to press towards Chang'e. Remarkable. I did not anticipate Zi's insight to be so astute. At this moment, we all comprehend the significance of Pubin in Zi's future endeavors. However, how does this relate to the earlier mention of a theatrical performance? When military matters are discussed, figures such as Huang Zhong and Wen Pin listen intently, yet upon reflection, they perceive it as mere theoretical discourse, certainly not applicable to our immediate circumstances. Now that you all recognize the critical importance of Pubin, we must ensure its firm acquisition during this official purchase. Father, I have learned that the current governor of Hudong, Zhang Yi, is elderly and frail, having achieved no notable accomplishments in his 2 years of governance. Therefore, I intend to seize the opportunity of an audience with the emperor to bribe the 10 attendants and the governor of Hunan to facilitate this endeavor. However, purchasing an official position is generally scorned by the aristocracy, especially when it involves direct bribery to the 10 attendants. Thus, the prominent families of the north will undoubtedly scoff at me. Should the Chui family aspire to become the foremost aristocracy, initial renown is of utmost importance. Hence, once I acquire this position, you must sever our father-son ties and publicly declare that you no longer concern yourself with my fate. Absolutely not. Under no circumstances. Both Chui Mi and Chui Yin exclaimed in unison. Zi, it is indeed my wish to see the Chui family flourish during my lifetime, but I will not exchange my son's reputation for its prosperity. United in purpose, even if we are confined to this eastern Wu city, I would willingly accept it. Let us not speak of this further. Indeed, brother, I too do not desire such hollow accolades. Mother passed away early, and with only us two remaining, how could this house still feel like home if you were to leave? Yes, my lord, there is no need to undertake such a perilous venture. The assembly urged one another. There is no need for further persuasion. My mind is resolute, and my reputation, I can recover in myriad ways in the future. But the first step is to rescue Qinghe. Chui Yin, who had remained silent, suddenly opened his eyes and inquired, Zi, do you intend to recruit soldiers and, upon the uprising of the Taiping sect, lead an army back to Qinghe County to quell the rebels? If so, this would earn the gratitude of the people of Qinghe County and also convey to the aristocracy that Zi harbors intentions of repentance, thereby reducing any potential animosity towards you. Precisely, Chui Ba increasingly regarded Chui Yin as a strategist overlooked in these turbulent times. While he may not rival the likes of Guo Jia and Peng Tong, his capacity for quick thinking places him among the second tier of strategists. Rest assured, uncle, I will also gradually enhance my reputation through other means, ensuring that the Chui family will not be marred by my actions. Cough, cough, brother. I find Zi's strategy commendable. Were it not for my limited time, I would truly wish to witness the heights to which Zi and our Chui family could ascend. After a moment of excitement, Chao Yin regained his composure, reflecting on his own health and could only self-deprecate. Father, Chui Lin sensed his father's helplessness and, hearing the reluctance in his words, tearfully clung to Chui Yin's leg. Chui Yin, aware of his misstep, could only awkwardly pat Chui Lin's small head, though not lament. Chengda, we are no longer in our prime. I take pride and solace in the contributions you and I have made to the Chui family. Even if we were to meet our ancestors now, there would be no regrets. Thus, let us focus on the tasks at hand. What you say is entirely true. Now that Chengda believes this is feasible and it shall not truly bring any loss to Z, let us proceed accordingly. Z, when do you intend to commence this endeavor? Thank you, father and uncle, for your support. Chui Ba first bowed deeply to the two elders and then addressed the assembly. During this period, I shall prepare a unique tribute for the audience with the emperor and arrange for offerings of gold, silver, and jewels to the He family and the 10 attendants. Father, will the finances required for purchasing the position of governor in Hadong be sufficient? Haha, the price for a governor is clearly set at 5 million, which is ample. Including the necessary bribes, I shall prepare 20 million for you. Chui Mi chuckled confidently. Everyone, including Chui Ba, was taken aback. How could Chui Mi casually propose such a sum? The author wishes to convey. The journey into officialdom has finally commenced. Chapter 16. Ink brush and fine wine. Father, rest assured that the funds for purchasing official positions and establishing connections will be swiftly recouped. This is no idle boast. Just wait and see. Chui Mi assumed that Chui Ba was merely comforting himself and nodded with a smile. Z has summoned everyone. I trust each has made some arrangements? As Chao Yin noted the astonishment regarding the financial matters, he reminded Chui Ba to return to the main topic. Indeed. Based on the current personnel, I plan to arrange as follows once I become the governor of Hadong. Yishan, Han Sheng, Lu Zi, and Liang Shuzhuo will accompany me to Pubin, while Uncle Wen Chong, Zhong Yi, and Shan Ji will remain at home to train the troops, ostensibly for the purpose of training private soldiers. Father, Lian Shu and Uncle Wen Chong can establish a porridge shop to attract refugees. Among the able-bodied, those willing to serve as private soldiers can join my ranks, while others can be divided to cultivate wasteland or work for the Chui family, receiving wages in return. Naturally, those who possess skills such as carpentry, blacksmithing, or brewing can be sent to Pubin as needed. Additionally, we must construct walls in preparation for potential rebel attacks. Moreover, any orphans encountered may be taken into our household for training as assassins. I would entrust this task to you and Uncle Chengda. What do you think, Uncle? I must thank you for your trust, Z. Currently, everything remains uncertain, but your arrangements are indeed prudent. I only fear that my old bones may not endure for long. At this moment, Liang Shi stepped forward and said, My lord, as the saying goes, appoint the worthy without avoiding kin. I have a dear friend from my time in Qinlu. Although he hails from a humble background, he has recently been recognized for his filial piety. This individual is poised in demeanor, eloquent in speech, and harbors a deep aversion to corruption, dedicating himself to eradicating corrupt officials from the Han. Oh, to have a connection with Ziyu is surely to associate with the gentleman. Pray, who is this Ziyu? Chui Ba felt a surge of excitement. Liang Shi was a person of great talent, and his judgment would undoubtedly be sound. He even speculated that, given this person's humble origins, it might be someone like Xie Zhong or Guojia. This individual is from Pingqiu and Qinlu, surnamed Mao, named Jie, courtesy name Xiaoxian. I have always held a particular fondness for his courtesy name. Xiaoxian, for filial piety is the foremost of virtues. Oh, so it is he. Though I did not hear the name I yearned for, Liang Shi nonetheless recommended a far-sighted talent, Mao Jie, who proposed the notion of serving the Son of Heaven to command the unworthy even before Sun Yu, and also suggested the idea of agrarian colonization. Do you know Xiaoxian, my lord? Liang Shi inquired with some surprise. Well, during my time in Zhongmu County, I did hear tavern-goers mention him. He must be from the same locality. I remembered the courtesy name Xiaoxian. Chui Ba could only feign ignorance. Let us do this. Ziyu, in a few days, I plan to visit Dongjun to procure a supply of grain. You may accompany me, and then we shall set sail for Qinlu to seek out Xiaoxian. Very well, my lord. Uncle Chengda, if we can persuade Mao Jie to join us, I will ensure that one among them assists you. What say you? Cough, cough. Splendid. It ought to be so. The future of the Han will indeed rely on your generation of youth. Cough, cough. Beginning tomorrow, I shall retreat to ponder the ways of accumulating wealth. Father, you may assign Lian Shu to oversee the bribery of court officials, while Lu Zi will assist me in my endeavors. Agreed. Old Lian, you shall take full charge of this matter. Should any difficulties arise, feel free to approach my father and me directly. Understood. After concluding their discussions, the sky darkened, and Chui bid everyone to return and rest. Everyone was clear about Chui Ba's short-term tasks, thus they eagerly prepared to embark on a vigorous endeavor. Upon returning to his chamber, Chui Ba could hardly contain his excitement as he retrieved a piece of cotton fabric, intending to illustrate the brewing methods he was familiar with, since the required techniques had to align with the current productivity levels. And using a brush for drawing proved to be quite laborious. Chui Ba ultimately found himself overwhelmed, nearly losing his mind, and succumbed to sleep at an ungodly hour, resting his head on the desk. The next morning, Chui Ba rushed to the kitchen stove, scanning the surroundings with keen interest, which left the servants too frightened to cook, as they anxiously watched him, fearing that he might accidentally set his trousers ablaze. "What is your name?" he inquired. "Young master, my original name is Nyo. I have been an orphan since childhood, and the master took me in during the disaster relief efforts 2 years ago. The master enjoys the dishes I prepare, thus he granted me the surname Chui." "Chui Nyo? That sounds quite endearing. Thank you, young master." Nyo felt warmth in his heart. Individuals of power and influence often disdain such common names. Yet to his surprise, the young master acknowledged it with fondness. Regardless of the sincerity behind it, there was certainly no hint of contempt. "Since my father appreciates your cooking, you must take care of his meals from now on. The kitchen is of utmost importance. We cannot allow any malicious individuals to infiltrate and poison the food." "Where is the head steward?" "Young master, the head steward has been summoned by the master." "Very well, I shall recommend you for the position of deputy steward shortly. While the head steward is absent, you will have the final say. However, do not bully others. You must adhere to what I just instructed. Do you understand?" Upon hearing the prospect of a promotion, Chui Nyo was ecstatic, yet he dared not act presumptuously before the young master. He knelt and declared, "Thank you for your support, young master. I shall diligently ensure the safety of the meals prepared for the master." "Rise," Chui Ba replied. "I need you to assist me with 2 tasks. First, fetch me a few pieces of charcoal that are easy to hold. Second, find the most skilled carpenter in the household, and prepare breakfast for both him and the craftsman to bring to my room." With that, Chui Ba returned to his quarters. Although puzzled, Nyo did not dare to question further and immediately set about completing the tasks. He first procured 3 pieces of the most manageable charcoal, then sought out Chui Lian, informing him that the young master wished to find the finest craftsman in the household. Once everything was prepared, Nyo personally brought the breakfast to Chui Ba. Moments later, the steward Chui Lian arrived with the craftsman, and Chui Ba invited the craftsman to dine with him. After a brief moment of surprise, the master, feeling unable to refuse and quite hungry, began to feast heartily, grateful for the delicious pastries that were a rarity in his usual fare. The meal was consumed in silence, with neither party speaking, while Master Li, the carpenter, was left with a multitude of questions in his mind. After the servants tidied up, Chui Ba led Old Li to the table and asked, "Uncle Li, can you write?" "I can only manage a few simple characters." "Well then, that's fortunate. You see, we must use a brush for our writing." With that, Chui Ba took a brush and neatly wrote the character for Chuan a silk handkerchief. Since his arrival in this world, he had relied on the remnants of his predecessor's memory to write legibly, though he had not fully inherited the knowledge of intricate characters. Thus, he practiced writing daily, and it was noted that Chui Ba had developed an impressive hand in semi-cursive script, more graceful than the common style, a skill he had honed specifically to compose love letters for young ladies during his schooling. "Uncle Li, if one is outside and unable to use ink and brush, how would they write?" "I have not considered that, but perhaps one could improvise with some old-fashioned hard-writing tools." "Hard-writing tools? Please, demonstrate." Chui Ba was taken aback, initially suspecting he meant a fountain pen. But upon reflection, he realized such a tool could not yet exist and calmed himself. He produced a wooden stick, its end revealing a black tip. Old Li examined it closely, asking, "Is this charcoal, young master?" "Indeed. Hold it as I do and write the character for Chui." "How remarkable!" Old Li exclaimed after attempting to write in the manner instructed. "How does it feel?" "It requires less effort than using a brush, though it does feel a bit awkward in shape and isn't particularly comfortable to grasp." Chui Ba had simply devised a makeshift pencil, with sharpened charcoal encased in split wood, creating a groove for the charcoal tip to emerge for writing, thus allowing for a more casual approach. "This is precisely why I called you, Uncle Li." Having been a carpenter for many years, I believe you can grasp my ideas if I describe them to you. Please, young master, go ahead. This writing tool, I call it AMO by. Although this one uses charcoal, I plan to use graphite as the writing core, which will serve as the ink pen's core. The MO by consists of a core combined with wood. And after processing, I will teach you how to create a MO by sharpener, an implement that effectively sharpens the wood after the tip of the MO by has been smoothed, revealing fresh graphite and sharpening it. I need you to produce more than 3 MO bis as quickly as possible, along with 2 sharpeners. Chui Ba's so-called MO by was, in fact, a pencil, while the MO by sharpener was akin to a pencil sharpener. Subsequently, he instructed Oldley on the 2 methods of crafting the pencil cores, suggesting that they begin with the more complex technique involving molds, and he emphasized the ideal ratio of graphite to clay for Oldley to remember. Chui Ba had great confidence in the ingenuity of his ancestors. He believed that ancient peoples possessed remarkable creativity and comprehension. Though he did not fully understand the intricacies of the production process, he trusted that by conveying the general direction and ideas to the craftsman, the final product would surpass his expectations. All right, Uncle Lee, you shall return and gather a few reliable individuals to begin crafting. If you require assistance or have any findings, come to me immediately if I am unavailable. Inform Lu Zi or Uncle Yan. But you must remember to keep this a secret. No one outside of this circle is to be informed until I grant permission. Do you understand? I understand, but please rest assured, young master. With that, Oldley exited. Lu Zi summoned Uncle Yan. After Chui Lian had assisted Chui Ba in finding Oldley, he returned to help Chui Mi organize the bookcase. As the two conversed, Lu Zi rushed in, breathless. Lu Zi, now that you are a steward within the household, you must act with more prudence and learn from old Lian. Yes, master. Lu Zi scratched his head. Lu Zi was appointed as one of the household stewards upon returning with Chui Ba, and was also the youngest among them. Uncle Lian, the eldest young master seeks you. I do not know the reason. Go ahead, old Lian. Finish resolving Zi's matters before returning to organize. Understood. Chui Lian turned and followed Lu Zi, while Chui Mi watched their figures until they vanished, not returning to his room. Zi, I never expected such a transformation during this journey. Where will our Chui family ultimately find itself? When I descend to face our ancestors, I hope to do so with my head held high. What is it that you require of this old servant? Young master? Chui Lian inquired as he entered Chui Ba's chamber. Are our distilleries far from here? They are located on West Street. Just a few turns outside will lead you there. Let us go. Take me to see our Chui family's distillery and speak along the way. Understood. Young master, this is the steward of our distillery, Zhang Cheng. I have met the young master and no need for excessive courtesy. Steward Zhang. How is the purity and flavor of the wine we produce? What price can it fetch? In response to the young master, most families have their own distilleries, and the wines produced are, for the most part, quite similar. Indeed, the wines circulated in various counties and taverns are largely of this nature, merely serving to quench a thirst for alcohol. Truly exceptional wines are limited to those brewed in the palace or by prestigious families, such as Shiliang grape wine and Dukang wine. The wines we typically produce possess decent purity, with significantly less acidity compared to those made by neighboring distilleries. Oh? What price can we sell it for? Chui Ba had sampled various types of wine during his travels to Nanyang, yet they all seemed to lack potency and were overly acidic. Upon tasting the wine offered by Zhang Qing, he indeed found it to be remarkably low in acidity. Young master, currently, a standard rice wine fetches around 30 coins per dough, while fine wines usually exceed 50 coins per dough. Given our purity, it could be considered on par with fine wine. However, the master has little interest in wine and does not prioritize the distillery, so to ensure it sells smoothly, we must price it slightly above rice wine. At 33 coins, indeed, that seems a bit low. Please wait here. Uncle Ian, come with me for a moment. Young master, how loyal is this individual to the Chui family? How many in the distillery remain loyal to us? Including Zhang Cheng, there are a total of 23 individuals in the distillery. My surname, Chui, was bestowed by the master. My original surname is Zhang. Zhang Cheng is my son, so loyalty is assured. There are also 3 others who grew up alongside my son. And since the master pays them well without any deductions, they too are fiercely loyal. Good. Inform the others that there is no need to work today. Grant them a day off with a reward of 30 coins each. Let them all leave, but keep Zhang Cheng and the other 3. Understood. Upon hearing the news that there would be no work today, and that each person could return with the old steward to receive 30 coins as a reward, everyone eagerly departed. Just now, Uncle Ian had recommended to me that among all the individuals in this wine workshop, only the 4 of you are truly trustworthy. I have come today with an important matter for you to undertake. Once accomplished, I assure you that all of you shall reap substantial profits. Selling each barrel of the wine for 1,000 gold coins would not be an exaggeration. 1,000 gold coins? Is what you say true, my lord? It is hard to believe. Even the aged Dukong cannot claim to fetch such a price for each barrel. Silence. Zhang Cheng, true to his lineage as Cui Lian's son, immediately interjected to halt the disorderly chatter of the crowd, sensing that some words had bordered on the offensive. My lord, please feel free to instruct me. I shall do my utmost to fulfill your wishes. After patting Zhang Cheng on the shoulder, Cui Ba entered the wine workshop. As he observed the internal structure of the workshop and sought to understand the production processes and the responsibilities of the staff, he discovered a lack of specialization. Tasks were merely swapped whenever someone grew weary. Zhang Cheng, this method of working is far too inefficient. Regardless of whether your father values this or not, you must all perform your duties well. Although each person contributes effort, the yield of wine remains disappointingly low. But my lord, compared to many other workshops, our Cui family's production is still considerable, a burly man protested. Fourth brother, are you questioning my lord? Zhang Cheng glared at the man in anger. Cui Ba sensed that Zhang Cheng's loyalty was genuine and unfeigned, while the burly man bore no ill will but merely expressed his dissent. Fear not. It is only natural to harbor doubts, as I have yet to disclose my methods. You earn your keep through craftsmanship. Thus, it is imperative to maintain a spirit of inquiry. If there are issues, we shall discuss them together, and in due course, we will find a solution. Only then will your skills continue to improve. Seeing Cui Ba's unpretentious demeanor and the soundness of his reasoning, the crowd nodded in agreement. My method of brewing is also a hypothesis that requires your collective efforts for experimentation, so we may ascertain the quality of the final product in due time. I shall join you in the experiment. I have named my brewing method distillation and purification. For the next few days, Cui Ba worked alongside Zhang Cheng and the others in the small house at the back, refining the brewing techniques and conducting numerous experiments, all of which ended in failure. On the evening of the 3rd day, after yet another unsuccessful attempt, Cui Ba paced the room deep in thought, scrutinizing each vessel, his mind fraught with questions. This method should be similar to that of the owner of the workshop back home. Why then does the taste of the wine resemble that brewed by Zhang Cheng and his team? Indeed, this approach could enhance the production capacity of the Cui family workshop, but the outcome was not what he desired. Cui Ba finally paused at the table, seized the wine bowl that Zhang Cheng had just used, and took a sip. Dazhong, bring forth the wine from yesterday and the day before. Dazhong was the courtesy name Cui Ba had bestowed upon Zhang Cheng, which moved him deeply. My lord, the wine is right here. Cui Ba produced 3 new bowls and, in order of the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd days, filled each with the last experimental brew, tasting each one of them. So that is it. I understand now. You all should taste as well. Sample each bowl in my order. Zhang Cheng approached first, lifting the first bowl to his lips, taking a sip but not swallowing, gazing at Cui Ba. What do you think? Savor it. Each bowl must be appreciated. Cui Ba smiled at Zhang Cheng. After Zhang Cheng finished, stroking his stubble, he remarked, Indeed, there is a distinct difference. The others echoed his sentiments, noting that the wine brewed today was purer than the previous days. However, our experimental progress has been rather sluggish. Thus, you should continue to make gradual improvements today. Elevate the purity of the wine as much as possible. Dazhong, accompany me to seek out Uncle Li. Understood. Considering that after the Manchu conquest, high-proof liquor became widely accepted, Cui Ba acknowledged that while such spirits were not particularly thirst-quenching and could be harsh on the body if consumed in excess, they were favored at banquets. At this time, whether among royalty, gentry, or scholars, hosting banquets was all the rage. Thus, Cui Ba resolved to brew a small quantity of high-concentration distilled liquor to attract attention with its rich aroma. Rarity adds value. As no one had yet tasted such spirits, Cui Ba aimed to capitalize on the purification of liquor for a substantial profit. Archaeological findings have revealed that the Eastern Han already possessed distilling apparatus, though its specific applications remain uncertain. Upon meeting Master Li, Cui Ba shared his vision for the distillation and purification process, requesting that he enhance the apparatus according to his insights. After 2 more days, the apparatus was finally completed. Following several experiments, when the group caught their first whiff of the fragrant high-proof liquor, their mouths nearly watered. After tasting, they unanimously declared it to be a divine elixir, prompting Cui Ba to name it Xiongjiang. The author has a note. Distillation devices were invented during the Eastern Han period, with archaeological evidence found from both the Eastern Han and Jin dynasties. However, whether they were used for extracting spices or distilling liquor remains inconclusive. Modern interpretations of literature suggest that distilled spirits may have existed as early as the Tang dynasty, with more documentation available from the Song dynasty. Though detailed distillation processes are scarce by the early Yuan dynasty, records became clearer. The popularization of high-proof liquor took centuries to gain acceptance, and even now, some still prefer undistilled rice wine. In 2020, the production of Huangjiu in China reached 3.65 million kiloliters. High-proof liquor is too potent to adapt to immediately, compounded by complex production processes and low yields, making it difficult to promote in ancient times when alcohol consumption was restricted. Even though distilled spirits emerged in the early Yuan dynasty, they did not completely replace directly brewed low-proof liquors until the Qing dynasty, and the limited spread of distilled spirits was not merely a technical issue but was constrained by numerous factors. Chapter 17. Signs of rebellion on the 5th day of the 8th month in the 6th year of Hongguang. After finalizing the production strategy for the Cui family winery, Cui Ba, accompanied by Dian, Chao Xing, Huang Zhong, and Lu Zi, set out from Dongwu City with a merchant convoy, entering the Yellow River from Gaoting Port en route to Lini. Cui Ba then left Lu Zi in Levection County of Jibei to procure grain before instructing him to return directly to Dongwu City. The 4 of them traveled south from Levection County, stopping briefly in Shuqiu before heading east to Wanyang. Upon their arrival in Wanyang that evening, they heard reports of bandits operating near Mount Tai, which left Cui Ba astonished. He mused that Zhang Ba could not have arrived at Mount Tai to gather a crowd yet, and the Yellow Turban Army had not yet risen in rebellion. He could not fathom who possessed such audacity at this moment. Dian and the others, however, paid little heed to the news. A band of mountain thieves hardly stirred the martial spirit in Dian and Huang Zhong. Yet Chao Xing frowned slightly. My lord, your destination lies in Juping County of Taishan Commandery, which is southeast of Wanyang. With a swift horse, one could reach it in a day. However, we are unaware of the current whereabouts of the bandits they mentioned, so it would be prudent to rest a night in Juping County to avoid encountering these ruffians on our way back from Wanyang or on our return to Shuqiu, thus preventing any potential danger. Wise counsel, my lord. I believe we should proceed as advised. Huang Zhong concurred. Very well, everyone rest well today to regain your strength. We shall set off early tomorrow, aiming straight for Juping County and avoiding any delays on the road. Ishan, you shall accompany me to procure some provisions. Shang, you go to the East City Gate to gather news, and Han, you check the South City Gate for updates, particularly to see if the authorities have any word regarding these bandits. Understood. After a brief interval, as Cui Ba had just finished washing his face and was about to lie down, Dian pushed the door open and entered. Ishan, what brings you here at such a late hour? It must be something urgent. Indeed, I just went to the back courtyard to use the toilet and overheard 2 individuals in the adjacent stalls discussing the bandits. Oh? Sit down and elaborate, my lord. Ever since we departed from Dongwu City, I have sensed that someone has been watching us. However, considering the number of people I brought along, all being from the Cui family, it is only natural that someone would keep an eye on us. I did not perceive any imminent danger. Yet since parting ways in Levection County, that feeling of being followed has intensified. Each time we rest, I scan the surroundings, but thus far, I have found nothing amiss, which is quite perplexing. Nevertheless, having traversed the rivers and lakes for many years, I am familiar with the scent of danger. It feels akin to a pack of wolves stalking their prey, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Ishan, I share your sentiments. It seems this ominous presence is particularly fixated on me. From tomorrow onwards, we must exercise greater caution, especially upon entering Taishan Commandery. Although you are all skilled in martial arts and unafraid of bandits, as the saying goes, it is easy to dodge an open spear, but hard to guard against a hidden arrow. We must not allow them to exploit any openings. Therefore, let us avoid them whenever possible. Indeed, my lord, your safety is of utmost importance. Please rest easy. I shall remain outside. With that, Dian exited the room. Chui Ba understood Dian Wei's character and did not dissuade him. Having Dian Wei on guard outside provided immense peace of mind. Ah, no wonder Boss Chow values Dian Wei so highly. During the chaos in Wanqing, so many lives were lost, yet he mourned only the passing of Dian Wei. Perhaps it is because he feels a profound loss of security. Ah, Boss Chow, my sincerest apologies for having seized the opportunity ahead of you. Ha ha. After a brief soliloquy, Chui Ba soon succumbed to a deep slumber. I remarked, Young Master Chui, we are nearing Juping County. Having traveled a great distance, what is your purpose here? Within the confines of Dongwu City, do you think this young master idles away his days? Whether it be the study of ink or the art of wine. Chui Ba has not confided in anyone, despite their trustworthiness, for after all, there are no secrets that can remain hidden indefinitely. Certain matters, especially those pertaining to commercial confidentiality, are best kept to a select few. Each day, I traverse the bustling streets, seeking to grasp the pulse of the world, enabling timely judgments. I have heard in the marketplace that Yinzhou's Taishan County and Dongjun boast great talents. Thus I have come to Juping County to investigate. Juping County lies on the western frontier of Taishan County, adjacent to Yuzhou's Lu County, with a distant view of the peak of Taishan to the north. Initially, I intended to proceed directly from Luxian to Dongjun to pay homage to the esteemed. Yet upon hearing from passing merchants in the Luxian market, I learned of a young martial artist of noble character residing in North Chen Village. Juping County, he is said to be humble and courteous, readily offering refuge to those in distress without inquiring about their troubles, embodying the spirit of a reclusive hero. If such a person truly exists, he would indeed be a commendable man. Chao Xing has expressed a favorable impression of him. This individual is named Eugene, courtesy name Wenza. He once served as a minor official in Taishan County, primarily responsible for the daily patrols within the city. Perhaps due to youthful impetuosity or unrecognized talent, he resigned from his post and returned to Juping County shortly thereafter. Regardless of whether he possesses genuine talent, it is prudent to pay a visit, as it may facilitate the forging of new friendships. Although Chui Ba professes such sentiments, he is, in truth, quite exhilarated. Why Eugene is, after all, the foremost of Cao Cao's 5 great generals and the sole one among Cao Cao's commanders to hold the title of honorary general. Historically, Eugene became acquainted with Cao Cao at an early stage, even tracing back to the Yellow Turban Rebellion and the coalition against Dong Zhuo. However, due to Guan Yu's flooding of the 7 armies, Eugene ultimately tarnished his reputation. Although he later returned to Wei, he succumbed to shame and died, posthumously branded with the ignominious title of Li by Cao Ai in ancient times. Li was an exceedingly derogatory posthumous title. The posthumous law states, to kill the innocent is termed Li, to be cruel without kin is Li, to be obstinate and rude is Li, to support evil and oppose righteousness is Li, to spread slander and cause calamity is Li. Thus, it is evident that Cao Pai's bestowal of the title of Marquis Li upon Eugene after his death was a most unfavorable appraisal. Nevertheless, Chui Ba holds Eugene's military prowess in high regard. The ultimate loss of reputation can only be attributed to his own excessive pride and perhaps even arrogance. Overall, Eugene governed with strictness, dignity, and an impressive record of victories in numerous campaigns. Truly deserving of the title of a great general, should I persuade Eugene to accompany us, I would gain yet another capable commander to guard a region. As dusk approached, the 4 of us arrived in Juping County, learning that Chen Village was less than 3 miles from the county seat. With swift steeds, we reached Chen Village in under an hour. Upon entering the village, we observed wisps of smoke rising from chimneys. Yet the surroundings were devoid of many people, presumably all gathered at home for dinner. Hearing the sound of galloping horses, the village chief, trembling, emerged from his dwelling, catching sight of riders leading their fine steeds into the village. The village chief, aged and with failing eyesight, was uncertain of how many riders had arrived, but he felt compelled to approach in order to safeguard the village's peace. Esteemed soldiers, may I inquire what has brought you to my humble Chen village? I am Chen Zhuang, the village chief. I beg your pardon for not greeting you properly. The village chief bowed his head, approaching with utmost humility. Upon hearing the chief's words, Chui Ba couldn't help but smile. Handing his horse over to Chao Xing and striding over to support the village chief's arm, saying, Chief Chen, you have misunderstood. We are but 4 travelers, not officials of the court, as you can see. I am not in official garb. The old chief, lifting his gaze, scrutinized the youthful figure before him. Thick brows, large eyes, humble and courteous, lacking the demeanor of an official. Thus, he felt reassured and clasped his hands, saying, "I am uncertain of your purpose in our small Qin village, but as night has fallen, why not rest here for the evening before continuing your journey? There are wild beasts lurking outside the village at night, and the surrounding area of Taishan has been unsettled lately. It would be perilous to venture out and encounter thieves." Cui Ba was deeply moved. Although disasters and misfortunes had taken much from the common folk, their inherent simplicity, sincerity, and kindness are treasures that cannot easily be stripped away. "Thank you, Chief," he replied, "for your hospitality. No need for thanks. It is merely a matter of adding a few bowls and chopsticks." Travelers in these remote areas often face difficulties. Although our Chun village is not affluent, we are all subjects of the Yellow Emperor, and we shall assist when we can. With the chief's support, they moved forward. Hearing the chief's words, Cui Ba and his companions exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. "Elder brother, I did not notice in the dark earlier, but now it appears that every household hangs yellow flags and has yellow talismans affixed to their doors. It seems that Qin village has become a stronghold of the Taiping sect," Chao Xing remarked, observing the surrounding yellow world, a sense of oppression creeping into his heart. He whispered to Dian, "Be cautious and speak little. We are unfamiliar with this place, unaware of how many here are devoted followers of the Taiping sect. We must not let slip any incriminating remarks that could endanger our young master." Dian Wei, unwavering in his path, maintained his keen senses as a top-tier martial general capable of perceiving the world around him. Although Chao Xing was also a remarkable warrior, he still required further honing. "Understood, elder brother." Upon arriving at the village chief's home, they found only an elderly woman tidying up the dishes. The old woman glanced with surprise at the village chief as he led the group inside before retreating. "Good woman, these travelers find themselves here with nowhere to go. Let them stay in my uncle's room for the night. They have yet to dine, so please bring more bowls and dishes," the chief instructed the old woman. Cui Ba understood this to be the chief's wife and led the others in expressing their gratitude to her. As they approached, Cui Ba noticed that the village chief's wife did not have small eyes, but rather her eyelids were not raised high enough. It then became apparent to him that her right eye was blind. Although the evening meal was not lavish, indeed it could be described as plain fare, Cui Ba savored it immensely, as this humble life reminded him of his childhood days spent joyfully amid hardship in his hometown. However, one peculiar detail during the meal caught his attention. The village chief's wife frequently lifted her gaze, fixating on him, which made Cui Ba feel quite uncomfortable, even somewhat oppressed. Her gaze was filled with astonishment, fervor, and affection, leaving him bewildered. After the meal, the old woman led them to the uncle's room. Upon reaching the door, she turned to Cui Ba with a smile, saying, "Young master, with your thick brows and large eyes, you are truly handsome, resembling my uncle to some extent. Had he still been alive, perhaps you two could have become close friends. Please, come in. The room is spacious enough for all of you to rest tonight. Should you need anything, do not hesitate to inform me." With that, she nodded at Cui Ba and exited, closing the door behind her. The interior of the room was dim, and the dust on the window panes indicated that it had been vacant for at least 6 months. Although the old woman had brought them inside, she did not light a lamp. Moonlight streamed through the window, casting a silvery glow intertwined with shadows throughout the chamber. This scene, although reminiscent of Li Bai's quiet night thoughts, lost its charm the moment they stepped into the inner room. As they were confronted with a shocking sight, all were taken aback. The room, though reasonably spacious, perhaps due to frequent visitors, contained 5 beds haphazardly arranged, which would suffice for their rest. However, what sent a chill down their spines was the sight of a figure seemingly sleeping on the innermost bed. Shrouded in darkness, Cui Ba gestured for silence, bowing deeply at the door. "We are merely passing through and have sought refuge for the night at Chief Chen's home. We apologize for any disturbance." They waited a few breaths, but the occupant remained unresponsive. Cui Ba inhaled deeply and repeated, "We are merely passing through and have sought refuge for the night at Chief Chen's home. We apologize for any disturbance." Still, no reply came. Chao Xing, somewhat impatient, strode forward to confront the figure. "Stay back. Do not be rude." "What?" The others were about to intervene and restrain Chao Xing when he suddenly gasped and stepped back hastily, nearly falling to the ground had it not been for Dian Wei's quick reflexes. "Master, elder brother, teacher, this is a paper effigy." "What?" As they approached for a closer look, it indeed appeared to be a paper figure dressed in clothes, with a pale face delineated with features, and the most unsettling aspect was the figure's mouth, which was grotesquely split into a crescent shape, seemingly grinning maniacally. Perhaps this was the uncle she referred to. Chui Ba closed his eyes, contemplating for a moment. Upon reopening them, he examined the paper figure closely. Ishan, lift it gently. Do not damage it. Understood. Indeed. Set it down. What discovery do you have, young master? Huang Zhong observed Chui Ba as he bent down to examine the back of the paper effigy that Dian Wei was holding aloft. After a moment, he uttered the words indeed. Upon first encountering the yellow talismans and banners within the village, I initially presumed that it was merely a settlement devoted to the teachings of the Taiping religion. Earlier, as I assisted the village chief, I also glanced around at several households, where the inhabitants graciously waved at us from their doorsteps. Chui Ba reminisced, remarking indeed, at that time, I believed they were genuinely warm and hospitable. Huang Zhong could not help but express his sentiments. Their warmth stems from the fact that we are not officials. What do you mean by that, my lord? Chui Ba continued. The deceased Zhang was the son of the village chief. The clothing of the paper effigy appears to be nothing more than ordinary coarse linen, yet the reverse bears the marks of whips drawn in blood, with two prominent characters at its center, prisoner and execution. What crime did this person commit? Crime? I doubt it. The village chief and his wife exude honesty from their very being. I believe their son was not of poor character, if my conjecture is correct. Zhang must have been wrongfully accused by the authorities. These villagers have likely lost all faith in the government, viewing the Taiping teachings as their new hope. Now that the Taiping religion has gained momentum, I surmise that the arrangements within this dwelling were made in anticipation of potential visits from officials. Entering here would be akin to walking into a trap. The village chief and the entire community likely wish for Zhang to witness the retribution for his grievances. My lord, are you suggesting that this Qin village is preparing to rebel? That seems highly probable. Rest assured, they harbor no ill intentions towards us. We may rest easy tonight and seek out Eugene at dawn. Thereafter departing swiftly, consider it as if you have seen nothing. These common folk are merely driven by desperation. It is so stifling here. I shall step outside for a moment. Chao Xing turned and exited. The deceased deserve our respect. Let us pay our respects to him. With that, Chui Ba bowed deeply to the paper effigy before reclining onto the couch. The seeds of rebellion among the common folk have already taken root. Who would willingly engage in such treasonous acts unless compelled by dire circumstances? Truly, in prosperity, the commoners suffer, and in demise, they suffer still. You should all rest early. Who knows what tomorrow may bring? How many will still be alive in this Qin village? As he spoke, Chui Ba turned over and drifted into slumber. Meanwhile, Chao Xing fetched a few buckets of water from the courtyard, diligently tending to his steed, though it could not be deemed a fine steed. For a warrior, a horse is akin to a second life or a brotherly companion. Big brother, where do you come from? As Chao Xing was washing the horse, he was suddenly greeted by the voice of a young child. Turning to face the timid little one, who, despite being quite dirty, had a cherubic and rosy face, Chao Xing realized that he had no siblings and had always been fierce, causing other children to shy away from him. This was truly his first interaction with a child. Big brother, we hail from Qinghe and Hebei. What is your name, little brother? How old are you this year? Big brother, although I have not been educated. I have heard my father and others say that to know someone, one should first introduce oneself. You, big brother, are quite rude. He. Suppressing his irritation, Chao Xing reminded himself that children often speak without restraint. My name is Chao Xing. You may call me Brother Chao. It sounds more pleasant. Now, what about you? Brother Chao, my surname is Chun, and my father calls me a Bao, so I should be called Chine Bao. I am 4 years old this year. Hearing the child's sweet voice, Chao Xing felt a wave of warmth wash over him. Bao, come sit here, I want to ask you. Is there a big brother named you in your village? Where does he live? Yes, Yu Degu furrows his brow every day, as though someone owes him money, and he rarely goes out. He moved here from the county last year. It seems his family was ambushed by villains and all were killed. Beyond that, I am not sure. He lives at the northern village entrance. Thank you, Bao. Here, take some copper coins and buy yourself something delicious tomorrow. All right. Thank you, Brother Chao. But the village chief said that if we know of any troubles others face, we should inform him promptly, but we must never expect a reward for small acts of kindness. Please take it back. I cannot accept it, or my father will scold me. Chao Xing gazed at the innocent child before him. Although the village was not affluent, and the number of literate villagers was exceedingly few, he was taken aback by the simplicity and purity of the local customs. Contemplating Cui Ba's words about the impending chaos, his heart swelled with concern and urgency to bow. Why have you come here? Do not disturb the guests. Quickly return to your father. A middle-aged man approached, clasping his fists in a greeting to Chao Xing before leading the child away. A Bao turned back and waved goodbye to Chao Xing after taking a few steps. The next day, after enjoying breakfast at the village chief's residence, Cui Ba and his companions prepared to set off for Yujin's home. Cui Ba was genuinely impressed by Chao Xing's ability to gather intelligence. Before he could inquire with the village chief, this young lad had managed to extract information from a child. I must commend you. Shanji, your ability to unearth crucial news is commendable. However, the child is still quite young. Be mindful of your approach. What nonsense are you spouting? I could not sleep a wink last night, washing the horse and polishing my weapons until deep into the night. If I were to harm a child in this village, which family would spare me? That is good. We must avoid provoking these villagers. I wish to live for a few more years. Han Shang offered no chance for Chao Xing to retort, as Cui Ba led his horse directly to Huang Zhong's side, leaving Chao Xing seething with frustration. Knock, knock, knock. Cui Ba arrived at Yujin's door, gently rapping upon it while calling out, May I inquire if Mr. Yu is at home? I have traveled from Qinghe to pay my respects. With a creak, the door swung open to reveal a cultured scholar, standing 8 feet tall, with a fair complexion, bright eyes resembling stars, and a broad brow. The two men locked eyes for a long moment. Yujin's expression remained impassive, betraying no emotion, yet exuding an air of calmness. After a brief pause, Eugene slightly clasped his fists and inquired, May I ask who you are? It seems we have not met before. Indeed, we have not crossed paths, yet I have heard of your esteemed name. I am Cui Ba from Qinghe, also known as Cui Zi. I have come to Lu County to procure provisions, and have heard of a talented individual in Juping County, one who excels in martial arts and is adept at military strategy. I too have a penchant for martial prowess and a love for battle formations, hence my visit. Should I have overstepped, I beg your forgiveness. Being still young, upon hearing of his minor fame, Eugene felt a surge of delight within. You have traveled a long distance. Please, come inside and rest. Everyone, please Daddy Shanji, keep an eye on the horses and ensure they do not disturb the villagers. Understood. The two knew that Cui Ba intended to prevent any eavesdropping, for Chen village had already become a stronghold of the Taiping teachings. Even the slightest disturbance could lead to unnecessary complications. Why Eugene, a man of considerable intellect, could hardly be oblivious to Cui Ba's intentions. He frowned slightly and, once Cui Ba and Huang Zhong were seated, poured tea for them. It seems your visit is not merely to acknowledge my name. What is it that you seek? Eugene preferred directness and thus inquired about the true purpose of Cui Ba's visit. Brother, with your intellect and martial prowess, what compels you to reside in Chen village? Moreover, you are surely more aware than we of the current state of affairs here. Why? Eugene paused, hand poised above his teacup, before taking a small sip and asking, What do you mean by that? I shall speak plainly. The ambitions of the Taiping teachings, a man as astute as you cannot fail to discern, a tumult of war may arise within the next year or two. In chaotic times, heroes emerge and circumstances shape champions. Your seclusion in Chen village suggests you wish to gather intelligence to monitor the movements of the Taiping religion, preparing for military engagement to effectively quell the rebels. Am I correct in my assumptions? And if so, we are all subjects of the Han dynasty, tasked with restoring peace to the realm. What is wrong with that? Eugene shot a sidelong glance at Cui Ba before downing his tea in one gulp. I seek you for this very purpose. As a martial artist, the current opportunities to achieve fame and fortune lie in defending the borders against foreign incursions or in quelling rebellions. However, Brother Wenze, you stand alone without connections. Even if you were to achieve military merit, how would you ensure that those in power recognize your efforts? As long as I fight valiantly, my deeds will eventually be noticed. Eugene turned his head away, well aware of the current corruption rampant within the court. Brother Wenze, the present court is rife with eunuchs and powerful relatives. If one wishes to serve the people and maintain peace for the Han dynasty, one must firmly grasp power within one's own hands. Although the Cui family of Qinghe is part of the gentry, We are not a prominent clan. If one seeks official posts based on family name, one may at most attain the position of a county magistrate, go rise through achievements. Who knows how long one must wait? To speak frankly, while I have heard of the Chui family from Qinghe, there are countless families in Hebei that can rival the Chui name. Please do not take offense. Such is the unvarnished truth. There is nothing to be offended by. However, Brother Wenze, I may possess an opportunity for fame. I wonder if you would join me in pursuing it? At this moment, Eugene straightened his posture, sensing that the crux of the matter was approaching. Please, do share. I am all ears. Heaven has descended into chaos, and the nation teeters on the brink of dissolution. The followers of the Taiping sect now number over 1 million. Should they rise in rebellion, the current forces of the provinces would find themselves ill-equipped to withstand them, let alone extinguish their flames of insurrection. Thus, those in the court with even a modicum of insight would undoubtedly beseech the emperor to permit local officials to recruit soldiers autonomously to quell the uprising. Instead of allowing the various prefectures to be governed by ineffectual leaders, it would be far wiser to seize control firmly within one's own grasp. Oh? How shall we seize it? By leveraging a momentary reputation to bribe those within the court, thus securing the governorship of Hedong. What? Eugene's astonishment was unmistakable. While the position of governor was indeed a rung lower than that of the 3 dukes, as Chueba aptly noted, should local officials be allowed to recruit soldiers independently, a county governor would wield substantial military power. Moreover, Hedong, bordered by the grasslands to the north and in proximity to the vital territories of the capital to the east and south, is indeed a critical strategic location. After much contemplation, Eugene, at the age of 26 and on the cusp of maturity, felt an overwhelming sense of urgency at his lack of achievements. Contemplating the significance of Hedong, he fixed his gaze intently on Chueba, a fervent glimmer sparking in his eyes. Do you possess assurance, my lord? Will Wenze look down upon me simply because this position is purchased? If he truly cares for the common folk, your actions are entirely justifiable, my lord. Thank you. I shall undoubtedly secure the governorship of Hedong. You may rest assured, Wenze. What insights do you have regarding military command? Having calmed Eugene's heart, Chueba deftly shifted the conversation, posing a question. At this moment, Eugene's interest was piqued. Realizing that Chueba was testing him, he pondered briefly before responding. To establish a formidable elite force destined for victory, the foremost task must be to instill in the soldiers an understanding of military law and discipline. A commander must strictly adhere to these laws and maintain clarity and self-regulation, with rewards and punishments distinctly defined. Only then can the troops exert their full strength in battle, undeterred by fear or the urge to evade conflict. Indeed, Brother Wenze possesses the makings of a great general. However, I believe there is one aspect of utmost importance: the forging of a military spirit, enabling the soldiers to comprehend the purpose of their fight and to whom they owe their loyalty. Only then can they unite as one. I am convinced that Brother Wenze shall train a formidable army. Wenze, I truly require a talent like you. Would you accompany me, my lord? I beseech you to accept my bow. Hearing this, Eugene's blood surged with fervor, his mind filled with visions of commanding a powerful army to conquer the world. After Chueba extended his olive branch, Eugene hesitated no longer. In pursuit of his ambitions and ideals, he rose to bow deeply. With Wenze at my side, I shall surely safeguard the peace of Hedong and relieve the worries of the people. Eugene was not one to procrastinate. After deciding to journey north with Chueba and others, he took only his spear and personal belongings to accompany them. As they were about to depart, a clanging sound resonated from the north of the village. Alas, my lord, you must take cover. Bandits are approaching. This is the warning bell of Qin village. Although I have little liking for their association with the Taiping sect, the authorities have pressed too hard, leaving them no choice. The villagers have always treated me well. Now that bandits invade, I fear the government will not arrive in time. I shall organize the local militia to resist. Do not let yourselves be drawn into this. With that, Eugene seized his spear and strode purposefully outside. Observing Eugene mount his horse with fluid grace, Huang Zhong exclaimed, "What a valiant warrior!" The others, unwilling to let Eugene face danger alone, hastily armed themselves and mounted their steeds in pursuit. Upon reaching the village entrance, they heard Eugene's furious roar. "Quickly, release a bow, you scoundrels. If you have the audacity, come and face me. Is it manly to threaten villagers with a mere child?" As it happened, a Bao had been playing outside the village with a few companions when a band of mountain bandits burst through the trees, directly assaulting the village. That moment, a Bao's father attempted to call the child home, only to be slain by a bandit's blade. A Bao trembled, having witnessed the slaughter of 3 friends, while the others finally managed to flee back to the village. Cui Ba observed Eugene and the local militia behind him, armed with various farming tools, with a dozen or so wielding makeshift bows and crossbows. Though their positioning bore some semblance of strategy, the trembling legs of many revealed their underlying fear. The bandits numbered around 200, with over 30 mounted warriors among them, while none were particularly swift. They exuded an air of menace. At the center of the bandit formation stood one of their leaders, gripping a Bao, a mere child. He was not concerned about the child's struggles or the likelihood of these timid villagers daring to resist. Surveying the villagers, aware that his men were newly recruited and fearful of any missteps, the bandit chief declared, "Today, I have brought my brothers out for a stroll. If you know what's good for you, quickly surrender your valuables, and I shall spare your lives. Otherwise, I will raze this village to the ground, leaving not a single soul. Not a single soul. Not a single soul. Not a single soul." The 100-strong band echoed his threats, instilling dread. "How despicable, brother you! What shall we do? We are but a handful. Can we prevail? What nonsense, Xiao Wu! If you fear, you may leave. These are bandits. Whether you are afraid or not, they will not leave us any chance to survive. Indeed, what is there to fear? At worst, we charge in and take one down for each of us. If we take 2, we profit. We must not allow them to step foot in our village. Exactly, at worst, we die together." The villagers, glancing at a Bao in the bandits' grasp, envisioned the potential massacre of their village, and in an instant, anger surged among them. Yet, due to a Bao's presence, none dared to take a step closer. "Hold, leader, this Chen village is too poor. There is not a value here. This child is too young. Should he suffer from fright, the villagers will surely retaliate fiercely. I was saved by the villagers yesterday, and it is only right that I repay their kindness. Therefore, I propose a deal with you." Although Eugene was unaware of Cui Ba's intentions, he trusted that Cui Ba would not act without purpose and thus remain silent. The bandit leader's eyes darted as he pondered. This man appears to be a wealthy scion. A village, after all, is of little worth, but better something than nothing. If I can take him to demand ransom from his family and then return to plunder this village, today could be quite profitable. Regaining his focus, the bandit leader gazed at Cui Ba as though he were a treasure trove, sending a chill down Cui Ba's spine. "Speak quickly. How do you propose this deal?" "I will act as a hostage. Once I approach, you shall release him." "And what is your worth?" "I am Cui Ba, the eldest son of the Cui family of Qinghud. I share a close friendship with the county magistrate of Juping and can accompany you to demand a ransom. At that point, you may set a fair price. Otherwise, you shall receive nothing." "Very well, come forth." With that, the bandit chief released a Bao, and as Cui Ba advanced, he beckoned a Bao to his side. Upon their meeting, Cui Ba ruffled the child's hair, then knelt and embraced a Bao. While reassuring him not to be afraid, he covertly winked at Huang Zhong, keeping a keen eye on Huang Zhong and Chao Xing, who were hidden among the crowd. "Quickly, come here." Before he could finish, the scene fell silent. The bandits were taken aback, while the villagers stood in astonishment. "Third brother? Third brother? The bandits, noticing the chief's lack of response, inquired. However, when the chief turned, he found himself and 2 companions struck by arrows, their bodies convulsing before collapsing to the ground. Cui Ba witnessed Dian nodding at him and promptly scooped a Bao into his arms. Turning to flee, Dian charged forth, hurling his dagger at the bandit cavalry while rushing towards the man who had called out "third brother." The man, seeing a burly figure charging towards him, and still dazed from witnessing the death of his third brother, could only raise his blade in defense. This man was no match for Dian. In a single exchange, Dian cleaved him from head to waist, spilling brains and entrails across the ground, unleashing a foul stench. Dian then plunged into the ranks of the cavalry like a tiger among sheep. The quick-witted fled, while the slower ones were swiftly dispatched. Meanwhile, Chao Xing began to emerge, launching arrows at the bandits, who were drawn to Dian, rendered defenseless and becoming easy targets. Huang Zhong, too, drew his blade and mounted his horse, ready to charge into the fray. While Eugene, seeing that Cui Ba had returned to the formation, raised his spear high and bellowed, "Everyone, heed my command. Exterminate the bandits." He then surged forward alongside Huang Zhong. The villagers, having heard Eugene's rallying cry countless times, immediately sprang into action, seizing their weapons and joining the fray. 4 mounted on oxen and donkeys flanked the bandits, while 10 archers divided into 2 groups, advancing while raining arrows upon the enemy. The remaining infantry charged headlong into the bandits, slicing down their foes at every opportunity. Not far away, the bodies of Abao's father and 3 other children lay in the dirt as the villagers, fueled by grief and rage, surged forth to confront their enemies, their morale soaring. Upon reflection upon the bandits, with several leaders successively slain, and the formidable figures of Dian, Huang Zhong, and Eugene in sight, there was not a single adversary among the crowd that could stand against them. The enemy, already stricken with terror, fled in disarray towards the north. The pursuit continued for 5 li, and upon witnessing the enemy retreat into the depths of the mountains, Eugene commanded the others to halt and return to the village. This battle lasted over 2 hours. The bandits had initially numbered more than 200, yet only 40 or so managed to escape. While the rest met their demise in Dian village, aside from Abao's father and 3 children, only 3 individuals sustained minor injuries. Shanji, I did not expect you to be so meticulous. Were it not for you, the number of injured would likely have been greater. At this moment, over 10 individuals approached Chao Xing, paying their respects. This was due to the villagers having rushed into the enemy ranks for the first time, entirely oblivious to the dangers surrounding them. Several among them nearly faced death but were saved at the last moment by Chao Xing. Young man, your skills are truly remarkable. Your aim with the bow is nothing short of precise. The debt of gratitude for saving our lives shall be remembered eternally. Observing the gratitude expressed towards him, Chao Xing felt somewhat embarrassed. It is all thanks to Master Chui's astute strategies that this battle unfolded so smoothly. I merely acted on orders. It was but a trifling effort. He continued, by the way, the arrow that felled the bandit chief was loosed by my master. Master, that shot you made was simply extraordinary. With this, Chao Xing deftly shifted everyone's attention towards Huang Zhong, while Eugene tethered his horse to a nearby tree, observing the actions of those around him. Some were expressing their gratitude to Huang Zhong and others were collecting the bodies of Abao's father and the others. He then approached Cui Ba with a serious demeanor, saying, "Young master, how could you put yourself in such peril? A moment's misstep could have resulted in your untimely demise. Fear not, I have contingencies in place, and I possess great confidence in their abilities. Yishan and Han Sheng are both warriors of great repute. This mere handful of bandits cannot hope to pose a challenge to them. Shanji's archery and observational skills are exceptional. I instructed Han Sheng to keep a close watch on the bandit leader, while Yishan kept a vigilant eye on the enemy's left flank cavalry. And I tasked Shanji with monitoring their right flank cavalry. However, should I find myself in danger, the primary mission of the 3 of them is to ensure my safety. Moreover, I am not merely a figurehead. What is there to worry about? Indeed, Wenze, although the enemy consists only of bandits, easily vanquished, those you lead are but farmers. While they may not reach the pinnacle of military discipline, they exhibit a commendable level of restraint during movement and combat. Forming groups of 3 to 5, particularly in the seamless coordination between archers, infantry, and cavalry, I have not misjudged you. Your command of troops knows no bounds. Just now, I witnessed the valor of Yishan and Han Sheng, and I feel unworthy. I must continually hone my martial skills. Can the bravery of Han Xian truly be compared to that of Xiangyu? Ah, what you say is entirely correct. I understand now. However, martial skills must not be neglected. In the future, as battles rage on, we will encounter an increasing number of skilled warriors. As the commander of the troops, you must possess the ability to protect yourself and never underestimate any adversary. Even a tiger exhausts its strength when hunting a rabbit. Chapter 19. The great sage of Dongye. After resting for a night in Chen village, Cui Ba suggested that the village chief report to the government for aid. However, the relationship between Chen village and the government had deteriorated beyond repair, prompting the villagers to seek assistance from neighboring villages. Chen village also turned to Liang Zhongning, the leader of the Taiping sect, for help. To Cui Ba's surprise, Liang Zhongning agreed to Chen village's plea for aid and personally came to their assistance. Upon hearing that Liang Zhongning had rushed over during the night, the village chief informed everyone that Zhang, while in Juping County, had forged a brotherly bond with Liang Zhongning. Although both lived in poverty, they managed to encourage each other frequently. Later, Liang Zhongning rose to the position of a small faction leader in the Taiping sect in Yinzhou. And due to his familiarity with Taishan County, the great faction leader of Yinzhou, Bu Yi, sent him to promote the doctrines of the Taiping sect in that region. By this time, he had already recruited nearly 5,000 followers. This time, Liang Zhongning brought with him 1,500 followers from the Taiping sect to Chen village, camping in the southern part of the village without establishing a formal encampment. Merely erecting numerous tents, Cui Ba, after a moment's contemplation, understood that Chen village was less than 10 li from Juping County, and these individuals dared not set up camp for fear of misunderstanding by the government troops. That night, 3 neighboring villages sent people to assist. Liang Zhongning and several other village leaders dined at the village chief's home, subsequently discussing how to confront the bandits. That evening, Cui Ba proposed that Chao Xing lead 3 retired soldiers to scout the northern valley. Should any changes arise, they were to return immediately. Cui Ba initially considered laying an ambush in the valley. However, Liang Zhongning was reluctant to follow orders, and the villagers lacked combat experience. Even if an ambush were set, their fighting capability would hardly threaten the bandits. Thus, it was decided that Liang Zhongning would lead the followers to camp in the southern part of the village to flank the enemy during battle, while the remaining village militia, totaling over 350 individuals, would prepare to confront the enemy head-on at the northern entrance of the village. The following morning, before anyone had completed their grooming, the alarm bells at the village entrance rang out. Cui Ba hurriedly stepped outside, just as Chao Xing returned. Upon seeing Cui Ba, Chao Xing immediately dismounted, saying, "The enemy comprises approximately 3,000 bandits. I lay in wait and heard that there are nearly 1,000 cavalry among them. They have stopped to rest at the valley entrance, and I estimate that they will arrive within 2 hours." Cui Ba exchanged glances with Eugene and asked, "Wenze, what shall we do?" Cui Ba, confident in Eugene's capabilities and the number of local militia, decided to entrust everything to him. Opting not to overthink the matter, he believed that the bandits had just gathered and had not yet formed a cohesive force. Their combat effectiveness was far inferior to what it would become in the future under Zhang Ba's command. Eugene nodded slightly and turned to organize the troops. An hour later, Eugene had arranged the militia at the open area near the northern entrance of the village. From a distance, they could hear the sounds of battle cries approaching from the north. Apart from the people of Chen village, the others were murmuring about the intimidating presence of the bandit army. Observing the turmoil on both flanks, Eugene called out, "The bandits have come from afar and must be weary. We shall wait in readiness. This individual to my left is the valiant Huang, who felled the bandit general yesterday, and to my right is the formidable Dian, whose prowess alone has instilled fear in the hearts of the enemy. Soon, when our 2 armies clash, you shall witness the magnificence of these 2 warriors. Should they achieve victory, the bandits will tremble in fear. We have parents, wives, and children behind us. How can we allow them to suffer at the hands of these brigands? The enemy is not to be feared. Just yesterday, we routed them, and today we are outnumbered several times over. What is there to fear? The bandits are but a pack of cowardly rats. When the time comes, heed my command, and we shall shatter their forces." Recalling the valiant warriors beside him, the militia was filled with anticipation and hope. "Do not worry, for Mr. Liang's followers from the Taiping sect are nearby and ready to assist us at any moment. Our rear is secure. We must advance with confidence during the battle. Kill them all. Charge." 1,000 desperate men on horseback approached the formation. Though their formation lacked discipline, the bloodthirsty expressions on their faces were indeed chilling. Before long, the bandit infantry followed suit. The 1,000 cavalry parted to create a path, and from their midst emerged an individual on horseback. This man wore a black headscarf, long boots, and dark red armor over a blue lining. Dragging a wolf-tooth club behind him, he cast a disdainful glance at the militia before sneering. "Which of you killed my 3rd and 4th brothers yesterday? Step forward and meet your death." Eugene, eager to temper the enemy's bravado, thought of Huang Zhong and Dian Wei, knowing that the militia behind them had yet to see battle. Thus, he resolved to keep them in reserve while he, confident in his own martial skills, believed he could dispatch the bandit without issue and return swiftly to lead his troops into the fray. After a moment's deliberation, Eugene brandished his spear and rode forward, declaring, "Who are you? State your name, for under my spear, No nameless wretch shall live. Identify yourself. I am Taishan Wu Dun. With that, Wu Dun, a robust figure, charged forward, raising his wolf-tooth club to execute a powerful downward strike, aiming not only to shatter Eugene's weapon, but to crush him entirely. While Eugene, seeing the ferocity of the attack, initially intended to gauge his opponent's strength. However, recalling Cui Ba's words about the necessity of exerting full effort even against a rabbit, he steeled himself as Wu Dun closed in. Eugene swiftly turned his horse, pointing the spear's tip and deftly deflecting the club, using finesse to neutralize the force, nearly causing Wu Dun to strain his back. Eugene evaded the swing, denying Wu Dun any chance to recover, and immediately swept his spear horizontally, aiming for Wu Dun's midsection. Yet, to his astonishment, Wu Dun quickly crouched down on his horse to evade the strike. Both men were momentarily taken aback. Why Eugene had overestimated Wu Dun's reflexes, while Wu Dun had overestimated his own agility. Indeed, it was his posterior that suffered. While Eugene's spear missed its intended target, it inadvertently tore through Wu Dun's trousers, exposing a stark white backside, leading to an incredibly awkward moment as the atmosphere fell silent. At that moment, Wu Dun felt a chill at his rear. Straightening up with a flushed face, and angrily exclaimed, "You little brat, when I return home to change my pants, I will ensure that you are thrown from your horse and your body shattered into pieces." With that, he galloped back to his ranks, leaving Eugene bewildered in the wind, sorrowfully gazing at the tip of his spear. As Wu Dun retreated, the militia of Chen village erupted in laughter, shouting praises for Eugene's might and marveling at Wu Dun's exposed backside. Why Eugene had not anticipated that his first foray into single combat would yield such an outcome. If word of this spread, it would undoubtedly become a source of ridicule. Why Eugene, feeling helpless, shook his head and was about to return to the formation when he suddenly heard a familiar voice from the enemy's ranks. He immediately turned to face the opposing forces. "Is that you, Wunza? Who knows my courtesy name? It truly is Brother Wunza. How splendid! Heaven has shown mercy, allowing me to reunite with my elder brother." Eugene observed as the man across from him threw down his long knife and urged his horse forward. As he approached, he swiftly dismounted and ran towards Eugene. Upon closer inspection, he gasped in astonishment, "Changshi, is that really you, brother?" "It's me." Eugene promptly dismounted, grasping the other man's arms and scrutinizing him with great excitement, which left Cui Ba utterly astonished, hardly able to believe that this was the Eugene he thought he knew. What did Wunza just teach him? Was it Changshi? Changshi? Yes, indeed. The notorious bandit Changshi of Taishan. It turns out to be him. After pondering for a while, Cui Ba recalled that Changshi was one of the significant generals of the bandit Zongba during his time. After Zongba surrendered to Cao Cao, Changshi became the governor of Donghai County yet repeatedly rebelled. However, during Cao Cao's pacification of Jizhou, Changshi revolted, and Cao Cao ordered Eugene to subdue him. Eugene did not fail in his mission and, with overwhelming force, defeated Changshi. After surrounding him, Changshi requested to surrender. The generals under Eugene at that time believed that since Changshi had surrendered, he should be sent to Cao Cao for judgment. Yet, Eugene invoked the decree that those who surrender after being besieged would not be pardoned, stating clearly that despite their old friendship, he would not forsake his loyalty and righteousness. He then personally bid farewell to Changshi, tearfully executing him. Even though Eugene had his reasons for avoiding suspicion, his final actions indicated that the bond between them was indeed profound. Both sides were taken aback. They had fought 2 battles, only to discover that the commanders were old acquaintances. "Brother, what a turn of events. It's as if the flood has swept through the Dragon King's temple, and one does not recognize their kin. Who would have thought my brother would be here? Had I known, I would have rather died than let anyone come to plunder, and I would have come to meet you myself. My dear brother, why have you turned to banditry? If it were not for the desperation of survival, would I willingly lead this band? We are also short of provisions in the mountains and can only send people down to search for food." Eugene sighed. "If I were not here, this group of women, children, and the elderly behind me would surely become the victims of your blade. My brother, you have not lived my life, so I do not blame you for your thoughts. The current court cares nothing for the lives of the common people. Lives are as insignificant as grass. Go survive. One must understand the law of the jungle, brother. You should return. I swear from now on I will not harm a single soul from Chen village." But I cannot let my thousands of brothers from Taishan starve. I know you despise mountain bandits due to family matters, and you have great aspirations. I do not wish to compel you to join me. But seeing you today brings me immense comfort. Farewell, brother." With that, Changshi strode back to his ranks, giving a distant fist salute to Eugene before summoning his men to return to their camp. Eugene watched with tear-filled eyes as Changshi and his comrades departed, standing in silence for a long while. The battle that had not even begun had come to an end. The onlookers were puzzled, bewildered by the fact that the taciturn, battle-hardened Eugene had ties to mountain bandits. Why Eugene offered no explanations. It was evident that there were many past events he wished to keep unspoken. Once the local militia and Liang Zhongning had all departed, Eugene and Chuiba bid farewell to the village chief. "Wanza, though I am an old man, frail and unable to see or hear clearly, I have great trust in your true nature. This venture out is akin to a dragon entering the sea or a tiger leaping over a mountain. It will surely be a momentous occasion. Alas, I fear I shall not witness the day of your success." The village chief patted Eugene's shoulder and turned to return to his home, muttering, "Go on. The dragon enters the SEA." Why Eugene bowed deeply towards the door and then departed Qin village with the others. Time passed, and by the end of August, 6 years had gone by. Only half a year remained until the Yellow Turban Rebellion. Knowing the urgency, Chuiba quickened their pace. Upon returning to the family shop in Luxian the previous day, he learned that Liang Shi had persuaded Mao Jian to join in their grand undertaking. Thus, their destination was now solely Donghe County in the Dongjun region. Those well-versed in the Three Kingdoms know that Donghe County is home to a remarkable talent, both cultured and courageous, who heralded the illustrious legacy of the Cheng family for centuries. Cheng Yu, known as Cheng Zhongda. Historically, Cheng Yu was exceedingly strategic and adept at making critical decisions. However, his character was often too blunt and fierce, leading to many conflicts with others. For Cheng Yu, the only opinion that mattered was that of the ruler. The views of others held little weight. This was indeed the case, as later, when someone falsely accused Cheng Yu of treason, Cao Cao not only harbored no suspicions but also rewarded him more generously. During the reign of Cao Pai not only granted Cheng Yu additional lands and titles, but also bestowed a marquisate upon his son. However, just as the court was about to bestow upon him the rank of Sangong, Cheng Yu suddenly passed away at the age of 80, causing Cao Pai to weep bitterly. Moreover, Chuiba recalled that Cheng Yu had a remarkably illustrious descendant, the renowned founding general of the Tang dynasty, Cheng Zhijia, also known as Cheng Yaojin, who was Cheng Yu's 13th generation grandson. Reflecting on Cheng Yu's impressive historical achievements and his illustrious life, Chuiba concluded that he must bring him along. He would undoubtedly be an invaluable scholar general. In Luxian, Chuiba instructed Huang Zhong to lead Eugene and the others back to Dongwu City while he, along with Dianwei and Chao Xing, proceeded to Donghe County. After departing from Luxian, they traveled westward by boat and, in just 2 days, arrived at Donghe County. Once settled, Chao Xing asked, "Young master, whom are we seeking here in Donghe? You will know when we find him." "What? Find him, young master? How can you not even know where he is? Are we to search for him ourselves?" Chao Xing's face darkened. "That is unnecessary. This person is well known throughout Donghe County. Tomorrow, I shall simply ask anyone, and I will be able to locate him immediately. Now, let us rest early. We are exhausted from our travels." With that, Chuiba turned to sleep. The next day, at dawn, after a hearty meal, Chuiba took the 2 men to stroll through the streets. Passing by a young scholar, Chuiba called out to him, good sir, I am Chuiba and wish to inquire about someone." "I apologize for the intrusion, Brother Chui. I have long heard of you." "I am Ming Lang, having grown up here in Donghe County, thus I know everything about the county. The people affectionately call me the Donghe Little Informant. Who is it that Brother Chui wishes to find?" Chuiba listened to the man's self-promotion, letting it go in one ear and out the other, and finally asked, "Good sir, may I inquire where Master Cheng Yu resides?" "Cheng Yu? That name is indeed quite distinguished. Given your refined attire, the person you seek must be of considerable means. Just follow this street westward, and you will find the Cheng residence on your left. He should be there. Thank you very much." At the entrance of the Cheng residence, after inquiring with the servants, Chuiba discovered that although this family shared the surname Cheng, none of them were named Cheng Yu. Seeing that the confident Chuiba from the previous night was now struggling, Chao Xing couldn't help but frown. If they couldn't find him, it would further delay his time to learn from his master. As they exited, Chuiba stroked his chin. suddenly feeling perplexed. Logically, Cheng Yu should have surpassed the age of understanding by now. He was quite well known in Donghe. How could no one recognize him? Dian Wei, noticing this, patted Chao Xing's shoulder and approached the roadside to ask passers-by if they knew Cheng Yu, but none recognized him. The three of them then found a nearby tea house to rest. Observing Cui Ba's frustrated expression, Chao Xing refrained from speaking further. While sipping tea, they overheard someone at the neighboring table say, "Have you heard? Master Cheng will personally give a lecture tomorrow. We cannot miss such a great opportunity. Is that true? Where will it be? You truly don't know. Just over there at his house on East Mountain. Don't you see I have everything prepared? There will be countless people attending tomorrow. I must go secure a good spot. If you are going, finish your tea quickly and get ready. I won't wait for you. Forget the tea. I'm off to prepare. Thank you, good sir. You go ahead. Hey, wait. I didn't bring any money. Please pay for my tea first. Excuse me, may I ask who you are? Please sit. I am from Qinghe County. Visiting Dongjun. I was wondering what you just mentioned about Master Cheng. Young master, you are too courteous. Indeed, it is Master Zhengde. Good sir, may I inquire about Master Cheng's full name? As I am not from this area, I wish to learn more about such a remarkable figure. Please do not take offense. Not at all. Master Cheng's name is Li, courtesy name Zhengde, and his home is on the eastern side of Tuqiu Mountain. 10 years ago, he established a school, and now thousands come seeking knowledge. However, due to limited space, only a few dozen remain each year. Currently, there are 3 instructors at the school, and Master Cheng mostly stays behind closed doors. But every year he personally teaches for 3 days. I only learned of this last night from a letter. Boss, please charge my tea bill to my account. Good sir, do not refuse. Hurry and secure a good place to listen. I shall express my deep gratitude for your kindness. Might I kindly request your esteemed address and name? In due course, I shall pay you a visit. Upon hearing this, Cui Ba contemplated the potential future utility of this individual and deemed it prudent to cultivate a connection. Thus he replied, I am Cui Ba of Dongwu City in Qinghe, also known as Cui Zi, Zhang Huai of Donghe County, Zhang Chunai. After bidding farewell to Zhang Huai, Cui Ba and his companions returned to the inn to retrieve their horses and set off toward Tuqiu Mountain. It was only on the journey that Cui Ba recalled that Cheng Yu was originally named Chengli, as one day he dreamed of Mount Tai cradling the sun, prompting him to add a character for sun to his name. Perhaps at this moment, he had yet to have that dream. Alas! The 3 rode swiftly, and within the span of an hour, they arrived at Tuqiu Mountain. After inquiring with an elderly woodcutter at the foot of the mountain, they quickly located Cheng Li's place of teaching. May I inquire if you 3 are here to attend Mr. Cheng's lectures? Asked an elderly steward at the door. He does not commence until tomorrow. And it seems you have arrived rather early. We hail from Qinghe County and are not here to partake in tomorrow's lesson, but rather to pay our respects to the esteemed Mr. Zhengde. Having heard of his great renown, we are to return to Qinghe tomorrow. We would appreciate it if you could inform Mr. Zhengde of our presence. Thank you very much. Seeing that Cui Ba was courteous and well-mannered, the steward permitted them to wait outside. Within the courtyard, Cheng Li was seated in a pavilion, engrossed in a book. Upon hearing the steward's words, he furrowed his brow. He pondered that he did not recognize anyone from Hebei and, while he had garnered some fame in Dong County, it seemed unlikely that someone from Qinghe would travel such distance merely to see him. Thus, his curiosity piqued, he instructed the steward to bring them inside. As Cui Ba entered the courtyard, he beheld Cheng Li standing with his hands clasped behind his back, and he could not help but be astonished. By the heavens! Is this Cheng Yu? Such height and physique, truly the makings of a great general. Is this the brooding strategist Cheng Zhengde from the games and television? Cui Ba recalled that historical records describe Cheng Yu as standing 8 feet 3 inches tall, and the imposing figure before him indeed approached 2 meters. Additionally, Cheng Li possessed a fine beard and striking features. Were it not for the faint crow's feet at the corners of his eyes, he would undoubtedly be deemed a handsome gentleman from Shandong. Though numerous thoughts crossed his mind, they all transpired within mere breaths. Cui Ba approached Cheng Li, bowing deeply and proclaiming, I am Cui Ba, also known as Cui Zi, from Dongwu City in Qinghe County. I have come to pay my respects upon hearing of Mr. Zhengde's great wisdom. Oh, so you are from the Cui family of Qinghe. I beg your pardon. Cheng Li perceived a glimmer of eagerness and fervor in Cui Ba's eyes, a thirst for knowledge that was unmistakable. He understood intuitively that this man must have significant matters to discuss, and thus he decided to hear him out. Old Wang, please retire and prepare the meal for the students, Chung Li instructed the steward. Yes, sir. Ishan, be good and wait outside, Cui Ba commanded. Understood. Chung Li then guided Cui Ba into the inner chamber, where they took their seats across from one another. Young master, what brings you such a great distance to seek my counsel? Chung Li inquired forthrightly. Mr. Zhongda, I have heard that you gained fame in your youth, possessing great strategies, and that you have long engaged in both literary and martial studies, often using the game of chess to simulate battle strategies. However, I am perplexed as to why, despite being recognized as a filial and virtuous man by the court and being solicited multiple times, you have yet to emerge from seclusion. For over a decade, you have been teaching here in Dongye, instructing the young until they can read and write, only to cease your teaching shortly thereafter. Though you occasionally enlighten local students, it is often but a fleeting engagement. At this juncture, Cui Ba bowed deeply to Cheng Li and continued, your reluctance to serve in the government inhibits your ability to elevate the prestige of Han, as well as your capacity to advocate for the people. Furthermore, it prevents you from fully showcasing the talents that reside within you. Thus, I implore you to enlighten me. What is it that you desire? Cui Ba's words were remarkably candid. Had they been uttered by another, one might have perceived them as an insult to his ambitions. Yet, Chung Li was no ordinary man. He readily discerned Cui Ba's intention to entice him through reverse psychology. The Han court today is not the illustrious institution I once envisioned in my youth. Neither the high-ranking officials nor the emperor have accomplished anything of merit. They merely oppress the common folk. In such a court, is there truly a place worthy of my service? Given the current state of affairs, attempting to benefit the people with my solitary efforts seems but a fanciful dream. I would prefer to live and die in Dongye than to enter that den of iniquity. Although I have reached an age of reason, I believe I can still protect the people of Dongye. Mr. Chung, as this is our first meeting, do you not fear I might report your words to the authorities? Cui Ba, while aware of Chung Zhongda's boldness, was still taken aback by his audacity to speak so openly in front of a stranger. If you had such intentions, you would not have journeyed so far merely to engage in idle talk. I observe that the companions accompanying you possess an air of heroism. They must be formidable warriors. Furthermore, your demeanor exudes integrity, suggesting you have significant matters to discuss with me. Chung Li, upon hearing Cui Ba's jest, shook his head slightly, encouraging him to speak plainly. Since you have broached the subject so directly, I shall inquire without hesitation. Mr. Chung, given your considerable talents, I presume you must have a passion for chess. Why not engage in a game while we converse in depth? Ha ha ha, you possess a refined taste, young master. Why not? Wooer, bring forth the chess set and prepare some tea. Yes, father, a youth of approximately 15 or 16 years, with thick brows and bright eyes resembling Cheng Yu, emerged from within. While he may not have been strikingly handsome, he exuded a demeanor of quiet strength and composure. This young master bears a striking resemblance to you. Sir, Cui Ba remarked as he gazed at Cheng Wu, indeed, he is my son, courtesy named Bowen. He assists me in managing the academy and often comes to my chamber to study, though he has yet to achieve notable accomplishments. Despite his words, Chung Li's expression was filled with affection and pride. Cui Ba held a fair understanding of Cheng Wu, primarily because, following Cheng Yu's demise, he inherited the title of Marquis of Anxiang as the eldest son. Additionally, he was aware of the strategy Cheng Wu devised against Zhao Yun in the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, which not only tarnished Zhao Yun's reputation but also nearly led to his demise. Regardless, Cheng Wu had traveled extensively with Cheng Yu since childhood. By mere exposure, as long as he was not a wastrel, he would have absorbed a wealth of knowledge, akin to being close to the source of water. Cheng Wu arranged the chessboard, handing the black pieces to Cui Ba and the white pieces to his father. After bowing to both, he retreated to prepare tea. Bowen is truly humble and courteous. He shall surely become a gentleman of distinction. You flatter me, young master. Now, please, let us proceed. With that, Chung Li picked up a handful of white pieces and invited Cui Ba to make the first move. Mr. Chung, I am truly humbled. You are the elder, and as I am here to seek your guidance, it is only fitting that you take the lead. Do not be bashful. Please, make your guess. Very well. Cui Ba placed 2 black pieces on the board. Surmising that the white pieces in Chung Li's hand were an even number, I concede. There are 5 pieces, an odd number. Please, after you. May I inquire how you perceive the current state of our great Han dynasty? As he spoke, Cui Ba and Cheng Li exchanged pieces, arranging two on the diagonal star position, a classic opening. Cheng Li placed a piece in the upper right corner of the board, stating, "The state of the nation? Ha! Allow me to ask first, young master. Although you are the eldest son of the Cui family in Qinghe and destined to lead, the Cui family is not a prominent clan in Hebei, and its influence is rather limited. In light of the current circumstances of the realm, how do you envision your development in the coming year or two? Indeed, if one wishes to attract such talents, mere words will not suffice. One must possess tangible strength to instill hope and potential in them." With this thought, Cui Ba cleared his throat, straightened his posture, and declared, "I aspire to acquire the position of governor of Hedong. To first govern the Hedong region, then seek to conquer the cold lands of Bingzhou, to defend against the nomads and enhance my prestige. After a year or two, amidst the turmoil within the realm, I shall gather strength and revitalize our great hand. At this moment, the two were engaged in a fierce battle near the center of the board. Cheng Li hesitated, furrowing his brow, either contemplating his next move or assessing whether Cui Ba's proposed development held promise. Cheng Wu placed the freshly brewed tea beside them, quietly observing the unfolding chess match on the board. The white pieces formed a significant character for Han, yet Cheng Li had effectively stymied its growth, making it challenging for the white to create significant threats, let alone deliver a decisive blow. Could it be that the Han still harbored hope? After a prolonged silence, Cheng Li grasped the pieces in his hand, opened his eyes, and fixed his gaze intently upon Cui Ba. Although their dialogue had only just commenced, Cheng Yu seemed to glean some understanding from Cui Ba's chess strategy. He kept his eyes firmly on the composed young master across from him. Our great Han, despite its myriad wounds, may yet be salvaged if those with ambition unite to serve the nation, swiftly removing the hidden dangers within the court. In that case, we might restore clarity to our Han. However, this is a protracted journey that requires a formidable leader to cleanse the realm. Yet, it is within human capacity. Some matters must be undertaken by individuals to reverse the impending decline of our national fortune. Sir, might you share your insights at this juncture? Cui Ba took a sip of tea, gazing intently at the chessboard's unfolding battle. Cheng Li, after a moment of contemplation, spoke. Indeed, our great Han finds itself in dire straits, with the fortunes of the nation steadily declining. First, since antiquity, the common saying has been scholars, farmers, artisans, and merchants, with merchants regarded as the lowest of the low. Yet, in these times of calamity and misfortune, the common folk are increasingly impoverished. Regions such as Xiliang and Yuzhou are plagued by incessant warfare, and the number of displaced persons grows daily. In such circumstances, many turn to merchants for loans, but the exorbitant interest renders them unable to repay, forcing them to part with their lands. Alas, this results in the opulent households of the wealthy, with towering estates and vast fields, thronged with servants and overflowing with wealth, their merchant fleets traversing the four corners, hoarding riches and treasures that outstrip the capacity of the capital, while livestock fills the valleys beyond measure. Sighing, Cui Ba borrowed a phrase from Chang Yin. Your words ring true, young master. They are indeed profound. Secondly, within the court, the eunuchs and the powerful relatives exploit their influence and wealth to further seize lands, pushing the commoners' lives to the brink of despair and exacerbating the influx of displaced persons. Cheng Li took another sip of tea and continued, the number of farmers that the court can genuinely govern has dwindled to an alarming degree. The ruler is like a boat, the common people are like water. Water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize it. Yet those within the court are solely focused on their own interests, and this admonition has long been forgotten. Your assertion is most accurate. As Mencius stated, the people are of utmost importance, the grain is secondary, and the ruler is the least significant. Thus, it is evident that for a dynasty to thrive, the welfare of the people is paramount. Indeed, if this continues, the court will inevitably lose its grip on the provinces, and our great Han's foundations will surely crumble. Cheng Li shifted his focus from the central conflict on the board to the contest in the corners. Thirdly, we must address the eunuchs and the powerful relatives. Every transition of power brings forth conflicts between the new and old factions, and since the emperor resides in the depths of the palace, disconnected from the ministers of the outer court, he must rely on the eunuchs to counter the powerful relatives. Currently, the 10 eunuchs dominate the court, wielding nearly absolute power, and their greed rivals that of the powerful relatives. Cui Ba observed Cheng Li's chess prowess, noting the sharpness and decisiveness of his moves, and he began to feel increasingly constrained. Cheng Wu, watching from the side, sensed that Cui Ba was floundering, revealing signs of impending defeat. Cui Ba, borrowing from the records of the Three Kingdoms, remarked, "Sir, I believe the reason for the relentless turmoil in the realm lies with the likes of Zhang Rang and others among the eunuchs, who insult the heavens, seize royal authority, and monopolize the provinces, amassing wealth and inciting resentment that fuels rebellion. Indeed, young master, the common folk struggle to survive while the court remains indifferent to their plight. They have lost all hope of existence. This leads us to the fourth point." "What is this point, sir?" Cui Ba inquired, his gaze intense upon Cheng Li. "Allow me to elucidate on your strategy, young master." Upon saying this, Cheng Li prompted Cui Ba to rise, and they exchanged seats. Cui Ba harbored no discontent. Instead, he felt a surge of joy, leaving Cheng Wu utterly confused, having never witnessed his father display such uncharacteristic behavior. Once seated, Cheng Li placed a white piece at the center, instantly revitalizing the entire game. Fourthly, while the populace harbors distrust toward the court, they have begun to embrace a new faith, namely the Taiping sect. In recent years, peasant uprisings have become commonplace, often hasty and lacking clear objectives, merely reactions to oppression. The Taiping sect, however, under its leader Zhang Jiao, advocates healing through talismans, offering hope to the people, thus its appeal has grown immensely. Coupled with the protracted turmoil that has weakened our great Han, should a million souls rise in rebellion simultaneously, it would undoubtedly shake the very foundations of our dynasty. Young master, is the state truly in such peril? Ha ha, sir, your words are more enlightening than a decade of study. Although I possess many thoughts, none are as profound as yours. I am enlightened. Sir, I find myself in dire need of a talent like you. Both scholarly and martial, I implore you to step forth and lend your strength to my cause. Ah, young master, your prowess in chess surpasses mine. I concede defeat. I did not anticipate your moves to be so cunning and fraught with peril. As Confucius said, a gentleman does not stand beneath a perilous wall, yet your strategy, though fraught with risks, is laden with numerous traps, and I, too, have fallen prey to your left flank. Young master, the game has turned peril into opportunity. Can you truly become the banner under which the Han shall be revitalized? I shall await the outcome with bated breath. With that, Cheng Li resumed his tea. In the novels I've read, the male protagonists often exude an air of sovereign authority. Their words clear and reasoned, articulating grand designs that compel virtuous talents to flock to them. I had an engaging conversation with Cheng Yu just now. My responses were not without merit, yet he seems unperturbed. Cui Ba appeared bewildered. Cheng Li raised a hand to halt Cui Ba, suddenly saying, "Last night, I had a dream. Might you assist me in interpreting it?" Cui Ba, fixated on persuading Cheng Li to emerge from seclusion, paid no heed to formalities. He would gladly serve him tirelessly. "Please, speak freely. I shall disclose all that I know without reservation. Last night, I, Ming Jian, ascended Mount Tai and cupped the sun in my hands. This perplexes me greatly. What are your thoughts, young master?" Cui Ba paused, recalling Cheng Li's name change. He feigned contemplation, closing his eyes in a mock act of reflection, then opened them with a smile directed at Cheng Li. "What thoughts do you harbor? Speak without hesitation." "Sir, this is a favorable dream, a portent. Does it not aptly reflect our fates? A few days ago, I was in Taishan County, and upon arriving in Dong County yesterday, you had this dream. Mount Tai symbolizes me, while you stand beside me, cradling the sun, signifying that we shall surely achieve great things together. Sir, you shall become my trusted confidant." Ah, how gratifying it was to apply Lord Chao's words regarding Cheng Yu to this context. Cui Ba felt a surge of delight. Outside the courtyard, Chao Xing and his companion were left with goosebumps, while Cheng Li was momentarily taken aback, and Cheng Wu shuddered, wondering how one could be so shameless. "Sir, why not add a Sun character to your Li character, renaming yourself Cheng Yu?" "Cheng Yu? Yes, that seems fitting. Although I had not anticipated any interpretation of the dream, I am pleasantly surprised by your insight. Perhaps your interpretation is indeed the correct one." Cheng Yu set down his teacup and rose, offering a deep bow to Cui Ba. Cheng Wu, astounded, spilled tea mint for Cheng Yu, oblivious to his own clumsiness. Cui Ba, equally taken aback, found the rapid development of events astonishing. He had just been contemplating how to win over Chengyu, only to be met with such unexpected reverence. After bowing, Chengyu uttered words that shattered Cui Ba's heart. "Thank you, young master. For the name change, I understand your aspirations, and I shall keep a close watch on your endeavors. Should you indeed achieve remarkable success, I will not hesitate to come forth and offer my services." Cui Ba felt a rush of dismay. The swings of fate were exhilarating. His spirits plummeted as he grasped the teacup, unsure whether to drink or abstain. His face flushed with embarrassment. "Do not worry. For if yesterday's dream truly pertains to us, we shall endeavor together for great undertakings, I assure you. Should your ambitions lead you to rise as a lord in Bingzhou, regardless of the future's outcomes, I shall bring my family to serve you, and I shall honor you as my sovereign." Cheng Yu's words held great potential. While individual strength was indeed vital, if he could inspire Cheng Yu with hope for development, the latter would undoubtedly pledge his loyalty without hesitation. Ancient traditions held promises in high regard, especially for someone of Cheng Yu's caliber who valued his commitments above all else. Cui Ba, regaining his composure, felt reassured by Cheng Yu's vow. If he could not even secure a foothold in Bingzhou, how could he expect to request Cheng Yu's assistance? In an era of chaos, possessing the resolve of a leader was equally crucial. "Very well, sir, it is settled. Tomorrow, we shall set forth to return to Qinghe. You, in Dongye, must be vigilant for your safety. The Taiping sect is unlikely to pose a significant challenge. Thank you for your trust. Young master. As we part today, I ponder when we shall meet again." Cheng Yu stroked his beard, gazing at Cui Ba with hopeful eyes. He yearned for a platform to showcase his talents under the guidance of this young man. Despite his outward confidence, he had not fully grasped Cui Ba's intentions, though he could sense the sincerity behind Cui Ba's earlier expressions of concern over not having acknowledged him as a master, which moved him deeply. "Very well, as you descend the mountain now, you should arrive in town before sunset. The light is dim within the mountains. It is prudent to return early. I shall await your auspicious news here." "Sir, Bo One, farewell." With that, Cui Ba exited the courtyard without looking back. Yet his demeanor was light and unburdened. In truth, for Cui Ba, Cheng Yu had already become his subordinate. The only consideration he had was to expedite his own development so that when Cheng Yu arrived, he could place him in the most suitable position. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the three of them rode leisurely along the official road from Chocho Mountain to Dongye County. "Young master, did not Cheng Li agree to come out and assist us?" Chao Xing looked at Cui Ba, whose face was nearly splitting from laughter, feeling a wave of nausea. "You do not comprehend this? My dear friend, my relationship with Mr. Cheng is one of gentlemanly camaraderie. Today, I am not here to recruit him, but rather to seek his counsel." "And what wisdom have you gleaned, young master?" Chao Xing queried. Perplexed, "Even if I told you, it would be beyond your understanding. What shall we eat later?" "It's rather strange, young master. After all this time, why has not a single soul crossed our path?" As they spoke, they suddenly felt a tightness in their chests and heard the ominous whistling of arrows flying through the air. They hurriedly grasped their weapons to defend themselves, skillfully deflecting the incoming projectiles. "Ha ha ha! Food! We shall contemplate that when we reach the bottom, brothers. Let us slay them and seize all their valuables." "Oh!" From the thicket by the roadside, nearly 100 bandits surged forth. Upon seeing the threat, the three men realized they had been targeted and quickly urged their horses toward Dongye County. To their dismay, another 100 bandits emerged from behind the boulders on either side. Cui Ba, confronted with no escape, brandished his massive axe and charged bravely toward the newly emerged mountain bandits. Dian and the others, seeing this, did not regard the bandits before them with fear. They exchanged nods of understanding. Dian veered left, tossing out 10 small halberds in succession, striking without hesitation. He then wielded his dual halberds, plunging into the ranks of the left flank bandits. Chao Xing moved to the right, where the bandit numbers were noticeably fewer. He calmly drew his bow and began to shoot down the marauders. Some bandits attempted to close in on him to obstruct his archery, but how could their 2 legs outpace his 4? Before they had taken more than a few steps, a dozen bandits, drawn by Cui Ba's fierce presence, fell to his arrows. As 5 bandits drew near, Chao Xing thrust his spear and charged forward on horseback. From a distance, it became clear that none among the 3 posed a challenge to the bandits, as their leader, enraged to see the trio galloping away, clenched his teeth and bellowed for his men to pursue. dispatching over 20 mounted men ahead. Cui Ba, astonished that the bandits dared to chase them so close to the county, urged his companions to flee, although they were not afraid of the enemy's martial prowess. The sheer number of bandits posed a significant threat. A military officer, leading a contingent of Donghae garrison troops along the official road toward Chocho Mountain, was soon met with the sounds of battle. Upon rounding the foot of the mountain and passing through a grove of trees, he caught sight of the 3 riders, bloodied and frantic. The officer commanded his soldiers to halt and instructed the front archers to draw their bows. Calling out, "Who goes there? Cease at once. I am Li Feng, the gate captain of Donghae." Upon seeing the soldiers arrive, Cui Ba laughed heartily and proclaimed, "General Li, we were just returning to the county from Chocho Mountain when we were ambushed by a band of marauders along the way. We fought bravely, and thankfully our horses had the strength to escape. Otherwise, we would have surely perished there. I beseech you, Captain, to take action on our behalf." Witnessing Cui Ba's performance, Dian and the others could not help but clasp their fists and shout, "Act on behalf of the commoners." Li Feng, observing Cui Ba's attire, surmised that he must be a young noble, yet the blood upon him indicated a man of some valor, not a mere dandy. Hearing Cui Ba address him as general brought him some comfort, and his gaze softened toward the young man. "Very well, I have heard reports of bandits brazenly gathering here, which is why I have brought 500 troops. Do you know how many bandits there are? How far are they from here?" Chao Xing stepped forward, saying, "Reporting to the general, there are approximately 200 bandits, more than 50 of whom are cavalry. Over 20 of their horsemen are already pursuing us, but their steeds are slow and lagging behind, so they will not be upon us immediately." "What? Good. You may withdraw. I shall handle these bandits myself." Li Erniu, divide the archers and infantry into 3 groups. 1 to remain at the edge of the rear grove, 1 to ambush in the left thicket, and 1 in the right. That I will lead the cavalry to the grove's exit. Once their horsemen emerge, the archers will take out those 20 or so riders, then continue to lie in wait. When their main force emerges from the woods, at the sound of my signal, we shall all charge forth and encircle them. General, allow us to lay in ambush as well. When the bandits are thrown into disarray and some attempt to retreat, we can strike from a distance to eliminate them. Ensuring they do not escape, Cui Ba suggested. "Very well. Erniu, when the time comes, let the ambushers strike, leaving an escape route for the bandits, creating a 3-pronged encirclement, allowing the fearful and cowardly to flee, thus further demoralizing them. Young master, I shall allocate 50 men to you. Lead them through the grove to lay an ambush behind." "Thank you, General." The group quickly sprang into action, and the 3 of them entrusted their horses to Li Feng's soldiers. Finding their respective positions in no time, concealed within the thicket, Cui Ba and his companions watched as the bandits passed one by one, not daring to breathe. Once the last of the marauders had passed, Chao Xing inquired, "Young master, observing these well-trained soldiers, this arrangement may well leave not a single bandit alive. It is not that I am indifferent to their lives. I am not a commander of armies. I can only act according to strategy. If I do not set this plan in motion, the bandits may rally their resolve, and the soldiers will inevitably suffer heavy losses. In comparison, I must do my utmost to support the soldiers. We need not speak further. Only when we possess the strength do we have the right to declare surrender without death, do we not?" However, this General Li is indeed a capable leader. Chao Xing, gazing into Cui Ba's profound eyes, suddenly felt he had transformed into another person. This calmness, restraint, and composure were hardly befitting a man in his 20s. "I shall keep a close watch on the battle ahead." With that, Chao Xing departed to assess the situation. Author's note: I inadvertently noticed that this chapter exceeded 6,000 words. Haha. Chapter 21. To secure the home front before fending off external threats, although over 20 cavalrymen was not a large number, their galloping presence on the official road was certainly impressive. The leader, named Xiechong, was originally a horse thief, notorious for stealing government horses and evading capture for many years. After a failed horse theft led to him being discovered by a stableman, that man's shout summoned numerous soldiers, resulting in Xie being struck by several arrows during his escape. He took refuge in the mountains, saved by a band of brigands, and subsequently became their cavalry captain. Today, the leader received orders to set an ambush along the official road. He witnessed his deputy being slain by a hefty man with a flying halberd and felt a surge of excitement. If he could achieve merit by capturing those 3 men, the position of his deputy would surely be his. The horses of the entire bandit camp were stolen by him, and he believed that with his skills, none among the band would be a match for him. With this thought, he urged his men to quicken their pace. Suddenly, the world brightened before him, indicating they had reached the edge of the grove. Feeling anxious, he lashed his steed with the whip. Loose the arrows. Emerging from the woods, they saw a host of soldiers positioned amidst the scattered rocks on either side of the road, clearly well-trained infantry and cavalry. The archers flanked them, raining arrows down upon the bandits. Only 5 or 6 of the 24 bandits charged through the hail of arrows. Seeing the overwhelming number of soldiers, the bandits dared not linger and sought to divert to the sides to retreat. Li Feng, however, would not allow them to escape. As he drew his bow, he shouted, "Slay them all! Leave not a single one alive." With that, he shot down the leading Xiechong, and a barrage of arrows from the flanking archers rendered the remaining bandits lifeless. Li Feng commanded his men to gather the horses, clear the bodies from the road, and withdraw with 300 troops, cavalry, infantry, and archers, allowing space for battle while leaving fewer than 100 to face the 200 bandits hiding among the rocks. He believed that eliminating these 200 bandits would pose little challenge, and even if some managed to escape, the 50 men led by the trio would be more than sufficient to intercept them. Having thought this through, he awaited the bandits' emergence in silence. After more than half an hour, the bandits appeared in a grand procession, slowly advancing. Their leader, spotting a contingent of soldiers blocking their path, recognized his old adversary. Li Feng. Is that not Captain Li? Have you brought a few dozen brothers for a leisurely stroll? How delightful! Though he spoke with bravado, his eyes searched the ranks for the presence of Cui Ba and his companions. But seeing none, he felt a twinge of doubt. Could they have fled back to the city? Dai Mao, you were once an official in this county. Earlier this year, I was promoted to captain, and yet you, out of jealousy and spite, have slain the county magistrate and turned to banditry, committing numerous atrocities. You bring disgrace to your deceased father. If Uncle Dai were aware, he would never forgive you. If you can repent, I shall spare your life and subject you only to imprisonment. Otherwise, do not blame me for cleansing the family name. Ha? You think you can intimidate me? Just because you've read a few more books? You are no match for me in martial prowess. Why should you be captain while I languish in prison? Today, I stand surrounded by brothers who have suffered your cruel punishments in jail. I shall allow them to grant you a taste of the torment you inflicted upon them. Humph, stubborn fool. Since you have utterly devolved into a bandit, do not blame my ruthlessness. Prepare yourself with that. Li Feng charged forward with his spear, and from beside Dai Mao surged forth a burly man, wielding a mighty hammer to meet him. Li Feng, observing the imposing stature of his opponent, understood that the man possessed extraordinary strength. Rather than engaging in a direct confrontation, he deftly maneuvered his horse to strike at the fellow's ribs. The man, undaunted, chuckled and deftly sidestepped, brandishing a massive hammer to strike at Li Feng's back. Li Feng was taken aback, not expecting such agility. He abandoned his long spear and clung tightly to the horse's back, narrowly evading the blow. Quickly turning his horse around, he unsheathed his sword and charged forward. Raising it high as if to deliver a powerful slash, the burly man grinned widely, anticipating Li Feng's approach with a sense of impending doom. With a glint of inspiration, Li Feng seized the moment to veer left. Retreating back into the ranks, infuriating the robust man who shouted in frustration. Dai Mao observed Li Feng's predicament, unable to contain his laughter, and remarked, "Li Feng, you truly are a waste, with such mediocre skills yet daring to provoke me." "Humph, Dai Mao, today I am merely hungry. Next time, I shall undoubtedly claim your head." Li Feng gritted his teeth and turned his horse to flee. "Ha ha ha, think you can escape? Not so easily. Kill." Dai Mao raised his large blade and signaled the band of thieves to surge forward. "Kill!" the bandits shouted as they pursued. As they entered the rocky terrain, Li Feng and his companions suddenly turned to charge back at them, while arrows flew from both sides, instantly incapacitating several of the assailants. The hidden troops on both flanks emerged to engage the bandits. Dai Mao, seeing that the enemy numbered nearly 300, realized his forces were insufficient and ordered a retreat, not anticipating the ambush waiting in the woods. The archers unleashed a volley, resulting in chaos among the bandits. Dai Mao, brushing aside the arrows, led his men back along the path they had come. Upon breaking free from the encirclement, he turned to see that his main force had been completely surrounded. Over 200 men were trapped, leaving him with only 30 companions. The earlier burly man, displaying remarkable skill, had managed to reach Dai Mao's side, yet fear was evident in his eyes. Retreat, quickly. There are still over 200 brothers in the stronghold. We must return to the advantageous position. The soldiers won't be able to pursue us there. Run. At this moment, only a handful of men managed to escape with Dai Mao, further fueling his resentment towards Li Feng. How infuriating! I initially believed this would be a lucrative endeavor, merely 3 men. Yet they are unexpectedly formidable, breaking through the encirclement and summoning reinforcements. That Duan Liang deceived me, Dai Mao shouted as he fled. As they ran, he suddenly spotted a troop emerging ahead, dust billowing behind them, indicating at least 100 soldiers. Dai Mao reined in his horse, frowning as he observed the 3 men he had been pursuing. Realizing they had circled around to flank him, seeing the archers hiding in the trees, his hope of taking refuge in the woods dissipated. Brothers, the only way back to the stronghold is to fight our way out. Remaining here leads only to death, and if the soldiers capture us, they will not spare our lives. Those unafraid of death, charge with me, Dai Mao bellowed, spurring his horse forward. The bandits, recalling their usual deeds, steeled themselves for the fight. Cui Ba watched as Dai Mao was the first to charge out, but he stayed back, sneering and shouting, "Hold!" 10 archers drew their bows and fired, swiftly bringing down several bandits. Following this, Dian led his troops into the fray, cutting down foes effortlessly. The burly man beside Dai Mao, witnessing this, swung his hammer and charged at Dian. Seeing this, Dian abandoned the bandits around him and boldly met the man head-on. One wielded a massive hammer with tremendous force, while the other, steady in his stride, brandished a halberd with divine strength. With a resounding clash, the hammer was sent flying 3 paces away, leaving the bandit captain stunned as his arms went numb. Unable to even grasp the reins, forced to watch a halberd descend upon him, in the next moment, he felt the world spin, gazing at a headless figure still mounted on the horse, and before losing consciousness. He pondered one thought. Why didn't he get hurt? Subsequently, he slipped into a long, dark void. Dai Mao gasped in shock, realizing that this was his top general, who had met such a swift end without even being mounted. He had severely underestimated the enemy's strength. Kill! As Dai Mao contemplated how to escape, he heard the clamor of battle behind him, startled to find that his 200 brothers had been swiftly defeated. With no path forward or backward, he gritted his teeth and charged towards the nearby woods. Just as he turned his horse, pain shot through his shoulder as an arrow struck him, sending him tumbling to the ground. Dian, quick on his feet, rushed forward and pressed his halberd against Dai Mao's neck, who dared not utter a sound. Chao Xing had been watching Dai Mao closely and, upon seeing him attempt to flee, loosed an arrow that struck him squarely in the shoulder. Cui Ba had previously instructed him that capturing live prisoners was far more valuable than presenting severed heads, as they could be leveraged for various strategies. As Li Feng approached, observing Dai Mao at the mercy of Dian, surrounded by the fallen bandits, he nodded slightly at Cui Ba before dismounting to confront Dai Mao. Today, did you think you could capture me? What more do you have to say? I have given you a chance, yet you persisted in your folly. Today, I shall teach you a lesson on behalf of Uncle Dai. Do you understand your crimes? Li Feng's voice was laden with regret and sorrow, his pain unmistakable to all present. Now that I have fallen into your hands, I have no further words. Do as you wish, you? Very well. Bring forth his head and present it to the stronghold, granting him 3 days to descend the mountain and surrender. Otherwise, we shall storm the mountain and execute. All understood. 2 soldiers stepped forward to carry out the execution. Hold. Suddenly, Cui Ba's voice rang out. Young master. Are you interceding for him? Li Feng's expression turned to one of surprise. Not at all. This man laid an ambush on the road. It does not appear to be mere banditry, but seems specifically aimed at us 3. I wish to inquire who incited him. Who is the mastermind behind this, and what grudge do they hold against us? Oh, so he descended the mountain in great fury specifically to target you. Li Feng was taken aback. Whether I die or not, having a scapegoat makes it less lonely. That Duan Liang promised that if I eliminated you, he would reward me with great wealth. He has already given me a box of jewels as a down payment. Seeing his generosity, I foolishly accepted, only to discover he deceived me. leading to the annihilation of my 200 brothers. I would haunt him even in death. Very well, generally, I have a plan that can assist you in eradicating the bandit stronghold without incurring heavy losses. However, I have but one condition. Oh? What is your plan? What condition? The condition is that you must hand over Duan Liang to me. I wish to use him to root out the traitors. Very well. Please share your strategy. Follow my lead. We shall proceed as such. Cui Ba outlined his plan to Dai Mao, who gritted his teeth in frustration. That night, a delightful aroma of meat wafted through the bandit stronghold. The leader had taken the main forces down the mountain to set an ambush, leaving only 3 or 4 minor leaders to guard the stronghold and entertain their wealthy client, Duan Liang. The group indulged in food and drink, awaiting news from their leader. Although puzzled by the absence of communication throughout the afternoon, they remained confident in their leader's prowess. Report, leaders, bad news. The brothers who went down have returned. A patrolling bandit rushed into the hall, addressing the group. Nonsense. If they have returned, what could possibly be bad? Are they seeking death? No, only a dozen brothers returned, and they are carrying the leader back. What? Quickly, let us see. In an instant, only Duan Liang remained in the hall. Upon hearing the news, a sense of dread gripped his heart, but he dared not speculate, remaining quietly in wait for further information. Brothers, the leader descended to lay an ambush. But those men somehow learned of our plans, circumvented us, and reported to the authorities. 500 soldiers have been dispatched from Dongyi County, and they stealthily ambushed us. Over 200 brothers have perished. Yet we fought desperately to rescue the leader. Sadly, he was gravely injured, and upon reaching the foot of the mountain, he succumbed. What? How could this be? How could this happen? Quickly, what of the soldiers? Did they pursue us? Although the soldiers slaughtered our brothers, they suffered heavy losses themselves and could not assault our stronghold. After rescuing the leader, we left one man to observe, who reported that once they cleared the official road, they retreated. This is good. This is good. Quickly, close the stronghold's gates. Zhao Qian, take men to guard the entrance. Report any unusual movements immediately. One leader commanded the messenger. Another leader stroked his beard, turning to the returning men. Did the leader mention who we should heed regarding matters within the stronghold? At this query, silence fell around the gates. Fifth brother, the leader's body is still warm, and you are already anxious. Should we not wait until he is buried before discussing such matters? The leader who had asked spoke up. Did I say, Old Wu, do you truly believe that with the remaining brothers, your precedence will grant you the position of leader? Do you have the strength to command us? Enough. Old Wu is correct. We shall first bury the leader tomorrow, and only after that will we discuss the rest. A burly man with a scruffy beard spoke. Esteemed leaders, although I did not hear clearly, I was holding the horse for the chieftain before he fell. I distinctly heard him murmur, "The great stronghold is entrusted to Wu," before he tumbled from his steed. However, whether he referred to the 5 of 4 or the 5 of leader Wu, I cannot ascertain. One of the underlings interjected, and upon hearing this man's words, Wu Laosi and leader Wu exchanged glances. With a swift draw of their swords, the others hurriedly stepped forward to intervene. Since the chieftain has uttered this word, after his burial tomorrow, you two may compete at your leisure. The victor shall be the chieftain. Is that agreeable? The burly man commanded, directing others to carry the chieftain's corpse to the main hall. Duan Liang was taken aback upon seeing Dai Mao's lifeless body, but the burly man showed no hesitation, immediately ordering the capture of Duan Liang to be held for the next day's funeral. The two who had returned Dai Mao's body followed suit, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks. Once the remaining individuals exited the hall, they went unnoticed, swiftly dispersing into the shadows. Is what you say truly the case? Wu Laosi, in his chamber, was savoring wine when the underling who had claimed to hear the chieftain's last words approached him. He relayed that the chieftain had actually designated him to govern the stronghold. But out of fear of the other leaders present, particularly leader Wu, he had refrained from speaking. Presenting the chieftain's token to Wu Laosi brought him great joy. Your concerns are valid. With such a significant achievement, once I ascend as chieftain, you shall all be elevated to leaders. Ha ha ha. Thank you, chieftain. However, we must remain vigilant of leader Wu, who seems quite discontent with the chieftain. Perhaps we ought to take advantage of the night. With that, he mimicked a slashing motion. You speak truthfully. He was poised to draw his sword against me earlier. Regardless, he will never heed my command, especially since he is intent on becoming the chieftain. He may very well be plotting my demise as we speak. No, gather the brothers, Wu Laosi commanded, summoning his 20 or so direct subordinates. A similar scenario unfolded with leader Wu, where two individuals presented the chieftain's token to him. He, too, heeded their counsel and swiftly assembled his own 20 or so direct subordinates, preparing to catch Wu Laosi off guard. Just past the midnight hour, two factions converged from the east and west sides of the stronghold. Each surprised to encounter the other, both thinking the other intended to eliminate rivals for the chieftaincy. Upon meeting, their enmity flared, and without further ado, they charged at one another. The commotion stirred within the stronghold, prompting those who had returned with the chieftain's body to hasten to the dungeon where Duan Liang was held. 4 individuals ignited fires, while the remaining 4 rushed to the gate. Are you still idle at the gate? Leaders Wu and Wu are engaged in battle. We know not which of their subordinates are setting fires everywhere. Hurry and extinguish them. The guards at the gate, alerted by the flames in the distance, rushed to intervene. The 4, using the cover of shadows, returned to the gate, lowered the drawbridge, and opened the entrance, allowing over 300 soldiers to pour in. Within the dungeon, 2 figures approached Duan Liang's cell and opened the door. Duan Liang, illuminated by candlelight, was taken aback to see them. You did not expect to see me, did you, Yishan? I presume you have met him before. Tell me, did Chui Ning or Chui Hu send you? He inquired. Oh, perhaps they both conspired together, he added. The 2 figures were none other than Chui Ba and Dian Wei. During the day, Chui Ba had proposed preserving Dai Mao's entire corpse. He had planned for 7 soldiers familiar with the stronghold's layout, along with himself, Chao Xing, and Dian Wei, to don the garb of bandits. After arranging their tasks, they proceeded to the stronghold with Dai Mao's body, agreeing with Li Feng that upon seeing the flames, they would emerge with their troops, while Chao Xing would open the gates. Chui Ba was indifferent to the battle's outcome, viewing the skirmish as mere folly. However, he deemed it necessary to personally interrogate Duan Liang. If you speak the truth, I shall spare your life. Otherwise, I possess methods to make your existence unbearable. Of course, your eventual demise shall not be gentle. Duan Liang, a steward of the Chui family, trembled yet remained defiant. I will not speak. You can beat me, but I shall not divulge anything. Despite his fear, he clung tightly to his resolve. You possess spirit. I am eager to hear what sound a spirited individual's bones make. Ishan, if he remains obstinate, break one of his hands, then 2 hands, 2 feet, and finally his toes and fingers. And if he still refuses to speak, let us strip him bare, nail him to the ground, douse him in syrup and leave him for the insects. Chui Zi, you dare. Such actions violate the law of Han. Yet your collusion with bandits to plunder lives is deemed justifiable? Dare to lay a hand on me, and you seal your own fate. Ah, there is a saying I shall impart to you. To pacify external threats, one must first secure internal stability. I am on the verge of launching a significant endeavor for the Chui family, and the last thing I need is a fire in my own backyard. You can surmise what I shall do upon my return. Should you choose to follow me, I may grant you wealth and status within the Chui family. Otherwise, await your fate. You dare? Speak. Who instructed you to undertake these actions? Humph. Duan Liang turned his head away, but Dian Wei stepped forward, seizing his wrist with a resounding crack, shattering it. Duan Liang's heart sank. Chui Ba was no longer the easy target he once was. Having grown accustomed to wielding power through others, he had never endured such torment. The pain elicited cries of surrender. I will speak. Spare my life, and I shall tell you everything. It was they who instructed me to track you. They sensed your change and feared your potential upon your return. They saw you as a threat to their standing within the Chui family and commanded me to eliminate you at the hands of the bandits. I have revealed all I know. Please, spare me. Upon hearing this, Chui Ba exhibited no visible anger, as if he had anticipated such revelations. Chapter 22. Prelude to Purging. When Chui Ba and his companion brought Duan Liang to the main hall, the battle outside had already concluded. Li Feng and Chao Xing were present within. General Li, how fared the battle? Chui Ba inquired, bowing respectfully. Upon our entrance, the bandits were embroiled in infighting, their corpses strewn about. Thus, our efforts to vanquish them required little exertion. I have just dispatched men to assess the battlefield. It appears the leading figures among them have all perished, and we have captured over 120 bandits. Their internal strife claimed about 30 lives, and upon our incursion, The stronghold was ablaze, leaving the remaining bandits bereft of will to fight. Those who resisted were slain, while the rest surrendered. And what of our brother's casualties? Cui Ba glanced at the trembling Duan Liang before raising his gaze to Li Feng. Were it not for the strategic planning of Brother Cui, we would not have achieved this victory without loss of life. You cannot imagine, most of the bandits were exposed, watching the spectacle, oblivious to our approach. When we struck, those armed intended to resist. After a few rounds of combat, most were decimated, and the majority of those who surrendered did so out of sheer terror. As they had nowhere to flee, I have stationed men at all exits. Though? Are these the remaining leaders within the stronghold? This is troubling. Someone has escaped. What? How is that possible? The bandits claimed they were all here. Li Feng exclaimed, aghast, as an official tasked with maintaining order and safety. Allowing even a single bandit to escape was a mark of disgrace, let alone a leader. There should have been 4 remaining leaders. Yet one was indeed missing at that moment. Cui Ba recalled the burly man with a scruffy beard. He had not expected such a robust individual to flee without taking a single companion. Never mind, General. I doubt this individual will stir much trouble. Today's actions shall surely elevate your reputation, and I extend my congratulations in advance. Young Master Cui, I thank you. Should you require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask. I shall consider you a trusted brother. I am grateful for your kindness, General. But please, no need for formality. I have no courtesy name. If you do not mind, simply refer to me as brother. Then I shall heed your request with respect. Now this is agreeable. Let us rest here for the night, and shortly, we shall share a drink. Very well. I shall gladly oblige you, General. Excellent. Who precisely is this individual? After exchanging pleasantries, Li Feng gestured toward the prostrate Duan Liang and inquired. Dear brother, I must confess my embarrassment. This is merely a favored servant of my 2 inept cousins, who has come to extend hospitality on behalf of the bandits. Although Cui Ba spoke lightly, Li Feng was taken aback, realizing that even a lesser family like the Cuis was embroiled in such treacherous internal strife. Concerning family matters, I shall refrain from elaborating. However, should this individual incite bandits to commit crimes within Dongha County, I shall certainly inform the magistrate. I wonder if my testimony to the magistrate would assist you, Given that it is an official document, it would undoubtedly be credible to my kin. I appreciate your assistance. Dear brother. What nonsense are you speaking? It is merely a trifling task, hardly worth mentioning. I am simply being practical. Come, let us drink. After several rounds, Cui Ba turned to Li Feng and said, You have treated me with utmost sincerity, and I am left with no means to repay you. Should you ever find yourself in a predicament, do not hesitate to seek me out. Remember this well indeed. The court is currently shrouded in ominous clouds. Fraught with peril, those in power, regardless of rank, find themselves in a state of constant anxiety. Dear brother, your words are duly noted. If I find it impossible to continue in Dongyi County, I shall seek refuge with you for a position. Li Feng, unaware of the imminent Yellow Turban Rebellion and the ensuing struggle for supremacy among warlords, assumed Cui Ba was merely concerned about his official prospects. Thus, he vaguely acquiesced, reasoning that it would not cost him much. Cui Ba, however, could say no more. He recognized that although this man may not be a renowned general in history, his temperament suited Cui Ba's tastes, and his military strategies did not betray the rashness of a brute. Perhaps, having endured trials, he might one day stand on his own. The following dawn, Li Feng led his troops down the mountain, accompanied by captives. This campaign against the bandits had yielded significant spoils. The provisions and treasures extracted from the stronghold were considerable. He left 50 men to guard the site, intending to return with more personnel to fully transport the bounty. Cui Ba and his companions, along with Duan Liang, descended the mountain to accompany Li Feng back to report and collect documents. Upon returning to the county office, they learned that the county magistrate, Wang Bin, was attending to a patient in the rear courtyard, leaving them to wait in the main hall. After an hour, the sound of conversation from the corridor indicated that the magistrate was approaching, prompting the two to rise in anticipation. Mr. Hua is truly a miraculous physician. I have endured unbearable pain for several months, consulting countless doctors throughout the county, yet none could discern the cause of my ailment. I am fortunate to learn that you have come to our county. It must be divine providence, a somewhat fatigued voice responded. Cui Ba was not particularly interested in the identity of this person. Who was likely the magistrate? Rather, it was the mention of Mr. Hua that piqued his curiosity. Mr. Hua, the miraculous physician, these two terms, juxtaposed during the late Han Dynasty, could only refer to one individual, Hua Tuo, one of the three eminent physicians of the Jinan era. Later revered as the father of surgery, Cui Ba's heart raced at the thought of soon meeting the esteemed healer. The excitement within him was palpable. If he were to gain the allegiance of two out of the three great physicians, it would undoubtedly serve as a safeguard for his life. Z, what are you babbling about? Have you lost your senses? Wake up. Li Feng observed Cui Ba's foolish grin and drooling, unable to comprehend his words. Yet he thought it inappropriate for the magistrate to witness such a spectacle. Oh, perhaps I am merely fatigued and lost in a daydream, Cui Ba replied, his rarely seen old face turning crimson, nearly contorting into a comical expression. Oh, Captain Li, you have returned. You are well aware of my condition, and I am grateful that today, the miraculous physician Hua passed through Dongyi County, relieving me of my ailments. Just now, having taken the physician's medicine, I expelled half a basin of foul blood. I now feel invigorated and rejuvenated. Ah, indeed, the renowned physician of the Central Plains. Congratulations, magistrate. Li Feng noted without much concern. It seems you gentlemen have pressing matters to discuss. I shall take my leave, he said. If you seek to eradicate this ailment, you must take another dose of this medicine by this time next year. Until then, even if the pain returns, do not take it again. Remember this well? Yes, regarding my life and fortune, I shall certainly keep this in mind. However, while the physician claims to desire no reward, I cannot help but feel uneasy not expressing my gratitude for such a great favor. Ah, it is merely my duty to heal, responding to the needs of others. To alleviate the suffering of people is my blessing. The physician's compassion for the populace is admirable. Is there any way to express my gratitude? Truly, there is no need. I shall take my leave. With that, the esteemed physician Hua turned to exit. Wait, physician magistrate, how about this? You could issue a document granting the physician unrestricted access to medicines within the county. Free of charge. The apothecary could collect payment from the county office with your written authorization. What do you think? Cui Ba suggested, bowing respectfully. That is feasible. Absolutely not. Came the simultaneous responses from the magistrate and Mr. Hua. Physician, you will need to bring medicine for your practice, correct? Besides what you gather, there may be times when you must purchase urgently needed supplies. Given the current rampant banditry, simply providing you with funds might not be safe. My proposal not only conveys the magistrate's goodwill but also allows you to help more people. Why not embrace this opportunity? What this young man says is indeed true. My actions are intended to assist you in treating more individuals. Then I thank you, esteemed magistrate, and you, young sir. I bid you farewell. As Hua Tua departed, Magistrate Wang Bin regained his composure and turned to Cui Ba. You are quite astute, able to propose such a mutually beneficial solution. Captain Li, why did you bring such a clever young man along? Esteemed magistrate, this is Cui Ba, the eldest son of the Cui family from Qinghe. He is traveling through Yinzhou and happened to pass through our Dongyi County. Unfortunately, he was ambushed by Dai Mao and his men yesterday, nearly losing his life. Ultimately, it was Cui Ba who devised a strategy to eliminate the bandit leader, resulting in only 4 casualties and 10 severely injured, with minor injuries being negligible. How many bandits did you slay? Magistrate Wang Bin asked, astonished as he gazed at Cui Ba. The bandit forces numbered over 500. During the battle at the stronghold last night, we captured over 120 of them, all of whom have been imprisoned. Excellent, young man. You have rid the people of a great scourge. On behalf of the entire populace of Dongyi County, I extend my heartfelt gratitude. With that, Magistrate Wang Bin deeply bowed to Cui Ba. Cui Ba hurried to sidestep, assisting the magistrate back to an upright position. Esteemed magistrate, you honor me too greatly. Alleviating the concerns of the court is the duty of us Han subjects. Such gratitude is unwarranted. I did not expect you to possess such insight, unlike some young scions who are lofty and detached. Wang Bin, nearly 50 and long afflicted by illness, still retained a keen spirit. At that moment, his gaze toward Cui Ba was filled with satisfaction. Magistrate Wang, the ambush by Dai Mao and his bandits was instigated by a certain individual, a matter that implicates my Cui family. Captain Li can attest to this indeed. Esteemed magistrate, it is as he says. That man has confessed everything. In that case, what do you require from me? Wang Bin did not anticipate that the internal strife within the Cui family would extend its reach into his Dongyi County. He seeks a formal document from you to confirm the occurrence of these events, as he wishes to return and purge his household. Li Feng interjected, taking a sip of tea. Although merely a county magistrate, Wang Bin had navigated the bureaucratic landscape for many years and quickly grasped Cui Ba's intentions, nodding in agreement. If that is the case, let us prepare the document for young Master Cui. Thank you, esteemed magistrates. We have arrived at the dock. Everyone, prepare to disembark. As dawn broke over the horizon, Cui Ba and his companions led their horses off the official vessel. Young master, take care on your journey. We shall return to report. Several Dongyi officers, under Li Feng's orders, accompanied them from Duanqiu Port to Gaoting Port, performing their duties commendably. Thank you. Cui Ba attempted to offer a bag of coins to one of the officers. There is no need for such gestures. You have already helped us eradicate the bandit menace, making you a benefactor of Dongyi County. We shall remember your kindness. Take care, everyone. Cui Ba lingered on the riverbank, gazing at the official vessel as it receded into the distance, lost in thought. Young master, it has vanished from sight. We should return now, Dian urged, noticing the ship had disappeared from view. Dongyi County. Who knows how many of our people and officials will remain when I next visit? Cui Ba mused, unwilling to move from his spot, shaking his head with a sigh. Chao Xing's eyes narrowed, responding. That depends on when you decide to go. The sooner, the more familiar faces will remain. If you delay too long and battles ensue, you may find none left. Cui Ba suddenly recalled how Chengyu, while preparing provisions for Cao Cao, not only plundered his own hometown of Dongyi County but also included human flesh in the supplies he sent, a blemish on his record that hindered his rise to the position of Sangong. Reflecting on this, Cui Ba thought to himself, Zhengde, under my command, I shall not allow you such helplessness. I long for your arrival. Shaking his head, he redirected his thoughts to the present. Duan Liang, your hand needs to rest. You shall ride alongside Ishan. There is no need for concern, young master. Had it not been for your invitation to that esteemed physician, my hand would likely be beyond repair. Duan Liang, who had been under guard at the inn, later received treatment from Hua Tuo, the miraculous physician. Indeed, Hua is a master of medicine. Yet, Duan Liang, I hope this experience serves as a valuable lesson. Refrain from reckless actions in the future. Stay by my side. With uncle's advancing age, I require trustworthy companions. Cui Ba's words were exceedingly clear. After all, Duan Liang's father had served the Cui family his entire life. Although Duan Liang had always followed Cui Ning and Cui Hu, basking in their power, he had also been influenced by his father during his childhood and was more than capable of fulfilling the role of steward. Years later, as Duan Liang faced his demise, he earnestly cautioned his son, you must never meddle in the affairs of the Cui family. Focus solely on your own responsibilities. Only in this way can the Cui family ensure our lineage remains affluent. He lamented the grave mistakes of his youth, stating that the young master had granted him an opportunity. Tell future generations to always remember the young master's great kindness. Without him, our branch of the Duan family would have truly perished. Remember, this was all yet to come. At that moment, Duan Liang could hardly envision the life he would lead alongside young Master Cui, for his mind was consumed with the pressing concern of whether he could preserve his own life. He dared not entertain the notion that Cui Ba would so easily spare him, thus he paid little heed to his earlier words. Thank you, young master. I shall not disappoint you, Cui Ba nodded. Fully aware of Duan Liang's current state of mind, yet he believed that following this incident, Duan Liang would learn how to navigate his existence within the Cui family. Cui Ba himself could not articulate why he placed his trust in Duan Liang. It was merely an instinct. Very well, let us set forth. Time is of the essence, go. The three horses galloped swiftly along the official road at dawn, with Duan Liang's arm remaining motionless, as if he were a bashful maiden held in the embrace of Dian Wei, too afraid to raise his gaze. The 9th day of the 9th month had traditionally been a grand occasion for the people of the northern lands to honor their ancestors and celebrate the harvest. Cui Mi, too, was hosting a lavish banquet at the estate, inviting family members to dine together. Furthermore, having received a letter from Cui Ba a few days prior, he had determined that today would be a fortuitous day for Cui Ba's return. In the letter, Cui Ba had mentioned that he had important family matters to attend to, and that the position of the governor of Hedong had already been secured, awaiting Cui Ba's return to Luoyang to assume command. For Cui Mi, today was indeed a day of great joy. The author has a note. I have been rather busy with work these past 2 days, resulting in a shorter word count. I promise to write more in a few days, and I kindly request your understanding. Chapter 23. The family feast. Old Dian, aside from Ze, is everyone else present today? Chui surveyed the lively scene in the hall, feeling greatly gratified. Although only Chui Yin had gained significant recognition at present, every branch of the family had achieved notable success in both agriculture and commerce in recent years, resulting in an overall flourishing atmosphere for the Chui family. Master, you have already asked this 5 times. Everyone is here. The sun is setting. Perhaps we should commence the banquet. The eldest son may be delayed, and we cannot keep so many guests waiting, Chui Lian suggested. Observing Chui Mi's jovial demeanor, indeed, that sounds reasonable. With that, Chui Mi rose to his feet. As the guests noticed the head of the family standing, they understood that he was about to speak, and the hall gradually quieted. Esteemed guests, in previous years, our family banquets have been held at the year's end. This year, however, we gather on the 9th day of the 9th month because, in less than a year, our Chui family's income has surpassed last year's figures. Although we cannot yet rival the great merchants of the Jin family in Jizhou or the Mi family in Shuzhou, this year, the combined wealth of all families in Qinghe County cannot match that of the Chui family alone. This is truly unprecedented. Therefore, let us raise a glass to celebrate. Cheers, drink to your fill. Upon hearing the head of the family speak, the majority of the attendees beamed with joy. Initially, many had expressed dissatisfaction with Chui Mi's focus on commerce and agriculture. Yet the visible increase in the family's financial income over the years had been undeniable. With everyone benefiting, joy soon spread throughout the hall. Today is a family feast. We are all relatives, so there is no need for formalities. Let us feast and drink freely. After toasting, Chui Mi officially commenced the banquet. Uncle, on such an important day, why has Ze not yet returned? The family law dictates that when the head of the family commands, family members must return within the stipulated time, no matter their circumstances, lest they face punishment. Chui Ning's sharp voice suddenly cut through the merriment after several rounds of drinking. Recently, Ze wrote to say that the banditry in Dongjun has been severe, particularly in Dongyi County, where many roads have been blocked. It is likely that he had to take a detour through Chenlu and then traveled by boat at Guandu, which may have delayed his return. Chui Mi frowned, uncertain of Chui Ba's activities, only aware of the increasing presence of mountain bandits in the area. Ridiculous. Uncle, how can you believe such childish tales? There are those present who have returned from Yenzhou. If Dongjun were truly overrun with bandits, how could they have made it back in time? Is it not too coincidental that as soon as they departed, Ze was halted by bandits? Chui, who scoffed on my dear nephews, the rampant banditry in the Central Plains over the past decade is no secret. Had I not spent considerable sums to appease the officials of Yenzhou, our merchant convoy would have certainly suffered heavy losses. You two managed that affair in Shanyang County. How can you not be aware of the situation in Yenzhou? Chui Mi's tone grew increasingly stern. Humph, precisely because we are aware of it that we voice our concerns. Take Dongyi County, for instance. If Ze were to reveal his identity, the county magistrate, Wang Du, would surely assist him in returning safely. Am I not correct? Fourth uncle? Indeed, I am responsible for matters in Dongjun. Even with the bandits, the officials would ensure Ze's safe passage home. If the head of the family does not address Ze's disregard for family law, it may be difficult to quell dissent, replied the man known as fourth uncle, albeit reluctantly. Chengdu, you know that Ze is unfamiliar with the circumstances of each county. Why did you not instruct the servants to prepare in advance? Did you do nothing at all? Chui Mi was about to speak when he noticed Chui Fu, in charge of Taishan County, preemptively interject. Sixth brother, who do you think you are to speak to me like that? Remember, your current achievements are not without my assistance. Perhaps you should focus on your own affairs first. Fourth uncle Chui Jian waved his sleeve dismissively, refusing to meet Chui Fu's gaze. Enough, Chui Zhan, Chui Fu. There are many younger generations present. How can you two bicker so shamelessly? Chui Mi interjected, fearing the situation might escalate. Let everyone eat and drink as they please. Let us refrain from unimportant discussions. We shall address everything once Ze returns. With that, Chui Mi sat down and resumed drinking quietly. Uncle, if we do not clarify matters, then, as this is a family banquet, we should speak freely among ourselves. Should we not? Otherwise, it may lead others to believe you are biased. If that were the case, it would tarnish your reputation for impartiality, would it not? Chui Ning remarked, draining his cup and fiddling with the empty vessel. If he does not return today, I shall certainly punish him according to family law. Do I need you to remind me of this? Faced with concerns regarding his reputation, Chuemi could no longer ignore the matter. In ancient times, one's reputation was of utmost importance, especially for the head of a family. Seeing that Chuemi had finally taken the bait, Cui Ning and Cui Hu exchanged knowing glances, then lowered their heads to indulge in their food and drink. After a brief silence, as no one dared to bring the subject up again, the guests resumed their feasting and casual conversation. Ah, if only Chengde were here, Chuemi mused, reminiscing about his ailing nephew. Cui Yin, Chengde, uncle, how have you been feeling? The eldest son, referred to by the guests, was seated beside his uncle, Cui Yin, who resembled a porcupine, with numerous silver needles inserted into his body as a middle-aged man carefully removed them. I feel much more comfortable, cough cough. Thank you, divine Dr. Hua. Do not speak. Focus on your recovery. After today's treatment, I will prescribe some medicine to be taken every other day. Tio, speak frankly, your condition is dire. Even if you follow this prescription, you may have only 3 years left. 3 years is ample time. It is sufficient for me to accomplish many things. Thank you, esteemed doctor, for extending my life. Alas, my home is devoid of valuables. I am uncertain how to express my gratitude. It is the duty of a physician to heal. There is no need for thanks. Do not mention gratitude again. Hua Tuo replied, frowning. Hua, from now on, I can no longer indulge in wine. How about I gift you the wine I have kept hidden for many years? Uncle speaks wisely. Hua, this wine is merely a mundane item, not a precious treasure. Please accept it. It can help relieve fatigue on your journeys. Chueba added with a smile. Very well, let my disciples take it. Hua Tuo nodded towards the 3 young men behind him. Chueba approached the door and called for Cui Lin, saying, Liner, please take these elder brothers to retrieve the wine my uncle has kept. After they departed, Cui Yin turned to Chueba, saying, Zi, you should hurry. Time is fleeting, and the family banquet should have already commenced. Do not let my condition delay you, lest your father reprimand you. It matters not. Let those clowns prance about for a while longer. I shall soon cast my net. Chueba rose and adjusted his long robe, observing Hua Tuo assisting Duan Liang with a bandage change. Cui Yin gazed at Duan Liang for a while, still perplexed as to why Chueba would choose to associate with him, harboring a deep-seated disdain for Duan Liang in his heart. I know not what trials you have encountered on this journey, nor the nature of your dealings with Duan Liang. Yet, since you have brought him to meet me, it is evident that you have regarded him as one of your trusted confidants. However, one must remain vigilant. He has grown up alongside Cui Ning and Chueba, and such bonds are not easily severed. Rest assured, uncle. After tonight, the development of the Cui family shall face no further internal hindrances, and many matters will surely proceed without impediment. Chueba smiled lightly, draining his cup of tea. Noticing that Duan Liang had finished changing the bandage, he remarked, Let us depart, Duan Liang. Tonight shall undoubtedly be a sleepless one. Master Hua, please make yourself comfortable at Uncle's residence for the night. Once I have resolved the family matters, I shall invite Uncle and Master Hua, along with others, to my abode for a more detailed discussion tomorrow. Young master need not worry. I can devote myself entirely to instructing my disciples. Zi, do hurry along. Han Shang, Yishan, Shanji, Zhongyi, Duan Liang, let us be off. Young master, you have finally returned. A servant, spotting Chueba riding back from a distance, hurried to greet him, though unsure why he had approached from the northern gate. Oh, what brings such urgency, young master? I have heard that at the banquet earlier, someone troubled the head of the family, causing him to fall into a disadvantage. What? My father has managed the Cui family for so long. Who could possibly place him at a disadvantage? It was Master Cui Ning and Master Cui Hu. The servant replied hesitantly, daring not to elaborate further. The head of the family has been lenient with them due to the previous head's influence, and now they have grown arrogant, believing that no matter their transgressions, he would forgive them. They even dared to dream of controlling the Cui family after the head's passing. Seeing the servants fall silent, Duan Liang leaned forward from behind Dian and spoke. Chueba gestured for the others to dismount, each carrying their weapons as they entered the Cui residence. Along the way, the servants, witnessing this imposing display, dared not impede their progress and retreated in fear. Upon reaching the main hall, Chueba instructed the others to wait at the courtyard entrance until summoned, allowing Duan Liang to enter first. Upon seeing Duan Liang standing outside, Chui Ning and Chui Hu exchanged glances, believing their scheme had succeeded, and launched an attack on Chui uncle. Do you think Zi, that sickly child, has fallen ill again on the way back, which is why he has not yet returned? Given his frail constitution, he may not survive until spring. I have heard that Uncle Chengda's condition has also worsened in recent days. Truly, a heartening bond between uncle and nephew, Chui Ning remarked, his tone seemingly helpless but laced with evident sarcasm. Indeed, those who do not understand might even assume they share a relationship. He laughed heartily. The individuals present in the hall, unable to suppress their amusement at Chui Ning's words, were soon silenced by Chui Hu's remark. His words were a blatant provocation and insult, directed squarely at the furious Chui Mi. You two brats, were it not for the grace of your elder brother, I would have no qualms in administering the family's punishment to you today. Chui Mi glared at the pair with wide-open eyes. Uncle, you are growing old and ought to take a rest. One son is frail and sickly, while the other, although renowned, is still young and overly straightforward. After your passing, how will their prestige command respect? Chui Ning's voice grew increasingly shrill, interspersed with a mocking laugh that grated on the ears. The last wishes of my elder brother dictate that I manage the family affairs. He knew you too well. Point one is driven solely by self-interest while the other is reckless. How could the family prosper in your hands? Chui Mi did not hold back, vehemently rebuking the two. Head of the family, your words are misguided. They were but children at the time, and had you wholeheartedly supported them, they would have matured sooner. Their capabilities have been evident in recent years. You are growing old, and it is time for successors. Chui Zhan interjected, while others remained silent, seemingly enjoying the spectacle. Uncle, you ought to ponder this seriously. Should the day come when you can no longer bear the weight, it would be prudent to ensure a legitimate successor. Indeed, if that sickly child, Zi, were to perish midway, there would be no suitable candidate for the position of head of the family. Chui Ning and Chui Hu ignored Chui Mi's expression, each continuing to speak their mind. You, Chui Mi pointed accusingly at Chui Ning and Chui Hu, about to unleash a tirade. However, before he could finish, a voice rang out from outside. There is no need for my two elder brothers to worry. I am alive and well, and rest assured that father shall also thrive, ultimately passing the position of head of the family to me intact. There is no need for your concern. The crowd turned towards the source of the voice, and Duan Liang had already stepped aside to follow Chui Ba into the hall. Father, I have returned from the trip to Yenzhou with considerable gains. Among them, I had the fortune of encountering Master Hua Tuo in Dongyi County. Master Hua possesses extraordinary medical skills. The county magistrate, afflicted with a severe illness, had sought the aid of numerous physicians without success. Yet, upon Master Hua's arrival, he was cured with remarkable efficacy, which left me thoroughly impressed. I intended to invite him along, but he must first visit Chenlu County. Thus we have arranged to meet at Qinghe, causing a slight delay. Oh? I have heard of Master Hua's renown. Where might he be at present? Chui Mi inquired, now captivated by the mention of Hua Tuo. Although nearing his 40s, Hua Tuo had been practicing medicine for over a decade, and his name as a miraculous healer was already well established in the Central Plains. Upon returning to the city, I first took Master Hua to attend to Uncle Chengda. He is now resting, and Master Hua, along with his 3 disciples, have also settled for the night, plan to host a welcoming gathering for everyone tomorrow. You have handled matters with great prudence. I am utterly reassured. Chui Mi exclaimed. Ah, Chengda has been saved. Duan Liang, did you return alongside Zi? What has happened to your arm? Only then did Chui Mi notice Duan Liang, observing his left arm wrapped in cloth. Chui Ning and Chui Hu, seeing Duan Liang following Chui Ba, sensed an ominous turn of events and fell silent, choosing to drown their unease in drink. Master, I suffered a fracture of my left wrist, but thankfully, with the young Master's introduction, I was able to seek Master Hua's assistance. Otherwise, I would have been left unable to use my left hand for the rest of my life. Oh, Zi, please take your seat. We have been waiting for you. Duan Liang, you may go and accompany your father. Rest early in a rush, father. Let young Duan here tend to us for a while. Chui Mi, perplexed, chose not to press further. Esteemed uncles and aunts, today, as Zi has returned late, I shall pour myself 3 cups in penance. With that, Chui Ba filled 3 cups with wine and drank them all in one go. The others, left bewildered, resumed their feasting and drinking. Mi observed as Ba sat down and began to eat and drink heartily, assuming the young man was simply weary and hungry from his travels, and continued conversing with others. As the gathering indulged in food and drink, a series of claps echoed through the hall. Ba stood, clapping his hands, and Zhang Cheng and others entered, each holding 2 slender porcelain vials. "Ze, what is this?" Mi queried, regarding the porcelain vials with curiosity. "These are the wines I prepared for the audience with His Majesty," named Cheng'ang. "Due to the difficulty in brewing, only 25 bottles currently exist. I present these 6 for all to taste. Given your vast experience, I hope you can assess their worth and determine if they are suitable for the emperor." "Oh?" To name Ichiongjang demonstrates great ambition. "Are you not afraid of overstepping?" Cui Ning scoffed. "Brewing wine is hardly the forte of the Cui family. Though you truly believe you can deceive the emperor with mere wine, you tread a perilous path." Ba paid him no mind and instructed Zhang Cheng and the others to pour wine for the guests. "Ba, you dare to disregard me? Is there no respect for hierarchy? Ah, what a fragrant aroma." Cui Ning's words were cut short as Zhang Cheng and the others uncorked the bottles, releasing a rich scent of wine that wafted through the hall. "This wine is strong, so please sample only a small cup." "Dazhong, pour the wine." Everyone in the hall was fond of good wine. Upon catching the enticing fragrance, they eagerly prepared to indulge. Once the wine was poured, Ba raised his cup. This wine was brewed specifically for banquets, yet today serves as a tasting. I invite you all to savor it. The guests, unable to contain their eagerness, took small sips, letting the wine linger on their palates before swallowing it slowly, savoring the taste. Their expressions were nothing short of delightful. Initially, the high alcohol content brought a hint of spiciness, but as they continued to enjoy it, they found themselves enchanted. "Is there more? Is there more? Pour me another cup." "Yes, let us have another taste." Indeed, the wine lived up to its name, truly deserving of the title Cheongjiang. I have never encountered such a potent yet fragrant wine. It is exhilarating. It seems everyone can appreciate this level of potency. "I wonder how many cups it will take before they succumb to inebriation," Ba remarked unabashedly to Zhang Cheng. "Is this wine truly of your brewing?" Mi gazed at Ba with excitement. Indeed, the first time Dazhong and the others tasted it, they reacted in similar fashion. "However, the brewing formula resides solely in my mind. No one else knows. That is splendid news indeed." A father and son whispered conspiratorially to one another, their faces revealing the shifty countenance of unscrupulous merchants. "You must share the recipe for this wine. Although it is difficult to brew, if we combine the efforts of the entire Cui family, we could certainly produce more." After tasting the wine, Cui Ning was left in a state of astonishment and soon began to contemplate the recipe. "Let us set aside the matter of the wine for now, especially since you have no leisure to indulge," Ba remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Cui Ning. That moment, Duan Liang's body trembled slightly, sensing that a pivotal scene was about to unfold. Chapter 24. Purge. "Let us set aside the matter of the wine for now, especially since you have no leisure to indulge," Ba stated, glancing at Cui Ning. "What do you mean, Cui Ze?" Cui Hu, upon hearing Ba's blatant rudeness, sprang to his feet, clenching his fists. If Ba could not provide a reasonable explanation, Hu would not hesitate to confront him. "Esteemed guests, I recently traveled to Yinzhou to procure grain and heard of a great sage in Dongye County, so I made a detour to pay my respects. However, while returning along the official road to Dongye County, I was ambushed by over 200 mountain bandits in broad daylight, who pursued me relentlessly. Fortunately, thanks to the swift steeds of Dian and Chao Xing, I managed to escape. Otherwise, I truly would not have returned." "What? How audacious of the bandits to set an ambush on the official road." Mi had not finished speaking when he caught a whiff of something amiss. "You must all be perplexed. Why would over 200 bandits, instead of raiding nearby villages, choose to lay in wait? Moreover, upon seeing only 3 of us, they came out in full force, pursuing us without hesitation. This is not mere robbery. It is evident they came specifically for us. Ah? Our Cui family has not provoked any bandits. 3 individuals possess little in the way of valuables. A mere handful could intimidate us without the need for such a grand display of force. Strange, indeed. Z has rarely ventured far from home. How could he have incurred the wrath of bandits?" As the crowd began to murmur among themselves, A hint of panic flickered in the eyes of Cui Zhan, Cui Ning, and Cui Hu. The three exchanged glances, and then Cui Zhan stumbled to his feet, declaring, "Oh dear, I must step outside for a moment. When I return, let us discuss with fourth uncle what exactly transpired. Huzi, lend me your support. Be cautious." Fourth uncle. Cui Hu promptly assisted Cui Zhan as they made their way outside. Fourth uncle, truly, lacking in wine tolerance yet consuming so much. I shall summon someone to prepare some hangover soup. Enduring such hardship? Our Cui family cannot let this band of bandits go unpunished, brother. Hold on. Just as Cui Ning was about to step outside, he heard Cui Ba's voice ring out and saw him approaching slowly. Feeling guilty, Cui Ning dared not let others perceive his unease. He knelt once more, avoiding Cui Ba's gaze, and grasped his wine cup tightly, saying, "Esteemed brother, have you uncovered anything? Have we reported this to the authorities? Given the magnitude of this calamity, we must seek an explanation from the magistrate of Dongye County. No need to trouble yourself, brother. The authorities have already been informed. I, along with Captain Lee from Dongye County, have jointly eradicated the bandits, and the magistrate has been duly notified. The bandits, under the witness of the little fellow, have been completely vanquished." With that, Cui Ba filled Cui Ning's cup to the brim, patting his shoulder reassuringly. "Thus, brother, there is nothing to fear." The onlookers, taken aback, regarded Cui Ba with newfound respect. This time, not only had he befriended the officials of Dong County, but he had also enhanced his own reputation through the eradication of bandits. It was truly unexpected that the once timid Cui Zi could now assist the authorities in ridding the land of bandits. Cui Fu rose and approached Cui Ba, scrutinizing him from head to toe. "Esteemed nephew, you truly cannot judge a book by its cover. It is fortunate that you emerged unscathed this time. Otherwise, our Cui family would have suffered greatly. Thank you for your concern, sixth uncle. However, you mentioned that the eradication of the bandits occurred under Duan Liang's witness. What does that imply?" Cui Mi inquired, his brow furrowed, casting a glance at the bowing Duan Liang. "Father, someone dispatched Duan Liang to deliver a letter to the mountain bandit Daimao within the borders of Dongye County. The contents of the letter are unknown to Duan Liang, and it was burned by Daimao on the spot, after which these events transpired. That time, Duan Liang tried to intervene but was captured and thrown into a dungeon. It was only after we, alongside Captain Lee, stormed the bandits' lair that we discovered him. The little fellow truly endured considerable hardship, treated as a mere pawn. Who could possibly have sent him?" Seeing Cui Ba remain silent, Cui Mi turned to Duan Liang. "Speak. Head of the family, it was the brother of young Master Ning. I never anticipated their cruelty. They even deceived me." Duan Liang glared at Cui Ning, gritting his teeth as he shouted. Cui Ba observed Duan Liang's performance, marveling at his expressive demeanor. He was truly akin to a master thespian. "You speak nonsense, uncle. He is but a servant. Why would I wish harm upon him? He is slandering me. Young master of Dong County, I know nothing of these matters, let alone any bandits, nor have I sent any letters." Cui Ning retorted vehemently. "This is sheer absurdity. Uncle must not be easily swayed. This man is so malicious that it appears he seeks to divide our Cui family. You must punish him severely." Upon hearing Duan Liang's words, Cui Ning realized that Duan Liang had already allied himself with Cui Ba. Although he was unaware of Cui Ba's methods, he could no longer afford to be overly concerned. He needed to evade responsibility first. The bandits were already deceased, leaving no witnesses. If he could pin the blame squarely on Duan Liang, all might still be salvaged. Brother, what is the matter?" Cui Hu, who had initially intended to leave the hall in tandem with Cui Ning and regroup in the back courtyard for their escape, returned when he noticed Cui Ning's prolonged absence. To him, it seemed futile to remain idle, and rather than await their fate, it would be better to seek refuge elsewhere. Once they departed Qinghe, whether they found themselves in Jin County or Dong County, it would be their dominion. Upon entering and seeing his elder brother in distress, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, Cui Hu rushed in without hesitation. Cui Hu stood beside Cui Ning, surveying the room. "Brother, you have drunk too much. Allow me to escort you home." He lifted Cui Ning, preparing to exit. "Impudence!" Cui Mi bellowed, for Duan Liang had just accused Cui Ning of conspiring against his own son, and Cui Mi could not allow him to leave freely. "Old man, we brothers have shown you enough respect. This child has accused me today. Do you not seek to vindicate us? Do you truly believe we would seek to harm him? Let me tell you, even if we wish to enhance your chances of claiming the position of head of the family after your death, we would only plot against Cui Yin, not this useless waste of space. Hurry, Huzi, we must go. I intend to see who dares to stop us, Cui Ning declared, pulling Cui Hu along as they made for the exit. Ishan, no one is permitted to leave the hall. Just then, Dian Wei strode in, wielding 2 large iron halberds, his towering figure blocking the entrance to the hall. Cui Hu had never respected Dian Wei. Although they had never clashed, he felt confident in his strength and martial prowess, and had always sought to test his mettle against Dian Wei. Black-faced brute, step aside. A mere servant dares to obstruct his master? Cui Hu shouted at Dian Wei. Truly, ignorance breeds courage, Cui Ba sighed, rubbing his temples. To speak insolently to Dian Wei was tantamount to courting death. Dian Wei stood firm at the entrance, silently observing Cui Hu without uttering a word. Curse it, are you deaf? Ha! In a fit of rage, Cui Hu launched a punch at Dian Wei's face, intent on delivering a decisive blow. He had always regarded an ordinary servant with disdain, and thus was willing to resort to violence. After all, within the vast Cui family, he held the power to deal with a mere servant. Hey, in the moments that followed, as most onlookers shielded their eyes, closed their eyes, or turned their heads away, they were not met with Dian Wei's anguished cries, but rather the singular voice of Cui Hu. As the crowd turned their heads back, they discovered Dian Wei had effortlessly seized Cui Hu's right hand with one hand, while Cui Hu knelt on one knee, groaning in pain, cries of agony escaping his lips. You insolent cur, you dare rebel against me. Release my second brother, or else I shall ensure you meet a wretched end. Uncle, head of the family, you have all witnessed this. Have you not? This wretched servant dares to stand above us, the masters. Cui Mi stood in shock. He was well aware that Cui Hu was the most formidable warrior in the Cui family, capable of easily defeating 5 private soldiers simultaneously. Yet, this Dian Wei, whom Cui Ba had brought back, had managed to effortlessly counter Cui Hu's punch with a single hand, leaving Cui Hu utterly defenseless. Young master, I was just about to answer nature's call when I discovered this old man attempting to climb the wall. Unfamiliar with him, fearing he was a thief attempting to escape with stolen goods, I brought him back. How shall we proceed? As everyone focused on the confrontation between Cui Hu and Dian Wei, they were suddenly drawn to a voice from the courtyard, turning to see Chao Xing dragging a disheveled old man with graying hair towards them. Though his face remained obscured, his attire made it clear to everyone that this was none other than Cui Zhan, who had just exited. Chengdu. Release Chengdu at once. Although Cui Mi harbored a dislike for Cui Zhan, he could not overlook the fact that they were both members of the older generation of the Cui family. It would be a source of ridicule for an elder to be dragged around by a junior, which was simply unacceptable. With a sense of propriety, he assisted his 4th uncle, mindful not to act discourteously. Cui Ba, witnessing Chao Xing mock Cui Zhan so openly, felt a deep sense of helplessness. Enough, father, everyone is present. He stated, I shall not waste words. Everything is documented in the official correspondence from Magistrate Wang of Dongyi County and Captain Li. These are official documents sealed with the government stamp and cannot be falsified. With that, Cui Ba retrieved the documents from his bosom and handed them to Cui Mi.At that moment, when Pin and others entered the hall. Dian Wei restrained Cui Hu, while Chao Xing observed Cui Zhan, and Huang Zhong held down Cui Ning. When Pin, representing One Family Village, refrained from participating, standing by the door to prevent any disturbances from the servants brought by Cui Ning. Seeing the situation unfold, everyone had already guessed the gravity of the matter. Cui Hu, intending to resist, found himself devoid of any strength, aware that any further movement would result in a broken wrist. Cui Ning, weak and powerless, was pinned down by Huang Zhong, feeling as though a mountain was weighing upon him, struggling to breathe. At that moment, the 3 of them comprehended their fate. They had become fish on the chopping block, ready to be slaughtered. The government documents had arrived, and unless the family head intervened, no one could alter their fate. However, the prospect of Cui Mi sparing their lives seemed as daunting as climbing to the heavens. Absurd! You 3 colluded together, and for the sake of this family head position, you dare to engage in such despicable acts. Cui Zhan, your collusion with thieves, regardless of the reason, is a crime worthy of execution. How could you three concoct such a scheme without fearing the repercussions for the entire Chui family? Chuemi, after reading the documents, ground his teeth in anger, trembling as he pointed at the three. Family head, what on earth has transpired? Chui Fu inquired cautiously, observing Chuemi's fury. Their so-called good deeds. See for yourselves, Chuemi exclaimed, tossing the documents to those nearby. The crowd gathered, quietly reading, and some, unable to contain themselves, took up their wine cups and splashed the contents onto the faces of the three. Chui Fu, witnessing this, could only manage a resigned smile. I never imagined that while I believed myself to be the most cunning merchant, it is you three who would resort to such underhanded tactics for profit. Truly audacious, I must commend you. Z has not yet submitted the documents to the governor. It seems he still considers personal relations. Chui Hu remarked, Sixth uncle, your words are misguided. I have not turned them over to the authorities. I merely intend to handle this matter according to family law. Father, what should be the punishment for the Chuaning brothers? As per family law, Chuemi inhaled deeply, gritting his teeth as he uttered a single word, kill. At this pronouncement, a chill swept through the assembly. None could have anticipated that the usually indifferent Chui Ba would exhibit such ruthlessness today. Those around him, including Dian, were no ordinary men, yet they all obeyed Chui Ba's commands without question. It was evident to all that even by family law, the crimes committed by Chui Ning and his companions could not escape the death penalty. It seemed that the eldest son of the Chui family intended to establish his authority through bloodshed, potentially seizing the family head position from his father. Chui Ba, unconcerned with the inner thoughts of those present, approached the trembling trio, sighed, and said, You all believed I was biding my time, preparing to astonish everyone in the quest for the family head position, did you not? And if so, what of it? My brothers are the rightful successors to the family head position. It is you and your father who have thwarted our ambitions, Chui Hu shouted, looking at the terrified Chui Ning and Chui Zhan. Naive and superficial, Chui Ba replied coolly to Chui Hu, Do you dare insult me? Am I mistaken? Your minds are solely occupied with the position of family head of the Dongwu City Chui family. The head of the family must oversee its affairs, selecting a sage among us. Do you truly believe you can compare yourselves to my father or my second brother? Let me enlighten you. There are myriad ways to revitalize a family, and my father has led the Chui family to prosperity through commerce, while my second brother will elevate our family's reputation through his talents and virtues. However, should the family lack power and influence, we will ultimately be subjugated by the rulers. You three are fixated on the position of family head, while I envision the entirety of the world. Only by wielding power in the court can we ensure that no one dares to bully the Chui family, and I shall be the one to assume that role. But as for the future of the Chui family, you shall have no fortune to witness it. With that, Chui Ba nodded at Dian, who along with Huang Zhong and Chao Xing, dragged the three out. Dian, with a swift motion, dispatched them as one would slice through a watermelon. The author has a word. The internal affairs have concluded. It is time to take action. Chapter 25. Against the Principles of Humanity. Looking at the three severed heads, all present, including Chuemi, were astonished by Chui Ba's iron-fisted approach. I am still alive. Who gave you the authority to act? Chuemi exclaimed in shock, followed by a wave of fury. Not to mention Chui Ning and Chui Hu, Chui Zhan had made significant contributions to the Chui family, yet without hesitation, Chui Ba had executed all three, challenging Chuemi's authority to an extreme degree. With a thud, Chui Ba knelt before Chuemi, pressing his forehead to the ground. Father, I did not intend to offend your dignity, but your indulgence over the years has only encouraged their audacity. Please consider the future state of the world. We can no longer afford to waste time on them. Since they refuse to be peaceful, I must act decisively to eliminate potential obstacles to our family's rise. Having said that, Chui Ba rose and surveyed the assembly, then proclaimed, upon my return, I have learned of the new doctrine proposed by the Taiping sect. The heavens have perished, and the yellow sky shall rise. In the year of Jiazi, the world shall be auspicious. As the crowd began to recover from their shock at Dian Wei's swift execution, they were suddenly struck by the mention of the Taiping sect. Reciting the doctrine as if compelled to do so, what does this doctrine imply? Chui Fu pondered, deducing its meaning, seeking confirmation from Chui Ba. Uncle Cheng Qian, you are indeed astute. Their doctrine signifies that the heavens belong to our Han dynasty. while the yellow sky represents the Taiping sect's heaven. The Taiping sect venerates the earth and worships Huang Tai, embracing yellow, which symbolizes the earth's virtue. They aim to supplant the Han dynasty that thrives on the fire virtue. The year of Jiazi signifies next year, indicating they intend to rebel and establish their own dominion. Cui Ba continued, turning to Cui Mi, "Father, time waits for no one. Our preparation time is dwindling. Everyone, please rest in the hall for now. I shall confer with you shortly. You may accompany me." Cui Mi turned and swiftly made his way to the back hall. Cui Ba understood that his father was heading to the secret chamber and glanced at the others. "Ishan, Zhongyi, accompany me." Cui Mi paused momentarily but said nothing, continuing onward. Cui Ba and Wen Pin followed Cui Mi through the secret passage, and as they proceeded, Cui Ba discerned they were heading to Cui Yin's residence. The group traveled in silence until they reached the wooden door at the exit, at which point Cui Mi inquired quietly, "Zi, do you truly harbor no intentions of vying for the position of family head?" "None. Across the entire Cui family, there are only 2 individuals suited for the role." "Oh? 2? Pray tell that I in order to elevate the Cui family to one of the most prestigious families in Hebei and throughout the Han dynasty. The family head must possess the requisite moral integrity. If only a ruthless individual occupies the position, the family will struggle to endure in the long term unless they usurp the Han dynasty. Thus, among the younger generation of the Cui family, there are 2 individuals of exceptional character. One is naturally my second brother, and the other is Lin Er." "Lin Er? Cui Lin?" "Precisely. Lin Er, like my second brother, is not one to pursue fame and profit, yet both embody humility intertwined with strength. They are not cowardly individuals. Such people possess a proud spirit and will undoubtedly bring renown to our family." "Oh? And why not you?" Cui Mi turned, fixing his gaze upon Cui. "The 2 of you, let us first step outside and see," Wen Pin interjected, feeling uncomfortable with the discussion of family matters, knowing he and Dian were outsiders. However, Dian was resolute, his primary duty being to ensure Cui Ba's safety, and he would not budge unless ordered to do so. "Zhongyi, since Zi has chosen to bring you along, it is clear he regards you as confidants and intends to entrust family matters to you. So there is no need for restraint," Cui Mi said, stroking his beard as he addressed Wen Pin. "Very well, I appreciate your trust," Wen Pin replied, feeling warmth in his heart and growing fonder of Cui Ba. Such trust was not easily bestowed upon those outside the family. Cui Ba, however, did not dwell on this. As someone aware of history's renowned loyalists, he recognized who was truly worthy of trust. His decision to bring only a select few stemmed from having already assigned different roles to everyone in his mind. Setting aside others, Dian and Wen Pin were undoubtedly to be his closest allies, tasked with safeguarding not only his life but that of the entire family. Dian role as a bodyguard had already determined his future position. Throughout history, Wen Pin has been renowned for his defensive prowess. During his time in Jingzhou, he was particularly favored by Liu Biao, not due to a lack of opportunities, but rather because Liu Biao regarded him as a loyal guardian of his household. The matters to be discussed with his father would undoubtedly pertain to the safeguarding of the stronghold at Dongwu City. Although Cui Ba intended to journey to Hedong County, he did not plan to take Wen Pin along. Instead, he meant to retain Wen Pin's presence to ensure the safety of the Cui family amidst the ongoing Yellow Turban Rebellion. With a smile, Cui Ba addressed Wen Pin, while Dian nodded in acknowledgement before turning to Cui Mi and saying, "Father, I assure you, I have no aspirations to become the head of the family, nor am I suited for such a role." "What do you mean by not suited? Is your virtue lacking?" "Such qualities can certainly be cultivated over time. Just as I mentioned earlier in the hall, my ambition lies in restoring the Han dynasty, to clear the world for our great Han and expand our territories, rather than diverting my energies elsewhere. Furthermore, should I wish to act without constraint in the future, I must inevitably occupy a position where I stand above others. In this process, I may very well employ a firm hand to deter those pedantic individuals from hindering my path." Cui Ba understood the significance of your resolve. However, this path will not be easy. How confident are you in your ability to command the court? Do not let your aspirations merely amount to empty rhetoric. While it is true that human efforts are essential and the outcome lies with heaven, I am at least 90% certain I will secure a place in the court in the future. Yet, to become a figure who holds the reins of power, I currently possess only a 30% chance. Such grand aspirations. Given our family's present standing, having a 30% chance is already impressive. Let us not disappoint your father. Come, we must confer with Chengda about significant matters. Upon arriving at Cui Yin's courtyard, they noted that the lights in Hua Tuo's room had been extinguished, indicating that he and his disciples were resting. They dared not disturb them and quietly entered Cui Yin's chamber. Elder brother, Zi, ahem, what brings you here? Why is the family banquet so brief? Linner, quickly fetch some tea and no need for that. Uncle. Linner, you may take your leave to rest. The others are still waiting for us to return and discuss important matters. My father and I need to speak with you first. Please do not blame us for interrupting your rest. Such words, pray. Tell me what has transpired. Cui Mi recounted the entire course of the banquet to Cui Yin. I cannot believe it. Brother Cui Ning is so heartless, ahem, and I am equally astonished that Cui Zhan could be so audacious. He has lived for 56 years. Uncle, human hearts are inscrutable. One can know a person's face but not their heart. They conspire to seize the Cui family, yet do not realize that if the authorities were to learn of this, it would spell disaster for the entire clan. Indeed, very well done. Cui Yin composed himself and inquired, by the way, today you have killed Cui Ning and the others. Have you considered how their families might retaliate against you? Father, uncle, I am already on my way back, having arranged for them to be deceived into returning, with someone following them the entire way. Where are they at this moment? Cui Mi felt a jolt of alarm. Sensing a clue in the wine cellar, I have stationed guards, and no one has managed to escape. Cui Ba realized that evasion was futile and decided to lay everything bare. Cui Mi, with his back turned to Cui Ba, trembled as he asked, Zi, what do you intend to do with them? We must eliminate the roots of this issue. I believe both father and uncle are well aware of this. How could I possibly know? Zi, what do you mean? Cui Mi perceived that Cui Ba seemed to imply he had already prepared something in advance. Holding himself to be above reproach and valuing his reputation as a gentleman, he became incensed upon hearing Cui Ba's words. Cui Ba, observing his father's genuine anger, surmised that Cui Mi might truly be unaware of the matter. Suddenly, he noticed a smile at the corner of Cui Yin's mouth, and his heart sank, prompting him to ask, Uncle, could it be you? What? Zi, what are you saying? Chengda, what have you done? Cui Mi grew increasingly perplexed. Haha, it seems you have been discovered by Zi. Indeed, only you and I have such motives, ahem. My elder brother has always conducted himself with integrity, never resorting to underhanded schemes. Even when annexing those smaller families, he did so with honor. Ahem. Zi, remember this. Your father is a true gentleman. Cui Mi, beside them, was taken aback, realizing he had been praised, which caused his face to flush. Enough of this unfounded flattery. Speak of the matter at hand. What are you discussing, elder brother? Allow me to speak. Ahem. I am afflicted with a terminal illness, and even Master Hua finds it difficult to heal me. Perhaps this is a punishment from heaven. Chengda. Cui Mi cast a pained smile at Cui Yin, recalling the years of tireless effort he had put forth for him. Cui Yin raised his hand, signaling that Cui Mi need not elaborate. What Zi mentioned earlier concerns Cui Ning, Cui Hu, and Cui Zhan. None of them will have heirs. This is indeed due to my machinations. While this action may ultimately bring stability to the Cui family, it does contradict the principles of humanity. Chengda, are you suggesting that their inability to produce offspring over the years was the result of your interference? Cui Mi asked incredulously. Ha, indeed. When my elder brother ascended as the head of the family, your character and reputation garnered nearly universal agreement, ahem, save for Cui Zhan, who opposed it, yet ultimately had to yield to the tide of public opinion, taking the young Cui Ning brothers back to Dongjun. This is something my younger cousin is aware of. When fourth uncle took them away, only sixth uncle went to see them off, as fourth uncle had previously assisted sixth uncle considerably, helping him establish himself quickly in Taishan County. Therefore, I was rather surprised to see the two at odds today. Your sixth uncle is indeed difficult to pin down. Over the years, only my elder brother and I have possessed knowledge of a certain incident from his past. Ahem, it is precisely for this reason that he gradually severed ties with Cui Zhan, ultimately lending his full support to my elder brother. Oh, what incident? Cui Ba's interest was piqued as he recalled Cui Fu's chubby, honest face, struggling to imagine what could have caused him embarrassment. Haha, your sixth uncle is quite a decent fellow. He has always been competitive, striving for perfection in all he does. However, he is also self-aware, knowing that as a collateral branch, he has little chance of becoming the family head, and thus never coveted that position. Chengda, please allow me to speak. Cui Fu and Cui Zhan grew up playing together. Even as Cui Zhan became increasingly idle, Cui Fu never cast him aside, making him Cui Zhan's only confidant. Later, your fourth uncle bribed the then governor of Dongjun, Zhao Pan, ensuring the Cui family's unhindered development there. Zhao Pan was a close associate of Li Yu, the governor of Taishan County, allowing Cui Zhan to swiftly help Cui Fu establish himself in Taishan County. Cui Zhan, through his own efforts, secured the salt and iron trading rights for the Cui family in 2 counties, achieving a level of prestige that was unparalleled, even I must admit to feeling inferior. What are you saying, elder brother? Ahem. Within just 2 years, you negotiated the textile trade rights in Qinlu County, Shanyang County, and Nanyang, particularly the salt and iron trading rights in Qinlu County. Such achievements in our Cui family, ahem, who can compare? Indeed, father, putting aside Shanyang County and Nanyang, the salt and iron trading rights in Qinlu County alone are worth more than the entirety of Yenzhou. Moreover, we are not a family of merchants. Your accomplishments carry no implications of power or monetary transactions, deserving of the title of the first to elevate the Cui family. Let us not dwell on this. Rather, let us discuss your 2 uncles. The only foolish act your 6th uncle committed in his life was during the year I became head of the family, involving a scandal with your 4th uncle's concubine. What? 6th uncle actually? Haha, this is truly something I could never have guessed. Your 6th uncle did not attend the family banquet that year but went to see Cui Zhan. The 2 drank excessively, and Cui Fu, intending to return to his room to rest, mistakenly wandered into Cui Zhan's concubine's chamber, resulting in an indiscretion, which was discovered by a servant I had planted in Cui Zhan's residence. This led to Cui Fu's current support for me. At this point, Cui Mi could only shake his head and smile ruefully. Dian Wei, seemingly oblivious to the conversation, showed no interest. However, when Pin felt his face flush with embarrassment, realizing that these 3 were discussing such intimate secrets in front of him, leaving him unsure of how to behave, Cui Ba repeatedly insisted that he not leave with Dian Wei, leaving him bewildered about the intentions behind their discussions. Ahem, Zi, as long as you handle this matter deftly, Cui Fu will comply with your wishes. It was only when we threatened him later that we discovered his cowardice. Zi, ahem, remember, you can involve him in many family affairs, but never allow him to partake in any risky ventures, and my younger cousin understands. Very well, Chengda, let us return to the matter of their lack of heirs. Cui Mi now bore a serious demeanor. The servant who discovered Cui Fu's secret was one I had placed among them while they were still in Dongwu City. He proved to be clever, quickly ingratiating himself with Cui Zhan and securing a position of responsibility within their household, overseeing their daily meals. Upon learning of this, I instructed him to take action within the meals, administering a year's worth of poison. They were unaware, and even if they were, I estimated that the quantity of the poison was such that even Master Hua could not save them. Sigh, Chengda, this matter concerns the expansion of the Cui family, a significant affair indeed. Regardless of the circumstances, such actions should not be undertaken in the future, even if they seek vengeance. I firmly believe my 2 sons will devise their own strategies. Chengda, this transgression against human morality should not be condoned. Cui Mi sighed deeply towards the heavens. No matter the outcome, Cui Yin has extinguished the seeds of the Cui family. As the head of the family, how could one not feel heartache? Brother, our thoughts are aligned regarding the family's rise and fall. For the sake of long-term stability, I must proceed with this course of action to eradicate the root of the problem. Should the heavens impose punishment, let it be borne by me alone. Cui Yin spoke with resolute conviction, harboring no regret for his actions. Chapter 26. Journey to the capital. Well then, it has come to this point. Further discussion is futile. Let us deliberate on our next steps. Cui Mi acknowledged the urgency of time and ceased to dwell on right or wrong, focusing instead on the pressing matters at hand. Uncle, what are your thoughts on their families? Cui Ba inquired, directing his gaze towards Cui Yin. After contemplating for a moment, Cui Yin replied, let us send Cui Zhan's concubine to Cui Fu, as a means to strengthen his resolve. As for the others, allow me to make the necessary arrangements privately. This sort of matter is best entrusted to me, a man whose days are numbered. Chengda. Father, this is indeed the most prudent course of action. Cui Ba asserted, fully aware that the future development of the Cui family over the next decade must not be impeded. Cui Ba was taken aback by Cui Mi's unwavering resolve. While he could understand the elimination of Cui Ning and others as a means to rid the family of threats, the notion of slaying so many individuals without a flicker of hesitation from his son was astonishing. Father, uncle, I previously fell from my horse and miscalculated the time. Thankfully, I have both of you. The day after tomorrow marks the day of selecting the filial and incorruptible. After the selection, I shall set forth with Ishan, Shanji, and the 6 sons to Luoyang, and subsequently head directly to Anyi. Father, you may calculate the timing and send Han Shang, Ziyu, Xiaoxian, Wanzhe, and Duanliang to Hedong. After speaking, Ba glanced at Wenpin and, rising, performed a deep bow, stating, Zhongyi, you may recruit the displaced in Dongwu City and discreetly train local militia in preparation for the impending turmoil. The safety of our household will rely on your efforts. Young master, you flatter me. I have long since resolved to follow you in achieving great deeds. To have the safety of your family entrusted to me is a testament to your trust, for which I am profoundly grateful. Wenpin hurriedly supported Ba, expressing his loyalty. Everyone, upon my official appointment as the governor of Hedong, my priority will be military training. After the Taiping sect instigates rebellion, I shall eagerly request to return to Qinghe County. Zhongyi, at that point, we shall fight side by side. Father, you must scold me fiercely tomorrow, so that both sides may develop with peace of mind. I have faith that my second brother and Liner will surely preserve the Cui family. Very well, time is of the essence. Ahem, regarding the family, I believe we should allow them to choose for themselves. Those fearing the repercussions of war should swiftly relocate their focus back to Qinghe County. The others should also strive to shift their focus to the administrative centers of various states and counties. Ahem, to preserve strength as much as possible. For the next 3 years, Uncle will diligently cultivate a group of exceptional loyalists for the Cui family. You need not worry about this. With Uncle taking charge, I can rest easy. For the time being, there are no other suitable candidates. Uncle may handle matters in consultation with Zhongyi. This is not the time for hesitation. Although aware that Cui Yin's health would not endure much longer, Ba felt compelled to make such arrangements for now. Additionally, I will take Zhang Cheng and others with me. The methods of brewing Cheongjiang and the production process of ink brushes must remain confidential for the time being, as we can still derive considerable benefits from them in the short term. The materials and personnel will travel to Hedong County alongside Han Shang. Let Han Shang and Ziyu jointly lead the team. In the 6th year of Guanghe, September, outside the northern gate of Luoyang, Ba and his companions traveled lightly, taking 7 days to arrive in Luoyang. Gazing upon the majestic and towering capital of the Eastern Han, Ba could not help but marvel at its grandeur. Luoyang, situated in the Central Plains, is one of the most significant birthplaces of Chinese civilization, located north of the Luo River and south of the Meng Mountain, flanked by the treacherous Shaohan to the west and the formidable Hulao Pass to the east. The city, built north of the Luo River, derives its name from this geographical positioning. Luoyang was established during the Western Zhou period and has undergone continuous repairs and expansions through the ages. By the time of the Qin and Western Han dynasties, the layout of the palace complex, characterized by the southern and northern palace system, became a notable feature of the city, a product of the ongoing expansion and renovation of the Western Zhou site. After Emperor Guangwu of the Eastern Han established his capital in Luoyang, he undertook extensive construction and restoration efforts. The layout of the Eastern Han Luoyang city followed the palace design of the Western Han's southern and northern palaces. Although the lack of archaeological evidence has left the structure and boundaries of the southern and northern palaces somewhat unclear. Regardless of the exact configuration of the southern and northern palaces, one thing is certain: the city of Luoyang during the Qin and Han dynasties, much like the Western Han capital of Chang'an, comprised several individual palace complexes arranged closely together, with various halls and pavilions densely populating the city. The inner city of Luoyang primarily served as the royal palace, forbidden gardens, warehouses, and official offices, while ceremonial buildings, markets, and general residential areas were largely situated outside the city walls. Within the Luoyang city, the royal palace was divided into the southern and northern palaces, with the southern palace serving as the political center where court ceremonies and deliberations were held, while the northern palace housed the emperor, empress, empress dowager, and concubines. However, starting from Emperor Ming, the northern palace gradually became the heart of the empire, with the emperor predominantly residing there. The two palaces were connected by a covered corridor stretching 7 li, with a guard stationed every 10 paces, standing vigilantly on either side. The northern gate of the southern palace faced the southern gate of the northern palace, and the entire palace complex was clearly laid out in a shape. Luoyang was grand in scale, with a rigorous and orderly layout, exquisite and magnificent palaces, and 12 imposing city gates, complemented by 24 bustling streets interweaving in all directions. Offering a wealth of trade and commerce, as Chui Ba and his companions strolled through the city, they admired the general scenery. The streets were lined with 4 types of trees: millet, lacquer, catalpa, and paulownia. And drainage channels had been constructed, which led Chui Ba to gain a new appreciation for the artistic sensibilities of the ancients. Before departing, Chui Mi had advised Chui Ba that for matters regarding Luoyang, he could seek out the central gentleman Bai Lan, who had close ties with Zhang Rang. In total, Chui Mi had spent 25 million coins to secure the position of governor of Hudong for Chui Ba. Although the expenditure was considerable, the returns were indeed substantial, as Bai Lan and Zhang Rang were particularly cordial towards the members of the Chui family. Chui Ba regarded his father with newfound respect. The individuals chosen were indeed capable of propelling him to great heights. Luo Min, the Chui family's representative in Luoyang, brought Chui Ba to pay respects to Bai Lan, who had just returned to his residence from the Western Garden. Upon hearing that the eldest son of the Chui family had come to pay a visit, Bai Lan felt pleased, recalling the substantial sum of money he had received. Upon meeting Bai Lan, Chui Ba immediately knelt and said, "I have long heard of your esteemed name, esteemed sir. It is an honor to meet you today." The opening remarks were brief, yet they were well received by Bai Lan. It was known that many within the court harbored animosity towards him and Zhang Rang. Apart from those within the residence who would address him as lord, others openly referred to him as eunuch, secretly labeled him as a member of the eunuch faction. It seemed, as Luo Min had said, that this eldest son had not only been granted a second chance at life, but was also eager to ascend to higher ranks. At this moment, Chui Ba had just been appointed as a filial and incorruptible official, making it a suitable time for arrangement. Moreover, with Hudong County adjacent to the capital, appointing this young man as governor would facilitate further control over the region by Chui Ba and his associates. "Young Master Chui, please rise and speak," Bai Lan's sharp voice rang out. "Luo Min frequently visits me, and he has become quite the familiar face. Since you have come, consider this place your own home. There is no need for such formalities here." Chui Ba felt a chill run down his spine upon hearing Bai Lan's voice. "Thank you, esteemed sir, for your kindness." As everyone took their seats, Chui Ba stole a glance at Bai Lan. Despite his short stature, Bai Lan's face bore a hint of handsomeness. Had it not been for the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes, Chui Ba might have mistaken him for someone of similar age. Bai Lan was one of the 10 eunuchs, hailing from Dongping County. During the Shiping era, he served as the minister of the Yeding, overseeing the accounts of palace maids and the silk-weaving women. In the 6th year of Shiping, he was commanded by the emperor to cast 4 bronze figures at the Songlong and Xuanwu pavilions, and also to cast 4 bells weighing 2,000 dou each, placing them in front of the Yutong and Yuntai halls. He further constructed a bronze toad that spouted water east of the bridge outside the Pingmen, directing the flow into the palace. Additionally, he devised a water wheel to irrigate the southern and northern suburbs, reducing the burden of irrigation costs on the common people. He also minted coins, which were distributed in 4 directions. During the Guangha era, he was promoted to central gentleman and conferred the title of Marquis. At this moment, Bai Lan was at the pinnacle of his life. Although Bai Lan had committed numerous heinous acts deserving of death, his invention of the water wheel had indeed greatly facilitated the irrigation needs of the populace, contributing significantly to agricultural development in our nation. However, for Chui Ba, the fates of the 10 eunuchs were of little concern. It was Bai Lan whom he wished to attempt to keep close. Although in the Han Dynasty, peculiar and extravagant crafts were looked down upon, it was precisely these unconventional skills that propelled societal advancement, a phenomenon we might refer to as science. Chui Ba understood that the 2 individuals with the most remarkable technical prowess at the end of the Han and during the 3 kingdoms, Huang Yueying and Ma Jun, had yet to make their appearance. Therefore, if one wished to gain a technological edge, it was imperative to gather these skilled artisans. Bai Lan's technical abilities were beyond doubt. Whether it was the water-spouting sculptures or the animated bronze figures, they showcased his exceptional craftsmanship and avant-garde technical thinking. Upon reflecting on this, Chui Ba raised his gaze, smiling at Bai Lan, feeling that he was no longer so detestable. "Matters of importance I have heard about in my hometown as well. The creations you have made, which assist His Majesty in relaxing, are greatly cherished by him. Moreover, The immaculate state of the capital is also attributed to the labor of your ingenious inventions. Do you share this sentiment, young master? Ha ha ha, my family has indeed gone to great lengths to alleviate His Majesty's fatigue. Humph, those self-righteous individuals fail to comprehend our intentions, claiming that our efforts exhaust the populace and squander resources, and even suggesting that our creations will lead His Majesty to neglect his duties. It is truly infuriating. There is no need for you to be vexed, for how could these mundane souls grasp the depth of your concern for His Majesty? In my humble opinion, your contributions surpass those of Master Zhang, and one might even argue that you are the one closest to His Majesty. Oh, Cui Gongzi, you flatter me too much. His Majesty holds Master Zhang in absolute trust. Even referring to him as father in private, I cannot compare to that. You must not underestimate yourself. From my perspective, you and Master Zhang are equally esteemed, both serving as vital pillars of the Han dynasty. For His Majesty, the absence of either of you would be a significant loss. Cui Ba remarked with a smile. Luo Min, standing nearby, was utterly astonished. Although the family head had instructed him to spare no expense in fostering connections between the young master and these eunuchs, the usual approach involved simply delivering money and exchanging pleasantries, never as overt as Cui Ba's manner. Master Bai, my visit today serves three purposes. First, to pay my respects. Second, to seek your guidance on the protocols to observe when presenting oneself before His Majesty. And third, to express my heartfelt gratitude for your support. As he spoke, Cui Ba scanned the room, and Bai Lan instantly understood, instructing the servants to leave and securely closing the door. One cannot thrive without propriety. Without it, matters cannot be accomplished, and a nation cannot find peace. I implore you to accept my token of appreciation. Oh dear, Cui Gongzi, there is no need for such formalities. Your family's intentions are well known to me. And as long as you serve His Majesty diligently in Hudong, that is sufficient. We are colleagues in the same court. Why must we be so formal? Despite saying this, Bai Lan accepted the box Cui Ba offered. The box, though not large, felt somewhat weighty in his hands. Bai Lan mused, could this be a small gift? Well, considering the numerous benefits I have received, I shall not scrutinize its worth. Ah, is this wine? Upon noticing the exquisite porcelain bottle, Bai Lan felt a twinge of uncertainty. What exquisite wine have I not tasted in this world? The Cui family is not known for brewing wine. What could they possibly offer? Seeing the expression on Bai Lan's face, Cui Ba immediately understood his thoughts. He took the porcelain bottle, arranged the cups, and personally uncapped it, releasing a rich aroma of wine into the air. What is this wine? Aside from Dukong, how could any wine possess such a fragrant bouquet? The scent rivals even Dukong. Most wines at the end of the Han were of low alcohol content, and fragrant wines were a rarity. As you know, my family is not skilled in winemaking. In all of Hebei, only the prominent families produce fine wines. Indeed, your family has long been known for its scholarly pursuits, only recently venturing into commerce. Exactly. This wine was inspired by a dream in which a celestial maiden revealed to me the secret of winemaking. Upon waking, I immediately set to work. However, the materials required are quite abundant. After more than 3 months, I have only managed to brew 6 jars. The remaining 6 will be delivered tomorrow, and this bottle is what I hastily brought with me today. Please, do sample it. Having said this, Cui Ba filled Bai Lan's cup. The rich aroma wafted through the air, so potent it could be sensed from a distance. Bai Lan took a moment to savor the fragrant bouquet before lifting the cup to taste. Ah, what a fiery drink! Bai Lan's sharp voice rang out, causing both Cui Ba and Luo Min to break into a cold sweat. This wine rivals even the finest aged vintages. No, there is nothing that can compare to it. Thank you for your kind words, my lord. Upon my first taste, I could not help but exclaim that this wine must surely belong to the heavens. I named it Zhongjiang. Would you say it is fitting? Indeed, it is most aptly described as Zhongjiang Yulu. With only 6 jars in total, I presume you intend to present them all to His Majesty? 3 jars for His Majesty, 1 for Master Zhang, and 2 for Master Bai. Ah? How could this be acceptable? Though Bai Lan's eyes sparkled with excitement and greed, I hope Master Bai will speak favorably of me before His Majesty and Master Zhang in the future. That is assured. Your family and I are close allies. You need not worry about such matters, my lord. Your performance today was truly remarkable. Upon returning to the shop after leaving, Luo Min finally regained his composure from the astonishment. How shameless of you. Nay, nay, it was simply too realistic. Although I knew you intended to use these eunuchs as stepping stones, I feared you might feel discomfort in their presence. I did not expect that the words I prepared would go unused. Fear not, uncle. Remember, although the 10 eunuchs are notoriously vile, this Bailon will surely be of great use to me in the future. Should circumstances change, ensure his safety. As you command. Though Luo Min could not fathom Cui Ba's interest in Bailon, he chose not to question further. The following day, Cui Ba visited Zhang Rang, extolling his virtues to the skies. Despite Zhang Rang being the leading figure among the 10 eunuchs, cunning and shrewd, he sensed that Cui Ba sought only to advance his own interests, posing no threat to him. Moreover, as he had no ties to He Jin or the Qinglu faction, Zhang Rang held little suspicion, even inviting Cui Ba to dine with him. Especially when Cui Ba remarked that since he had come to the capital, it was customary for a scholar to pay visits to figures like Lu Ji and Kai Yong. His straightforwardness made Zhang Rang feel more at ease, generating a greater fondness for Cui Ba. Zhang Rang informed Cui Ba that in 2 days, he would attend the court to receive his official title, a process that would not take long, merely requiring him to express gratitude, which alleviated Cui Ba's anxiety considerably. Initially, he thought Emperor Lu Hong would summon him separately to discuss matters of commerce, but it seemed he had forgotten by now. Not wasting his time was indeed the best outcome. By the time he returned to the shop, it was already past midnight. Cui Ba had not yet planned whom to visit in the following days and soon fell into a deep slumber. Chapter 27. The forthright He Jin. The next morning, guided by Luo Min, Cui Ba went to pay a visit to He Jin, the governor of Hunan. Originally, Cui Ba had intended to visit He Jin secretly the day before, as he was the one to command the armies of the realm in the coming year. However, He Jin had been away from the capital, having returned only last night, and Cui Ba learned of this upon waking. Without further ado, he prepared and made his way to He Jin's residence. Recently, He Jin had returned to Nanyang to commemorate the anniversary of his mother's death and had just come back the night before. Cui Ba approached He Jin for 2 reasons. First, He Jin's current status as a royal relative, and second, the fact that his relationship with the 10 eunuchs had yet to reach its most intense phase. Conflicts of interest were not as severe as they would become in the next 5 years. Therefore, his visit would likely attract little scrutiny from outsiders. He Jin, courtesy named Sui Gao, hailed from Wanqing County in Nanyang. He came from a butcher's background and lost his mother at a young age. His father, He Zhan, remarried and had 1 son and 2 daughters. After He Zhan's passing, He Jin single-handedly raised his family of 5. Later, his half-sister was selected to enter the palace, becoming a favored consort of Emperor Ling. Lu Hong. With his sister's elevation, He Jin was thereafter appointed as a Longzhong, later promoted to the position of Tiger Bin Zhonglongjiang, and eventually became the governor of Yingchuan. In the 3rd year of Guanghe. 3 years prior, his sister ascended to the position of empress, which led to He Jin being appointed as a Shizhong and later as the Minister of Works, as well as the governor of Hunan. It is worth noting that the governor of Hunan also held the title of Sili Shaowei, granting him considerable authority. In recent years, He Jin had gained the trust of Emperor Lu Hong, and his standing in the capital was not significantly less than that of the 10 eunuchs led by Zhang Rang. Cui Ba had not waited long in the hall when he heard the sound of footsteps. In a matter of moments, a tall, rotund figure entered the room. Cui Ba glanced at the man, noting that he stood over 8 feet tall, with a square face, thick brows, a dark complexion, and a face full of flesh. He surmised that this must be He Jin. Bowing respectfully, he said, Cui Ba from Qinghe pays his respects to Lord He. Oh, there is no need for such formalities. I returned from my mother's memorial service just last night. Had it not been so late, I would have summoned you to my residence for a chat yesterday. Thank you, Lord He. Although he expressed his gratitude verbally, Cui Ba was filled with perplexity. Having never met He Jin, why did he treat him with such familiarity? My lord, I have heard of your illustrious achievements since your ascension to office, having quelled numerous rebellious factions. Truly, you are a pillar of our Han dynasty. From a young age, I have harbored aspirations akin to those of Huawei, and thus I hold your pacification efforts in the highest regard. In recent years, due to natural disasters and turmoil, the emperor's folly has led to frequent uprisings across the land. Although He Jin has not commanded an army independently, he has garnered some merit through connections, and naturally, he would publicize his own reputation to earn Lu Hong's trust. Hearing that his reputation had spread to Hebei, Cui Ba realized that He Jin's warmth towards him was not merely due to his imperial connections, which brought him immense comfort. He secretly vowed to become a renowned minister of the Han dynasty himself, his smile blooming like wild autumn chrysanthemums in the fields, more radiant than ever. Meanwhile, Luo Min, having endured a day of shock, had developed a resilience and no longer felt the same nausea as before. Ah, serving the nation is merely my duty. There is no need for such formality, he chuckled. Gentlemen, please, take your seats. Tea this moment. He Jin looked at Cui Ba with growing fondness and beckoned a servant to quickly bring tea. I was truly touched to learn that you sent someone to restore your late mother's grave. Such kindness is a tremendous favor to me. With this act alone, should you ever find yourself in need, do not hesitate to come to me. Cui Ba then understood the root of He Jin's enthusiasm. It stemmed from Wang Kai's instructions to cultivate a good relationship with the He family, a task he had evidently accomplished to great effect. Cui Ba recognized He Jin's deep filial piety and affection, whether towards his deceased parents or his current stepmother, as he consistently kept them in his thoughts. He Jin's regard for his half-siblings further exemplified his sentimentality. Had they not been blood relatives, his esteemed position as a general in history would have allowed him to disregard them entirely. Yet, he continually consulted with his family on significant matters, and without He Miao, He Jin would have faced dire consequences. It is precisely because of my profound admiration for you, my lord, that I have instructed my servants to foster a good relationship with you. I seek no ulterior motives. To have the fortune to witness your grandeur is already a source of great satisfaction for me. Indeed, it is rare to find a young talent like you, untainted by the desire for fame or gain. Each day, I am visited by no fewer than 80 individuals, and the threshold is nearly worn down by their presence, all reeking of greed, which vexes me greatly. Observing He Jin's self-absorbed musings, Cui Ba found it amusing and quickly lowered his head to sip his tea, lest he inadvertently laughed why lord, although I seek nothing from you, I do wish to present you with a token of my esteem. As he spoke, Cui Ba glanced around the room. He Jin caught on, but in order to maintain his image of refusing bribes, he maintained a stern demeanor and replied, there is no need for formality. Zita, if you have something to say, please do so directly. Very well, you may leave now. Should I require your assistance, I will summon you. In the presence of non-officials, He Jin always preferred to project an air of authority, hoping to distance himself from his butcher origins. With only the three of them remaining in the room, Cui Ba said, there are a few words I wish to share with you, my lord. Along with a gift, with that, he produced a porcelain bottle and poured a cup of wine for He Jin. He Jin, a connoisseur of fine wine, had sampled many varieties since attaining his current status. However, as the rich aroma of Cui Ba's offering wafted towards him, he instantly recognized it as a superior vintage, bringing him a sense of refreshment. Cui Ba recounted the same narrative he had shared with Bai Lan, but this time, he presented He Jin with 5 jars of the exquisite wine, both parties aware that such dealings must remain discreet for their own safety. It is noteworthy that Cui Ba intended to present only 3 jars to the emperor. He Jin was greatly pleased with Cui Ba's gesture, promising to send someone to deliver the wine to the back gate upon its arrival in Luoyang. This wine is indeed rare. The brewing materials and labor required are substantial. I believe it would be more convenient to brew it in the capital. However, since you have secured the position of governor of Hadong, you must attend to your duties promptly. Therefore, after I report to the emperor, I will endeavor to ensure that he allocates more resources to you for labor and materials, and I will also strive to reduce your tax burdens. Thank you immensely, my lord. Only in this manner can I devote myself to my duties, repelling foreign threats and brewing fine spirits. Rest assured, but let us agree on one thing. Brew more wine so that I may enjoy it, of course, my lord. There is no need for your reminders. I will ensure timely deliveries. Very well. You mentioned having something on your mind. Please share if there is anything I can assist you with. He Jin toyed with the porcelain bottle, eager for Cui Ba to finish so he could return to savoring the fine wine. Yes, my lord. It is well known that my current position was acquired through the influence of the 10 eunuchs, and thus I will undoubtedly face disdain from many. He Jin remained silent, listening intently. Initially, he had felt angered that Zhang Rang and others had sold the position of governor of Hadong to Cui Ba, as this area serves as a critical defense for the capital Luoyang. Everyone aspired to place their own people there, Yet the lesser-known Chui family of Qinghe had taken it, especially through the 10 eunuchs. This had caused significant resentment among the outer relatives and the reformist faction. However, it now appeared that Chui Ba did not genuinely align himself with the 10 eunuchs. My lord, the importance of Hadong County is self-evident, as you and I both understand. The northern Xiongnu and Xinbei tribes have increasingly disregarded the authority of our Han court, and their intentions to invade are clear. It is common knowledge that Dong Zhuo, the inspector of Bingzhou, was recommended by you. Yet the governor of Hadong is not affiliated with any faction. Upon hearing this, He Jin nodded slightly. He was well aware of the affairs surrounding the Sili region. Moreover, the 10 eunuchs, emboldened by the emperor's favor, scorn the populace. Who would dare offend them? Those who do are either killed or exiled. Though you are a royal kin and brother to the empress, in the emperor's eyes, you cannot compare to the father of Zhang Emph, mere castrated men. I shall make them aware of my capabilities. He Jin slammed the table, recalling that he had previously lost 3 officials he had placed in the court to Zhang Rang and his faction. It could be said that since Emperor Guangwu's restoration of the Han dynasty, the power struggles between eunuchs and outer relatives had never ceased. Thus, He Jin and Zhang Rang were like sworn enemies in the court, unable to tolerate each other, and at any opportunity, one would seek the other's demise. I too harbor a deep loathing for these eunuchs, yet with the emperor present, no one can challenge them. I believe, my lord, that you are not lacking in wise strategists. You have placed Dong Zhuo in Bingzhou. I presume you have plans for external support as well. Zi. It surprises me that you, yet to enter the court, possess such wisdom. Indeed, I have such intentions. Then, my lord, why not connect Bingzhou and Hadong as one? Moreover, the two are merely separated by a river. Should Luoyang face unrest, the troops from Hadong could arrive within days. And what? Continued. At this point, He Jin regarded Chui Ba as part of his faction and viewed Hadong as firmly within his grasp. Hearing Chui Ba's tantalizing words only heightened his impatience. Furthermore, the troops of Hadong have been engaged in battles with foreign tribes for years, their combat prowess rivaling that of the Bingzhou Wolf Riders. Speaking of the Wolf Riders, I plan to establish a cavalry training ground for you, expanding our mounted forces. While our Han archers are formidable, if we wish to traverse the plains swiftly, cavalry is indispensable. Indeed, Bingzhou has organized the Wolf Riders to safeguard the Han borders. However, given Hadong's more interior position, would not the addition of cavalry be superfluous? Moreover, training cavalry requires time and considerable expense. It may not be worth the investment. An increase in cavalry would only benefit you. My lord, it is akin to deploying troops to the north or west to suppress rebellions. Should the cavalry of Hadong be properly trained, it would undoubtedly enhance our strategic position. From Jieyang, one could cross the river into Heshi, reaching Yanmen, and from Puzhong, one could head west into Fengyi. Additionally, we could transport large numbers of cavalry to Luoyang via the river within a few days. After taking a sip of tea, Chui Ba continued, my lord, when you lead this cavalry, who in the capital would dare to ruffle your feathers? Is it not faster than transporting troops from Bingzhou? Yes, I will consider this. However, once you assume your post, you should begin training immediately. I will arrange for cavalry to be dispatched from Shiliang and Bingzhou to Hadong, establishing a solid foundation for your cavalry. Thank you, my lord. Chui Ba was astonished by He Jin's willingness to support him to such an extent. In truth, it was not that He Jin was exceptionally favorable towards him, but rather that he understood the significance of Hadong. Though the governor of Hadong was close to the capital, his authority was not lesser than that of a regional governor. This area frequently required military action, and the selected governor must be one who would heed He Jin's commands. The imperial decree has been issued. It is impossible to change personnel in a short time. Hence, He Jin must bestow great favors upon Chui Ba, fully bringing him into his faction. Both men harbor their own hidden agendas. However, for Chui Ba, the immediate interests of both parties align. Thus he supports He Jin, anticipating that when He Jin becomes the Grand General next year, he will have greater opportunities for advancement in Hadong. Having left He Jin's residence, it was already afternoon. He Jin had not only made numerous verbal agreements with Chui Ba, agreements advantageous to He Jin, which left Chui Ba unconcerned about any possibility of betrayal, but had also rewarded Chui Ba with substantial treasures of gold, silver, and jewels for his endeavors in winemaking and forming cavalry. Although Chui Ba held little interest in this historically inept figure and was aware that He Jin's kindness was merely a means to secure his own interests, He nonetheless felt a flicker of gratitude for such generosity. For this small kindness, I shall protect your descendants in the future. Cui Ba could not foresee that his current thoughts would yield significant benefits in the days to come. Upon returning to his lodgings, Cui Ba remarked to Luo Min, "Did you see? The individuals we've encountered these past 2 days are all powerful figures in the court of the Han dynasty, each embodying a certain character. Such a court can only lead to the further decline of our Han. Now, our Han resembles a decrepit old man, gravely ill. Restoration requires potent medicine. Chancellors must emerge from the provinces, and fierce generals from the ranks of soldiers. In the future, it will be my Chui family that guides the direction of the Han Lord," Luo Min replied, "though I am not well versed in grand principles. I can sense your earnest desire to achieve great things. Therefore, regardless of whether the future holds mountains of knives or seas of fire, our Luo family will stand by your side. Thank you. Uncle Luo, by the way, who are the notable figures in the court we can visit later? I have already sent my son to inquire. Currently, Yang Biao and Marie Dao are not at home." An afternoon, Minister Lu has not left his residence. "Minister Lu? You mean Lord Lu Ji?" "Precisely, Dado. Quickly prepare ink and fine wine. Let us pay a visit." Liu Ji, the leading figure of the Fan Yang Lu clan, is among Cui Ba's most cherished heroes of the late Han. He is often regarded as the only paragon of virtue and talent during the late Han and Three Kingdoms period. In the Tang dynasty, Lu Ji was honored in a temple alongside Confucius, and during the Northern Song period, he was posthumously awarded the title of Duke of Liangxiang, still revered in Confucian temples. Notable warlords of the late Han, such as Gong Sunzan and Liu Bei, were once his students, learning the classics under his tutelage. Furthermore, Lu Ji's descendants also achieved prominence, with figures like Lu Yu, the Grand Minister of the Chao Wei, and Lu Qin, the Minister of the Western Jin, among the high-ranking officials. It is worth mentioning that the Fan Yang Lu clan has produced many illustrious figures, including Lu Xiaoling, one of the 4 talents of early Tang, and former South Korean President Roh Moo-hyun, whose ancestors migrated from the Lu clan during the late Tang, expanding to over 300,000 descendants in the Korean peninsula, becoming a prominent family there. Chapter 28. The discerning eye of Lu Zigan. After a brief respite at a shop, Cui Ba and Luo Min hastily made their way to Lu Ji's residence. Upon arriving at the minister's estate, they observed a carriage departing, while a figure lingered at the entrance, gazing after it. As Cui Ba and Luo Min approached, the figure noticed them but did not retreat into the house. Cui Ba discreetly assessed the individual. Though his hair was gray, he possessed a robust and upright stature, displaying a hint of age yet with piercing, vibrant eyes. Despite his years and the lines etched upon his face, his demeanor radiated an extraordinary presence. Cui Ba surmised that this man must be Lu Ji, one of the 3 renowned generals of the late Han. Approaching closer, he bowed deeply and announced, "I am Cui Ba of Qinghe, also known as Cui Zi. I come to pay my respects to Minister Lu." Luo Min, having seen Lu Ji from afar on several occasions, was taken aback that this young master, who had never visited the capital, could recognize Lu Ji. Cui Ba's visit was motivated not only by admiration for Lu Ji's exceptional martial and literary skills, but also by respect for his loyalty to the Han dynasty. Moreover, he valued Lu Ji's esteemed position. Lu Ji himself was the mentor of Liu Bei and Gong Sunzan, and his own teachers were the esteemed Grand Commandant Chen Xiu and the eminent Confucian scholar Ma Rong. Additionally, Lu Ji had 3 illustrious fellow disciples, Zhang Xian, Guan Ning, and Hua Xian, each a noteworthy figure in their own right. Dado? The Qinghe Cui Ba. Are you not the newly appointed governor of Hudong? Lu Ji remarked with a chuckle. "I am most honored. However, I have pressing matters to attend to, so I must ask you to excuse me." With that, Lu Ji turned and entered his residence, instructing the servants to close the gate. Cui Ba understood the reason behind Lu Ji's demeanor. It was undoubtedly due to the matter of purchasing an official position. "Wait, minister. If it is solely about my acquiring this position, I implore you to hear me out." "Humph. You are quite forthright, daring to mention such matters. Speak plainly. I am all ears." "Minister Lu, I am parched. Might I trouble you for a cup of tea to quench my thirst before we delve deeper into our discussion?" Although Lu Ji was resolute and bold, he also valued propriety. Noticing a measure of candor in Cui Ba, he invited them into the house for a conversation. Upon entering, Cui Ba observed the simplicity of Lu Ji's residence. Unlike the ostentatious displays in the homes of Bailan and He Jin, Lu Ji's estate lacked extravagant adornments from the entrance to the inner hall. The furnishings were humble. Had he not seen the exterior? One could hardly imagine this was the residence of a high-ranking minister of the Han. Seeing Lu Ji's unpretentious attire, Cui Ba bowed deeply once more, exclaiming, "Minister Lu, your unwavering loyalty and integrity are renowned throughout the land. Your talents are truly those of a Confucian sage, and your courage, a pillar of strength. A dignified minister living so simply is indeed a model for our generation. I bow to you, Lu Gong." "Humph, such flattery is unnecessary. Speak plainly." Cui Ba's praises seemed to have gone unheard by Lu Ji, who remained unmoved. This Lord Lu is truly steadfast in heart. Throughout his life, mere words, worldly possessions, or gold and silver cannot sway his resolve. Cui Ba felt a deeper admiration for him. My words are not mere flattery. They come from the heart. Enough of this student talk. We share no ties, and I have nothing to teach you. Speak your mind, and let us not waste each other's time. Minister Lu, I must express my thoughts candidly. I did indeed acquire the position of governor of Hadong through the eunuchs, but I am certainly not a part of their faction. This morning, I spoke with Lord He Jin regarding this matter. You have met with He Jin? Indeed, He Jin, now a royal relative and the prefect of Hunan, enjoys a level of favor from His Majesty that rivals that of the 10 regular attendants, and he is gradually gaining military influence. My visit to He Jin was to seek certain benefits to avoid being hindered while serving the Han. What do you mean by this? A mere governor sandwiched between the capital and Bingzhou. And you wish to recruit troops on a grand scale? You must understand that such actions are akin to rebellion. Lu Ji's sharp gaze fixed intently on Cui Ba, as if seeking to unravel his intentions through his eyes. Cui Ba thought to himself that Minister Lu, with his extensive understanding of the situation, must possess far more knowledge than he did. Surely, with your wisdom, it is not difficult to perceive the significance of military power. Military matters are of utmost importance to the nation. They are matters of life and death, of survival and extinction, and cannot be overlooked. In flourishing times, the emperor commands the military, showcasing the strength of the nation. However, at this moment, Lu Ji paused, realizing that some words should remain unspoken, and he sighed heavily. Minister Lu, what is the current state of affairs? Cui Ba seemed oblivious to Lu Ji's expression of resignation, directly inquiring. Speaking with an astute individual is indeed effortless. With a single phrase, Cui Ba conveyed that his acquisition of the position of governor of Hadong was far more complex than it appeared, hinting at the underlying tension of the battlefield. Old Wang, take the servants and wait outside. No-one is to come within 10 paces. I will call for you if needed. Understood, my lord. Old Wang, the steward of Lu's estate, had served Lu Ji for over 20 years, loyal and trustworthy. Lu Ji held him in high regard. Wang, holding the lantern, led the servants out. Please, have a seat. It seems I have misjudged you. With that, Lu Ji proactively poured tea for the two. Thank you, Lu Gong. Please. Cui Ba accepted the tea without hesitation, drinking it down as though it were wine. You are quite forthright. What I wanted to say earlier is that the court is currently engulfed in chaos, with eunuchs and relatives vying for power, leaving the common people in unbearable suffering. Years of natural disasters and man-made calamities have truly pained my heart. However, from what I can see now, the capital's grip on the Han has significantly weakened compared to before. Even the western regions and the tribes of the grasslands are gradually slipping from our control. Cui Ba listened quietly, refraining from interjecting. After taking a sip of tea, Lu Ji continued, in such circumstances, if governors across the provinces act as you do, privately recruiting troops, then the emperor's control over our Han will inevitably diminish, rendering us no different from the feudal states of the Zhou dynasty. Should this occur, the nation will cease to exist. Cui Ba's expression grew solemn, and he was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Lu Gong would foresee this outcome. It was evident that this would lead to the eventual disintegration of the Han. Cui Ba suddenly found himself in a state of perplexity. Emotionally, he held a deep admiration for Lu Ji. However, practically speaking, should Lu Ji intervene and plot against him within the court, despite the potential support from Zhang Rang and He Jin to help him navigate such challenges, it would ultimately sow seeds of doubt in the emperor's heart. One step at a time, I suppose. Contemplating this, Cui Ba ceased to dwell on his concerns, for the tides of the world were inexorable. Even if 100 Lu Jis were to emerge, they could not thwart the reality of the great man's words. Yet, matters must be viewed from dual perspectives. There exist both disadvantages and advantages. Oh, pray, enlighten me further. The earlier assertion made by the esteemed gentleman could indeed be described as the governors of various commanderies, amassing military power for their own stature. This would undeniably shake the very foundations of our Han dynasty. However, the soldiers in question are either local troops or the emperor's own, with the crux lying in the leadership of these forces. Leadership, indeed. Throughout history, in times of conflict, should a leader defect with their troops, the soldiers will inevitably become the property of another nation. The essence of this situation lies in the fact that the soldiers under such a leader remain unaware of the purpose for which they fight, nor do they comprehend for whom they risk their lives. Whether they meet a tragic end or manage to survive, they are merely soldiers. How many would truly be concerned for them in times of dire strife? The weak, the elderly, and the infirm would be the first to be forsaken. My reasoning sound, my esteemed colleague? Though blunt, it rings true. The common folk enlist in the military primarily to secure a hearty meal or to strive for personal glory. Thus, for the sake of their families, they will comply with whatever their commanding officer demands. Such an army is beyond the control of any emperor. However, should a leader wholeheartedly dedicate themselves to the Han, striving to elevate the glory of our dynasty, I surmise that over time, the troops they command will transform into formidable forces for the nation. Why is that? Because such a commander possesses conviction, a clear objective, and is difficult to sway. It can be said that the soldier is fierce, and the general is fierce in kind. If the leader continually instills within the soldiers and the people under their command a sense of pride in the Han, inevitably, the populace will come to hold the Han in their hearts and take pride in their identity as Han subjects. When all are united in their efforts for the Han, that army will embody the true essence of the Han military. Just as with Lu Gong, neither wealth nor material goods can shake his resolve. As the conversation drew to a close, Cui Ba did not forget to flatter, elevating Lu Ji's status to one intertwined with the honor and disgrace of the nation. A sentiment that resonated deeply with a scholar of Lu Ji's caliber. Liu Ji pondered for a considerable time, seemingly oblivious to the flattery, leaving Cui Ba feeling his face flush with embarrassment. Cui Zi, do you equate yourself with that loyal leader of the Han? Should these words reach the emperor's ears, not even He Jin or Zhang Reng would be able to save you. The Minister of the Interior is well aware of the stakes. For the sake of the nation's rise and fall, I trust Lu Gong will discern wisely. Haha, young man, attempting to outsmart me is still a bit too ambitious. However, I am not a mere pedant. I can discern right from wrong. Yet, should I discover any treachery on your part, do not blame me for being ruthless. That is only natural. I wish for Lu Gong to continually motivate me. Very well, I shall await to see which path you choose. Is there anything else? Of course, Uncle Luo. Listening to their discourse, Luo Min felt a pang of worry that Lu Ji might take drastic measures against the young master. The sudden shift in atmosphere left him somewhat disoriented. When the young master called for him, he hurriedly retrieved a box containing ink brushes and fine spirits. Liu Gong, I know you are not only a master of Confucianism but also possess profound strategy. This ink brush is crafted by me, a humble gift for you. As Cui Ba spoke, he drew forth a slender ink brush from the box. Liu Ji watched as Cui Ba presented a slender wooden stick, the tip adorned with a dark point at its center. Subsequently, Cui Ba pulled out a wedge-like object with a circular hole at one end, carefully inserting the wooden stick into the hole and rotating it with utmost precision. As Lu Ji observed, Cui Ba appeared to have completed his task. When he withdrew the stick, the previously inserted end had been sharpened, revealing a pointed black tip. Cui Ba then produced a piece of Kaiho paper and inscribed the character Cui upon it. The calligraphy elegant and bold. Is this a brush? Lu Ji found himself momentarily speechless, unable to believe that this small wooden stick was indeed a brush. Indeed, this is a brush that I fashioned from graphite. Encased in wood, when needed, one can simply use this ink cutter to sharpen the stick, revealing the graphite tip. The ink brush is portable and eliminates the need for time-consuming grinding, allowing one to write directly on surfaces. I trust Lu Gong understands the value of this invention. Indeed, this item greatly facilitates writing. When paired with Kaiho paper or cotton fabric, it will alleviate the burdens of transporting bamboo slips for scholars across the land. Furthermore, splendid. Lu Ji instantly grasped the military applications of the ink brush. In truth, Cui Ba was equally astonished. never having anticipated that his mere suggestion would lead to the creation of the ink cutter. It was a testament to the ingenuity he had encountered. Having witnessed the ink brush, the ink cutter, and the fine spirits, Lu Ji held Cui Ba in even higher esteem. While he appreciated fine wine, he found himself even more enamored with the ink brush. Wine and meat are but sustenance, yet the ink brush holds immense significance for both literature and military strategy, particularly in terms of reconnaissance. Cui Ba left Lu Ji with 50 ink brushes and 10 ink cutters, and without needing further prompting from Cui Ba, Lu Ji began inviting Marida, Yang Biao, and Han Shuo to a banquet. Since Cui Ba was to attend court the following day and needed to learn some protocols from Zhang Reng's appointed attendants, he could not stay. Lu Ji assured Cui Ba that he would utilize his reputation to assist him alongside several esteemed friends, also accepting him as a student. However, Lu Ji reiterated that as long as Cui Ba remained devoted to the Han, he would spare no effort in advocating for him within the court. But should he stray from this path, Lu Ji would ensure his name was tarnished for eternity. Cui Ba harbored no concerns in this regard. He was naturally committed to the Han, harboring a profound disdain for the court's treachery. Once his strength was consolidated, he intended to delegate court matters to those suited to handle them. He aimed to ensure that only one voice prevailed, the voice of the Han, resolutely forbidding the emergence of traitors. Cui Ba was determined not to allow the tumult of history, such as the chaos of the 5 barbarians or the wars against the Japanese pirates, to repeat themselves. Having traversed time, he was intent on preventing such occurrences. On the following day at court, Cui Ba experienced the grandeur of the Han Palace for the first time. Though it was merely the southern palace, this fleeting glimpse left an indelible mark on his memory. At that moment, he could only marvel at the magnificence of the Han capital. As anticipated by all, Lu Hong paid little heed to Cui Ba. After a brief moment of kneeling in the Chengda Hall, Cui Ba was promptly dismissed out of course. After the court meeting, Zhang Reng, He Jin, Lu Ji, and others submitted memorials expounding on the geographical and strategic significance of Hudong Commandery, as well as extolling Cui Ba's considerable talents. Coupled with the fine spirits Cui Ba had presented, which greatly pleased the emperor, Lu Hong was both delighted and taken aback. He could hardly recall when the eunuchs, the imperial relatives, and the scholars had last united in purpose. That afternoon, a jubilant Lu Hong rewarded Cui Ba with 1,000 taels of gold and 100 bolts of silk, encouraging him to produce more wine. Initially, Cui Ba intended to distribute these rewards among He Jin and others. Yet to his surprise, aside from Zhang Reng, none would accept the bribe. They all insisted that Cui Ba should use the emperor's bestowed wealth to brew more exquisite wine. Indeed, He Jin particularly urged him to allocate some funds towards forming a cavalry. As Cui Ba departed the capital 3 days later, he lamented that this trip to Luoyang, which he had initially thought would deplete his last resources, had instead yielded such fruitful gains, renown, connections, and wealth. This journey had truly been a resounding success. Chapter 29. Arrival at Hudong. As Cui Ba exited the city of Luoyang, he cast a lingering glance back at the towering Han capital. Feeling a surge of emotion, particularly at not having met Kai Yong and his daughter, which left him lamenting the missed opportunity in his understanding of the world, he had always assumed Kai Yong resided in Luoyang. Thus, when Luo Min had listed several prominent scholars for him to visit, Cui Ba was taken aback by the absence of Kai Yong. Although Luo Min regarded Cui Ba as if he were an outsider, he patiently recounted the circumstances surrounding Kai Yong, attributing Cui Ba's ignorance to the fall from his horse that had seemingly affected his mind. Many years prior, Kai Yong had been exiled to Shuafeng due to a crime. After numerous trials, he had made his way to Jiangnan, seeking refuge in Wu Hui. Presently, with frequent border rebellions and the court in dire need of personnel, He Jin had recommended Kai Yong for reappointment to Emperor Lu Hong in June. Yet the emperor remained non-committal. Thus, He Jin privately dispatched someone to escort Kai Yong back to Luoyang. At this moment, Kai Yong was likely still en route back to the capital. As Luo Min escorted Cui Ba and his companions out of the city, the young master unexpectedly inquired about Kai Yin, leading Luo Min to ponder whether this young man might have a fondness for talented women. Luo Min had misjudged Cui Ba. He held a deep sympathy for this talented woman. Not out of a desire for her fame or beauty, having never seen her, he could not judge, but rather due to the hardships she had endured and her personal integrity. From Luo Min's account, Cui Ba learned that Kai Yin, styled Zhao Ji, had married into the prominent Wei family in Hudong 3 years prior, specifically to Wei Zhongdao, and was likely still residing there as they parted. Luo Min earnestly cautioned Cui Ba, "Young master." The Wei family in Hudong rose to prominence during the reign of Emperor Wu, thanks to General Wei Qing and the then Empress Wei Zifu. Although many years have passed, the Wei family's reputation in Hudong, as well as in the capital, remains formidable. If you wish to meet the talented Kai Yan, I urge you to think it over carefully. Upon concluding his remarks, Luo Min shook his head and sighed lightly. At this moment, Cui Ba was acutely aware of Luo Min's sentiments, realizing that a significant misunderstanding had indeed arisen. "Let us not dwell on this matter any further. I asked my uncle familiar with the current situation of the southern Xiongnu." Cui Ba recalled the historical accounts of Kai Yin being abducted by the southern Xiongnu during the tumultuous period of the Li and Gua uprisings, which left him profoundly unsettled. Thus, it was imperative for him to comprehend the present circumstances regarding the southern Xiongnu. "Young master, the current Grand Chanyu of the southern Xiongnu is Chang Chu, and his eldest son, Yu Fu Luo, holds the title of left virtuous king at this time. Chang Chu possesses a deep admiration for our Han culture and, as such, genuinely submits to our Han dynasty. However, it seems that the other tribes exhibit a discontent towards Chang Chu's loyalty to our Han." "Very well, I understand. Upon my journey to Hudong, I entrust all matters within the capital to you. Uncle, should any unforeseen events arise, prioritize your safety above all else. You may either head west into Hongnong County to join forces with Wang Zhonggui or travel north to Hudong County to seek me out." "Thank you for your concern, young master. There is no need for you to worry. I have been navigating the streets of Luoyang for nearly a decade now, and with the connections you have forged this time, I shall spare no effort in safeguarding the Luoyang shops. Indeed, should there be any further instructions, I shall inform you in advance." "Understood. Now, we must take our leave. Please take care, uncle, in the 6th year of Guanghe." At the end of September, Cui Ba and his party set forth from the city of Luoyang, traveling northward. They boarded a boat at Mengjin Port to cross the river, subsequently journeying westward to the eastern gateway of Hudong County. Jiguang is situated south of Wangwu Mountain, alongside the Su River, also known as Su Pass. It is one of the renowned passes along the 8 passes of Taihang, serving as a formidable eastern bulwark for Hudong County. Once through the pass, Cui Ba displayed his official seal and instructed Chao Xing to lead the entourage along the official road. He himself, accompanied by Dian Wei and Lu Zi, traveled light, heading westward through Shaoding, Dongyuan, and Xia County, ultimately arriving at the administrative center of Hudong County, Ani. Prior to departing from Qinghe, Cui Ba had arranged to meet with Huang Zhong and others at the merchant shop. Thus, upon reaching Ani, he hastened to the Cui family shop. Upon entering the shop, Cui Ba spotted Duan Liang seated beneath a tree, enjoying the shade and sipping tea. That moment, Duan Liang had his back turned, but Cui Ba recognized him by his suspended arm. "Little Duan, you possess quite the elegant disposition." Coughing slightly, Duan Liang, who had just taken a sip of tea, was startled by Cui Ba's voice. "Young master, you have finally arrived. We reached Ani 5 days ago. Come quickly, your room has been tidied up." Duan Liang placed his teacup on the stone table beside him and hurriedly adjusted his clothing with his uninjured right hand. Bowing respectfully to Cui Ba, "Little Duan, there is no need for such formality. From now on, you shall serve as my steward in the governor's office. Carry yourself with some authority, as you did in the eastern county. How is your wrist faring?" Hearing Cui Ba inquire about his injury upon his arrival in Hudong, Duan Liang felt a twinge of gratitude. In response to the young master, "I owe my swift recovery to the care and guidance of the divine physician Hua. According to his assessment, I shall be fully healed within a month." After saying this, he cast a wary glance towards Dian Wei. At that moment, Dian Wei paid no heed to the conversation, leaning against a large tree and gulping down water from the jug handed to him by a servant. "What? The divine physician Hua has also come?" Cui Ba had not anticipated Hua Tuo's arrival in Hudong County. "Indeed, young master. Originally, the divine physician was to depart on the 3rd day after your departure. However, scarcely had he left when someone from Hudong arrived. Is he eager to make the acquaintance of the governor of Hudong?" Duan Liang pretended not to hear and continued. "This individual hails from the Wei family of Hudong. He must have learned of the divine physician's presence at our Cui residence and came seeking him." "The Wei family? Who is unwell?" "It is their young master, Wei Ming, and Wei Zhongdao, who has suffered from a chronic illness since childhood." Duan Liang initially intended to mention that Wei Zhongdao had been frail and sickly since a young age, but refrained. knowing that Cui Ba had experienced similar afflictions in his youth. Cui Ba seemed to disregard the previous statement and directly inquired, "Is he not the husband of Kai Yin, the son-in-law of Kai Boji?" "Precisely. The Wei family is a branch of General Wei Qing, and no matter how esteemed Kai Long may be, he pales in comparison to the Wei family. The Wei family also holds significant interest in the reputation of Kai Yin as a talented woman. Back when Kai Long was exiled to Shuafeng, he passed through Ani County, and the Wei family sought to use Kai Yin to bring good fortune. Kai Long, not wishing for his beloved daughter to endure hardship alongside him, thus both parties reached an agreement. Leading to this marriage, however, after Kai Yin entered the Wei household, not only did Wei Zhongdao fail to improve, but his health has deteriorated over the past 2 years, despite their extensive search for physicians. This year, they finally learned of the divine physician Hua's whereabouts and came to Qinghe. "I surmise that you hold the divine physician Hua in high regard and believe his skills will be of great use in the future, which is why you arranged for him and his disciple to accompany us to Hudong. You clever lad, you have anticipated my thoughts well. Commendable work shall be rewarded shortly. Oh, young master, it is but my duty to assist you. There is no need for rewards." Cui Ba observed Duan Liang's expression for a while and discerned that he was sincere, chuckling, "Have you been frightened by my reprimands? Very well, the Wei family's actions in using Kai Yan's happiness for good fortune are indeed contemptible." At this moment, the divine physician must have examined Wei Zhongdao. What was the outcome? Cui Ba's prior remarks had already conveyed his disdain for the Wei family's attempts to use a talented woman for fortune. And after some contemplation, Duan Liang replied, "In response to the young master, the Wei family's actions are indeed detestable. Perhaps they were punished by fate, just a day before our arrival in Ani County. Wei Zhongdao passed away. It is lamentable that he shared a bed with Kai Yin for 3 years, yet they bore neither son nor daughter. Oh, how fortuitous. Is this the will of fate? By the way, where is Kai Yin now? The Wei family intended for her to bring good fortune, but with Wei Zhongdao's untimely demise, I suspect that she is not faring well at AS for that. I am not certain. Well, the Wei family is a prominent household in Hudong County, and given my master's close friendship with Kai Long, as his student, I ought to pay a visit to my master's old friend. Therefore, I shall visit the Wei family and Kai Yin either tomorrow or the day after." Cui Ba swirled his teacup while narrowing his eyes, gazing at the doorway. Could it be that the young master is contemplating this? That may not be wise, as the Wei family holds considerable influence. Such an action could be detrimental to your standing in Hudong. With a resounding slap, Cui Ba struck Duan Liang's head and rose, declaring, "Nonsense. You truly have not learned from your mistakes. Your mind seems to be filled with such base thoughts. I merely feel pity for Kai Yang in due time. Kai Long will return to Luoyang, and I intend to send someone to escort her back to her family. If that is the case, it could indeed elevate your reputation. Is the divine physician still in Hudong County? He is in the backyard. Today, I sent someone to guide the divine physician around Ani County, both to show him the way and to assist him in procuring medicinal herbs. Ha, clever. You see, Huang Zhuangshi once remarked that in a contest of bare hands, even he would not be a match for the divine physician. I thought that if the divine physician were to willingly stay, he could become a formidable ally for you, young master, little Duan. Do not mention that again. The divine physician's aspirations do not lie in fame or fortune. Regardless of his prowess, he is solely devoted to saving lives. Neither words nor wealth can sway him. If we truly wish to aid the divine physician, we should think of ways to help him save more lives. Yes, I shall bear that in mind." Dian Wei, finding the conversation tedious, finally interjected, "Why do I hear the faint sounds of weapons clashing? Is someone engaged in combat? Surely, Wenza cannot surpass Han Sheng." Cui Ba hastily accepted the tea offered by a servant, downing it in one gulp while muttering, "This autumn heat is even more oppressive than summer. Indeed, I can sense that both individuals are formidable. One of them must be Han Sheng. Who could the other be?" Dian Wei, having finished his drink, rose and inquired of Duan Liang. This young man is truly impressive. Young master, when Huang Zhuangshi's team arrived at Jiguang, the sun had already set. However, we were concerned that you might have reached Ani early, and considering the coolness of the evening, we decided to press on through the night. Just as we were nearing Shouting, we unexpectedly encountered a band of thieves, among whom were several Hu people. Can you ascertain whether they were Xiongnu or Xinbei? Please, continue. The presence of Hu among the thieves was quite peculiar. Upon reflecting on the history of banditry during the late Han period, I found no group of robbers with such a formidable arrangement, their composition far superior to that of ordinary brigands. Indeed, at that moment, we were in a hurry, with our company consisting of either servants or personal guards. Fortunately, we had Huang Zhong and Eugene with us. Huang Zhuangshi's arrows struck true, preventing the thieves from approaching, which afforded Yu Zhuangshi the opportunity to organize our forces. Under Yu Zhuangshi's leadership, our personal guards arranged cargo and carts around the perimeter to form a defensive position, protecting the women and the elderly in the center, thus standing in confrontation with the thieves. Given the circumstances, with thieves encircling us, it was indeed prudent for Han Sheng and the others to refrain from charging into battle, lest they expose us to danger. Might there have been external assistance? Precisely. At this moment, we find ourselves in a standoff with the bandits. Suddenly, chaos erupts behind them, and for the first time, I witnessed the meaning of men toppling and horses stumbling. Seizing the opportunity amidst the turmoil, the valiant Huang leads half of his private soldiers into the fray. With arrows flying left and right, several foes fall instantly. He then brandishes his great sword, swinging it with ferocity. The scene is one I shall never forget. Pray tell, what happened next? Cui Ba listens intently, as if engrossed in a tale, eagerly awaiting the continuation of the story. As Duan Liang pauses to take a sip of water, Cui Ba finds it insufficiently thrilling. Later, we learn that a youth, around 15 or 16 years of age, had been camping nearby. Witnessing the bandits plundering, he stealthily approached their rear. Once he discerned the leader's position, he swiftly drew his bow and struck him down with an arrow. Following that, he brandished a massive axe and charged into the throng of bandits, overpowering them effortlessly. What? You say, what weapon did he wield? Cui Ba grasped Duan Liang's arm, urgently inquiring. Alas, my lord, my hand. Cui Ba, intending to clarify the weapon used by the youth, inadvertently squeezed Duan Liang's injured left hand in his excitement. Someone, quickly, fetch the steward to find Hua the divine doctor. Hurry. Seeing Duan Liang's wrist swollen from his grip, Cui Ba was taken aback. Let me take a look, a gentle voice interjected. Cui Ba felt a sense of familiarity in the voice, yet could not place it. Turning around, he beheld a young man in black standing at the door, none other than Li Dongji, one of Hua Tuo's 3 esteemed disciples. In history, compared to Hua Tuo's other 2 disciples, Fanei of Pengcheng and Wu Pu of Guangling, Li Dongji's reputation was not as illustrious, primarily because the former 2 lived to be nearly 100 years old. Fanei excelled in acupuncture and health preservation, while Wu Pu was skilled in the 5 animal play and pharmacology, authoring the Wu Pu Materia Medica. However, in practical terms, Li Dongji was indeed the sole disciple to inherit Hua Tuo's true teachings, particularly excelling in pharmacology and earning the title of Medicine King, frequently receiving praise from Hua Tuo for his pharmacy. Mr. Li, please assist me with the medicine. Duan Liang's voice, akin to a pig being slaughtered, abruptly drew Cui Ba back from his reverie. Did Li prepare the medicine for little Duan? Cui Ba inquired, observing Li Dongji's deft movements. Indeed, since entering Jiguang, all these medicines have been prepared by me. Truly, you are the esteemed disciple of the divine physician. While the world regards scholars, farmers, artisans, and merchants, medicine is often deemed a lesser craft. Yet I view it as a treasure point. One might say, it is the healer who saves lives. And that is no small feat. Thank you, my lord. Li Dongji spoke little. Having prepared the medicine for Duan Liang, he bowed to Cui Ba and departed with his medicine box. Oh dear, my lord, we are running low on supplies. Let us hurry and check. Dian Wei, being a man of action, was indeed quite anxious. By the way, little Duan, did you say that the youth wielded a mountain-cleaving axe? Indeed, he can swing it with one hand. It is truly astonishing. In recent days, I have been sparring with Huang, and I can at least withstand 70 or 80 exchanges with him. Oh, my lord, if this individual is indeed so skilled, he must possess great potential as a general. We should hurry to see him. We must not keep him waiting. Dian Wei scratched his head, contemplating a rather feeble excuse to urge Cui Ba onward. Ishan, why would he wait for me? If you wish to see him, go ahead. Once we enter the shop, I shall inform you that you need not concern yourself with me. You are free to act as you wish. That will not do. Your safety is paramount, and I cannot abandon my post. When it came to his duty as a bodyguard, Dian Wei was resolute. Very well, let us go together. Chui Ba felt a surge of joy within, contemplating that this person, in Hadong, wielding a mountain-cleaving axe, could be none other than he. Chapter 30. Su Huang Chui Ba and his companions made their way directly to the rear courtyard. Along the way, the sound of metal clashing grew louder and more intense, while the cheers from the courtyard became increasingly raucous. Anyone could sense that the contest had reached a fevered pitch. Upon witnessing the competition firsthand, Chui Ba's blood surged with excitement. He observed a young man gripping a mountain-cleaving axe with both hands, executing broad and sweeping moves, yet revealing no weaknesses. Opposite him, Huang Zhong wielded a large sword, cutting through the air with great vigor. With each clash, both combatants met each other head-on, sparks flying as their weapons collided. Both men fought bare-chested, veins bulging, muscles rippling. They embodied the essence of rugged masculinity, exchanging blows in a fierce display of skill that was truly mesmerizing. In the blink of an eye, the youth executed a mighty strike, raising his axe high and bringing it down upon Huang Zhong. Huang Zhong's eyes narrowed, realizing that this attack was nearly impossible to evade. While confident in his ability to dodge, he yearned for a more exhilarating experience and thus raised his long sword, prepared to meet the blow head-on. The crowd held its breath. The youth's strike was powerful enough to fell an ordinary man, and everyone felt a sense of dread for Huang Zhong. Watch out! The weapons collided with a resounding crash, Huang Zhong gritting his teeth as he absorbed the impact, his legs slightly bending under the force. The youth, too, clenched his jaw, applying all his strength in an attempt to overpower Huang Zhong. Break! With a sudden roar, Huang Zhong unleashed a counterattack, not only successfully absorbing the blow but also sending the youth's axe flying away with a powerful thrust. The crowd gasped in astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief as they beheld the two fighters. The youth was clearly taken aback. After days of sparring with Huang Zhong, he had grown confident that this move was nearly flawless. Yet even this formidable strike was neutralized by Huang Zhong. Watch out! Dian Wei, observing the scene, saw the axe soaring through the air towards the dazed youth, who remained oblivious to the danger. At this moment, Huang Zhong was equally alarmed, having just exerted himself, and his body was slow to react. Just as Dian Wei was about to rush forward, he noticed a figure in white darting toward the center of the arena, swiftly catching the axe mid-air with one hand. The axe weighed over 60 pounds. Descending rapidly, the individual seized it and swung it a few times before planting it firmly into the ground, shattering the surrounding bricks. At this moment, the youth finally comprehended the situation, spotting a young man in white casually holding his mountain-cleaving axe, his mouth agape in astonishment. Huang Zhong, having caught his breath, felt a sense of relief, initially expecting Dian Wei to be the one to intervene, only to discover it was Chui Ba. My lord, what remarkable skill! Having spent time together, I did not realize you possessed such hidden talents. Huang Zhong smiled. Han Shang, I did not expect you to possess such strength. The youth's previous strike was indeed formidable, powerful enough to cleave a lesser man in two. Ha ha, my lord, Ishan. This lad's potential is boundless. Huang Zhong nodded toward the youth, gesturing for him to approach. My lord, I have come to introduce this young man. He is Su Huang, also known as Su Gongming, a local from Hadong County, residing in Yang County. He is 18 years old and has recently assumed the role of a county official. Su Huang pays his respects to Lord Chui. Recognizing Chui Ba's considerable strength, Su Huang thought to himself that this new governor was certainly no weakling. Being a man of martial prowess himself, he found the presence of a capable superior to be quite agreeable. Feel free to call me my lord in private. There is no need for such formality. Understood. A few days ago, I heard that a band of thieves appeared on Mount Wangwu, so I went to Jiguang to investigate, only to coincidentally encounter a group of displaced persons. Su Huang recounted. As Huang Zhong donned his clothing, he interjected. Gongming intended to lead these displaced individuals to nearby counties, but unexpectedly, among them were members of the Wei family who had fled after being robbed by the bandits on Mount Wangwu. You would never guess the identity of one among them. Who is it? The most learned of the Wei family I know is the recently deceased Wei Zhongdao. Who else could it be? Ah, my lord, it is none other than Wei Ming's elder brother, Wei Ji, also known as Wei Bui. This individual achieved recognition at a young age for his scholarly talents, having been honored with the title of filial and incorrupt. He served as the county magistrate of Hadong for a year due to his esteemed reputation, but resigned from office out of disillusionment with the political strife of the time. Now, he is seeking medical assistance. Upon learning that his family has found Hua the divine doctor, he hurried back, only to encounter the bandits along the way. Surely he has been safely returned now. Upon hearing that the great young master of the Wei family was Wei Ji, Cui Ba's spirits lifted instantly. While he was not well acquainted with Wei Ji from Hudong, he was quite familiar with his son, a fierce character from the late Three Kingdoms period, Wei Guan in the official records. Wei Ji was recruited by Cao Cao and held various positions, including magistrate of Maoling County and a court official, responsible for defending the Guangzhou region and stabilizing it for Cao Cao's conquests. After the establishment of the Wei state, he served as a court official and oversaw ceremonial matters, preparing for the abdication of power from Han to Wei. Following Cao Pai's ascension, he was appointed as a minister and granted the title of Marquis of Yangjitang, overseeing the compilation of national history and advising on state affairs. After the ascension of Wei Mingdi, Cao Rui, he was further elevated to Marquis of Wanquan. In the third year of Taihe, he passed away, posthumously honored as respectful. He authored the Wei official rites. His son, Wei Guan, held various positions including minister, regular cavalry attendant, and court official. Later, he served in the Western Army and participated in the campaign against Shu. After the fall of Shu Han, he arrested Deng Ai alongside Zhong Hui. When Zhong Hui rebelled, he successfully quelled the uprising and ordered Tian Su to execute Deng Ai and his son. After returning, he was appointed as the commander of military affairs in Shuzhou, serving as general of the Eastern Expedition, and was granted the title of Marquis of Ziyang. Following the establishment of the Jin dynasty, he held positions as governor of Qingzhou and Yuzhou, and was the general of the Eastern Expedition, successfully neutralizing threats along the northern borders, thereby earning noble rank as Duke of Ziyang. After serving as the Minister of Personnel, the Grand Commandant, and later promoted to the position of Minister of Works, he also held the esteemed title of Grand Tutor to the Crown Prince. Subsequently, he relinquished power and was appointed as Grand Protector. Following the ascension of Emperor Hui of Jin, he found himself in opposition to Empress Jia, ultimately meeting a tragic end during a political coup, at the age of 72. Wei Guan excelled in clerical script and cursive script, adept in various styles, and was capable of learning from the ancients, making him a remarkably innovative calligrapher. Zhang Huaiguan of the Tang dynasty praised his cursive script as a masterpiece. The Wei family of Hudong was the most prominent clan in Hudong County at that time, and right beneath their feet in Anyi County. After Cui Ba decided to hand over responsibilities to Zhang Yi, he proceeded to pay a visit to the Wei family. How did that band of thieves fare in the end? Cui Ba suddenly recalled that no one had yet clarified the fate of the thieves, who had entered his jurisdiction of Hudong County. To avoid hindering the development of his territory, they needed to be eliminated promptly. On that day, with the assistance of others, the thieves were scattered. Master Mao anticipated the thieves would not easily concede defeat, thus devised a plan to rendezvous with the displaced populace at Xiaoting. Xiaoting, adjacent to Mount Wangwu, had rivers on both sides leading directly to the Yellow River, appearing to be an unlikely place for troop deployment. Su Huang, intending to address Cui Ba as Sir, was met with a glance from Cui Ba, prompting him to amend his address to young master. Observing Su Huang's awkward demeanor reminiscent of Zhou Yafu, Cui Ba felt an unsettling sense of pleasure. After taking a sip of water, Su Huang continued. However, there is a grove of trees near the mountains, which appears pitch black at night. Thus, Master Mao instructed the displaced populace to enter the grove, selecting over 30 robust individuals to distribute weapons and farming tools brought from Qinghe. They formed a semicircle to guard the southern side of the grove, enclosing carts and goods in the center. To prevent the thieves from becoming suspicious, he sent 10 individuals to guard the outer perimeter and dispatched 2 to deliver my token to Jiguang for assistance. When I met Xiaoxian at Qinghe, I recognized his keen insight and profound familiarity with governmental affairs. Little did I expect such strategic acumen. He truly is a treasure of Hudong County. Indeed, under Master Mao's guidance, that group of thieves was ultimately eradicated, with only 3 to 5 escaping into the deep mountains, while the rest either perished or surrendered. Currently, 151 surrenderers are being detained at the Eastern Military Camp, where Governor Zhang has placed Yu Zhuangshi and 2 captains in charge, awaiting your arrival for further handling. Oh? Why does Governor Zhang not deal with them directly? Cui Ba inquired, surprised. Young master, although Governor Zhang has not yet interrogated them, he suspects many among them are Hu people, indicating they likely originated from the west of the river. The governor believes that the geographical significance of Hudong County necessitates the training of a formidable force to jointly deter the Xiongnu and Xinbei alongside Bingzhou and Heshi. And thus, it would be more prudent for you to arrange these surrenderers. Su Huang stated to Cui Bi that it was unexpected that Governor Zhang is so devoted to his country, with such foresight. He truly is a role model for our generation. Where are Xiaoxian and Ziyu? Why have I not seen them? Young master, these two gentlemen have just met with the governor and have gone to inspect the entirety of Ani County. Considering the time, they should be returning shortly, Huang Zhong replied, casting a glance at the sky. Truly deserving of praise, Xiaoxian. You all should learn from his foresight. Upon arriving in a location, one must grasp a complete understanding of it. Cui Ba remarked, when suddenly two names flashed across his mind, Deng Ai and Pei Xiu. Alas, these two master cartographers have yet to be born. Yes, young master, we all understand your intentions, which are crucial for future military formations. Very well, Shanji will return shortly. Today, let us host a banquet in the rear hall to gather together. Tomorrow, we shall have much to attend to. With that, Cui Ba instructed Duan Liang to send someone along the official road to fetch Chao Xing and his group, while he, accompanied by Dian Wei and Su Huang, proceeded to visit the current governor, Zhang Yi, and directed Huang Zhong to inform Mao Jian to await them in the rear courtyard upon Liang Shi's return. The three rode towards the governor's residence, where the guards at the entrance recognized Su Huang. One engaged in casual conversation with him, while another went inside to report. Cui Ba refrained from letting Su Huang disclose his identity, wishing to savor this final moment of tranquility before becoming governor. Before long, the messenger returned from within the residence, cupping his fists and announcing, "The governor requests your presence." Very well, there is no need to trouble the two of you further. I shall take my friend to meet the governor, Su Huang stated to the two guards. Su Huang gave a slight nod to Cui Ba, and they followed him into the governor's residence. As Hudong County is subordinate to the capital and Ani County is in close proximity to the capital city of Luoyang, the presence of the esteemed Wei family in the county, coupled with the nearby Su River, has contributed to the agricultural and economic prosperity of Ani County. Whether during the Western or Eastern Han Dynasty, emperors held Hudong County in high regard. The county's palatial retreats included the Pufan Yingguang Palace, Pufan Shoshan Palace, Pingyang Palace, Ani Palace, and Finyan Palace. Consequently, the governor's residence in Ani, having undergone years of refinement, exuded considerable grandeur. As they traversed the front courtyard and had yet to enter the main hall, Cui Ba spied a scholar seated in the main hall's esteemed position, engrossed in a bamboo slip. "Governor Zhang," Su Huang called out, stepping into the main hall and bowing to the scholar. Cui Ba offered a slight bow. Taking in the figure before him, it was evidently Zhang Yi, the governor of Hudong County, whom he had displaced. Cui Ba recognized that Zhang Yi had entered the age of knowing one's destiny, an age in ancient times considered elderly. Zhang Yi's hair had turned entirely gray, and upon hearing Su Huang's voice, he did not raise his head, but ordered a servant to serve tea and instructed everyone to be seated while they waited. At that moment, Zhang Yi furrowed his brows, as many bamboo slips lay scattered on the table, and several sheepskin maps hung behind him. Upon closer inspection, they depicted Hudong County, Shihe County, Shangjuan, Shuafang, Wuyuan, Yunchong, and Yinmen, all located at the borders of the Han Dynasty and the southern Xiongnu, as well as the Wuhuan. Gongming, did you inspect the eastern camp today? Zhang Yi inquired, examining the bamboo slips while surveying the maps. Returning to the governor, I, the humble servant, inspected the eastern camp at dawn. The surrendering soldiers showed no signs of unrest. Rather, they were quite pleased with the daily provision of meals. Tiomi, they do not resemble captives, but rather guests, Su Huang replied, pouting slightly, as long as there are no disturbances. It is well, if the newly appointed governor is not a fool, he should be able to manage them properly. Have there been any updates regarding the fleeing thieves? Zhang Yi still did not lift his gaze. Su Huang first offered a sheepish smile to Cui Ba, then responded, the scouts from Jiguang reported in the afternoon that the bandit stronghold lies within the Taihang Mountains of Bingzhou, currently numbering around 300, including a small number of Hu people. Bingzhou? The Taihang Mountains are quite distant from Yinmen. How did the Hu people arrive there? Zhang Yi finally raised his head, scanning the crowd before beckoning Su Huang to analyze the map. Gongming, observe here. After the Xiongnu's 3 southward migrations, they essentially established strongholds in Yunchong, Wuyuan, Shuafang, Beidi, and Shiha, assisting us in guarding the borders. While there are occasional rebellions, they still help us resist the incursions of the Wuhuan and other tribes to a certain extent. However, in recent years, the Xiongnu's attitude towards our Han dynasty has subtly shifted. Should our control over the frontier weaken, they will invade Shiha, Hudong, and even Bingzhou, jeopardizing the capital. Indeed, thus I believe this band of mountain bandits must comprise people from Taiyuan and displaced persons from Bingzhou. The Xiongnu tribes in Taiyuan County are sparse, with a small population, nearly severed connections with the Chanyu in Meiji County. Over the years, the Hu people here have become increasingly adept at farming while neglecting martial affairs, and their combat prowess has significantly diminished, resembling displaced persons in the years of drought. Precisely so, Gongming, your analysis is astute. It appears the prefect of Bingzhou, Dongzhua, is not as capable as the rumors suggest. Tomorrow, I shall instruct Governor Cui to continue the investigation. Once confirmed, I shall certainly report this matter, Zhang Yi declared emphatically, slamming his palm on the table. Governor Zhang, there is no need to wait until tomorrow. This very evening, I shall discuss this matter with you. Cui Ba rose and bowed respectfully to Zhang Yi. Who are you? Could it be that you are? Zhang Yi gazed in astonishment at Cui Ba. Governor Zhang, this is the newly appointed governor of Hudong County, Cui Ba, and beside him is his guard, Dian. Su Huang awkwardly introduced Cui Ba to Zhang Yi. After a brief moment of surprise, Zhang Yi re-evaluated Cui Ba. So young, truly youthful and accomplished, yet I wonder if you will sincerely consider the welfare of the people of Hudong. Governing a county is not merely a matter of spending wealth and resources effectively. Zhang Yi did not expect Cui Ba to be so young, and judging by his appearance, he did not seem like a nefarious character. However, if Cui Ba were appointed by the court through legitimate means, it would be acceptable. Yet, the fact that Cui Ba had attained his position through purchasing an official title was, in truth, disreputable, leaving Zhang Yi with some dissatisfaction. Thank you for your guidance, esteemed elder. Naturally, I shall prioritize the people's welfare above all else. My mentor repeatedly advised me before my departure that the people are the foundation of the state. If we wish to restore the prestige of our Han dynasty, we must first regain the hearts of the people. From whom did you receive your mentorship? Zhang Yi inquired with curiosity, finding it hard to believe that a man who purchased an official title could articulate such sentiments. My mentor is none other than Minister Liu. Cui Ba replied, Lu Zigan. Zhang Yi stood and scrutinized Cui Ba knew.as for who Lu Ji was. Zhang Yi, having navigated the political landscape for decades, was well aware. Lu Ji was not a sycophantic individual, and such matters would be easily discerned as fabrications. I am well aware that Minister Liu is a man of integrity who would never associate with the likes of scoundrels. Seems you possess some genuine talent and learning. Given your tutelage under Minister Liu, why then did you choose to purchase an official title? To be candid, I, the younger generation, purchased my official position before becoming a disciple of Master Liu in Luoyang. At this juncture, Cui Ba gestured for Su Huang and Dian to close the door and guard it outside, prohibiting any intrusions. Not hold it against me for my strictness. I have managed the affairs of Hudong for many years. While I cannot claim to have exerted great effort, I have certainly approached my duties with diligence. Now that you have acquired this position, if you expect me to entrust the populace to treacherous individuals, I would rather lose my life than fail to present the pros and cons before the imperial court. I understand. Since my youth, I have been frail and sickly. Although I hail from the esteemed Cui family of Qinghe, I have always been overlooked. Many a time, it was merely my attendant who would secretly escort me out, and the cities, counties, and villages I have observed appear far less prosperous than what has been described by the masses. As I have matured, the poverty I have witnessed has only intensified, and the collusion among officials is indeed appalling. When the people cease to trust the court, how can a nation endure? Indeed, your words ring true. Zhang Yi was taken aback by Cui Ba's audacity to speak so openly, uncertain whether his sentiments were genuine or feigned. The 10 eunuchs currently corrupting the court, along with He Jin's faction, have sown discord in their struggle for power, rendering the court a den of confusion. Consequently, many matters struggle to reach the emperor's ears, leaving His Majesty completely oblivious to the machinations of these treacherous ministers. It is lamentable that the Han dynasty, with its 4 centuries of legacy, now stands on the precipice of turmoil. Please, take a seat and speak. Thank you, esteemed sir. You imply that I am unaware of these matters? Yet, These are indeed court affairs, and we, as officials stationed far away, find it challenging to intervene. As Zhang Yi began to savor his tea, he acknowledged the truth in the current situation. Thus, I have contemplated that ascending to the position of governor may take an inordinate amount of time. If I wish to win the hearts of the people and ensure their loyalty to the Han, I must resort to purchasing an official post. Furthermore, to avoid being hindered in the prosperous development of Hudong, I must engage in superficial pleasantries with those eunuchs and outsiders. Fortunately, the Chui family possesses substantial resources, and my father provides robust support. Have you forgotten? You were driven out of the Chui residence amidst scorn. This is known to all, indeed. It appears so to outsiders. But this has preserved the reputation of the Qinghe Chui family until my rise. I see now. Zhang Yi pondered deeply and began to understand. I wonder if the Chui family's investment in you will prove to be wise or foolish. If you can truly serve the emperor and treat the people well, then I can rest easy in my duties. At this moment, both men had laid their cards on the table, and Zhang Yi's demeanor became markedly more congenial. Oh, esteemed elder, are you not returning to the capital? Cui Ba assumed that by replacing the elderly Zhang Yi, he would be reassigned back to the capital, thus escaping the fate of being slain by the Xiongnu as recorded in history. Not long ago, the governor of Shihe, Zheng Fu, retired to his hometown, and thus I have been reassigned as the governor of Shihe County by the court. My delay in departing from Hudong is solely to ensure a smooth handover with you before I proceed to the administrative center of Shihe County in Lisher. This journey will allow me to closely monitor the movements of the Xiongnu and their stance toward the court. Zhangduran, Shihe can be regarded as our first line of defense against the Xiongnu's incursions. Although they have submitted to the Han, their attitudes have been ambiguous in recent years, apart from the Chanyu's faction. You must exercise utmost caution in your endeavors. Should you encounter difficulties, I implore you to inform me without hesitation. Fear not. Having served as a county governor for many years, I am well aware of the necessary course of action. You need only manage Hudong County effectively, understood. Z, with your remarkable talents in both civil and military affairs, you possess the makings of a great general. However, your only shortcoming lies in your lack of experience, which is why I have assigned you merely a minor position as a county official. Allowing you to start from the ground up, I have observed Gongming's growth over these nearly 10 months of training. He is now fit for significant responsibilities. Do not squander his capabilities. Thank you for your guidance, Governor Zhang. Su Huang felt a surge of gratitude upon hearing Zhang Yi's words. Rest assured, Gongming is endowed with both great courage and wisdom. Now that I have recognized his potential, I will ensure he is given the opportunity to fully unleash his talents. Z, while working in Hudong, you must be mindful of two prominent families. The first is the Wei family in Ani County, whose esteemed status hardly requires elaboration. Wei Ji, of a similar age to you, does not hold rigid views on social hierarchy, having achieved fame at a young age and possessing remarkable literary talent. You should cultivate a friendship with him. If you gain the support of the Wei family while in the position of governor, it would equate to commanding half of Hudong County. Do you understand? I comprehend. Given Zhang Yi's decades of experience in governance and his years managing Hudong County, his advice and insights are of paramount importance for my future development. Thus Cui Ba listened attentively with utmost humility. The second matter is that you should also strive to win the favor of the Pei family in Wenxi County. The Pei family traces its lineage back to the ancestor Ing, a descendant of the first emperor of Qin. During the reign of King Shizhou, the sixth-generation descendant was enfeoffed as the Lord of Jie, adopting Pei as their surname. The Pei family subsequently branched into three lines, residing in Hudong, Yinjing, and Shiliang. Hence, both the Yinjing and Shiliang branches of the Pei family originated from the Wenxi Pei clan, making them the primary lineage. Cui Ba reflected for a moment before continuing. Indeed, all other branches of the Pei family descend from the Wenxi Pei family, hence the saying there are no two Peis in the world. The Pei family has historically been a distinguished clan of the three Jin states, arguably holding greater prominence in Hudong than the Wei family. Z. To speak of recent history, during the reign of Emperor Shun, Pei Yi of the Pei family served as the governor of Bingzhou and a general overseeing the Liaodong region. Do you grasp the significance of this? I do understand. Although the Han dynasty implements a policy of avoiding conflicts of interest and appointments, Bingzhou is not far from our Hudong County. Pei Yi managed Bingzhou many years ago. Yet the Pei family still holds considerable assets within that region. Assets? That is indeed an apt metaphor. Do you know who currently leads the Pei family? I have not inquired into this matter, and I would be grateful for your insights. Zhang Duran. Currently, the head of the Pei family is Pei Mao, who was the magistrate of Lisher County a decade ago, the governor of Shihe County 5 years prior, and now serves as the minister of personnel in the court. Furthermore, his son, although young, has already earned the title of genius. Given the Pei family's current standing, it would be prudent for you to pay them a visit soon. I shall take heed of your advice. Cui Ba deliberated for a long while before recalling the Wincy Pei family, a clan that has made significant contributions in politics, economics, military affairs, and diplomacy throughout the 2 millennia of Chinese history. Spanning from the Han and Wei dynasties, through the southern and northern dynasties, and into the Sui and Tang eras, the Pei family has produced numerous illustrious figures over the centuries, with many notable ministers actively participating in the political arena during the Sui and Tang dynasties. Among them, Pei Qian, the son of Pei Qian, was a prominent official during the Cao Cao period, serving under the administrations of Cao Cao, Cao Pai, and Cao Rui, and significantly stabilizing the northern regions and winning the trust of the populace. The most renowned figure of the Wei and Jin periods is undoubtedly Pei Xiu, who, among other achievements, pioneered ancient Chinese cartography with the Yugong geographic map. Joseph Needham hailed him as the father of Chinese scientific cartography, placing him alongside the eminent Greek cartographer Ptolemy, 2 brilliant stars in the history of ancient map-making. To honor this founder of Chinese cartographic science, the Pei Xiu Award is conferred every 2 years, representing the highest accolade in the field of cartography in China. Therefore, regardless of Zhang Yi's admonitions, it is imperative that I cultivate a good relationship with the Pei family, who have historically been a true family of chancellors, producing numerous notable figures of high moral caliber, which speaks volumes about their strict family education and upright conduct. By the way, I have learned that Minister Pei is currently ill and has been granted permission by the emperor to return home for recuperation, with plans to return to the court once he recovers. Although the court is predominantly under the influence of the 10 eunuchs and their faction, the emperor's continued favor toward him indicates that he still possesses a certain level of influence within the court. However, rest assured that Minister Pei is a man of virtue, yet it would be wise for you to pay him a visit in the near future. Thank you, Zhang Duran. I trust that you will prioritize your own safety on this journey. In Hudong County, you will have considerable autonomy in your decisions, but upon reaching Shihe County, you will be subject to the authority of the Bingzhou governor, Dong Zhuo. I have little knowledge of this individual, but given the rampant banditry within his jurisdiction, I surmise his administrative capabilities must be lacking. Have no worries. I am quite familiar with Dong Zhuo. Zhang Yi seemed to hold a favorable view of Dong Zhuo, not taking Cui Ba's warnings to heart. However, Cui Ba understood Dong Zhuo far better than Zhang Yi did, yet many truths remained unspoken, lest he be deemed a madman. With this in mind, there were matters that could only be left to fate. As long as you are aware of him, I will be at ease. For now, let us discuss any further matters during tomorrow's handover. By the way, the magistrate of Ani County, Cheng Hao, is a man of neither literary nor martial merit. Having obtained his position through monetary means, he is a distant relative of one of the 10 eunuchs, Duan Gue, and has shown me little respect, so I advise you to exercise caution in your dealings with him. Thank you for the warning. Cui Ba, indifferent to Cheng Hao, recognized that the status of Bailan and Zhang Rang was far beyond that of Duan Gue. Furthermore, with his identity as a disciple of Lu Ji, it was unlikely that Cheng Hao would dare voice any objections. By the time Cui Ba and his companions returned to the shop from the governor's residence, darkness had enveloped the sky. Upon reaching the courtyard and after dinner, Cui Ba summoned Mao Jian, Liang Shi, and Su Huang to discuss matters in the room. Xiao Xian, Ziyu, your efforts along the way have been arduous in these days. Have you gleaned any insights from your discreet inquiries in Ani? Upon their arrival in Ani County, Mao Jian and Liang Shi's primary task was to ascertain the attitudes of the local officials and prominent families towards the newly appointed governor. Historically, newly appointed officials often faced resistance from long-standing subordinate officials, as the latter feared potential repercussions on their established interests. Young master, only the Wang family, led by the Wei clan, and the Zhao family have shown a welcoming attitude towards the new governor of Hudong. Among the officials, Ziyu overheard the county clerk, inebriated outside an inn, lamenting, "If the new governor prioritizes the northern territories like that old Zhang Yi, we need not concern ourselves with him. Otherwise, he shall surely experience our methods." Mao Jian recounted, his expression impassive. "Oh, Ziyu, You two partake in eavesdropping. I had assumed your demeanor was that of a modest gentleman, merely gathering information from the common folk. How surprising, Chui Ba remarked with a sardonic chuckle. Young master, my actions are solely intended to assist you in smoothly taking over Hudong. So why mock me? Liang Shi, a scholar who held great importance to propriety, felt his face flush at Chui Ba's comment. All right, I concede my fault. Ziyu, please, take a seat and continue your discourse. Is there any other news? Chui Ba suddenly inquired with a serious expression. Mao Jian and Liang Shi found themselves somewhat taken aback, surprised by the swiftness of Chui Ba's change in demeanor. Mao Jian shook his head, dismissing trivial matters, and said to Chui Ba, there is indeed something you must heed, concerning the military and public order. At the mention of these two words, Chui Ba's brow furrowed deeply, as military power was of utmost concern to him. Mao Jian continued, young master, when I accompanied Yu Zhuangshi to East Camp to hand over captured mountain bandits, there was a minor leader among them. However, when County Magistrate Cheng Hao arrived in place of Governor Zhang, he proclaimed with fervor, these brigands have harmed our county's citizens. They are truly despicable. He then swiftly dispatched the leader with a single thrust of his sword. Lord Zhang mentioned that Cheng Hao is neither learned nor martial and does not concern himself with county affairs. It seems, however, that he is indeed a commendable official, genuinely devoted to the welfare of the people. Chui Ba scoffed without lifting his gaze. Mao Jian and Liang Shi exchanged glances, and Liang Shi spoke, in truth. Wenze is quite astute. Upon the county magistrate's entry into the military camp, he keenly observed the expressions of that minor leader. Indeed, Wenze consistently handles matters with composure. If we entrust the security of Ani to him, I will feel at ease, Chui Ba mused. Mao Jian and Liang Shi were startled. Chui Ba's remark could potentially define their future roles. His positioning of Wen Pin, the commander of the Yulin army, as the protector of Wang Cheng was unmistakable. What did Wenze observe at that moment? Young master, Wenze noted that as soon as the county magistrate and others appeared, the leader's eyes sparkled with delight, and his lips curled into a broad smile. Hence, it is evident that Cheng Hao must have a close connection with the mountain bandits, Liang Shi explained. Indeed, we must seek evidence. However, there is little we can do about this matter. The bandits do not venture out of Bingzhou nor enter Hudong, making it challenging for us to continue our investigation. Additionally, we have no time to delve deeper into Bingzhou. Since he is a man of Duan, I surmise he will not dare act too boldly, particularly with Bai Lan and Zhang Reng on our side. Yet, if we wish to eliminate this threat without inciting Duan's wrath, we must devise a meticulous strategy. Mao Jian thoughtfully stroked his beard. Regardless, after my handover with Lord Zhang tomorrow, he may inadvertently reveal some flaws. I sincerely hope he is not a troublesome individual. For our time is limited. Chapter 32. A night of poetry. The following day, just past dawn, Chui Ba led his companions to the governor's residence, where Zhang Yi awaited them, accompanied by the civil and military officials of Ani County, who had come to greet them personally at the gate. Naturally, the brewing equipment, gold, silver, and valuables that Chui Ba had yet to bring were all left at the shop to ensure that no issues arose before the elimination of any unstable factors. Ha, why did you not inform me in advance of your arrival in Ani County, Lord Chui? It would have allowed me to prepare for your reception and ensure that everyone was ready. Should any delays occur during the handover, who would bear the responsibility? You must drink 3 cups as punishment tonight. Zhang Yi exclaimed, striding towards Chui Ba as he dismounted, grabbing his hand with a hearty laugh. Chui Ba regarded Zhang Yi with a look of respect. The doorman on duty, upon seeing Chui Ba, felt a wave of unease wash over him. Initially, he had thought that the two who had come with Su Huang the previous evening were merely Su Huang's acquaintances, never imagining they were the newly appointed governor of Hudong. The two exchanged glances, sensing each other's anxiety. However, as they appeared to meet Zhang Yi for the first time, the doorman chose to feign ignorance. Chui Ba cast a brief glance at the doorman before returning his attention to Zhang Yi, bowing deeply as he said, I am Chui Ba, Chui Zi, and I pay my respects to Governor Zhang. Zhang Yi, pulling Chui Ba's hand, urged, come quickly, let us enter the magistrate's office. Along the way, the two exchanged banalities typical of official discourse. Once inside the grand hall, everyone took their seats. Zhang Yi began, I recently received a letter from Minister Liu, stating that he has accepted you as a disciple, and that you will soon arrive in Ani County. I thought to myself, since you are a pupil of Liu Zigan, Your literary talents must surely be exceptional. Therefore, after our formal handover, I shall host a final banquet in this governor's residence, inviting officials and literary gentlemen from Hudong to welcome you, Lord Chui. You must not decline. Chui Ba immediately clasped his fists. Replying, "Thank you, Lord Zhang, for your thoughtfulness. I would be delighted to share a toast with all present, and I leave it to your arrangements, O Chui Ba." Attending such a banquet was not particularly appealing. But he could not afford to slight Zhang Yi. He understood that Zhang Yi's motivation was twofold. First, to introduce him to the literati of Hudong, and second, to provide him with a direct understanding of each individual's disposition. Without the connection to Lu Zigan, Zhang Yi would have no need to exert such effort. Zhang Yi felt a great sense of relief upon Chui Ba's agreement, knowing that the latter had understood his intentions. A smile spreading across his face. Once everyone was seated, Zhang Yi turned serious and addressed Chui Ba. Anyi County is close to the capital and can be viewed as the eastern bulwark of the entire Hudong region. Therefore, the total military force in Hudong amounts to approximately 30,000, concentrated in Pingyang, Pubin, and this Anyi County. Young Master Chui, you must remain vigilant regarding this military disposition. Furthermore, although the Fan River Basin boasts fertile lands, the region has suffered from years of drought, leading to significant famine in various locales within the county. While it may not rival the plight of Hebei or Central Plains, it is nonetheless a considerable concern. Thank you for the reminder, Governor Zhang. I shall keep it in mind, Chui Ba replied. Rising to be OW.AT this moment, Chui Ba felt a weight in his heart, as he had not anticipated the complexity of the situation in Hudong. However, through his conversations with Zhang Yi over the past 2 days, he had begun to grasp the landscape. Zhang Yi shook his head, saying, "Young Master Chui, there is no need for gratitude. My own capabilities are limited, and I have few resources at my disposal to address every issue. This governance of Hudong will require your diligence and effort." That night, Zhang Yi hosted a banquet at the governor's residence, inviting officials and literary gentlemen to welcome Chui Ba and his entourage. This was Chui Ba's first experience at a banquet of such stature, yet he perceived it merely as a gathering with a larger assembly. And it proved to be rather tedious. He simply fiddled with his wine cup, drinking when others raised toasts. As he glanced around, Chui Ba noticed that the one being toasted the most was neither himself nor Zhang Yi, but rather Cheng Hao, the county magistrate. As the banquet reached its height, Chui Ba was lost in thought when suddenly, a short and stout scholar emerged from behind Cheng Hao. After bowing deeply to Zhang Yi, he proclaimed, "Esteemed guests, allow me a moment to speak. As all are aware, Minister Lu is renowned throughout the realm, a great Confucian. Since Governor Chui is a disciple of Minister Lu, his literary prowess must surely be extraordinary. Why not invite Governor Chui to share a poem with us for our amusement? Yes, Governor, please do not decline. We hope for your generous teaching," the crowd urged in unison. This official, during my time in Luoyang, primarily learned from Master Lu the strategies of warfare and tactics for slaying foes, but I have not delved deeply into the classics. However, since we are gathered today, how could I disregard the goodwill of all present and dampen the merriment? Very well, I shall cast a stone to attract jade. What theme shall the poem take? Upon the utterance of Chui Ba's words, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Yet, upon observing Chui Ba's robust and imposing physique, they presumed him to be a mere brute and contemplated challenging him with poetry, intending to diminish his imposing aura, an endeavor secretly instigated by Cheng Hao. Given that the esteemed governor's expertise lies predominantly in military tactics, it would be somewhat inappropriate to center our verses around themes of romance and nature. Therefore, let us proceed thusly. Although it is uncertain whether Governor Chui has ever set foot on a battlefield, let us compose a poem on the subject of war. Moreover, as the governor has recently arrived in Hudong County, we would be most grateful if he could share his reflections through verse. How does this proposition strike you? The corpulent scholar nodded sagely before articulating his request. Indeed, it is only fitting. One poem to depict the scenery of Hudong, and another to exalt the spirit of Hudong. Governor, we kindly beseech you to compose a verse. Cheng Hao, the county magistrate, spoke with an air of sycophancy. Very well. Let us commence with a poem that captures the essence of Hudong's landscape, replied Chui Ba, lifting his wine goblet and pacing thoughtfully. After a brief moment, Chui Ba inclined his head toward Zhang Yi and proclaimed, "Eureka, esteemed guests, as I journeyed from Luoyang, my first encounter within Hudong County was at Jiguang Pass. On that day, I marveled at the majestic splendor of Wangwu Mountain. Atop its heights lies a celestial altar, from which I beheld the mountain's unparalleled beauty. Thus, my first poem shall be titled Gazing at Wangwu. Honored guests, please. The assembly bowed in anticipation. How magnificent is the line. We shall scale the pinnacle and survey all lesser mountains. Such grandeur. This verse seemed to transport me to the very heart of Wangwu Mountain, allowing me not only to relish its exquisite and mystical vistas, but also to sense the governor's indomitable spirit, unafraid of adversity, daring to ascend heights to behold all below. Though it describes nature, the governor artfully imbues it with emotion, revealing a soaring ambition, truly a masterpiece. The foremost scholar struck the table vehemently, as if to unleash the fervor within. Indeed, while every line is dedicated to gazing at Wangwu, the poem lacks the word gaze, yet it still evokes a profound sense of immersion, showcasing the governor's extraordinary imagination and composition. The critic continued, expressing his admiration. He bowed deeply to Cui Ba. Governor, this poem allows me to perceive a profound sentiment. Yet it is entirely devoid of pretense, merely celebrating the joy of beholding a famous mountain. Throughout history, few verses can rival its grandeur and vigor. Although Zhang Yi had little expertise in poetry, his extensive experience in the bureaucracy enabled him to discern the quality of the verses. He glanced at Cheng Hao and the others, exclaiming, with this single poem, I dare say Governor Cui could easily claim a prominent place among the literati of our realm. You flatter me, esteemed Zhang, Cui Ba replied. Yet, the style and rhythm of this poem differ from what we have encountered. May I inquire as to your sources of inspiration, Governor? Cheng Hao, eager to divert the group's attention from Cui Ba's poetry, hastily interjected, this simply reflects my personal taste. I believe poetry should serve as a vessel for the genuine emotions of the heart, free from the constraints of rigid forms. When inspiration strikes me, I may compose 5-character or 7-character verses, or even mere fragments. The act of creating poetry is what truly matters. I have learned much from your words, Cheng Hao said, clasping his fist before taking his seat. Observing the tranquil atmosphere, Zhang Yi turned to Cui Ba and inquired, since you have gazed upon the celestial altar, do you recall any impressions of it? I have indeed examined the celestial altar, and the craftsmanship of its surrounding artifacts is exquisite. Should Governor Cui have the time, I encourage you to visit there often. I frequently go to observe the rites, though I shall no longer witness the Taoist Lingyun performing them. Oh? The Taoist Lingyun? Cui Ba pondered Zhang Yi's seemingly unrelated mention of the temple and its rites, uncertain of its significance, yet resolved to remain vigilant. Governor, there is no need for inquiries. You will understand once you visit. Zhang Yi interrupted Cui Ba's questioning. Esteemed Governor, your poem Gazing at Wangwu was truly admirable, not only for its beauty but also for its grand spirit. You are indeed a worthy disciple of Master Lu. And I am in awe. With that, Zhang Yi proposed, let us now turn to the theme of war to inspire all present. Cui Ba contemplated for a moment, refilling his goblet, and once more rose, gazing at the map of Hedong County hanging in the hall. When one thinks of Hedong, the first names that spring to mind are the heroic generals Wei Qing and Hua Zubing. I believe that noble men should emulate Wei and Hua, clearing the border threats for our nation, compelling the barbarian invaders to think twice about our Han dynasty. Let those foreign foes repay their blood debts. Well said, Zhang Yi exclaimed, clapping his hands. He had long aspired to be a general like Li Guang, Wei Qing, or Hua Zubing, and Cui Ba's words resonated deeply within him. Observing Zhang Yi's fervent expression and the sudden downpour outside, Cui Ba recalled a timeless poem. Although he felt somewhat remiss toward the great heroes of his heart, he deemed it fitting to employ this verse to convey his sentiments to the literary representatives of Hedong County. Cui Ba moved to the door, leaned against it, drained his goblet, and proclaimed with fervor, hair bristling in rage, I lean against the door. As the rain pours down, I raise my gaze, howling at the heavens. Filled with passionate fervor. 20 achievements are mere dust and soil. 8,000 miles of journey through clouds and moon. Do not idly wait, for youth's hair will turn white, leaving only regrets. The shame of foreign foes remains unavenged. When will the resentment of the ministers be extinguished? Let us drive our chariots, breaking through the treacherous mountains. With fierce ambition, let us feast on the flesh of the barbarians, laughing as we quench our thirst with the blood of the Xianbei. When will we rise again, to restore the heroic spirit of the Han in the presence of the heavenly gate. The revised Manjianghong exuded an overwhelming yet tragic air of iron will, coupled with the fervor radiating from Zhang Yi and Cui Ba. The assembly, save for those loyal to Cheng Hao, was ignited with a fervent fighting spirit. Even the foremost scholars clenched their fists, genuinely yearning to wield their swords and charge toward the northern frontier. Unlike the earlier poem, when Cui Ba completed this verse, silence enveloped the hall. Cui Ba disdainfully surveyed the room filled with frail scholars before returning to Zhang Yi's side. Master Zhang, it grows late. I believe we should conclude our gathering for today. Cui Ba raised his goblet for another drink and whispered to Zhang Yi, indeed. Should any of you wish to continue drinking and composing, feel free to do so. I have matters to discuss with Governor Cui, so I shall take my leave. Shortly, I will ensure arrangements are made for your return. For those traveling far, I will also secure lodging. Zhang Yi rose to address the assembly. Rest assured, esteemed governor, Cheng Hao replied with assurance, as it was Zhang Yi's final night as governor. Cheng Hao continued to address him with that title. Thank you. Master Zhang. Some in the gathering were thoroughly pleased, while others felt somewhat unfulfilled. Nevertheless, with both officials departing, the remaining guests could not insist on their stay. Those residing within the city bid farewell one by one, while those living outside the city returned to their lodgings under Cheng Hao's guidance. Zhang Yi led Cui Ba, Mao Jian, Liang Shi, and Dian Wei to the council chamber, where Dian Wei continued to stand guard at the entrance, forbidding anyone from approaching. Once seated, Zhang Yi remarked, "Zi, I did not expect you to possess such literary talent. Indeed, master. These two poems, in terms of both imagery and grandeur, are truly magnificent." Mao Jian offered rare praise. "I surmise that with these two poems, you shall carve a place for yourself among the literati of our Han." Liang Shi, although cultured, was still of a fiery age and appeared exceedingly excited. The three men's compliments left Cui Ba blushing, and he felt immense gratitude toward all his language teachers. Had it not been for their incessant recitations, he would not have been able to retain so many verses in his mind. Yet, having borrowed the brilliance of the ancients, he felt somewhat embarrassed and quickly changed the subject. "Master Zhang, may I inquire about the significance of the Taoist Lingyun mentioned earlier? Let us defer that discussion for later. After you composed those two poems, I observed the foremost scholars closely, and it was evident they held you in high regard. They shall become your allies, your greatest asset in governing Hadong County." Zhang Yi's words were sincere, deeply moving. "Cui, I shall take note. But may I ask who these individuals are?" Seated at the head is the son of Master Pei, Pei Qian. Next to him is Wei Ji of the Wei family. "Do you comprehend now, Zi? Indeed, I see now why he appeared haggard. It seems these two gentlemen harbor no aversion toward me." "Precisely. The influence of Master Pei's family is unquestionable, and Wei Ji possesses considerable talent. He may indeed be of use to you. I shall do my utmost. It is not merely about doing your utmost. You must bind both families to your cause. Alas, neither family has a suitable daughter to match your status." "What a pity!" Observing Zhang Yi's lamentation, Cui Ba felt as though 3 dark lines appeared on his forehead. Zhang Yi gazed at Cui Ba, shaking his head with a sigh. "We have yet to engage in any genuine interaction. Let us defer these discussions for another time. Once the younger generation has fully assumed control over Hadong County, we shall then consider their enlistment. Until that point, I must demonstrate the composure and capability necessary to command their respect." Cui Ba, however, was not in a rush, understanding that there were still 6 or 7 years until the strife among the warlords would escalate. It would be ideal for Z to achieve this. "Allowing me to rest assured," he remarked, "bear in mind, handling County Magistrate Cheng Hao is not particularly arduous. It primarily requires a solid pretext to prevent Duan Gue from exploiting any weaknesses. My reluctance to act in Hadong County for several years stemmed from concerns about Duan Gue's interference." At this juncture, Zhang Yi felt rather helpless, acknowledging, "I hold no significant power at court. Even if I were to execute Cheng Hao publicly, there is no guarantee that the next magistrate would not become a second Cheng Hao." He emphasized to Cui Ba the importance of skillfully utilizing his connections. Observing Cui Ba with a sense of gratitude, Zhang Yi reflected on the swift passage of time and the formidable potential of the younger generation. "I have learned much from you, esteemed elder. The hour grows late, and I must take my leave, as I shall accompany you on your journey to Lishur tomorrow." "Very well, go," Cui Ba replied. Zhang Yi rubbed his temples. feeling increasingly drowsy. Just as he was about to exit the room, Cui Ba turned back and bowed, saying, "Master Zhang, when dealing with matters concerning the Xiongnu, I implore you to await my arrival for assistance. Regardless of the circumstances, after all, a gentleman does not stand beneath a dangerous wall. If we confront challenges together, we shall devise a comprehensive strategy." Zhang Yi waved his hand, saying, "Go rest, I know how to manage things." With that, he took his leave. This day marked Zhang Yi's final day as the governor of Hedong, and naturally, Cui Ba and the others would reside in the guest quarters. Upon returning to Cui Ba's chamber, he found Su Huang had been waiting for quite some time. "Why has Gongming not returned to rest at this late hour?" he mused. Some individuals seemed to believe that once the old governor left, Anyi County, nay, Hedong County, would be entirely theirs. Such naive delusions? They lacked any sense of decorum and were surrounded by sycophants, foolishly aspiring to govern a county. Su Huang, recalling the recent behavior of Cheng Hao and his associates, felt that expending great effort to deal with such people would be a sheer waste of time. Observing Su Huang before him, Cui Ba could not help but chuckle at this moment. Su Huang, being youthful, occasionally exhibited a passionate resolve despite his usual reticence. It is commendable that he can display such vigor at this age. I have forgotten what my own youth was like, Cui Ba thought to himself. Gongming, while Cheng Hao is indeed easy to deal with, we must remain vigilant of the forces behind him. Remember, we must cast a long line to catch the big fish. Su Huang would eventually be capable of standing on his own. But to nurture the growth of these capable generals, Cui Ba decided to allow them the freedom to develop independently, only interjecting with the right words at the appropriate moments. In contrast to Su Huang, Cui Ba was reminded of another of the 5 elite generals, Eugene, also known as Yuanzi. Through recent acquaintances, Cui Ba had come to recognize Eugene's composure, which seemed to be an innate quality. "What you say is entirely accurate. I have endured their antics for far too long," Su Huang expressed, brimming with indignation at the thought of those parasites exploiting the common folk. "We must deliberate on this matter carefully. I have some ideas that we can refine together." The following day, Cui Ba led all officials of Anyi to the northern city gate, escorting Master Zhang Yi for his departure towards Shihe County. "Master Zhang, the harsh lands of Bingzhou demand that you take care of your health," Cui Ba said, clasping his fists and bowing respectfully. "No need for concern, Governor Cui. My health must serve the nation. How could I neglect it? The people of Hedong shall be entrusted to my own care." Zhang Yi helped Cui Ba rise, his gaze now filled with genuine affection. Having never married and with no heirs, Zhang Yi felt deeply moved by the sincere concern he had experienced in the past 2 days with Cui Ba. "Master Zhang, with this departure, who knows when we shall meet again? If you require anything, do not hesitate to inform me." "Very well, let us end our farewell here." With that, Zhang Yi entered the carriage, heading north, while Cui Ba ordered Su Huang to lead 500 officials and soldiers to escort him along the way. On the journey back to the city, Cui Ba invited County Magistrate Cheng Hao to share a carriage. "County Magistrate Cheng, I heard from Master Zhang that Taoist Ling Yun possesses profound abilities, yet I did not inquire further last night due to the late hour. Might you enlighten me?" Cheng Hao, uncertain of Cui Ba's intentions, remained cautious, knowing that his own interests were not yet entangled. After all, Cui Ba had acquired his position through Bailan and Zhongrang, and it was premature to gauge his true stance. Returning to the governor, Taoist Ling Yun's rituals are conducted for the benefit of our county's populace, performed once every 6 months. This is already the 4th year. Oh, so the Ling Yun temple atop Wangwu Mountain has only been established for 4 years. No wonder everything appears so fresh. Since it serves the people of Hedong, I certainly must attend. When is the next ritual? On the 10th day of the 10th month, the ritual will take place, praying for favorable weather in the coming year. Unlike this year's drought, I wonder how effective the rituals have been over the years. Has the harvest improved in Hedong County? Indeed, over the past 4 years, the harvest has progressively increased, which I have personally documented. Since it is recorded by County Magistrate Cheng himself, it must be accurate. County Magistrate, during my journey from the capital, several officials remarked, "Cheng Hao is like family. Should there be anything unclear in Hedong, consult young Haozi, lest others infiltrate our affairs." Cheng Hao was unaware that he was being discussed in such terms, as he had not been in the capital at the time. The nickname Haozi was something Cui Ba had heard from Zhongrang, and he skillfully intertwined their words to make Cheng Hao believe they originated from Zhongrang and his associates. Hearing this, Cheng Hao felt that Cui Ba was likely an ally, though he remained cautious, as he had not yet received any news from Duangua. I thank the officials for their concern. The governor is a person of stature, and if there is anything unclear, please do not hesitate to ask. I shall provide all the information I possess. Very well, from now on, you and I must work together to safeguard Hudong for our lords. Ah, brother, that laugh of his is rather unsettling. What are they doing in the carriage? Chao Xing remarked, feeling a chill from the laughter that echoed from within. Silence. Dian Wei shot him a sidelong glance before continuing to protect the carriage. On the first day of officially assuming the governorship, Cui Ba did not make extensive personnel changes, only arranging 3 positions. The original clerk accompanied Zhang Yi north to Shihe County. Thus Liang Shi was appointed as the new clerk to manage daily documents. The former military officer Zhang Fong returned to his hometown, and Su Huang was appointed as the new military officer, overseeing military affairs in Ani County. Finally, the previous decision clerk Li Bing also accompanied Zhang Yi north, leading to Yu Jin's appointment as the new decision clerk, responsible for maintaining overall peace in Ani County, temporarily overseeing eastern operations until Su Huang's return. Cui Ba was well aware of the military situation in the eastern camp. Following disturbances among certain Xiongnu tribes in the northern regions, the court stationed General Zhao Cheng to garrison in both Shihe and Hedenji. In Hudong. The locations of Pingyang, Pubin, and An Yi each had a cavalry commander. Zhang Yi informed Cui Ba that the eastern camp's commander, Li Bin, was a fellow townsman of Zhang Yi's. In his youth, Li Bin was known for his bullying of the weak and committing various misdeeds. However, due to his family's wealth, he managed to evade punishment each time by using money to smooth over his offenses. Eventually, he was captured by bandits while traveling to Rang County, nearly losing his life. Fortunately, the county magistrate at the time, upon learning of the incident, orchestrated a plan to eliminate the bandits and rescue the hostages. Having experienced this ordeal, Li Bin reformed his ways, enlisting in the military, and gradually rose from a mere soldier to the position of commander, embodying a tale of redemption. Even now, though he is older and frilier, his patriotic fervor remains undiminished, unwilling to retire and always ready for battle. This matter even caught the attention of Emperor Lu Hong, who granted him special permission to continue leading troops stationed east of Ani County. Su Huang often accompanied Zhang Yi on inspections outside the city and frequently visited the eastern camp. Even to the point where the guards recognized him, Li Bin held a favorable view of Su Huang, occasionally offering him insights into military strategy. He even planned to recommend Su Huang to the court in a year or two, aiming for him to succeed his position as commander of the eastern camp in Ani. Consequently, Li Bin did not question Su Huang about the prisoners he brought back, leaving all matters to Su Huang and Zhang Yi. Before his departure, Zhang Yi wrote a confidential letter to Li Bin, emphasizing the importance of introducing Cui Ba to him. As an officially appointed commander, Li Bin would naturally not heed Cui Ba's orders. But according to Zhang Yi's assurance, if Cui Ba were to face danger or difficulties, he would provide whatever assistance was within his power. That night, aside from Su Huang, who was escorting Zhang Yi north, and Eugene, who was overseeing the prisoners in the eastern camp, the others gathered in the study of the governor's residence. Xiao Xian, we currently lack the authority to mobilize the troops in the eastern camp. Thus, I shall use the pretext of having you inspect the various counties to have you wait at Jiguang with Shanji. Subsequently, I will leverage Lord He's token to proceed to Dongying in search of Gongming, under the guise of protecting the royal kin, in order to mobilize the troops from Dongying. Agreed. However, will Lord He heed my arrangements? This is the sole concern that plagues Mao Jian's mind. Fear not. I anticipate that the letter will reach him shortly. Given Lord He's nature, he will undoubtedly cooperate wholeheartedly. Even if he cannot come himself, he will send his brother in his stead, which would be most advantageous. Cui Ba confidently asserted, tomorrow, I shall accompany Shanji to await at Jiguang. Shanji, I entrust you with the safety of Xiaoxian. Do not let me down. As you command, my lord, Chao Xing replied with a fist salute. At Cui Ba's request, a few of them still privately referred to him as my lord, reserving the title young master for public encounters. Ziyu, you and Hanxing must spare no effort in recruiting the refugees, distributing thin porridge, designating arable land, and constructing residences. Employ every possible method, and when funds or provisions are required, feel free to communicate with shopkeeper Zhao at any time. I have instructed him to exchange all the gold and silver for copper coins, sufficient for purchasing carts, farming implements, and building materials. Remember, the population is vital for our future development. I shall keep this in mind. Rest assured, my lord. Liang Shi and Huang Zhong responded, clasping their fists in affirmation. I expect Gongming to return in 3 days, thus the focus over these 3 days must be on recruiting the refugees. Ziyu, the public notices must be posted at the 4 gates by tomorrow, so the common folk can assist us in spreading the word within and beyond the county. My lord. What does spreading the word entail? It means to ensure that more people are aware of our decrees. Understood. Liang Shi responded with a fist salute and, alongside Huang Zhong, withdrew. Ishan. Once Cui Ba and the others departed, he summoned Dian inside. My lord. What is the matter? Tomorrow, first accompany me to retrieve Hua Shini to the residence, and afterward, assist me in inquiring about Daoist Lingyun within the city. You are astute. Ensure you take note of anyone who follows us. Understood. Ishan, did anyone approach just now? Yes, a servant brought tea, but as soon as he entered the courtyard, I sent him away. He moved stealthily, clearly indicating something was amiss. Cheng Hao knows only indulgence, and his subordinates lack capable individuals. It appears he has relied solely on Duan Gui's reputation to wield power in Hadong these years. The lengths he goes to for such a person are truly nauseating, my lord. How can you say that? Even a tiger uses all its strength to hunt a rabbit. You spoke of troubles earlier. Have you forgotten? If any issues arise, I shall clear them for you. With the many talents around you, why fear a mere county magistrate? Dianwei remarked while heading towards the door. Ishan speaks wisely. I have been somewhat hasty. Rest well. For now, we are secure. Dianwei settled in a small room near the courtyard, not far from the governor's quarters, and with guards at the entrance, he could respond swiftly should any trouble arise. Cui Ba extinguished the candlelight, reclining on his couch, contemplating the true capabilities of that Lingyun Daoist, and whether he was in collusion with Cheng Hao and the others. Huang Lao's words have been revered since the establishment of the Han dynasty, which is why the people of Ani, despite their hatred for Cheng Hao, still hold a degree of reverence for the closely associated Lingyun Daoist temple. The ancients believed in spirits and deities. If one were to stubbornly show disrespect towards the temple, they could easily lose the hearts of the people. Alas, I must first ascertain Lingyun's true practices to find a mutually beneficial approach. Cheng Hao, are you a mere shadow of a warrior or the tiger of Hadong? Regardless of what you are, I must eliminate you post-haste. Alas, enough of this. It leads nowhere. Time for sleep. Ani County, as the seat of Hadong Commandery, is more than twice the size of an ordinary county. The day after sending off Zhang Yi, Cui Ba rose early and, disguised, accompanied Dianwei to the southern city market. They navigated the bustling marketplace. They eventually located a porridge shop. Ishan, having traversed the rivers and lakes for many years, you should understand that within these eateries often lie many significant pieces of information. Let us dine here. Although we have just evaded our pursuers, we cannot guarantee they will not follow. Just keep an eye out for anything unusual and inform me promptly. Agreed. Chapter 34. Jia Kuei and Jiaoyang Cui Ba and his companion took their seats. And at that moment, the porridge shop was not particularly crowded. While eating, Cui Ba beckoned the shopkeeper over. My good sir, why is business so sluggish at this hour with so few patrons? My lord may not know, but since the beginning of spring, taxes have increased by 10%. Although Governor Zhang is benevolent towards the people, he is nonetheless powerless regarding tax collection. My porridge shop is barely holding on. If this month passes without improvement, I shall have to close it and return to my old home in Xiangling with my sister. I see. Good sir, might you join me in discussing the customs and anecdotes of Hadong? From your accent, you seem to hail from Hebei. Have you come to Hadong for leisure? The shopkeeper glanced at him, noting that Cui Ba's speech was not local, and judging from his handsome appearance, albeit dressed simply, he presumed him to be a scholar from afar. Oh? How did you discern that I am a traveler? You are not from these parts, and if you were a noble son of any family, you would reside in an inn, not in my humble porridge shop. Moreover, throughout the year, many scholars journey to Hadong. Thus I surmised you to be a traveler. Indeed, you have a keen eye for people. Please, sit. After the shopkeeper took a seat, Cui Ba spoke. I hail from Qinghe Commandery and have traveled through Taishan Commandery, Dongjun, and Qinlu Commandery before proceeding to the capital. I entered Hadong via the water route from Mingjian Port and, upon encountering a merchant convoy, directly arrived at Ani. I have heard that Hadong Commandery is rich in mountains and forests, and I wish to explore them, yet I am unsure where to begin. Sai, what do you know of the mountains and waters here? Ba pondered briefly and replied, to the south of the Yellow River in Hudong Commandery lies Shouyang Mountain on the north bank, and the Taihang Mountains to the east and west of Jiguang. Additionally, Hudong Commandery is enveloped by the Grand River, with the Fan, Su, and Qin rivers crisscrossing east and west, interspersed with numerous lakes and marshes. I wish to sail upon the rivers and lakes, yet I know not where the most scenic spots lie. Haha, along the Fan River, there are Taizi Beach, Wangza, and Fangza, while the Su River features Zhangza, Yanqi, Nuyans, Zhuaza, and Dongza, and the Qin River is bordered by Huaza. The commandery is replete with rivers and lakes. If I were to recommend a place, you could sail around the Fan River. The shopkeeper stroked his beard thoughtfully. Thank you for your guidance. However, the Fan River is quite a distance from here, and there is no rush. Shouyang Mountain could be visited upon your return to the Yellow River. Therefore, you may first head east to explore Wangwu Mountain, located to the northwest of Jiguang. Although it is nearly October, the scenery there remains splendid, and it is worth a visit. Since you recommend it so highly, I shall set out for Wangwu Mountain tomorrow. My lord, do not be hasty. On the 10th day of October, Taoist Lingyun shall perform rites for the Hudong Commandery, and there is still some time left. Considering the journey, you may depart in 2 days. Perform rites for the Hudong Commandery? What does that entail? Ba feigned confusion as he inquired. Alas, despite the many rivers in Hudong Commandery, the years of drought have resulted in poor harvests. Reflecting on the past few years, the shopkeeper couldn't help but sigh. However, in these last 3 or 4 years, since the Taoists established a temple on the mountain and began performing rites, the drought in our commandery has indeed lessened. Hence, from the governor to the magistrate, and down to the various officials, all hold the Taoist in high esteem and great respect. Every year, on the 5th day of the 5th month and the 10th day of the 10th month, Taoist Lingyun performs rites, and each time, the civil and military officials and prominent families attend to observe. Speaking of Taoist Lingyun, the shopkeeper expressed a deep respect. If this is truly miraculous, I must see it for myself. It seems everyone in Hudong Commandery ought to be grateful to this Taoist. Ba gazed out the window, reflecting, what kind of Taoist? He is merely a charlatan. A youthful voice suddenly interjected. Everyone turned to the direction of the voice and saw a raggedly dressed boy with bright, intelligent eyes entering the porridge shop. The shopkeeper examined the child closely, then exclaimed in surprise, rushing to him. You little rascal, did you come here on your own? How did you make it this far? Come in and speak, but do not utter such words as you did earlier. Brother, do not be deceived by appearances. That old Taoist on Wangwu Mountain is undoubtedly a charlatan. The boy stumbled slightly, prompting Ba to feel a pang of sympathy. Insolent, that Taoist has saved the people of Hudong from calamity. If you speak such nonsense again, I shall throw you out. Yet the boy hesitated. And suddenly a loud growl emanated from his stomach, causing him to blush and lower his head. Let us not speak of such things. Come with me and have something to eat. Though the shopkeeper was stern, his gaze towards the boy was filled with compassion. Shopkeeper, seeing the child's unsteady steps, he must be starving. Please allow him to sit and eat with us. Ba rose to his feet and steadied the swaying youth. Addressing the innkeeper. The innkeeper turned to observe the boy's condition and, reluctantly conceding, clasped his hands in gratitude before turning back to close the shop door and retreating to fetch some food. Thank you, kind sir, the youth said as he seated himself, discarding the wooden staff he had leaned upon, and bowed in appreciation towards Ba. The innkeeper soon returned with a basin of water and the meal, first assisting the boy in freshening up before guiding him to the table. Both men presumed Ba to be merely an ordinary citizen, and since he had taken the initiative to offer assistance, they felt no need to stand on ceremony. Once seated, Ba observed the youth anew, noting a stark contrast to the earlier impression. Although his attire suggested a background of poverty, his demeanor exuded vitality. His eyes sparkled with life. Despite the gnawing pangs of hunger, he maintained an admirable decorum, refraining from devouring his food in a ravenous manner. The composure he displayed was truly uncharacteristic of one so young.